trying to argue that Sean
Maria's younger
Combs
sister,
should
Anna
be
Flores,
found not guilty
and a group
of
of her closest
racketeering
friends.
conspiracy, not guilty of sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura Fine and Jane, and not guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, the closing argument was delivered by Sean Combs' main defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo. Now, remember, this comes after the prosecution delivered their closing argument yesterday. Prosecutor Christy Slavic. She highlighted how Combs operated a criminal enterprise, that the assistants, the bodyguards, they facilitated the crimes, they covered them up, they knew what was going on. She methodically went through each and every one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering conspiracy. They have to prove at least two: bribery, arson, kidnapping, drug offenses, forced labor. Again, you only need two. Then there was the sex trafficking of Jane and Cassie. It was a very strong moment yesterday to say, look, not every sexual incident is sex trafficking. Just because a victim may consent one time or two times, that doesn't mean they consent all the time. You just need one instance of sex trafficking for Sean Combs to be found guilty of it. And they provided, and Slavic provided multiple concrete, specific examples with respect to each victim that the jury can choose from. Transportation to engage in prostitution, literally transporting men and these alleged victims for the purposes of sex work through the credit card statements, travel records, text messages, voice notes. The argument was they directly tied Combs to paying and arranging the transport of the victims and men for the purposes of sex work. So, what did the defense say in response today? By the way, we also heard from the prosecution in their rebuttal closing too. Very short, but arguably impactful as well. Okay, so for that and more, let me bring in once again Law and Crime's in-court reporter Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom for all of the closing arguments from both, again, Mark Agnifilo, the defense attorney, and we also heard from Maureen Comey, the main prosecutor in this case, delivering the rebuttal. We'll get to that in a minute. Elizabeth, great to see you. Let's talk about Mark Agnifilo. So how did he start off, right? It seems like he started off basically by saying, this is not what the prosecution wants you to believe, right? There's no sex trafficking here. And it seemed like he really focused on the idea of text messages as evidence and really said this wasn't a federal crime, took aim at both Cassie and Jane. What were some of the opening remarks that stood out to you about this?
Well, a lot of parts of this closing argument really stood out to me, specifically the way that Mark Agnifilo's tone was to the jury and pretty much their final message to the jury before they eventually go and deliberate, which it looks like that will now start on Monday. But in terms of just him approaching the jury, he was very personable, really kind of pulling out that Mark Agnifilo charm. Like literally one of the first lines he said in his closing argument was, this is a tale of two trials. The first trial is about witnesses and videos, and texts and evidence. He said the second trial was just kind of the word of mouth by the prosecutors. He was saying that this case is badly exaggerated. He says it's made up, in other words. He also said it's about personal use of drugs, nothing else. The evidence shows that it was kind of a swinger type of lifestyle that, you know, as far as the hotel nights and freak-offs occurred, or as Jane and Cassie had testified about the hotel nights and freak-offs, that these were just threesomes. It was just swingers. It was just an alternative lifestyle, those types of things. And then he was saying that the evidence shows that Sean Combs is a self-made, successful black entrepreneur. He's done something that's hard to do, and that's have wonderful, successful, legitimate businesses. He says how many government witnesses said that they were moved by Sean Combs, that being with him was like drinking from a fire hose. He taught me great work ethic. And he admitted, he was like, did they always like him? Did the assistants always like him? Did his staff always like him? No way. That wasn't always the case, but they loved him. And then they kind of brought it back to Mia a little bit, where Mia had implied that she felt like she wanted to self-harm, mainly because she had lost her position over at Combs Enterprises, which is not to be confused with the criminal enterprise that the government is alleging. But in terms of just everything, including Derek Ferguson, who had also testified, he was the former.
Play Digital Instants for the chance to win real cash prizes right from your phone. With bonus games, free plays, and prize wheels. Discover thrilling gameplay and cash wins. Enjoy a special offer now.
former chief financial officer over at Bad Boy. He was kind of saying things like he's a handsome black man, and the reason that he wanted to work at Bad Boy was because he being Sean Combs was giving people who look like him opportunities that people of color may have not gotten elsewhere. And so even he made kind of one line that I thought was interesting where he said diversity, equity, and inclusion. He was doing that. He, again, being Sean Combs, was doing that in his early 20s, as early as at 24 years old. And he says that the government says his businesses are racketeering, but then the defense pointed out that none of the witnesses says that they were a part of a racketeering enterprise. None of the witnesses got on the stand and said, yes, I'm a part of this racketeering conspiracy. He said none of that. And so it really was a pretty strong opening just in the first few lines, first few minutes of the defense's closing argument.
So look, I know our content can be a lot at times. Sometimes you need a breather, right? Let me ask you this. Have you ever wanted to just escape into a game that's relaxing, maybe a little magical, hey, maybe full of adorable creatures? Well, let me tell you right now about the sponsor of this video, Midas Merge. So, in Midas Merge, you team up with King Midas and Queen Leah to restore the Gardens of Gold and push back the darkness of Nyx, apparently the goddess of night. Now, you merge creatures and sunbursts to bring light back to the world. Isn't that a nice concept right there? And look at these little creatures. It can be linked of Jane and Cassie, those allegations, but you mentioned racketeering. I thought it was really interesting. He saves that for the end. So let's actually fast forward. Let's go towards now the end of his closing, because that's the top charge. That's the one that carries life in prison. What did he argue why this is not racketeering conspiracy? Why there's no criminal enterprise or criminal agreement? What did he say?
Yeah, so he said a lot about racketeering conspiracy and emphasizing that it's a racketeering conspiracy, not just racketeering just alone in itself. And so Mark Agnifilo was talking about the whole common purpose of the enterprise members and how the defense was mentioning that Sean Combs was charged by himself. No one in the courtroom had testified again that they were a part of a criminal enterprise, that they were even doing acts that were considered to be crimes, and that he was saying, he being Mark Agnifilo, was saying that there is a gaping lack of evidence. He says that he was trying to do this enterprise by what? Having sex with his girlfriends? And so then when they go into the RICO conspiracy, the defense is saying that he's not charged again with racketeering, but racketeering conspiracy. He points out that the government never called a co-conspirator to testify. And let me just say this, Jesse, one of the alleged co-conspirators was actually inside the courtroom, and that being Fahim Muhammad, one of Diddy's security guards. And I think that was kind of interesting that they had brought him kind of on the defense's closing, but also that he's one of the alleged co-conspirators. He was inside that courtroom listening to the closing argument. I was thinking at points if his name was, said out loud by either the prosecution or the defense, that he would maybe do this, and it was really none of that. But in terms of just KK and her role, again, KK being Christina Coram, Mark Agnifilo said everyone needs a KK. And I thought that was interesting because I looked over in Sean Combs' direction when that specific line was said, and Diddy was nodding at that point, where again, Mark Agnifilo is saying everyone needs a KK because she's the right-hand woman to Sean Combs. Anything that he needed, he got for her, but not in a criminal type of way. And so the defense also pointed out a specific incident involving Carrie Morgan and Cassie Ventura Fine, where Diddy had brought allegedly a hammer over to Cassie's apartment. And so the defense was pointing out that instead of, calling the police or anything like that, that Carrie Morgan and Cassie Ventura, now Fine, they reached out to Christina Coram. They reached out to D-Rock. And then Mark Agnifilo says, did anyone say that KK or D-Rock was a co-conspirator? The government makes it sinister that he has personal security because obviously he's a high-powered celebrity. Of course, he's going to be one to have a security personnel, a staff at his kind of beck and call when needed because he's a high-profile figure. They even, at points, Mark Agnifilo was saying, okay, does Beyonce go to CVS? No, she sends her assistants to go to CVS on her behalf. And so Mark Agnifilo was kind of pointing out that Sean Combs wasn't charged with firearms. He wasn't charged with anything to do with Don Richard. He wasn't charged with the incident with Carrie Morgan with the wooden hanger. He wasn't charged standalone about Cassie's violence and the assault. So Mark Agnifilo was really kind of pointing out in terms of just the security aspect when Cassie was testifying about how she had to hold firearms for Diddy in her purse. Mark Agnifilo said, okay, it was because security gave her the weapons, that's why. And again, kind of pointing to the fact that security is doing what security does for a high-profile individual. That is carry weapons, carry firearms, pointing out that it was legal for them to be carrying these firearms. And even in terms of just Cassie Ventura and the whole Daniel Phillip aspect, and I know we're going to talk more about kind of the sex trafficking part a little towards the end, is just that Mark Agnifilo kind of pointed out here that Cassie had asked Daniel Phillip to urinate on her in one of these freak-offs, and then kind of towards the end, as he was really kind of getting his final message out to the jury, he says, okay, at what point do you stop trusting the government? He says the government targeted Sean Combs because of Cassie's lawsuit. He says that's what makes this different from any other case, especially ones that he has defended, where he says, okay, today you being the jury, are the United States of America. I'm asking you to acquit Sean Combs on all counts and return him to his family who's been waiting for him. And that was his final message, the defense's final message to the jury before, and of course we're going to talk about the prosecution rebuttal a little later, but in terms of just that final message, that's what Mark Agnifilo had to say to those jurors.
Yeah, I know we went a little backwards because I wanted to go to the racketeer because it is the top charge and that's how he ended it. I think it was smart. The last thing the jury hears is about why this is allegedly not racketeering. And I also know that Mark Agnifilo got in trouble because the prosecution called him out for this. They said, he's not allowed to say we targeted Sean Combs. The judge took issue with that, thought that was totally improper, gave a curative instruction to the jury about that as well to basically disregard that comment. You mentioned sex trafficking. Let's go back to it. Why did he argue, how did he argue that what happened to Jane, or what allegedly happened to Jane, what allegedly happened to Cassie Ventura, why is this not sex trafficking? Because I think one thing that, really stood out to me is emphasizing consent and emphasizing their willing participants. But didn't he said something to the effect of, so we're saying this is consensual, this is consensual, this is consensual, and then all of a sudden, not only is this not consensual, this jumps to sex trafficking. That's a wild jump to make. Why was he saying that sex trafficking is not the appropriate charge for Sean Combs when it comes to Cassie or Jane?
Well, I think the main point that the defense is really trying to kind of put in the jury's head is that Sean Combs had no idea that Cassie nor Jane really didn't want to be doing these freak-offs or Wild King nights, hotel nights, whatever you want to call them, but was saying to your point, Jesse, that this isn't sex trafficking because they initially consented. Now, the government kind of bounced back a little bit from that, but in terms of just people kind of understanding sex trafficking as a whole, the government was making it clear that it only takes one instance for him to be found guilty, whereas Mark Agnifilo was like, okay, well, where's the line drawn? If they're doing 75 different freak-offs and 76 is a little different from the first 75, is that make him guilty of sex trafficking? And that was really kind of the message that he was sending to the jury. But in terms of just counts 2 and 4,
this?
What the hell?
Damn these son of bitches. Oh, what's this?
I think this show's about over.
I gotta stay focused. Gotta get out of here. Jules! Jules! Right here.
I gotta stay away.
Specifically related to Cassie and Jane. And when it comes to Cassie specifically, Mark Agnifilo is like, okay, I suppose you can sex traffic your girlfriend if you sell her into prostitution. They're swingers. This is a lifestyle. Again, kind of that was a common theme throughout his closing, was that this was just an alternative lifestyle, that these were just swingers, and these were just people who were engaging in threesomes, that they were adults, that they were making these choices. And he kind of said something interesting where he was like, okay, well, if your partner likes anal, but you don't like anal, do you stop doing anal? It was kind of really like an oh my God moment a little bit, because I saw some people in the gallery kind of just be like, what did he just say? But in terms of just Mark Agnifilo kind of painting this as consensual, he was saying that this is what people do who are in love. They do things that maybe they don't necessarily want to do, but they do it because they love their partner, and that doesn't amount to sex trafficking. So when it comes to Cassie, he was saying things like your likes and their likes become one, and Cassie wasn't necessarily clutching her pearls at the ideas of doing freak-offs. And then the defense pointed out those 3 instances that the government alleged were clear instances of sex trafficking. That was what had happened at Cannes Film Festival, something that had happened with Daniel Phillip in 2012 after a freak-off where Cassie Ventura was beaten and then was forced, according to the government, to still do a freak-off. And then they point to the Intercontinental Hotel incident. But one thing that was interesting, Jesse, is that they played the Intercontinental Hotel video during the defense's closing argument. And Mark Agnifilo really kind of took it piece by piece. But I think most notably, he skipped the part where Sean Combs is seen on that surveillance video dragging, beating, kicking Cassie Ventura when she was on the ground. And so in the defense's argument, they were saying that this whole thing was just domestic violence, that this is not sex trafficking. And the defense used one of Cassie's own Instagram posts against her, specifically the one after this CNN surveillance videotape, which we now know to be kind of a snippet of what had happened in 2016 at the Intercontinental Hotel, where Cassie made this post after kind of seeing this amount of support, where she was saying, you know, domestic violence is the issue. Mark Agnifilo kind of pointed it out to be like, okay, she not once said sex trafficking was the issue, none of that. And so it was one of those things where it seemed like the defense was kind of using the alleged victim's words against her. And so then there were other points. So when it came to sex trafficking as it pertains to Jane, Mark Agnifilo says that it's a little bit different than Cassie Ventura Fine, where that Jane had liked all the trappings, that she was more focused on what she was getting out of it that the world could actually see. So seeing the things of them being on social media, those types of things. But then they kind of point to the sex trafficking instances that the government pointed out. So one example was September 2023, where the government claimed that this was an instance of sex trafficking, and that the defense showed the jury text messages from this time frame, that being September 18th of 2023, where Jane had liked a text with the link for Cowboys for Angels. The defense says Jane often didn't like the entertainers, and that she was able to kind of send them packing. So they bring out one text message from Jane that we could see in an exhibit where Jane was saying, okay, this is the Paymo sent on Venmo for their bum a cowboy, because this cowboy couldn't necessarily perform, or she wasn't attracted to him, something to that effect. And so the defense says that this bum a cowboy was still paid. And then they brought up the Then they brought up the sobriety party in October of 2023, where the defense says that Jane was upset about Gina, but she still agreed to do this hotel night. And Mark Agnifilo said people do things because she wanted to do things at the time. Maybe she just regrets it. She agreed to it, and that's pretty much it. And so even in terms of Jane getting her rent paid and those types of things, Mark Agnifilo again.
I leave around 5:30, sometimes 6. It's about 92 miles.
Hershey County 7938.
Happy Mother's Day.
There's a better way to save on work travel. Book your work travel on Engine to find exclusive deals and save up to 60% on hotels and extended stays. Wherever your work takes you, save big on work travel.
Kind of really he's animated throughout his cross-examination, but at this point he was saying that Jane previously had a crappy lawyer. Those were literally the words that he had used when it comes to her child support, and that Sean Combs was just doing a nice thing, helping take care of another man's child, providing that child, and then of course the child's mother with a nice home, the home that he's still paying for even to this day, even while he's still being incarcerated. And that's about $10,000 a month just on rent alone. And so Mark Agnifilo says that Jane and Sean Combs were kind of into the porn scene, and how Jane even, brought escorts herself and found these escorts herself, specifically naming Cabral and Antoine. And so in kind of the last instance that they were talking about was what had happened June 18th, 19th of just last year. And so Mark Agnifilo said nothing happens this night. They've never been physical before. She slammed his head into the counter. Why did she do this? Without any reasonable explanation at all. The defense saying, why is she calling him that word? And that word being a pedophile, because Sean Combs was dating a 21-year-old. And so the defense was saying that Jane was just trying to get a rise out of him, and that they were pointing out that Jane changed into a dress as opposed to sweats when she was trying to get away, and that Mark Agnifilo claims she wasn't hiding behind a wall for 2 hours, that there's no way that this could have happened. But Agnifilo admits that there was some kind of physical contact that night. He did admit that. He did say that Jane did have visible injuries to her face, something that the jury could see, because unfortunately this was a particular exhibit that we couldn't see. But he says that nothing about this night makes any type of sense. So really kind of putting that reasonable doubt in those jurors' minds, just as it pertains to count 2 and count 4, again, those being sex trafficking in relation to alleged victim 1, that being Cassie Ventura Fine, and alleged victim 2, that of course being Jane Doe.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting when he was like, Cassie even called it domestic violence. She didn't call it sex trafficking, that this was all about love. If domestic violence was a charge here, he would have pled guilty to it, that this is all about money. They didn't call 911. They got civil lawyers. I think it was really interesting when he highlighted how Cassie left. Eventually, she left the relationship. She could have always left. What happened to her? Nothing happened to her. Real quick, before we move on to transportation to engage in prostitution, he did spend a little time talking about the underlying predicate crimes of racketeering and the other alleged victims in this case, whether it's Kid Cudi, Mia, Capricorn Clark. Basically said that testimony doesn't support the charges. Real quick, what did he say about those 3 individuals and those underlying predicate crimes, right? Arson, kidnapping, forced labor.
Yeah, so in terms of Kid Cudi, the defense is saying that Cassie played Kid Cudi as something that he being Kid Cudi had even testified to. Mark Agnifilo said the government wants you to believe that she was so scared to death of Sean Combs, but she wasn't afraid of him. Mark Agnifilo claims that Cassie was lying to both Sean Combs and to Kid Cudi because Cassie was trying to keep it gangsta, that she had 2 hotel rooms when Sean Combs had found out that she was seeing Kid Cudi. One was a freak off that they were engaged in around that time frame, but also another hotel room where she had kept this burner phone, and that the burner phone was the reason that she had all these secrets and all of that stuff. And so In terms of just Kid Cudi, the defense really kind of pointing out about the glove that the fire investigator didn't talk about when they showed all those photos to the jury. They were even talking about the female partial DNA that was found, because they have to kind of really emphasize it was partial DNA. It was it kind of matched a female person, but you know, the investigation really stalled in 2011. Nothing really happened. No charges came about from that particular moment. And in terms of Capricorn Clark, the defense spent a lot of time talking about Capricorn Clark, where they had talked about the 2004 alleged kidnapping of her, where she was taken to an abandoned building that was going to eventually be turned into one of the bad boy offices, and that she was the government alleges, and Capricorn Clark testified to this too, that she was forced to take these lie detector tests day after day after day after day. And the defense says that it wasn't kidnapping because she was able to go home every single day. That the Capricorn Clark testified that she kept doing it because she wanted to get her job back. And the defense asked the jury at this moment, do you guys feel kidnapped being here inside this courtroom? Because y'all get to go home every day. So again, kind of making it seem a little personal to the jury at some points, but also kind of making it seem like Capricorn Clark, this didn't happen. She wasn't kidnapped because she had the free will to go home every single day. And at any point she could have stopped. But in terms of just the 2011 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark, the defense kind of talked about Capricorn Clark and that she was super friends with Sean Combs, and that they were kind of sprinkling in that Capricorn Clark might have had a crush on Sean Combs. And then even Mark Agnifilo at one point says, okay, well, she's, you know, somewhat of a little off kilter, but really kind of saying that Capricorn Clark had texted Sean Combs that we misused our dope chemistry. But really the defense's main point of this particular argument was kind of just that there was no type of way that Sean Combs had a gun on his person at this time, because why would he have a gun? That was one of the reasons that this might not have even happened. The defense also pointing out that Cassie was the one that gave Sean Combs his address, and that Sean Combs had everything to do, so why would he point a gun at one of his staff members and allegedly kidnap her? He also pointed out that Capricorn Clark wouldn't have stayed employed if a gun was actually pulled on her, and that Kid Cudi and Cassie said that Capricorn never said that Sean Combs had a gun. So really kind of planting those seeds of doubt into the jury's mind about whether or not was a gun there, was it not? But I also think the main thing is, like, do you believe the witnesses? Do you believe what they have to say? Are they all just kind of making this up, or do they all not remember those types of things? And so even in terms of just Mia, really kind of when it falls to Rico and just the underlying predicate acts, they really were talking about the alleged witness tampering, where Mark Agnifilo was saying that the government didn't tell the jury that Mia had sent a message saying that she was out of Skrilla meaning money, and that's why D-Rock had messaged her around that time frame, saying that if you need anything, I might be able to help you. Because, and it's interesting, Jesse, they said that specific line about Mia saying that she was out of Skrilla, because Alexandra Shapiro also used that particular line when they were doing that motion for judgment of acquittal. And so, you know, we were talking about it before on Sidebar a couple days ago. We were like, okay, this might be a preview of what we can expect for the closing argument. And given that those two lines pretty much were exactly the same, it really did feel like, okay, the defense really wanted to make sure that the jury had the full context of why D-Rock might have been reaching out to her.
Yeah, and look, I think there's room for reasonable doubt there. I really do.
Everywhere I turn, there they are. Might be safe now. Need to find a way out. Can I use this? Oh my God! Please help me!
be able to break those locks now.
Now, some might say, is he minimizing too much of this and trying to explain too much of this? Even saying things like, oh, it wasn't, bribery, wasn't trying to tamper with a witness, he was just trying to protect himself, for the underlying crimes. I get it. I don't know where exactly he went with transportation to engage in prostitution. What was the defense to that?
So, Jesse, I really didn't know where the defense was really kind of going to go in that particular argument as it pertains to count 3 and count 5, that being transportation to engage in prostitution. But Mark Agnifilo mentioned that the government only called 2 of the many escorts that were used between the time that Sean Combs was with Cassie over and spilling into the time that Sean Combs was with Jane. And it was a lot of escorts that were shown to the jury just yesterday, and it was really kind of laid out in terms of just even some of the escorts overlapping between Cassie and between Jane. But the government only called 2 of those escorts, that being Daniel Phillips and that being Sheree Hayes, aka the Punisher. And so Mark Agnifilo says that both of these men says that it wasn't sex for money and that they weren't prostitutes, and then they did testify to that. They said that they weren't prostitutes. They said that they were just paid for their time, the experience. But Mark Agnifilo again asking, why didn't the government just call more escorts to the stand? And even saying things like, were these the 2 best that they could get? They didn't travel anywhere because they were always here in New York. And so the defense pointed out that Daniel Phillips says that he didn't even ask for a single dollar for spending those nights in the hotel rooms, doing those freak-offs with Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. And even when it comes to Sheree Hayes, aka the Punisher, that Sheree Hayes testified that he goes there to set a sexy scene and that he went over there one time, got $500 and didn't even have sex with Cassie Ventura. And so Mark Agnifilo said that there's no evidence that there was negotiation of sex for money. And the defense says that the sex videos, the sexually explicit videos, as it comes to, or as it pertains to Jane, that this was just homemade porn, and says that adult film stars, aka porn stars, that they get paid, but they're not prostitutes. So why does that apply to the men that were used in what the defense keeps calling the private time or the personal time when it comes to Sean Combs?
Interesting. So then we come to the rebuttal closing argument from prosecutor Maureen Comey. What were some of the main themes that stood out to you? It was obviously shorter than the first closing argument, but this is the last thing.
Every sound you've ever heard exists in this town. Every voice and every timbre.
Hey, showtime!
The most complicated, sophisticated orchestra playing the most beautiful symphony ever played.
I hear the beat.
As an audio producer, soundtrack is really a dream project.
We were able to work with a composer.
Nasty on the bass. Really nice to be in a multi-cast situation.
So much life, so much culture.
This is a book that's meant to be heard.
Nice.
Once I realized all the creativity and energy they were going to put behind it, it was going to be a gift to me and that the public would be in for a treat.
Are you ready to do this? There's no better feeling than working with either actors or authors that really connect to the material.
The beauty of this was really just watching the cast come together and gel the same way the band did in the book.
There's nothing better or more beautiful than to be able to capture the blossoming of fresh relationships.
We are Soundtrack!
I got her a little something.
A little something, Dad?
Hold up. Walt rolled his 401k account into an Empower IRA and planned for times like this. I'm for Team Splurge. Get good at money so you can be a little bad. Empower.
Okay, this is the last opportunity. It's their case, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. What were some of the main highlights from the rebuttal closing from Maureen Comey, the prosecutor?
Well, I will say this, Jesse, that I think AUSA Maureen Comey was a lot more animated and a lot more, I think, direct and personal with the jury, as opposed to Christy Slavic, who really kind of was just, for the most part, she was very, very methodical, a word that I've been using often describing her, the prosecution's closing argument. But with the rebuttal, Maureen Comey, she was really like, okay, this is my final message. I really want you to know this, because she was even using her hands at point. She was kind of saying, the defense wants you to believe that this happened, and this, that was kind of the tone of it. But right off the bat, Maureen Comey says the defense put a whole lot of energy, and she really was kind of exaggerating her words here, where she says they put a whole lot of energy into blaming the victims and the United States government. But the prosecution says in Sean Combs' world, he couldn't take no for an answer. And again, that was a common theme throughout the prosecution's closing argument, even for the first time and then in the rebuttal. And so Maureen Comey mentioned that the burden of proof is on the United States government and that the defense didn't have to call a single witness, but they welcomed that burden because they believe they proved their case. And so in terms of just some of the biggest highlights, they brought it back to the payment for sex, where Maureen Comey says he wasn't flying escorts all over the country just for their conversation. His money was used for sex, and that Daniel Phillip had testified that he got paid for sex and that he couldn't perform, and that when he couldn't perform, he didn't get any type of money. And so Maureen Comey said that the argument that all the escorts weren't called to testify was just a distraction, and that Comey said that Sean Combs made Cassie make sure that these men weren't cops. They weren't undercover cops, something that the jury has seen in text messages where somebody had messaged, okay, you're not a cop, right? Those types of things. And so Maureen Comey said the only reason to worry about undercover cops is because this is illegal. When it came to count one, that being racketeering conspiracy, Comey says that the uncalled witnesses were equally available to both sides, both the prosecution and both the defense. And so I think kind of trying to imply like, okay, well, if you don't think that these people are co-conspirators, why didn't the defense call them? And she specifically named Christina Quorum and D-Rock. And so Maureen Comey says, you have an enterprise here. The law doesn't require anyone to use the words that they were in a racketeering enterprise. You don't have to come onto the stand and be like, yes, I am a criminal. Yes, I was involved in a member of the racketeering conspiracy. She says you don't need all that. She was saying this to the jury. You don't need all of that in order to prove him guilty on that specific charge. And so even in terms of just the 2011 alleged kidnapping of Capricorn Clark, Comey says that both Cassie and Kid Cudi testified that Capricorn Clark was forced to go over to Kid Cudi's home. The government says that Combs used guns with men but used fists with women, kind of going back to the Suge Knight incident and going back to just the whole gun aspect of this case. When it came to the London hotel incident with Cassie, the government says it doesn't matter that Cassie wanted to go to Sean Combs' home. She was forced to go to that hotel, that she couldn't even leave even to see her mother. And so again, pointing to that is proof of kidnapping. When it came to the arson of Kid Cudi's Porsche, the government says that the whole glove thing that the defense was trying to use, where they were like, okay, why isn't the jury shown these photos of the glove or anything like that? Well, the prosecution says that the glove was Kid Cudi's. That's the simplest answer to this. But they also mentioned that Cassie's testimony about Sean Combs specifically threatening to blow up Kid Cudi's car, and then as we all know, a Molotov cocktail was in that car, and we all know in 2011 what ended up happening. We've seen the photos of it. Kid Cudi had testified to it. Even in terms of just drugs,
Too damn loud.
when the defense was talking about drugs, they were saying it was all for personal use at this point in time, that again, the assistants were getting Sean Combs drugs because he might have been a drug addict, but at the same time, this isn't criminal, this isn't drug distribution. But the government said no requirement for drugs to be distributed in large quantities, because even I myself thought, okay, drug distribution means that it has to be lots of drugs, but it really could even come down to personal use drugs. And she said just giving drugs to another person, that is against the law. And she said that the defendant is guilty of racketeering conspiracy because, again, she's not talking about marijuana or anything like that. She's talking about cocaine and THC, things that were pretty much essential to these hotel nights and freak-offs. And so even in terms of just the hotel nights and freak-offs, Jesse, that Maureen Comey said that Cassie testified that Sean Combs directed the escort to urinate in her mouth, and pointed out that both Cassie and Jane told Sean Combs that they didn't want to be doing this these particular nights. Comey even said that there were 3 women who had no motive to lie. It was Cassie, it was Jane, and it was Mia. Cassie, because she had already gotten her settlement. Why did she need to lie? She already has her money. If anything, if she were to get on the stand and lie, that would just make her look bad. When it came to Jane didn't even file a lawsuit against Sean Combs. And when it came to Mia, Mia had already gotten her settlement years earlier. So I think the defense, or excuse me, I think the government is really kind of bringing it all together because they have the last and final word of the jury.
Yeah, the question is, all these people are lying. Really, what is their incentive to lie, particularly if there's a lack of a financial motivation? And again, I think the idea of, so the defense is saying that Cassie wanted to be, urinated on, Jane wanted to have sex after being beaten, Mia wanted to be sexually violated, they wanted to be drenched in baby oil and having UTIs and wearing high heels. I think both sides are saying, what is common sense here. The defense has a very fair argument. The prosecution has a fair argument. We'll see what the jury ultimately decides. Monday, they're coming back. Jury instructions, beginning of deliberations. We shall see. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeff.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
With the help of Zero accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips.
So business is a breeze. And I've got bigger plans. Search Zero with an X.
Don't you wish summer could go on forever? Where every day is an endless beach day with a new adventure on every tide. Limitless feasts for the senses and long nights filled with magic and mystery. St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, and the beaches. Explore Florida's historiccoast.com.
The defense may get all the evidence in the case. A superseding indictment may be on the horizon, and that's it for trying to get bail? We're breaking down some of the recent major updates in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, it is time once again to do a kind of reassessment of where we are right now in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case. So many things happen at such a fast pace. Now, if you haven't been following the day-to-day of this criminal case, we've got some recent updates for you. And to start, you know, I will tell you, I was actually doing a live stream of a Diddy hearing the other day on our Law and Crime YouTube channel, and we take questions from our viewers, and they're great questions, by the way. We love when you guys submit the questions. But we took a question from one of our YouTubers, and it was something as simple as, what's going on with Diddy? I haven't really been following it. And you know, I thought about that. We do so many stories here on Sidebar about this guy. Sometimes I just assume most of you know what's been going on from the very beginning, but the truth is many don't. And his charges are not so easy to understand. They're kind of complicated. They're not so straightforward. So let me briefly set the stage about what he's charged with and how we got here. So Sean Combs, the music mogul, the multimillionaire, he was arrested in September out in New York by federal authorities. And this wasn't a surprise to us. Why? Because after his ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, filed her bombshell lawsuit against him in November of 2023, accusing him of sexually, verbally, emotionally, and psychologically abusing her over their relationship that lasted years, that was the start of many lawsuits to come against Sean Combs. And by the way, he was just sued by 3 men who said that they were assaulted by him as well. Now, what happened after we saw the beginning of all these lawsuits? 2 of his properties in March of 2024 were raided by federal agents who, confiscated guns and digital and physical evidence. In May, CNN published a video of Combs purportedly beating Cassandra Ventura in a hotel hallway from back in 2016. This surveillance footage apparently captures him running down a hallway in a towel and kicking, punching, and dragging her. And then 2 days after that video is published, he ends up apologizing in an Instagram video. Then, September, he's arrested out in New York and he was charged with 3 federal crimes: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. I think the best way to explain what he's being charged with is how it's described in his criminal indictment, namely that he allegedly abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs businesses to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, pleasured himself during, and often electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. So that essentially is what we're talking about. And since his arrest, he has been detained at the Metropolitan Detention Center out in Brooklyn, New York. By the way, as you can see with how we cover stories like Diddy, we just try to call balls and strikes, just try to give you the facts, sober analysis, and that is why we're thrilled to partner with a company like Straight Arrow News. So this is an app and website that is focused on objective, unbiased reporting. As somebody who's always doing research for Sidebar, I get it. I know how easy it is to get lost in biased journalism. Well, Straight Arrow News helps us cut through that with tools like the Media Landscape, which shows where outlets fall on the political spectrum, or the Media Mist tool, highlighting stories that mainstream media might be skipping. So check it out for yourself for free. Use the tools that we use to research at san.com/sidebar, or click the link in the description. And supporting them means supporting journalists like us who are committed to delivering the truth. Okay, all that in mind, let's talk now about some recent updates in the criminal case. So I want to start with what happened just a few days ago, because Combs had this pretrial hearing in federal court in front of Judge Arun Subramanian, the current judge overseeing this case. And the prosecution indicated to the court that they plan to turn over all evidence to the defense by the end of the year. So what is that, just less than 2 weeks? Now, the government, in a letter to the court in anticipation of this hearing, they did have a little caveat. They said certain discovery, however, may be produced after that date. For example, due to technological limitations, the government has not yet been able to extract every electronic device seized. To the extent that the ongoing efforts to extract the devices are successful, those extractions will be produced promptly. Moreover, as noted previously, the government's investigation is ongoing, and the government will continue to produce discoverable material as it is received on a rolling basis. This may include, among other things, records received in response to outstanding or new subpoenas or other legal process. Now, I have to put this in perspective for a minute. The prosecution has indicated that there is a mountain of evidence in this case. And when you're talking a racketeering case that is apparently, allegations are stemming from 2008, 2009 to 2024, there's a lot of stuff here, and it can get complicated. And particularly digital evidence. I mean, in this case, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson, one of the prosecutors, said back in October that and this was during the early stages of this case, as per reporting by PBS, 96 electronic devices were seized during these raids on Sean Combs' properties, and that 8 devices contained over 90 terabytes of information. Now, not all of it might be relevant to the case, but that is a lot to go through. But even in a filing last month, Combs' defense team said that the productions that were turned over to them by the prosecution have been voluminous, and they confirm that the government, quote, has turned over many terabytes of data, including search warrant affidavits. Think about how much material that is. So when you think about that, when you think about how much material has been turned over to the defense, and maybe will still have to be turned over, it is still amazing to me that the defense will be ready for a May 2025 trial. But I tell you what, just keep that in mind. Keep that date in mind for a second. Now, during this hearing this week, there has also been a discussion about Brady material. Now, Brady material is relevant evidence that is favorable to the defense, potentially exculpatory evidence, tending to prove a defendant did not commit the crime. And this is evidence that the prosecution finds out about and has to turn over to the defense. And in their joint letter to the court in anticipation of this hearing this week, the defense argued, quote, that the Brady disclosures failed to meet the minimum constitutional standards to which Mr. Combs is entitled. And so during the hearing, Judge Subramanian asked the prosecution, can you tell me how you're complying with the Brady obligations? To which Assistant United States Attorney Emily Johnson reportedly responded that they are endeavoring to get the defense the information they're requesting, including interrogations the prosecution conducted, and also told the court that they had given the defense files from Victim 1. Now, based on the description of Victim 1 in the indictment and prosecution filings, this is the victim, by the way, who makes up the sex trafficking charge. I think a fair argument would be that is probably Cassandra Ventura. So when there is a discussion of turning over evidence regarding Victim 1, potentially Cassandra Ventura, and exculpatory evidence regarding Victim 1, I have to wonder if this relates back to the argument presented by the defense over the past several months that there is no evidence that Victim 1 is a victim of sex trafficking, rather that she and Combs had this consensual, years-long, toxic, violent relationship. And when you look at the 2016 video that I mentioned before, the defense would say this is not evidence that he was sex trafficking her, but this was just a very unfortunate, disturbing domestic spat. Now, the prosecutors have asserted that there was a sex worker in that hotel room that she was allegedly escaping from, and so this is a prime example of sex trafficking. But going back to what this exculpatory information might be regarding Victim 1, Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, seemed to confirm that in this hearing, this might be what's going on, because he apparently said to the judge, if what happened in Mr. Combs' bedroom was found to be entirely personal, we'd view that as subject to Brady. Now, to be clear, we don't know exactly what exculpatory Brady material is being referred to, but I think a fair assessment would be if they're trying to say that everything was consensual, maybe toxic, but consensual between Cassandra Ventura or Victim 1 and Sean Combs, that's exculpatory. Okay, moving on. Also in this hearing, there was an important discussion about a superseding indictment. You see, it's been reported that the prosecutors here have been presenting evidence to a grand jury and that this investigation is ongoing. So it is possible that Combs could be hit with new or amended charges. And so Judge Subramanian asked AUSA Johnson more about this. The judge asked, what can you tell me about your ongoing investigation and any superseding indictment? Now, AUSA Johnson reportedly replied, I can't say much. We're mindful of the trial date, and any additional charges will have little discovery information.
Your teams can adapt approved content with lock templates and commercially safe AI.
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. And for me, that's trust. What sets Advance apart is the people. They don't just hand me parts. They help me get back on the road. They've always got the right parts at the right price, right when I need them. Whether you just need your battery tested or you've got years of experience, Advance Auto Parts is right around the corner and ready to help.
This is how we advance.
Huh. What does that mean? Does it seem to suggest that if we bring charges, it wouldn't make a major change in the case? Maybe suggesting it wouldn't necessarily require a change in the trial date? So is it possible that means just maybe, I don't know, amending the racketeering charge to add more evidence? So does that mean maybe just adding additional supporting evidence to, let's say, the racketeering charge that is so widespread or overarching? Because the racketeering charge has a number of underlying crimes. I mentioned before, forced labor, kidnapping, obstruction, bribery. And so maybe they're just going to amend it with additional information. It's hard to say. I mean, prosecutors have alleged that they have evidence that Combs engaged in further acts of obstruction while he's been locked up in the MDC after his arrest, after the indictment, namely allegedly paying to use other inmates' phone access accounts, using three-way phone calls to contact people not approved on his contact list, evidence that he told his family to contact potential victims and witnesses in this case. So if they are going to now amend the indictment to include this, is that a possibility? Is that maybe why it won't change the structure of the case? It's not like an additional charge per se. Or maybe they say, look, we know there's a trial date, we get it, but that may change. I mean, we keep wondering if Combs is going to be hit with charges with respect to minors, since that is the basis of a lot of the civil lawsuits that he's currently facing since he was first criminally charged. And if they do end up charging him criminally at the federal level with respect to minors, that, I have to imagine, would include a lot more discovery, would change the whole tenor of this case, would change his entire defense strategy. But honestly, tough to say what to make from those remarks. Now, moving back to Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, he asked during this hearing that the racketeering charge, he said, is very vague, and that the prosecution, what they're alleging with multiple acts of arson and kidnapping, but he said it wasn't clear what events they're referring to. And he even suggested we anticipate a motion for a bill of particulars coming to the court. Now, a bill of particulars is when a defendant says to the government, look, I need some more clarity on my charges. Itemize it out for me. I need more details of each charge so I can properly understand the case and defend against it. And it's a way for a defendant to avoid being surprised at trial. And by the way, Combs' defense has asked for this before at another point in this case, including wanting to know the names of the victims in this case. So we'll see if they get a little bit more clarity or ask for more clarity about what the charges are. By the way, when Agnifilo talks about arson and kidnapping, in one of the government's first letters to the court at the very beginning of this case in September, they kind of explain what this is. They write, in the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another individual one. Multiple witnesses would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in, the latter of which is corroborated by police reports and other records. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirators set fire to individual one's vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. And we believe this is actually in reference to rapper Kid Cudi, because this description is almost identical to what has been alleged in another lawsuit against Sean Combs. I believe it was the Cassandra Ventura lawsuit, where she said that Combs took this revenge out on the rapper because of him being romantically linked to her. All right, so moving on, the judge concluded the hearing by scheduling the next hearing for March 17th, meaning we may not see or hear from Sean Combs for quite some time as he sits behind bars in the MDC. Now, to be fair, we haven't really seen him with our own eyes. There's been courtroom sketches, but I will tell you this, talking about seeing and hearing from Sean Combs, Long Crime's very own Elizabeth Milner was inside that courtroom for this hearing, and she relayed to us how Combs looked.
So when Diddy came inside, it was still that standard issued MDC jumpsuit. He's wearing khaki. From that video of, I think that was obtained by Daily Mail back in September, of Diddy playing hacky sack in Central Park, to now he appeared just astonishingly thinner, which you can expect to be inside a federal detention center for a couple months now. A lot different from the luxury lifestyle that he was living before, but he appeared very noticeably thinner, and maybe being locked up in detention is starting to wear on him. He appeared grayer a little bit as well too, but again, he appeared just like how you would expect Diddy to appear for a hearing.
First of all, I got to call out Elizabeth here because her reporting on this was picked up by the press. A lot of outlets quoted her description of Diddy, so great reporting by her. But also, it's interesting hearing the way that he looked considering what he reportedly said in court too. According to ABC, Combs reportedly said to those in the court, "Happy holidays, y'all." He was also apparently polite to the judge, asking, "Good afternoon, how are you doing today?" So seemingly a positive attitude considering he's locked up for the foreseeable future and, may not be doing great behind bars. Which, by the way, we have an update on that as well. So after Judge Subramanian became the latest judge to deny Sean Combs bail, denying him pretrial release, Combs, by the way, still had the option to appeal that decision to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. But in a recent filing, his team wrote, Mr. Combs does not seek to appeal the district court's denial of his renewed motion and hereby moves to voluntarily dismiss the appeal. So it seems he has given up trying to be released. He has given up trying to fight for bail. And I think a fair argument for why he would do that would be he probably realized it wouldn't be successful after so many judges all concluded the same thing. And given the fact that his trial is basically just around the corner, I mean, May will be here before you know it. and there is such an enormous amount of evidence to review, like I mentioned, maybe let's not spend the time and money trying to fight a non-winnable argument, right? Let's focus on my legal defense, not bail. It's not happening for me. And by the way, why did Judge Subramanian recently, last month, become the latest judge to deny him bail? Well, as Judge Subramanian wrote in his order, the court finds that the government has shown by clear and convincing evidence, so it's a lower standard, that no condition or combination of conditions will reasonably assure the safety of the community. So first, he says, aside from all the heinous allegations in the indictment, Subramanian, he cites the 2016 videotape as evidence of Combs' violence and his dangerousness. This is important in a bail analysis. Second, Subramanian ruled that Combs presents a serious risk of witness tampering, like improperly contacting a grand jury witness and trying to cover it up. Third, Subramanian says that Combs violated the Bureau of Prisons regulations in the MDC when he was making these three-way phone calls or using other inmates' phone access codes. He broke the rules while in the MDC while he was seeking bail, and when he knew the government had already alleged he was reaching out to witnesses and engaging in obstructive conduct, yet Subramanian says he does this. Fourth, this was interesting, Subramanian actually took issue with what he perceived to be Sean Combs' lawyers misrepresenting to the court about whether or not Combs' legal pads in his jail unit were actually labeled legal or not. This was with respect to a separate inquiry on whether his rights were violated when photos were taken of those legal pads. It seemed to be the suggestion that the defense might not have been so accurate about when or if those pads were labeled legal or not, so it's a bit of a problem there. Fifth, even though Sean Combs presented a bail package of $50 million and private security to monitor him on house arrest, Judge Subramanian wrote the court doubts the sufficiency of any conditions that place trust in Combs and individuals in his employ, like a private security detail, to follow those conditions. So in other words, he might influence that security detail. They can't be trusted either. And here's the final point. Combs is in a different position than Mike Jeffries, the former CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, who was also recently arrested and charged with federal sex trafficking crimes in New York. Why? The issue with Jeffries was that he was less a danger on the outside versus a flight risk, and he had no criminal history. And the allegations there stemmed from a decade ago, and he's 80 years old, and there's no RICO or racketeering allegation. So he really can't be compared with Sean Combs. There's no way to ensure Combs wouldn't be a danger on the outside or essentially follow the rules. That's the bottom line. Okay, so now that he's locked up, it does seem clear there's one thing he's probably going to do, and that is review evidence in this case. That leads me to another update here. So you remember there was this whole back and forth about how and when Combs could use a laptop to review evidence while he's locked up at the MDC. Well, Judge Subramanian recently ordered that the MDC must give Combs access to the Discovery laptop 7 days per week from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. This can be in his unit's visiting room or in his unit's VTC room, the video teleconference room. And the purpose, by the way, of this Discovery laptop, the judge said, is to review discovery, not to take or store notes. And Judge Subramanian wrote that it's the court's understanding that the laptop has been preloaded with discovery materials, but does not allow any functionality beyond reviewing those materials. If defendant wishes for broader access to the discovery laptop, his counsel should discuss the issue with the government, which should consider any reasonable proposals in good faith and work with BOP counsel and MDC staff to effectuate them. In other words, this was about Sean Combs wanting to take legal notes on the laptop. So it looks like he won't be allowed to do that just yet, but he does have access to this laptop at certain times and certain locations. And by the way, I'll also mention regarding Judge Subramanian's recent order, he ordered that the
These are dad pants. They stretch in every direction. They're comfortable, even when you're not. And when this happens, nothing happens. Hell yeah, they're dad pants. Dockers, always a fit.
The MDC can no longer turn over Sean Combs' attorney visitation forms to the government. And that was an issue. Combs' lawyers argued that the facility shouldn't just send over forms to the prosecutors letting them know when Combs was meeting with his lawyers. The defense even argued that that was privileged. By the way, talking about Sean Combs in the MDC, he's going to be spending his first Christmas behind bars there. And according to People magazine, the meals he will be served on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day include Cornish hen, mac and cheese, baked chicken patty sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, potato chips, fruit. Now you might be saying, doesn't seem all that bad, but remember what Mark Agnifilo told reporters about the MDC.
Describe the conditions of the situation right now.
So it is. The food is inedible, from what I've been told. It's way too hot in the summer. Sometimes there's no heat at all in the winter. The toilet water has been known to freeze. It's violent. Someone like Mr. Combs, might be a target for certain things.
Also, I have some interesting updates about staffing in this criminal case. So first, Damian Williams, remember him, the acting United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, when these charges were first brought against Sean Combs? Well, he has officially resigned from the office, saying, "It is bitter in the sense that I am leaving my dream job. I'm leading an institution I love that is filled with the finest public servants in the world. It is sweet in that I am confident I am leaving at a time when the office is functioning at an incredibly high level, upholding and exceeding its already high standard of excellence, integrity, and independence." So Edward Y. Kim has stepped up as acting United States Attorney, so we will see how this case progresses under Mr. Kim. Also, talking about the prosecution, Marine Ryan Comey, who led the prosecution against Ghislaine Maxwell, has now joined the prosecution team against Sean Combs as well. Remember, she is the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey. And let's not forget, Ghislaine Maxwell's case was a sex trafficking case. So again, good for them to get a prosecutor experienced in these kinds of prosecutions. And finally, one more update for you in Sean Combs' criminal case. Kind of a tangential note, may or may not have an impact or effect on Combs' criminal case, but I want to bring it up nonetheless. So Sean Combs' alleged drug mule, Brendan Paul, who was arrested for cocaine and marijuana possession right after the raids on Combs' properties, apparently won't face any jail time. And this is a guy who was accused in a lawsuit against Combs of being someone who procured drugs and paid off sex workers for Sean Combs. This is from that sexual assault and sex trafficking lawsuit filed by Combs' former producer, Rodney Lil Rod Jones. Well, it turns out, after Paul was arrested at the Miami Opa-locka Executive Airport, allegedly trying to board Combs' private jet and was caught with the drugs, state prosecutors decided to only prosecute him for the cocaine possession, but he was offered a deal. If he completed a drug diversion program, the possession charge would be dropped. And that's an option that's usually given to first-time offenders. And then just this week, 9 months after he was arrested, Paul had his final charge dropped. According to court records, he completed that pretrial diversion program, which included a drug substance abuse course. And it makes me wonder if he had this deal potentially worked out as a way for him to testify against Sean Combs at a criminal trial. We have no evidence to suggest that per se, but if you take allegations from Jones that this guy was involved and around nefarious activities, and of course, sex work and drugs are key elements in this prosecution, makes you wonder. But that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time. Hey, so before we jump into this further, I have an exciting announcement for you guys. The video version of Sidebar is now available on Spotify. That's right, and we are so thankful for your guys' support of Sidebar. Us getting this show on Spotify video is truly due to how loyal this audience is. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, you can now watch and listen on the go, from Diddy to the United Healthcare murder updates to crazy court moments. It's all on Spotify. So right now you can scan the QR code on screen or click the link in the description to follow Sidebar on Spotify.
Kayak? No way. Why would I use Kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? Kayak. I like to do things myself. I do my own searching. It isn't efficient. Use Kayak. I can't trust anything else to do the job right.
Kayak. Search one and done.
tenido un accidente? Comuníquese con las oficinas legales de Brandon J. Broderick, con un equipo dedicado a accidentes disponible las 24 horas al día, 7 días por la semana. Están comprometidos a tratarlos con genuina empatía y compasión. Ubicado en nuestra comunidad, Brandon J. Broderick se dedica a servirle a nuestros vecinos. ¿No es reconfortante saber que existe una empresa local que prioriza su bienestar y lucha por lo que le corresponde? Sus abogados han conseguido cientos de millones en acuerdos y veredictos. Y recuerda, solo paga si gana. Llame ya a 866-429-4947 o visítenos en brandonjbroderick.com para iniciar.
Three men are accusing Sean Diddy Combs of sexually assaulting them at various locations, and they are going after the music executive and his companies. We've got our hands on the filings to examine the latest allegations, and we are speaking directly with their attorney. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The onslaught of civil lawsuits against Sean Diddy Combs is continuing, and this time we go to New York State Court. So an attorney has filed 3 new complaints with the New York Supreme Court this week on behalf of 3 John Does, these unidentified men. And you might remember, actually, that Joy Dickerson-Neal, one of the women who alleged that Combs and his associates had assaulted her back in the 90s, she filed her lawsuit in that same courtroom back in 2023. Now, the 3 lawsuits here, they lay out different attacks at different locations, 2 at hotels and 1 at Combs' home. Now, of course, allegations have been piling up against Sean Combs, this disgraced rapper, over the past year. And despite him settling what was reportedly a multi-million-dollar lawsuit with his ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura, other than him admitting, or seemingly admitting, it was him in that 2016 videotape that was released by CNN of him purportedly beating Ventura in a hotel hallway, he really hasn't admitted to anything. He has said that he is innocent of all of this. And by the way, he is innocent until proven guilty. He hasn't been found guilty of any crime related to this sex crimes investigations, and he also hasn't been found liable in any of the complaints that have been filed against him in the past year. And as I said, he's facing these federal criminal charges right now out of the Southern District of New York, where prosecutors accuse him of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. And the government claims that Combs used his money and influence to force women to participate in freak-offs, these prolonged sex performances that involved commercial sex workers and many times drug abuse. Well, right now, Combs is locked up at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York, as he's facing lawsuit after lawsuit. He was arrested in September. He's tried for bail 3 times in front of multiple judges. He's been denied every time. But the big picture here is that Sean Combs' parties, his events, are infamous. And it seems to have been almost an open secret in the entertainment world that his parties would get wild. But most A-listers, they have been willing to comment on the specifics of what was going on over the years. But as these civil actions have been filed, we are learning about alleged assaults against non-celebrity guests at these events. Because in these 3 new lawsuits, we are talking about 3 people who are alleging very similar conduct. And they are filing under the same causes of action: violation of New York City's Victims of Gender-Motivated Violence Protection Law, sexual assault, sexual battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, and negligent hiring, retention, supervision, and/or direction. We're going to get to those causes of action a little bit more. And by the way, I have been so nonstop with so much breaking news in this Diddy case that my life has been a little bit hectic. But I actually have this app that makes the day-to-day rewarding. That's the key word, rewarding, because it's called Upside. So get this, when I buy gas, groceries, food, my daily essentials, I could potentially get cash back using the free Upside app. Real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you transfer right into your bank account. Look here, I used Upside to find a gas station. I claimed an offer, pay with my credit card at the pump, follow the steps on the app. I got cash back. It is so simple to use, and you can use it at all different kinds of places, restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen, and make sure to use our promo code SIDEBAR, and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. First, I just want to dig into the specifics of these lawsuits. So the first one involves a John Doe who was living in Florida at the time he says he was attacked. Now, the verified complaint names the defendants as Sean Combs and several of his companies: Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings, Bad Boy Productions Holdings, Daddy's House Recordings, and Sony Music Holdings. You go after the companies that got the deep pockets. Now, it reads, this complaint is based on the negligent, willful, or intentional failure of the defendants to protect plaintiff John Doe from being sexually abused and exploited by defendant Sean Combs when John Doe was attending a party at Sean Combs' residence. Now, according to John Doe, in the summer of 2020, one of Combs' associates from Bad Boy Records had invited him to Sean Combs' home in the Hamptons for a party. So he ends up flying from Florida to New York. And the day of the party, one of the Bad Boy associates reportedly picked him up and took him to the home where he, along with other people, were drinking. And John Doe says that he started feeling sick and losing consciousness almost immediately. This is an allegation that we have seen time and time again in these lawsuits, claims that Combs allegedly added drugs to people's drinks to make them not only unable to consent, but also maybe potentially unable to escape. So John Doe says that he faded in and out of consciousness for the rest of the night, but then he awakes. And he awakes at one point to allegedly find Combs and his associates essentially taking turns assaulting him. And when he wakes up fully the next day, he says that he was surrounded by people from Bad Boy, but Combs wasn't there, and he left. The complaint says, out of fear and humiliation, plaintiff never told anybody about the aforementioned incident until now. So that kind of gives you an understanding of why it wasn't reported until now, although I'll get to that in a little bit. The second lawsuit that was filed this week is from a New York man who said he met Combs at the Marquee nightclub in New York. So John Doe here says that he was friends with a club promoter who has these connections to the music industry, and that's how he was able to meet such a high-profile celebrity like Sean Combs. The complaint reads, around midnight, defendant Sean Combs' security guards recruited plaintiff to join Sean Combs and the rest of his entourage at the Park Hyatt Hotel for an exclusive after-party. Plaintiff then joined defendant Sean Combs and about 10 other people from Bad Boy Records at Sean Combs' hotel suite within the Park Hyatt New York. Now, that is an interesting thing to note here because the Park Hyatt New York is actually where Combs was staying when he was arrested in September. Do we remember that? His lawyer said that he had traveled to New York to turn himself into the police, but according to them, they jumped the gun and arrested him the night before at his hotel. There was even surveillance footage of that. Well, John Doe says that when he gets to this hotel, Combs goes into another room and he comes back with a cocktail, and he gives that cocktail to John Doe. Quote, soon after, defendant Combs started ushering his guests, including plaintiff, into the bedroom within the hotel suite. During this time, plaintiff had consumed about half the drink that defendant Combs made for him. Once plaintiff entered the bedroom, the room started spinning and his mouth became very dry. Plaintiff voiced to defendant Sean Combs that he wasn't feeling well, so defendant Sean Combs offered to take plaintiff's jacket and instructed plaintiff to sit down on the end of the bed, which plaintiff did. While plaintiff was sitting on the bed feeling disoriented, defendant Sean Combs looked at him and the other people in the room and said, he is ready to party. Now that is especially chilling because that is almost the exact same thing that Combs allegedly said to a 13-year-old girl in 2000 that he is accused now in a separate lawsuit of raping, that this happened at a Video Music Awards after party. By the way, that same lawsuit also now accuses fellow rapper and media icon Jay-Z of participating in this rape, this sexual assault of a 13-year-old girl. And by the way, there's an allegation that there was this unidentified female celebrity who watched the whole thing. Going back to the lawsuit here, the John Doe in this lawsuit also reports going in and out of consciousness, but awakening to find himself naked with Combs on top of him. And he says he tried to resist.
Great ideas can come from anywhere. With Wix, you decide where they go. Put your ideas into play with AI and watch them shape every aspect of your website. Explore as many layouts and designs as you want. Then zoom in and dictate the mood and vibe. And when it all comes together, launch your idea into the world where it belongs. It's your business, your website. You do it yourself on Wix.
Let's talk salary.
Great. What do you typically offer for this role?
It's competitive.
And if it was a number, it would be...
A competitive number.
With Indeed, you can avoid awkward salary conversations from the start.
Whoa, a number.
Is it competitive?
But he couldn't. The complaint reads, during this brief moment of consciousness, plaintiff noticed that while he was being sexually assaulted by defendant Sean Combs on the sectional sofa, there was a man and a woman sitting on the bed recording the rape on a camera. It continues, when plaintiff awoke the next morning, the two people with the camera were laying on the bed, but defendant Sean Combs was no longer there. Plaintiff then began putting his clothes on when the man who was laying on the bed got up and handed plaintiff about $2,500 in cash, which the man explained was being given to plaintiff on behalf of Sean Combs. Disoriented and confused, plaintiff accepted the money, got dressed, and vacated the hotel suite. The third lawsuit was also filed by another New York man who says that he was assaulted at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2020 after working for Sean Combs for years. According to the complaint, plaintiff met defendant Sean Combs in about 2006 when Sean Combs hired plaintiff to run errands for him in his capacity as CEO of Bad Boy Records. In or about February 2020, plaintiff set up a meeting with defendant Sean Combs through Combs' assistant to discuss missing job payments. And that meeting was at the Intercontinental New York, which, by the way, has been mentioned before in another Sean Combs lawsuit, because according to Cassandra Ventura, that was actually the site of a freak-off in 2013 that ended with Combs being charged tens of thousands of dollars in damages by the hotel. So going back to this lawsuit, during this meeting with Sean Combs, John Doe alleges that he was alone with the Bad Boy CEO, and this was after security had left the room. Combs, according to him, reportedly made the two drinks. John Doe started to get really tired. Claims Combs suggested lie down, take a nap. And he says when he woke up, Sean Combs was assaulting him. Again, very consistent pattern in these allegations between all three men. According to the complaint, after this rape, defendant Sean Combs told plaintiff that going to the police will make plaintiff, quote, look like an idiot, and that because Combs is Diddy, plaintiff would never be able to substantiate his claims against Combs. He also claims that men from defendant Sean Combs' entourage also called plaintiff on his cell phone to threaten and intimidate plaintiff into silence after the sexual assault. So again, these lawsuits have been filed against not only Combs, but also his companies, which the John Does argued they were responsible for knowing what the rabber was up to and failing to do anything to stop it, that they helped provide the means for Combs to keep up this alleged misconduct. All right, so I am joined right now by the attorney who is representing these three men suing Sean Combs. Thomas Giffra joins us right now. Thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So the first question I had when I saw this, and it's a question I have a lot when you're seeing a number of these Sean Combs lawsuits coming out, is why file now? Why come forward now with these claims?
Well, it's in a lot of cases, when you have serial sex abuse like this or any kind of a sexual assault, it's very difficult for the victims to come forward. There's a lot of shame. There's a lot of embarrassment. And in Sean Combs' case, is a lot different in that all three of my victims after the assault were all threatened. So there was a very real threat and fear that something bad could happen to them if they came forward. And I think once everything became public, there's strength in numbers. And when they saw that they would be safe, they felt comfortable coming forward and seeking to hold him accountable for what he did to them.
Did they ever, either now or at some point in the past, did they ever report this to police?
No, did not.
Do they want to report it to police now?
I think the problem with going to law enforcement is the amount of time that's gone past is significant. And the criminal world, as you know, works different than the civil world. I suspect there's concerns about involvement with the police, and they just would prefer to go the civil route.
Now, look, obviously, this is going to be decided in a court of law if it should go to trial. But obviously, this is making the news. And there are people who could look at this and say, This is now just 3 new lawsuits on top of the pile of other lawsuits that he's facing. How does someone in the public know whether one claim is more valid than another? So for those out there who might be skeptical and say, oh, you know, these are 3 more people that are jumping on the Sean Combs bandwagon, how would they separate these cases from the other ones that have been filed? What about this? You would say, listen, take a beat with this one. This is one that you should really pay attention to.
Well, I think with any serial sex abuser, there's a pattern. And I was involved in the Harvey Weinstein case, and Harvey Weinstein followed a very clear pattern of how he abused people. And in Sean Combs's case, with each of these men, he followed the exact same pattern, and they wouldn't know the pattern to have it so consistent. And as I've said before, I've talked to a lot of people with potential Sean Combs cases, and they didn't know the pattern. The stories didn't make sense. Oh, you get a pretty good nose for what makes sense when you're in my businesses for 30 years of whether somebody's making something up. And if you get that sense and it tingles just a bit, you don't want to proceed with it because it's your reputation on the line. Because on these kinds of cases, there's probably a videotape somewhere of one of these assaults, but I'm sure as heck not going to get it. And there isn't going to be that kind of evidence. And there really never is. I don't want to say never, because I recently had one case, and I've been doing this for, at this point, 25 years, where I had a letter of apology that went to one of my clients. So that was a first for me, and I almost fell off my chair when I saw it, because usually you have the denial or you have it was consensual. It's one of those two. It's never I did it, with the exception of this one case that shocked me.
And by the way, I saw you in your interview with Chris Cuomo last night on News Nation, where you said, you know, these are 3 independent cases. These are people who didn't know each other. Their accounts were so similar. And I will tell you, after reading the 3 complaints, I got confused as to who was who because they were so consistent in their stories.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Now,
That's
here's
right.
the question. You mentioned something, the evidence. What additional evidence do you have or you hope to get during the course of this case to prove their claims, other than their own accounts of what happened? You mentioned, I believe there was a potential videotape of one of these alleged assaults. So talk to me about what evidence you're hoping to have or have.
Well, I think realistically that videotape is now sleeping with the fishes, as they say. I will never see that videotape. It will never see the light of day. And a lot of this comes to the credibility of the people who are giving the testimony. And I found all 3 of these men to be extremely credible, very consistent. As you can see, they're all from different parts of the country. So they didn't know each other. They didn't run in the same circles. And there was a certain randomness to how the stories became so consistent. And I thought that was pretty striking. And then you have to look at the evidence that you have outside of this. Now, certainly it doesn't come into this individual case, but you get a pretty good sense of how Sean Combs operates based on just the video you saw with Cassie, his ex-girlfriend. I mean, that's not a normal person. That's not somebody who treats somebody with respect. It's not shocking for me that somebody like that could do what happened in this case.
By the way, why did you file these in New York State court? A lot of the cases that we have seen so far against Sean Combs have been filed in federal court. Now, I will say that a lot of those alleged victims were not from New York, so they're from a different state. There's that, and because they're from different states and they're suing for obviously more than $75,000, that's how, you know, subject matter jurisdiction gets triggered, how they can file in federal court. But I believe at least one of your clients is from Florida. So was there a strategic advantage to go to a state route as opposed to a federal court?
Well, jurisdiction's proper in state court in every single case because the assaults all took place in New York. At the time of the assaults, all of the defendants were New York residents. Federal court is really designed to protect out-of-state residents from getting a disadvantage for being a defendant in a foreign venue. So that's one reason. It's a personal preference for me. I prefer state court. I think I prefer the system in state court to federal court. It's just a personal preference, really.
Well, 2 questions I had about the counts, the causes of action that you're filing under. Some of them are very straightforward, you know, with respect to what Combs allegedly did. But one of the things that you are filing under, and we've seen this before in other Combs cases, is the Gender Motivated Violence Protection Act against Sean Combs, and also the causes of action against the companies. Can you explain the theory behind the Gender Motivated Violence Protection Act count, and also going after the companies, how you plan to hold them liable?
A great bathroom begins with an even greater selection of styles, which all begins at Floor & Decor.
Together or apart, Pet Libro keeps your lives in sync. Because what's best for you is what's best for them, is what's best for everyone. Pet Libro, designed better for your lives together.
Well, I think let me gender motivated violence. The cases are timely under the New York State statute of limitations, so we're okay with that. But we always allege the city causes of action, which is a gender motivated violence, which basically is the same claim as a state claim, but it's just unique to the city of New York. And we just, as a pattern and practice of what we do, is we always plead it. As far as holding the companies in one of my clients worked for his companies. I think there's the role of to distinguish between Sean Combs and his various entities is very difficult because it's not the typical corporation where there's a real hierarchy, a corporate type of setup. It's more his companies under him, and he's calling all the shots. And a lot of these events were mixed into the dealings of his companies.
Let me ask you this. I mean, from a practical point of view, he's facing multiple lawsuits. He's facing criminal charges. The legal bills are racking up. He has a lot of these civil suits. Do you go after the companies too? Because if you're actually successful in this case, is there a better chance of recovering from if you go after the companies?
Probably. I think Sean Combs is different than, say, Harvey Weinstein, who maybe didn't have the independent financial wherewithal. And I suspect Sean Combs probably has done a lot of things through the years to protect his money from the consequences.
One of the things I was thinking about with this case was potential defenses. And I imagine there's a consistent line you talked about, the alleged drugging and alleged sexual assault. Would an argument be for the defense, well, if these John Does claim that they were drugged to the point where they can't quite, they were in and out of consciousness, how can they properly know what happened to them? How can we trust their accounting of events? What would be the response to that?
I think my response would be that most people who are coming out of being roofied and are being raped would know.
There you go. Okay, so let me ask you this then. You mentioned, I know you've said that over 60 people have reached out to you to represent them, and you chose these three individuals. And as you mentioned, it's because their stories were very consistent and they were backed up, and you have faith in these stories. My question to you is, do you know if these three individuals that you're representing, did they reach out to any other lawyers? Is this the first time that they wanted to take legal action and went to you?
It was the first time they wanted to take legal action.
Yeah, and I have to imagine this is not easy, even though they are currently John Does. They're not being identified. But as you know, with a lot of the other Combs cases, he has been fighting, and Jay-Z's doing the same thing now, fighting to have these Jane and John Does, their names exposed, and they can no longer proceed anonymously. Now, Sean Combs has actually been successful with some of those cases. He's made arguments that, look, I'm being sued. They made a voluntary decision to sue me. I have a right to challenge them. I have a right to know who they are. What would be your response back if there is that legal challenge in this case?
Well, he'll know who they are as they proceed anonymously. It's nonsense, the argument they're raising that it's some mystery person they won't know. But my argument primarily would be these guys have all been threatened with credible threats. It's different than in a lot of cases where you have the usual exposure to being a victim of a sexual violence. Here you have like a triple whammy. You have exposure to as a victim of sexual violence. You're a man who's been raped, and then you have a man who's a victim of sexual violence who's received credible threats of harm. Those are good reasons to keep your name out of the paper and out of the public eye, I think.
If they had to reveal their identities, if the court ordered them to reveal their identities, do you think your clients would want to continue on?
fight and win.
Profit wasted.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Down.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Frag! Outrider, AIA.
Hostile care package overhead. Hostile UAV spotted. Hostile rolling thunder overhead. Hostile HCXD in your AO.
Battery wasted.
Hostile UAV above. Friendly UAV inbound.
That's a kill.
Threat.
Friendly Hellstorm inbound. Lightning strike coordinates received. Hostile race in your AO.
Outrider neutral.
Hostile RAPS deploy ship overhead.
EKIA.
advised. Hostile UAV incoming.
Prophet down. In my sights. Incoming RPG!
Friendly UAV inbound. Friendly UAV inbound.
Smoke check. Enemy combatant.
UAV inbound. UAV inbound. Friendly Hellstorm inbound. Approaching PONR. They were no match for us. Mission successful.
And that's a wrap. Overwatch signing off.
The 54 Immortals crush all opposition.
Team deathmatch.
Watch and learn, brothers. This is the future combat.
Damn, if that's the future, I want no part of it.
If it moves, kill it.
Drop them.
Enforcer slain.
Be advised, hostile care package overhead. Be advised, hostile counter UAV is online. Be advised, hostile HCXD spotted.
Can confirm.
Hostile UAV spotted.
Let's hunt.
Be advised, hostile counter UAV is online.
Overwatch down.
Hostile hater detected. Hostile lightning strike targeting active. Be advised, hostile lightning strike inbound. Hostile care package overhead. Be advised, multiple hostile care packages inbound.
Enemy down.
Hostile lightning strike targeting active. Be advised, hostile lightning strike inbound. Be advised, hostile HCXD spotted. Hostile UAV above. Hostile counter UAV above. Radar is down.
Outrider kill.
Vision pulse charged.
Drop them.
Be advised, hostile hater in your AO.
Sarah down.
AIA.
Battery wasted. Sniper, get down! Enemy down.
Down to this, pick it up. Be advised, hostile hardened sentry spotted.
Target down.
Hostile care package overhead.
Single shooter!
Terrible performance, CDP. Come on home.
We can do better than that.
Prophet down!
Dedication, focus, discipline. Practice more.
Seraph, headed out.
Team Deathmatch.
Scouting AO for choke points.
Cut off their escape routes.
Lock and load.
Threat neutralized. They're gone.
That's a kill.
Friendly Wraith in your AO. Friendly hardened sentry deployed.
Sniper!
Raps deploy ship inbound.
She's dead.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Drop them. Combat focus up. Can confirm.
Cerberus inbound.
Hellstorm inbound.
Wasted. Ruin down. Enforcer down. Ruin.
Care package inbound.
Sniper!
HCXD deployed.
They're down.
Friendly HCXD inbound.
Ruin KIA. Focus.
Keep pushing. We got this. Another win for the Accord. RTB.
They got what was coming.
You can't match my skills.
Team Deathmatch. Black Ops, weapons hot.
Confirmed. Gunfighter KIA.
Sarah down.
Ice. Outrider KIA.
Hostile UAV spotted. They're gone. They're gone. Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Outrider killed.
Hostile UAV spotted.
Combat focus ready. Gunslinger KIA.
Smoke! Check. Hostile counter UAV above. Radar is down. Hostile UAV above. Be advised, hostile entering your AO. Dropped. Enemy down. Hostile UAV spotted.
Focus expended.
Be advised, hostile counter UAV is online. Hostile UAV above. Hostile care package overhead. Hostile Hellstorm inbound.
Demolition destroyed.
Blood hangs on this. Commit.
Shot out. Enforcer kill.
Mission failed. New assignments incoming.
Our performance didn't deserve victory. Dedication, focus, discipline. Practice more.
Team Deathmatch.
Can confirm.
Weapons free.
Smoke.
Drop.
That's a kill.
Drop.
EKIA.
Threat neutralized. Smoke, check.
They're done.
Left on.
Battery drained. Friendly counter UAV inbound. Friendly UAV inbound. Friendly HCXD deployed.
Sniper, get down!
Spotter killed. Friendly UAV inbound. Hostile UAV spotted. Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Focus down.
It's inside. Stay on target. Friendly UAV inbound.
Drop it down.
All CDP assets degraded.
Hardly a challenge.
Get back to boot camp.
Team deathmatch.
We got this.
Admire your confidence, girl.
MTL initiated. Fight and win.
Smoked.
There. Sarah, AIA.
Hostile UAV spotted.
Enforcer down. EKIA.
UAV inbound. HCXD deployed.
Drop them.
Be advised, hostile HCXD spotted. Letting down the back. Hostile UAV above. Be advised, hostile counter UAV is online.
Demolition destroyed.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. There are no words for what I just saw. That's a hard fail.
I have failed. Dedication, focus, discipline. Practice more.
Team deathmatch.
It's not personal, only business.
Roger that, Seraph. Let's get to work.
Get kinetic.
That ruin.
Hostile UAV above.
EKIA. Enforcer slain. They're done.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Hostile down.
UAV inbound. Counter UAV inbound. Be advised, hostile HCXD spotted.
Ruin KIA.
Enemy down.
Ruin down.
Seraph down.
Can confirm.
Seraph down.
Drop them.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. Hostile hardened sentry in your AO. They're beating us. Turn the tide.
Threat on.
Hostile UAV spotted.
Outrider KIA.
We failed in our objectives. Stand by for reassignment.
The 54I won't accept defeat.
Seraph KIA.
It wouldn't require a cleaner to take you out. A janitor would suffice.
Team deathmatch.
Enemy down. Outrider, KIA.
Working in law enforcement and in juvenile detention centers, I got to see the back end of it, like how kids are getting here, but I wanted to see the front end in a sense. How can I take what I've done and show students the reality of life? Maybe I could go into the schools to see what can I do to help these students. I would say to anyone who's looking to further their career with GCU, take a leap of faith and just trust the process. I didn't think that I could literally go back to school after finishing undergraduate. With the classes that GCU offered, I found myself taking things from classes that I was in and inputting it into my own classroom, stepping from one career into the next. That purpose that I was looking for, GCU literally brought it front and center. There's 120 students that's looking to me to help them find their own purpose. GCU was able to give me all the help and support I needed to graduate and reach my professional goals.
Huge Gymshark sale, up to 50% off site-wide.
Which is absolutely crazy. Every single thing on site. If you've ever wanted anything from Gymshark, now is the time.
What?
So it's a great opportunity to get all the stuff that you haven't got a chance to get. Now's the time.
You do not want to miss out on this.
Let's get on it.
Have you ever tried to cover up a mistake only to make the situation 1,000 times worse? Well, unless you ended up with a meat hook in your neck, then this group of high schoolers has you beat. They think they got away with the perfect crime, but that's only until someone comes looking for revenge. And now their only hope of survival is figuring out who's after them before he picks them off one at a time. It's time for another absolute 90s classic, because we're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the hook man in I Know What You Did Last Summer. These four are about to go from high school straight to the cemetery. It's the 4th of July, 1996, and the teens of South Park are ending their night with some ghost stories around the campfire. After splitting up for some alone time, they all meet back at the car, but Barry here has been hitting the bottle all night, so his buddy Ray offers to drive instead. Barry keeps acting reckless the entire way home, spilling his bottle all over the others as they're coming around a bend. But suddenly, that's when disaster strikes. Just then, they plow right into something in the middle of the road going full speed, causing them to lose control and fishtail around. Skidding to a stop, they all run out to see what the hell happened, and sure enough, they find the victim lying there motionless just around the bend. I mean, he's too badly injured for anyone to identify, and after checking for a pulse, they're horrified to discover that the man is dead. But things get even crazier when the boys start discussing what they're going to do next. To her shock, neither of them want to call the police, so Barry decides that they need to throw his body into the ocean and let nature take its course. Julie here wants nothing to do with it, but the others are all convinced that it's the only choice. And pretty soon, they're going to realize that they've just made their biggest mistake. Okay, this is the worst idea that I've ever heard in my life, and if they decide to go through with it, then keeping up with each other after high school is going to be the least of their concerns. These idiots are all panicking because they think that they're about to go to prison for manslaughter, but they forgot one very important detail. Barry here drives a Beamer in high school, which means that his parents have plenty of money for a very good lawyer. No, but all jokes aside, they're immediately jumping to the worst case scenario, when the reality of the situation isn't even close to as bad as what they're thinking of doing. After all, it's 100% true that Ray didn't even have one sip of alcohol. And when you look at this dark highway with no streetlights, sidewalks, or intersections, there's absolutely no reason to think that there might be suddenly just some random dude standing there in the middle of the road. Based on this, their lawyers could definitely make the case that this was really just a tragic accident, and then they'd only be looking at a few minor charges tops. But if they decide to dispose of the body, now they're looking at all kinds of felonies that could have them facing decades in prison. Even Julie and Helen here, who've done absolutely nothing wrong up until now. On top of that, they haven't even confirmed that the guy is actually dead yet. Last time that I checked, Ray's not a doctor, and he's the only one who even bothered to check the guy for a pulse. I mean, after a traumatic accident, instead of checking their wrist, you need to use the carotid artery, because it's the most reliable method of finding a pulse if the victim is in trauma or shock. You gotta use 2 fingers and check for at least 5 to 10 seconds in order to be sure. Now, just because they have no pulse doesn't mean that they're dead. That's when you start CPR and try to keep their blood circulating until paramedics arrive. And if you've gotten that far, then salute, you a real one. Now, since they don't have cell phones, they'd have to split up to get help. I mean, I would send Julie to drive with Barry to the nearest house, while Ray and Helen stayed here with the injured man. This separates the more impulsive members of the group and gives them all a chance to do the right thing before they ruin their lives forever type. Before the girl can make up her mind, they see another pair of headlights coming up the road, causing the boys to panic and quickly throw the body over the guardrail. It's this dorky guy, Max, who they got into a little squabble with earlier that night, but he has a crush on Julie, so they send her over to distract him while the others finish hiding the corpse. He can tell that something's fishy from the damage to the car, but they're able to run him off without any trouble, and once he's gone, they stuff the body into the trunk, taking it down to the nearby docks. As they're about to throw him overboard, Julie notices a tattoo on his arm reading Susie and asks the others if they should check his wallet for an ID, but none of them want to make this any more personal than they have to. After arguing about who's going to push him in, Helen here decides that she'll just do it herself when all of a sudden the man wakes up, reaching out and grabbing the tiara off her head before tumbling over the edge. Panicking, Barry dives in after him and tries to take the tiara out of his hand, but as he reaches to grab it, the man suddenly opens his eyes and stares directly at him. Terrified, he swims back to the dock, leaving the fishermen behind, and storms back to the car, making them all vow to keep what happened a secret until the day they die. The only one who's still holding out is Julie, but he threatens her into agreeing even though she knows that it's wrong. And after that night, their lives will never be the same again. 1 year later, Julie here comes back to Southport for the first time since she left for college, but these days, she doesn't exactly look forward to coming home. Her mother can tell right off the bat that something has changed about the girl, and she hasn't spoken to any of her friends since the night that it happened. But there's someone in town who's been waiting for her to come back. Going to the mall, her mother brings back a letter addressed to Julie, but there's nothing on the envelope to tell her where it came from. And opening it up, she's horrified to discover one simple handwritten message. I know what you did last summer. Worried, she goes to visit Helen at her family's store the next day, where she's been stocking shelves ever since her dreams of making it big as an actress didn't work out. After taking a look at the note for herself, they still can't imagine who it could be from, so they decide to check in with Barry next and see what he thinks. Well, Barry here is furious at them for even showing up, reminding them that they were never supposed to talk about that night again. While everyone else was busy trying to forget about it, Julie got curious and learned that the man's body was eventually found, with his cause of death listed as an accidental drowning. That still doesn't explain who sent the letter, but Barry's convinced that he knows who it is, remembering that Max was the only person who saw them at the scene of the crime. Okay, I hate to say it, but I actually have to agree with Barry here. Normally, if you got some kind of threatening letter in the mail, then it might seem like a good idea to get some help from a trusted friend. But in this case, there are actually a few reasons why that was actually a pretty big mistake. The truth behind what he's saying comes from our understanding of group dynamics and how they factor in when it comes to criminal investigations. I mean, according to studies, the clearance rate for crimes committed by solo offenders is only about like 36%, but for groups of 2 or more co-offenders, it jumps all the way to 50 and sometimes even higher. The reason for this is because although one person might be able to keep their mouth shut, the investigators can get them to turn against each other by going after the weakest link in the group, which is exactly what ended up happening here. You know, Julie's letter was threatening, but it was also incredibly vague and never made any serious accusations or offered any proof. Now, by running straight to her friends, she's not only reestablishing the link, she's borderline admitting to being guilty just by her actions, and that's exactly what whoever sent this message wants. Now, we can't forget that Max was the only other person who saw them on the road that night, which means that if it wasn't
free for all.
Profit. Football.
Black Ops, weapons free.
Smoke checked. Confirm.
EKIA.
Hostile UAV above.
Scratch that ruin.
Sheriff, KIA.
Scratch that ruin.
Sheriff, KIA.
Combat focus up.
Be advised, hostile care package overhead. Advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Battery KIA.
Sheriff down.
Demolition destroyed.
Tango down.
Our performance didn't deserve victory.
Get back to boot camp.
Wasn't him who sent the letter, then it could be one of her own friends. That's why, instead of telling anyone, the much smarter thing to do would have been to keep the letter a secret and go on with life acting like absolutely nothing had happened. Whoever sent this was expecting a reaction, but ignoring it forces them to completely rethink their strategy. In the meantime, she can carefully observe her friends' behaviors while she's waiting for the next contact from the stalker, and pay attention to see if any of them start acting suspiciously. I'd also take the same approach with Max, since right now he's their prime suspect. Instead of confronting him directly, which would just cause more problems, they need to remember an important tactic that they used before. Max has a crush on Julie, and they can use her to find out what he knows. Now that she's back in town, Julie should ask Max for a chance to catch up, like somewhere in public, like a park or a restaurant. Then her friends can keep an eye on her from a distance, yeah. And Julie can use the meeting to find out if he really knows anything, or if he's just a dead end, without doing anything that would make the group look even more guilty in the process. The three of them go down to the fish market where Max is working, and Barry tells the girls to wait outside while he goes in to confront him. Asking for a chance to talk in private, he starts manhandling the guy as soon as he lets his guard down, grabbing a hook and threatening to kill him if he doesn't cut it out. But the whole time, Max keeps acting like he has no idea what Barry here is even talking about. Outside, the girls aren't exactly happy with how he handled the situation, but they're interrupted when they run into Ray working at the dock. It's obvious that he and Julie here have some unfinished business to take care of, and the others leave so that the two of them can have a chance to talk. They clearly still have feelings for each other, but Julie says that she can't love him anymore after what they did, and literally takes off running when her inner struggle becomes too strong. Meanwhile, back at the fishery, Max is still huffing and puffing about getting clowned at his own workplace. But these lobsters aren't going to boil themselves, so he grabs a pair of gloves to keep his fingers safe as he gets back to work. When he comes back, there's a lot more steam built up then than there was when he left, and that's when he sees a shadow cross by on the other side of the room. Leaning in for a closer look, he starts to think that it might have been his imagination, but just when he lets his guard down, a hook-wielding psycho dressed in full fisherman gear suddenly leaps out of the fog, impaling him through the jaw and dragging his body away before anyone can notice. Later that day, Barry pulls up at the boxing gym to blow off some steam, but it's a good thing that he's practicing now, because soon he's about to be fighting for his life. After cleaning up in the shower, he goes back to his locker only to find a picture of his car with the words, "I know," written on the other side. Just then he hears a noise on the other side of the room, but when he goes to check it out, there's nobody else in sight, and strangely his favorite jacket from high school is missing from his locker when he gets back.
You need to meet surging content demands without compromising your business or your brand. With Adobe Express, your marketing, sales, and HR teams can reuse and remix approved on-brand content made by the creative team.
What is power? Is it control? Is it freedom? Or is it something primal? Maybe the better question is, how much of it can you handle? In the GMC Sierra EV Denali, what we choose to know, we know completely. We are professional grade.
Really strange is that the owner says he was the only person at the gym, and rushing outside, he gets there just in time to see his precious car driving away. Furious, he starts chasing them as they reverse down the street, but that's when the driver hits the brakes and starts speeding straight towards him, forcing Barry to run for his life. Eventually, he ends up cornered by the guy's sick driving moves, leaving him with nowhere else to run, and they hit him so hard that they send him flying straight through a shed. Luckily, he's still alive, but there's nothing that he can do as the killer closes in, and suddenly everything goes black. Hours later, Barry wakes up at the hospital, traumatized but still alive. It looks like the killer decided to spare his life, at least for now anyway, and his friends all came as soon as they heard the news. He throws some suspicion at Ray here, pointing out that he has the exact same type of fishing gear that the killer was wearing, but the others aren't ready to take things that far just yet. Still, he insists that they can't go to the police, but Helen points out that neither can the killer, so all they have to do is figure out who he is and stop him before he strikes again. Their victim's name was David Egan, so the best place to start is with his friends or family, but soon they're going to realize that solving this mystery is not going to be as simple as they think. Okay, well, I guess now at least we know one thing for sure. Max here definitely wasn't the stalker. The good news is that as the kill count goes up, our list of potential suspects actually goes down, and now that we've had a chance to meet him in person, we can make some important observations about the Hookman's behaviors. Now, what's strange about these two attacks is that the fisherman didn't waste any time killing Max, but then decided to leave Barry here alive? The only explanation must be that he's saving them for something much worse, and this actually matches up with his actions so far. After all, the only reason why he'd even send them letters in the first place is because he wants to mess with them psychologically for a while before he kills them. And although it might not sound like it, this is actually an advantage for Julie and her friends. Like Helen pointed out, they're in no danger of him going to the police, so it all comes down to stopping the killer before he finishes them off. And as long as he's still playing mind games instead of finishing the job, then it gives them time to think of a plan. Now, with that being said, Barry could have ended this whole nightmare tonight if he'd had just a slightly better strategy. I don't know about you guys, but it looks like the killer wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine by running him over with his own car. Yeah, and as we can see from what happened last year, human versus car is actually a pretty losing battle. But when he had Barry cornered by the shed, that was actually his chance to turn the tables. Barry had his choice of 4 directions to go here, and he chose the worst possible one. Instead of running straight in the same direction as the car was already going, he should have simply drove 90 degrees to the left or right. After recognizing the danger, he only needed about 0.2 of a second to react, and an athletic person like Barry can clear over 5 feet with a full body lateral dive. It looks like he's driving a Beamer from '97, so based on the measurements of its wheelbase, turning radius, and steering ratio, we can estimate that it can only alter its path about 2.5 feet to either side before reaching where Barry was standing, giving him plenty of space to dodge the impact if he just leapt to the side. I mean, this would have sent the killer crashing into the shed while Barry got back to his feet. And then he could have used his boxing skills to give the guy the beatdown of a lifetime. At least they're still alive, but from now on, they need to stay ready for a fight. It's not a matter of if, but when the killer is going to attack again. But as long as he can't go to the police, then every encounter is a chance for Julie and her friends to kick his ass instead and stop this nightmare pronto-like. The girls head back to Julie's place and fire up the old laptop to run David's name through a search engine, but what they find is even more shocking than they ever expected. It turns out that David was involved in an accident that killed his fiancée Susie 1 year before Julie and her friends hit him. The man's only living relatives are his mother and sister, who have a house somewhere far on the outskirts of town, so with nothing else going on, they decide to visit the address and see what they can find. After a long drive out to the house, Julie starts getting frustrated when no one answers the door, and they're snooping around for any signs of life when they're confronted by the man's sister, Missy. Pretending like their car broke down, they ask to come inside and use her phone, but they're really using it as a chance to get a closer look inside the house. They quickly realize that she went to the same high school a few years before them, and it's clear that her life has completely fallen apart since her brother's death. It hits the girls pretty hard, but they still need to figure out who's trying to kill them. So Helen Helen tries tricking her into giving up the names of any of her brother's friends. Sadly though, it doesn't seem like the guy really had any, except for one nice fella who came by a few days after he died to pay his respects and went by the name Billy Blue. By now, Julie is ready to get out of there, so they head back to their car acting like a tow truck will be there soon. She's rattled after having to face the consequences of their actions, but before she's able to leave, the woman comes out and catches the two of them lying, eyeing the girl suspiciously as they drive away. It's after dark by the time that they get back home, and while Helen is in the kitchen getting something to drink, an uninvited visitor lets themselves inside. It's the Hook Man, but instead of attacking, he sneaks straight up to the second floor, disappearing into her bedroom just as she turns the corner. The girl goes about her normal routine with absolutely no idea that she's being watched, never suspecting that the entire time the killer is standing right on the other side of the closet door. There's no telling how long he stays there looking at her, but this time he decides to leave her alive, and it isn't until the morning that she realizes anything was wrong. Waking up from a peaceful night's sleep, she's horrified to find that somebody put her old tiara back on her head, and then spent all night cutting out huge clumps of her hair, leaving the message "soon" written on the mirror in red lipstick, just to mess with her head even more. Okay, she might be upset about her hair, but this girl has no idea how lucky she is just to be alive. They're barely any closer to finding out who's after them, and meanwhile, the killer here is just toying with them like a bunch of NPCs in creative mode. So they need to start making better decisions if they're going to survive. Now, first of all, leaving your front door unlocked when you know damn well that there's someone trying to kill you might be the single dumbest thing that you could possibly do. I mean, all she had to do was turn the deadbolt, and the dude's entire plan would have fallen apart. But the only reason why she's even still alive is because he's having fun driving them insane, I know it. From now on, I'd be sleeping with the doors locked and a baseball bat next to the bed, because there's no way in hell that I'd be letting this freak walk right into my house and kill me without a fight. Now, after visiting with Missy, they've just picked up a new lead with this guy Billy Blue, and now their next goal is to find a way to track him down. But when you think about the situation logically, it's a bit of a waste of their time and effort. Like, think about it this way: whoever's doing this, we know that these four are his only targets, and he's obviously not going to turn them into the police. With that being said, they need to learn from their mistakes with Max, and instead of focusing on finding the killer, they should try letting the killer come to them instead. So far, he's gone after everyone in the group besides Ray, so as long as he isn't the killer himself, then there's a good chance that he'll be the next target. For now, they should keep the plan between Julie, Helen, and Barry and use Ray as live bait. Like, please, Ray, can we just, make it look like we want to kill you, but really not really? Gotcha! I would park both of their cars in front of Helen's house that night, making it look like they're protecting her, while Ray's all alone. But the truth is that it's just a decoy, because instead, they're going to quietly sneak out of the house without being observed.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Equinox starting at under $30,000. And the all-electric Equinox EV, America's most affordable EV with a 315-plus mile range. Quality you expect in a dealer right down the street. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
And keep an eye on Ray's place for any suspicious activity. By setting a trap, they might catch the killer as he goes in to play another one of his pranks, or catch Ray as he sets out for another night of tormenting his former friends. But either way, it gives them a chance to catch this guy by surprise before he claims another victim. As soon as Julie hears what happens, she immediately jumps in the car and goes to check on her friend. But little does she know that she's in for a surprise of her own. She's driving back down the road with her hands firmly at 10 and 2 when she notices a mysterious hat in the back seat. And that's when she begins to hear a strange, scratching sound coming from somewhere inside. Sensing trouble, she quickly pulls over to check the trunk, but nothing could prepare her for what's about to happen next, because when she lifts it open, she finds Max's lifeless body with dozens of crabs crawling all over him. And after almost getting hit by a passing truck, the only thing that she can think to do is run to her friend's house on the next block. After telling the others what happened, they follow her back to the car only to find that the body has already disappeared, making Julie here look completely delusional in front of her friends. She's convinced that the killer is just playing mind games to screw with them before the big finale, but now Barry has a different idea about who might be responsible. Pulling up to Ray's place, Barry throws a sucker punch as soon as he gets close, still believing that it's him who's behind the attacks. The girls quickly break them up, insisting that they need to work together if they're ever going to catch the real killer, and that's when Helen gets another idea. Remembering that her older sister graduated the same year as David, they decide to take a look through her old high school yearbook and see if they can find any pictures of the mysterious Billy Blue. There's no one in the yearbook matching the name, but they realize that he might have been using an alias, so after hitting another dead end, they decide to take the book back to Missy and see if she can point him out. The only problem is that Ray refuses to go anywhere near the house, and Helen is supposed to be appearing on a float at the town's 4th of July parade. They need her and Barry at the parade in case the killer shows up, but Ray thinks that they should just cut their losses and get the hell out of the town while they still have a chance. I mean, he makes a good point, but Julie here is tired of running, and now she wants to stop this creep once and for all. So if he's not going to help her, then she'll just have to go visit Missy again by herself. Okay, this is interesting because even though Helen has to make her appearance at the parade, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, on the positive side, it's an extremely public place with an above average amount of security where everyone's attention will be focused directly onto her. And that should make it pretty damn hard for the Hookman to pop out and do his thing. It's pretty much guaranteed that he's going to be watching, but if he's going to attack, then he'll need the right opportunity. And knowing this gives them a chance to turn the ambush back around. She can't be attacked while she's in a public area, so instead of riding on the float with her, Barry should just disguise himself as just another spectator in the crowd. I mean, without making it too obvious. He can watch Helen's every move throughout the parade and keep an eye out for anyone who seems like they're observing her a little too closely, like 13-year-old me would have been doing back then. Sarah Michelle Gellar, at me. The times when he's most likely to strike will be whenever she's briefly in a private place, like any time that she goes to the restroom, dressing room, or backstage areas. Instead of standing guard right outside the door, Barry should stay in cover and keep his distance, giving the killer a chance to fall for their trap. Now, since they know that their lives are going to be in danger, both of them should be carrying something for self-defense. They can't exactly walk around the parade with an arsenal of blickies for the whole world to see, but there are still plenty of low-key options that they could use. Now, of course, the best option would be to get some tools together and get to clicking and clacking, but if that's not an option, then they'll have to work with whatever they can get. Otherwise, pepper spray and tasers were both widely available in their state, easy to hide in their costumes, and also incredibly useful in a fight. Also, Helen here is already carrying her scepter, which could definitely be used to beat the shit out of somebody if necessary. I'm just saying. And Barry, he could include a cane as part of his disguise, making him look like a feeble old gent, while also giving him a solid weapon with good reach to outrange the killer's hook, because that motherfucker really small type. If he attacks, the key is to use their superior numbers to their advantage and circle him in to attack from multiple angles. Instead of going for a takedown right away, they should focus on disarming him instead, because once you get rid of the hook, then everything really becomes a lot easier. I mean, then he's just a regular guy in bulking fishing gear. Or is he? Either way, they should be able to work together to overwhelm him and take him down and throw his body into the ocean next, so that they'll never have to deal with his ass again. The parade starts off just like any other year, but while Helen is waving to everyone from her float, she keeps noticing countless people in the crowd. Seeing one who looks kinda suspicious, Barry charges into the crowd and completely decks him without a moment's hesitation, only to realize that it's just some random old man who was wearing the wrong fit at the wrong time. Meanwhile, Julie arrives back at the house and finds the man's sister cleaning fish in the backyard. She thinks that it's all over when the woman comes barreling towards her with a bloody knife in her hands, but the truth is that Missy here doesn't mean any harm. As for her friends, they're still holding their position in the parade, But now, everywhere Helen looks, it's like fishermen are popping up all over the place. I mean, there's no way to tell who it might be, but this one guy watching from the rooftop with a shiny hook in his hands looks like a strong potential candidate. Julie asks her to take a look at the yearbook, trying to have her point out this Billy Blue without explaining why she needs to find him. Getting frustrated, Missy finally admits that she already knows how her brother really died, saying how he couldn't go on with life after causing the accident that killed his fiancée. But she's been hiding the truth all these years because she needed the insurance money. Going to the shed, she comes back with a note that she thinks is from her brother saying, "I will never forget last summer," but Julie instantly recognizes it as a threat from the killer. Confused, she admits that she saw her brother on the night of his death, even mentioning the tattoo on his arm with Susie's name. But the woman insists that he never had any tattoos, and shouts at her to get off the property before she causes any more trouble. It doesn't make any sense, but as Julie looks at things from a different perspective, that's when she sees the bigger picture. The person they hit wasn't David, which means that they've been chasing a dead end this whole time. Back in town, the 4th of July festivities are still in full swing, and now it's time to announce this year's Croaker Queen. As the reigning champ, it's Helen's job to help judge the talent show, but as distracting as their terrible singing might be, she's even more distracted by the fear that the killer could strike at any moment. Barry is up on the balcony getting a bird's eye view of the scene, but he really should have been watching his own back, because while he's focused on the stage, the hookman quietly sneaks up behind him and starts attacking him before anyone in the crowd has even noticed. Seeing this, Helen jumps out of her seat and starts screaming at the top of her lungs, but the crowd circles her in, thinking that she's having some kind of emotional breakdown. And while they're all distracted, it gives the killer plenty of time to finish the job. Eventually, she's able to convince one of the deputies to follow her up to the loft. But by the time that they get there, there's no sign of the hookman or her boyfriend anywhere in sight, making it look like it was all in her head, even though she knows that she's telling the truth.
Hendrick's Gin. Refreshingly curious.
Okay, and I thought the Croaker Queen talent show was the most painful thing that we'd see all day. You know, some people peak in high school, it's a fact. But this guy hit the lowest point in his life a few months after graduation, and just kept going down from there. Usually you don't get 2 chances to face off with the killer, but somehow your survival skills actually got worse the second time around. And Barry, that's why you up. It makes sense that the consequences of your actions would finally catch up with you because, after all, this entire thing was almost completely your fault from the beginning. Now, with that being said, if you killed him once, then you should be capable of doing it twice. But that's the problem. He's only dead because you're an absolute moron. The worst part is that you knew the guy was coming after all 4 of you, and yet it still never crossed your mind that you might be the next target? I mean, who looks easier to kill? So, I've got some bad news for you, Barry. It looks like you just up. And he definitely ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. Noticing that she's badly shaken up, the deputy insists on giving Helen a ride home, but no matter how many times she tries to explain what happened, he absolutely refuses to believe anything about her story. They're driving down Main Street when they hit an unexpected roadblock, forcing them to cut through a side alley, and as they're coming around the corner, they see a man with a broken down truck blocking the way. Thinking nothing of it, the deputy gets out to offer him a hand, but it's a trap, and before he even knows what's happening, the killer pulls out the hook and pierces it straight through his chest. Panicking, Helen starts desperately looking for a way out of the car as the hookman slowly turns his attention towards her. Her only choice is to kick out the window and run for her life, but he won't be giving up until every single person who's responsible is dead. The girl makes a beeline straight for her family's clothing store where her older sister Elsa is still working late doing some inventory. It takes her sister approximately 5 business days just to open the damn door, but she finally gets inside just before the fisherman would have caught her. With no time to explain, she runs upstairs to call the police while telling Elsa to make sure that both doors are locked, but it's already too late because as she goes to check the other entrance, she's suddenly ambushed by the killer, who slices open her chest just as she turns around. Hearing the attack, Helen leaves the phone and nervously calls out to her sister, but there's no response. Terrified, she starts making her way towards the exit exit, but that's when she hears a noise coming from somewhere behind her. And as she turns around to look, the killer jumps out from his hiding place next to the mannequins, tackling her as they both tumble to the ground. She's able to get away thanks to him being trapped by the plastic, but the other doors are already locked, forcing her to start pulling herself up to the attic using the old lift. He takes a few swings at her legs through the gap, but she's able to lift herself up enough to climb to the top floor, only for him to reappear right in front of her just a few seconds later. But thinking quickly, she opens up a window and jumps out just in time, using a bunch of trash from a nearby dumpster to break her fall. The plan works. Or at least that's what she thinks, and now all that's standing between her and safety is a short run down a dark alley. But just as she's about to reach them, the killer suddenly ambushes her from behind a stack of tires. And although she tries her best to fight back, she's eventually overpowered as the sounds of the marching band and fireworks cover up the screams. Okay, damn. Talk about a tough break for Helen. One year, you're the Croaker Queen with dreams of making it in the big city, and the next you're getting killed by a zombie fisherman behind the tire shop. Well, I guess that's show business. I'm putting half the blame on her sister because even though Helen literally said, "I'm being attacked," she moved with the urgency of a senior citizen buying lottery tickets at a gas station. Elsa here was useless in a fight, but she would have made a perfect meat shield for an emergency situation. And that's why the better approach would have been to stick together. Their phone was on the upper floor, and it looked like there was only one way up there besides the lift. So while one of the girls contacted the popo, the other could defend the staircase. Then all they would have had to do was hold the high ground until help arrived. And fighting defensively from an elevated position would have given them a much better chance of fending him off. Now, even after everything went horribly wrong, Helen here pulled an absolutely clutch move with that Assassin's Creed jump from the third-story window. But that's also where she made her biggest mistake. The truth is that she was lucky to survive that fall when you look at all of the dangerous junk that was piled up inside. Knowing that the killer was still after her, she should have picked up a weapon from the dumpster before moving on, allowing her to actually fight him off and reach the safety of the crowd. Unable to get in touch with any of her friends, Julie heads back to the docks where she finds Ray working on his boat. After doing some more research, she now believes that the real killer is Susie's father, Ben Willis, who killed David as revenge for his daughter's death, and was leaving the scene of the crime when he was accidentally struck by their car. This explains the tattoo, the body, and the reason why he can't go to the cops. But there's one more loose end left to tie up. Looking down at his boat, she realizes that its name is Billy Blue, revealing that Ray here was actually the friend who visited the family's house after the incident. Chasing after her, Ray's taken by surprise when he gets clotheslined by this random fisherman, and thinking that he's here to help, she jumps onto the man's boat looking for shelter. It only takes a moment before she realizes her mistake, but by then it's already too late. She makes the shocking discovery that her so-called rescuer was actually the hookman after all. Grabbing his hook, the man starts following her as she rushes around the boat, but he easily cuts her off no matter where she goes. Finding a flare gun, she quickly loads up a shot, only for her to accidentally drop it overboard when the fisherman hits the throttle. Seeing him coming, her only choice is to climb down into the cargo hold through a hatch in the deck, using all of her strength to hold it closed as he tries to pull open the grate with his hook. At the same time, Ray hops on a dinghy and races out to join the fight, but he's quickly met by the captain, who starts battling it out with him while Julie gets a chance to catch her breath. In the scuffle, he falls onto one of the controls, sending one of the fishing nets into the water off the side of the boat. A second later, Julie pops up through another hatch, distracting him as the captain knocks him overboard. But he's saved by the net and manages to hold on for dear life. With one friend out of the picture, the hookman starts going after Julie, cornering her in the cargo hold with no way to get back up. And thinking fast, she finds a small hatch that leads into another storage area, trying to climb up the mountain of ice to reach the deck. But as she digs, she's horrified to discover that both of her friends' bodies are buried inside. Making it to a ladder, she's cut off once again by the fisherman, but Ray gets back on the boat just in time, and he launches part of the rigging directly into the guy's face. Running to help Julie, they don't make it far before the killer is back on his feet, knocking her friend away and grabbing her so that she can't escape. But as he reaches back to deal the killing blow, his hook suddenly gets caught in one of the ropes. Ray hits a lever and hoists hoists him high into the air, slicing off his hand as it gets caught in the machinery, before finally letting him fall headfirst into the pitch black water. Once they're safely back on shore, he explains that he only went to the family's house because he was overcome with guilt. The police let them know that the man's body was never found, and all that's left was the hook that got caught in the fishing net. And now that the past is finally behind them, they can both go back to living their normal lives again. Another year goes by without any more trouble, and by now, Julie has almost forgotten about all the attacks. But one day, while she's taking a shower, she finds another mysterious letter on the bench. Lucky for her, it's just an invite to the frat house pool party. But when she goes back into the shower, she finds the words "I still know" written on the glass door. And suddenly the killer crashes straight through from the other side, lunging at her as the screen cuts to black. It looks like the Hookman isn't dead after all, but if there's one lesson that we can all learn from what happened here, it's that you always need to confirm the kill. I Know What You Did Last Summer, written by Kevin Williamson, the same guy that wrote the OG Scream, a masterpiece of 90s teen slasher horror. The less said about the sequel, the better, but I'm super pumped for that remake coming out, because you already know they're gonna elevate it. Elevate the horror. Anyways, if you would have done anything differently, let me know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. We'll see you in the next episode, and have a damn good day.
You need to meet surging content demands without compromising your business or your brand. With Adobe Express, your global teams across marketing, sales, HR, and more can better engage their audiences and get to market faster. And hey, who doesn't like fast?
Chest, feet, and even down there. That's care everywhere, everywhere.
If you were trapped in a sorority house with a bloodthirsty three-toed sloth on a killing spree, what would you do? Oh, she may look harmless, but don't underestimate her, because when this sloth finds her way to a college campus, she's gonna turn the place into her own personal hunting ground. And by the time that anyone figures out what's really going on, it's already going to be way too late. So grab a snack and hang around for a while, because we're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the unkillable sloth in Slaughterhouse. Deep in the rainforests of southern Panama, a new apex predator is about to emerge, and it's not who you think. This cute little sloth is just minding her own business, hanging out on a tree branch over the river, when suddenly a hungry crocodile lunges out of the water and takes her down in its powerful jaws. It looks like it's game over for the sloth, until somehow she escapes unharmed, but the danger isn't over just yet. While she's resting on the forest floor, a team of poachers quietly sneaks up on her and shoots her in the back with a tranquilizer dart. As they carry her away, the crocodile floats up to the surface with 3 huge slashes across its belly. The poachers don't realize it yet, but they've just captured the most dangerous sloth on the face of the earth. Okay, these guys have just made a huge mistake. And in a matter of days, this sloth is about to go on a killing rampage, the likes of which have never been seen. When you think of the most dangerous animals in the rainforest, what comes to mind? Perhaps the majestic jaguar, the venomous fer-de-lance, or the mighty American crocodile. Probably not this gal, who looks more like she just escaped from a Muppets movie. But watch out, because when you run into this Muppet, you don't end up in Elmo's world. You end up in a world of pain. This brown-throated sloth just took down a fully grown crocodile, and if that doesn't scare you, it should! You see, the average sloth tops out at about 31 inches tall and weighs just about 14 pounds, with a set of 3 3-inch long claws on their front feet. By comparison, American crocodiles can reach up to 20 feet long and weigh as much as 2,000 pounds. Seems like a one-sided fight, right? But this is no ordinary sloth. Not only is she freakishly strong and impervious to damage, but she can drive a car, use a computer, and possess superhuman reflexes. And she's about to single-handedly knock humanity off the top of the food chain. Just like the croc, these poachers might have bitten off a bit more than they can chew with this one. She may not be as big as King Kong, but this sloth definitely belongs on Skull Island. And as we're about to find out, taking her out of her natural habitat is going to have deadly consequences for anyone who crosses her path. Back in the States, this social media obsessed girl, Emily, is at the mall getting ready for her last year of college, where she meets a mysterious man named Oliver, an exotic animal dealer. Marking her as a potential customer, he explains that a lot of people these days gain huge followings by posting content of their unusual pets. She's not sure that she's ready for that kind of commitment, but he hands her his business card just in case she changes her mind. It's move-in day, and this girl Brianna, the current sorority house president at Sigma Lambda Theta, is already campaigning for her re-election. All of the other girls seem to work for her, but this is the year that things are gonna change, because Emily has her eyes on the presidential suite. Emily here's been stalking Brianna's accounts again, and she finally caves to the pressure after seeing a picture of the girl chilling next to a tiger. Taking out the business card, she texts the pet dealer looking for an exotic creature of her own, and he tells her to come through in the morning. Meanwhile, Oliver is back at his crib, scheming up some future sales, and bullying the poor little sloth for absolutely no reason. The poachers who he got her from also gave him some medication to keep her relaxed, and he starts to wonder what would happen if he stopped giving it to her. But that was his biggest mistake. He takes the sloth from her cage, and at first it seems like everything is fine, but an instant later, she slices open his back with her claws. As he struggles to get loose, the two of them end up knocking over some more cages full of exotic animals before suddenly crashing out of sight. From the sound of things, it looks like the sloth rips him to pieces, and the man is never seen or heard from again. Emily arrives at the man's house the next morning and lets herself in when nobody answers the front door. Making her way through the place, she eventually comes to the room where he keeps all of the exotic animals.
Life is rarely lived on the straight and narrow. Introducing the BF Goodrich G-Force Phenom, our latest ultra-high performance tire. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
But the creature seems to have gotten its medication overnight and greets her with a friendly smile. As Emily picks her up, they hear a large cat roar from somewhere nearby, so she sneaks out of the house with the sloth in her arms, leaving the house without ever finding the man. Okay, I can already tell that this isn't going to end well for anyone. Emily here might think that this sloth is a cute ticket to fame, but she's really just booked herself a first-class ticket on a one-way trip to Bloodbath City with no stops. The truth is that you should never adopt a pet just for clout, especially not an exotic species like our three-toed assassin here. Although they may look super chill, there are tons of reasons why sloths don't make good pets. According to the Sloth Conservation Foundation, the biggest reason is that sloths are specially adapted for life in the rainforest. Animals like dogs, cats, and livestock get along with us just fine, but these are domesticated species and are very different from their wild counterparts. They've spent thousands of years acclimating to life alongside humans, while sloths, unfortunately, have not. In the wild, sloths are prey animals, preferring to live alone and remain unseen. Because of this, human interaction can actually be extremely threatening and stressful for them. They also require a highly specialized diet of leaves, flowers, and fruits that are all native to the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. They may not be world-class fighters, but sloths can still deliver a powerful bite and have developed an impressive muscular structure that makes them pound for pound nearly 3 times stronger than the average human. Yeah, meaning that they can cause some serious damage if they get provoked. Sloth it to me, baby. Using a sloth as a prop for social media also sets a bad example and encourages other people to get a sloth without knowing how to properly care for it. Demand for pet sloths ends up growing faster than they're able to reproduce, which leads to poachers capturing them out in the wild, causing population decline. Every animal species plays a critical role in the rest of its ecosystem, so the decline of one population can have poor results for the entire rainforest at large. large. Many wild-caught exotics don't even survive transport in the first place, making the whole business nothing but a cruel waste of life. Plus, what exactly is Emily planning to do with her new friend after she graduates? Sloths can live for over 40 years, which means that she'll be taking care of it for the majority of her life. That's a hell of a commitment to make for a few more likes on social media, right? Obviously, instead of taking the sloth home, Emily here needs to contact the police right away. And that's for several reasons. For one, it looks like this guy Oliver is dead, and if the police find her with the sloth, then she could end up as a murder suspect. Also, the pets on his website are worth tens of thousands of dollars each, which means that someone dangerous might come after her to get their investment back. By reporting this to the police, not only would Emily be keeping herself safe, but they could help her get in contact with a rescue center that can set her sloth and the rest of the other creatures up with good lives as well. Now, as far as the dealer here, first off, he's totally had it coming, so it's hard to feel bad for him. He made a huge mistake by not giving the sloth her sedatives, but also should have never taken that poor animal out of her home in the first place. With that being said, the sloth may be strong, but she's still only 2 feet tall. In a life or death battle like this, he should have just body slammed her straight to the ground. Hopefully, this would be enough to let her go, and then he'd have a few different options for what to do next. He could try to give her the meds, grab a weapon to defend himself with, toss her into the fireplace, or just run for his life right out of the house. Emily here might think that she's doing the right thing, but this sloth's blood-fueled rampage is only just getting started. Back at the sorority house, one of the girls tells Brianna that she overheard Emily is planning to run against her for house president. That's when Emily walks in with the sloth in a cardboard box, and Brianna immediately goes to confront her, trying to keep the animal a secret. Emily tries to brush her off and sneak upstairs, but Brianna yanks it out of her hands, sending the box flying over the railing. When the other girls see what's inside, they're absolutely blown away by how cute the sloth is. Emily quickly runs down to make sure that she's alright, while Brianna only stands there with her usual smug attitude, making her look completely heartless in front of everyone. Brianna immediately tells her that she needs to get rid of it, saying that pets aren't allowed in the house, but Emily cites a loophole in the rules, arguing that she actually wants to make the sloth their house mascot. The decision is put to a vote, with an overwhelming majority of the girls voting to let the sloth stay. But they're going to regret the hell out of this decision. Sensing that this is her moment, Emily officially notices that she's decided to run against Brianna, and she already has a lot of support. Things are going great for Emily so far, but that's when Maddie here shows up to kill the vibe. She agrees that the sloth is cute, but rightly points out that it's a wild animal that belongs in the rainforest and not a sorority house. As she gets up to take away a flower that it's eating, the sloth lashes out at Maddie's hand. Furious, she storms out of the room after telling her friend that she needs to do the right thing by handing the animal over to professionals who can give it a proper home. Maddie's not the only one who wants the sloth out of there. Downstairs, Brianna is holding a trial to figure out which one of her loyal followers dared to betray her. Turning on this girl, Sarah, she confronts her for supporting Emily in the vote and orders her to get rid of the sloth by any means necessary. Emily starts to think about bringing the sloth to an animal shelter, but quickly changes her tune when Zenny here points out that she's already blowing up all over social media. It's everything that Emily ever wanted, and Zenny manages to convince her that maybe they can give the sloth a better home here in America, where she's safe from predators and won't have to fight to survive. Now that the sloth is here to stay, they even decide to give her a name, calling her Alpha in honor of the sorority lifestyle. She also found Alpha's bottle of medication, with the label saying that she needs to take 1 pill every 8 hours. While getting ready for a party later that night, Emily finds her laptop open to a news report about the exotic animal seller's death, and a note from Maddie urging her to take Alpha home. Ignoring it, she gives Alpha her medication before leaving the room, but that's when things take a turn for the worse. Okay, I hate to break it to you, Emily, but there's a huge flaw in this plan already. See, she's just seen a news report of the seller's house being raided after he was found dead, which means that the local police are clearly involved in the case. This means that if Emily and her sloth continue to get too popular on social media, then it most likely won't be long before the police put 2 and 2 together and eventually find her out. Then, not only will they take the sloth away, but she'll probably end up facing criminal charges as well. Emily really needs to just listen to her friend and turn Alpha over to the rescue organization, where they can take proper care of her before she ends up in trouble with the law. By the way, Alpha sounds more like a code name for a secret government project than a pet, which, as we're about to see from what happens next, is actually pretty accurate. The moment that she's gone, Alpha jumps into a chair and starts searching around on Emily's computer. It turns out that this sloth isn't just super strong, but she's also remarkably intelligent for her species. While scrolling through Emily's social media, Alpha finds a photo of the day that she and Oliver met for the first time that immediately triggers flashbacks to how the man used to abuse her. Furious, Alpha spits out her medication, and now her rampage is about to begin. The party is already in full swing when Emily comes down with Alpha in her arms. There's a bunch of new girls there who want to join specifically because of Emily and her sloth, so she goes to make some connections and hopefully earn some future votes, leaving Alpha with Sarah for now. Seeing this, Brianna gives her minion a look from across the room, signaling to her that it's time to make the sloth disappear. Sarah sneaks outside unnoticed. Reluctantly following her orders, she leaves Alpha out in the rain at the foot of a tree, but she has no idea that she's about to become the sloth's next victim. Sarah's feeling guilty, so to get her mind off of things, she immediately grabs this random guy and brings him upstairs. Telling him that she'll be right back, she heads into another room to get some protection. Alpha here managed to get back inside through an open window, and when Sarah puts her drink down on a table, the sloth drops a handful of her sedatives into the cup. The moment that she takes a sip, Sarah collapses to the floor, unable to move a muscle. And that's when Alpha strikes. As lightning flashes outside, Alpha crawls across the room towards her helpless victim, until she's finally standing right over her, powerless to fight back. Sarah can only watch as the sloth very slowly reaches out with her claw until she quickly snaps her wrist, slashing at the girl's throat multiple times. Okay, congratulations, Sarah. It takes a special kind of stupid to be killed by one of the slowest animals in existence. Leaving that poor little sloth outside in this environment could have easily been a death sentence. So, looks like you got what you deserved in the end. Emily here is once again being a terrible pet owner by letting Alpha go missing on the very first night. If you're not going to take responsibility for an animal, you can't just leave it with a total stranger while you go off to party. That's bad enough, but the truth is that this whole thing could have been easily avoided if Emily here had just made one critical decision and taken down the photo of her with the exotic animal dealer. Of course, there's no way that she could have predicted that this would happen because of it, but after reading that the guy was found dead, don't you think that she'd at least want to cover her tracks by deleting the picture of the two of them together? Seeing that photo is what set the sloth on this rampage, so if she'd taken it down just to keep herself off of the police's radar, then she would have already indirectly stopped this whole thing from ever happening. Now, when it comes to Sarah here, all that she needed to do to survive was immediately make herself throw up the medication just like the sloth did. The onset seems like it was pretty quick, but she had plenty of time to throw her finger down the hatch and pull the trigger. This would have stopped her from becoming paralyzed, and then she could have fought for her life using any random items from around the room like a vase, desk lamp, or some heavy
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. It's time to love food back. Also try Tums Gummy Bites.
EasyCater is your soup to nuts tech platform for ordering food for your workplace. Yummy.
bookends, for example. She'd want to run out of there and slam the door shut behind her as soon as she could, and then get downstairs to tell everyone else what was going on. Not only would this hopefully leave the sloth trapped in the room, but she'd also have a whole party's worth of meat shields to use for cover if Alpha here decided to come after her again. Once she was in a safe location, I'd immediately call the police and animal control and let them come deal with this 2-foot terror. Unfortunately, Sarah here just wasn't the brightest in the bunch, and she ended up paying the price. Something important to note is that, so far, the sloth has only gone after people who've been mean to her in some way. Outside, this pizza guy almost hit her with his car, and he was all alone with no witnesses anywhere in sight. Alpha could have easily added him to the kill count, but she had another target in mind, which indicates that she's not just on a mindless rampage killing anyone who crosses her path. Knowing this, it seems just like being nice to her is enough to keep you safe, at least for now. With Sarah down, Alpha's done for the night, but it won't be long before the massacre continues. Over the next 2 weeks, Emily's following continues to grow as she battles it out with Brianna for votes and attention. All the while, Alpha here is secretly living a double life. By day, she pretends to be nothing more than the house's cute, lovable mascot, but by night, she's a cold-blooded killer. More and more of the girls start to disappear as she stacks bodies left and right, with no one ever suspecting a thing. Election day finally arrives, and Alpha and Zenny are outside, kicking back by the pool. Maddie shows up just as her friend goes to grab some more beers, and that's when she decides that things really have gone too far. It's time to get this sloth into the right hands, but just when she's about to sneak away with Alpha, Emily rushes in and stops her. While the two girls are fighting, Alpha sneakily grabs Maddie's phone from her back pocket and tosses it out into the driveway. Maddie steps into the road to pick it up without looking and is suddenly obliterated by an oncoming car right in front of her best friend's eyes. Luckily for her, it's only a smart car, and Maddie here survives the crash, but she needs to be rushed to the emergency room in critical condition. Emily goes along with her, and she tells Maddie that after all of this, she's finally decided to take Alpha to an animal rescue. There's just one problem. The election is about to start, and if she doesn't get to the house by midnight, Emily will be out of the running. She's made up her mind to stay with her friend, sacrificing her only chance to ever become the house president. But Maddie dramatically removes her mask and gives Emily her blessing to go see it through. Meanwhile, this girl Dakota is having a mental breakdown in her room. Just then, her bedroom door mysteriously creaks open. Looking down, she sees Alpha climbing up the ladder and invites her in, thinking that she came to cuddle, but that's when the sloth puts her to sleep forever. Moments later, another girl is in the bathroom getting ready for a shower when she hears a strange noise coming from behind the curtain. She quickly pulls it open to have a look, but when she checks inside, it looks like no one's there. Now, the bathroom door seems to be open on its own, and again, nothing. But this time, the shower water turns off. Something is definitely in there with her, and when the girl rips open the curtain for a second time, she sees Alpha hanging from the shower head. She screams out in terror, but it's already too late. The rest of the sisters gather in the basement to cast their votes, and it looks more like a satanic ritual than an election. The meeting is top secret, so they're all required to hand over their phones before it starts, and no one can leave the house until a new president is chosen. Upstairs, Miss May is about to lock the front door when Emily comes sprinting in at the last possible moment. She quickly leaves her phone and car keys in her bedroom and sprints down to join the others. The clock strikes midnight, and with that, it's time for the vote to begin. While the girls are distracted, Alpha begins working on a plan of her own. Using Emily's phone, she figures out how to get directions to the hospital and decides to go finish what she started out with Maddie. Outside, Alpha steals Emily's car and peels out towards the hospital, having officially just become the fastest sloth alive. As she's blasting through the streets, a police officer pulls out behind her and a high-speed chase begins. Alpha makes it to the hospital with the officer hot on her trail, but when the woman comes to check the car, the sloth is already gone. Alpha sneaks up to Maddie's room and unplugs her life support machines. The girl instantly begins to panic, but she's unable to fight back as the sloth rises up from the foot of her bed and leans down next to her face. Pulling out Emily's phone, Alpha takes a selfie of the two of them together and posts it on her own social media account as a twisted joke. As soon as the picture is up, she removes Maddie's oxygen mask and holds a pillow over her head until the girl stops breathing. Just then, a nurse comes in and finds the girl lying there motionless, while Alpha here quickly ducks out of sight. Okay, and this is why you're always supposed to look both ways before crossing the street. This sloth really is capable of anything. She just drove a stick shift and even used a phone to get directions. Why she would have evolved these skills for life in the rainforest, I couldn't tell you, but I have to say, I'm impressed. Here we get to see another example of Alpha going after people who didn't want her around. First, it was the two girls at the house, and now Maddie here. Granted, Maddie only wanted to do the right thing and send Alpha back to the rainforest where she belongs, but it looks like so far the pattern holds up. You mess with the sloth, the sloth messes with you. So for right now at least, staying on Alpha's good side seems to be the only way to guarantee your survival. Now to be fair, there isn't much that Maddie could have done here. This would have been completely terrifying. And she's already severely injured, but when you're about to be killed by a sloth, you have to at least try fighting back. Maddie couldn't move her arms because Alpha had already tied her up, but it looks like she could move her legs, so why not try punting that little maniac across the room? If that wasn't an option, then headbutt her when she leaned in to take that selfie, or channel your inner jaguar and bite that sloth right in her jugular. Clearly, you do not want to be caught in a room alone with this thing, and when she gets back to the house, who knows what this sloth is going to do next? The girls begin to cast their votes, placing a red flower in the bowl for Emily or a white flower for Brianna. When they're finally finished, the votes are counted, and to everyone's surprise, Emily has actually won. Brianna here is furious, but the other girls immediately break out into a party, never suspecting that Alpha is about to return and kill every single one of them. Brianna goes searching for one of her girls who never showed up to the vote, and that's when she finds Alyssa here dead in the shower with a loofah shoved in her mouth. Meanwhile, Emily comes looking for the same girl to tell her the good news, only to hear Brianna screaming bloody murder from inside. Freaked out, she throws the door open and sees that her pet is about to kill Brianna next. At the last moment, Emily smacks Alpha down with a book, and the two of them make a hasty retreat into the bathroom. Reality sets in as Emily and Brianna finally realize that Alpha has been the one making the girls disappear without a trace all along. Brianna wastes no time telling Emily that this is all her fault, and for once, she's absolutely right. But pointing fingers won't get them anywhere right now. They need to figure out how to stop this before Alpha comes back to kill them, or somebody else. Thinking it over, they remember that one of the girls' dads is a gun nut, and she might have a pistol in her room. So Emily arms herself with the top of a toilet tank, and they get ready to make a break for it. Okay, this is going to backfire. Looking for a better weapon is a great idea and all, but Alpha is about to jump them as soon as they open that door. These girls really need to come up with a backup plan here before making another move, just in case things go horribly wrong. They need a way to end the fight here and now, if that's what it comes down to. Unfortunately, being trapped in a bathroom leaves them with limited options. But there is one thing that they could try if they're feeling creative. Everyone knows that electricity and water don't mix, but what if we could find a way to use this to our advantage? Here's what I'm thinking. With this being a girl's house, there's guaranteed to be a blow dryer or a curling iron somewhere in that bathroom. It's gonna be dangerous, but they could fill up a bathtub up with water and then throw in one of those plugged-in appliances.
One day, you'll be able to meet surging content demands without compromising your business or your brand. For that, there's Adobe Express. Now your teams will be empowered to create their own on-brand content easily, so you can meet business goals quickly. Your teams can adapt approved content with locked templates and commercially safe AI. So global teams across marketing, sales, HR, and more can better engage their audiences and get to market faster. And hey, who doesn't like fast?
Then, when they open the door and Alpha lunges at them, knock her into the water and fry that little muppet. Now, I wouldn't want to hurt a cute little sloth for no reason at all, but if it's coming at me with an intent to kill, then I'm gonna do whatever's necessary to defend myself. even if this is mostly all Emma's fault anyway. Alternatively, the bathroom does have a window that they could try sneaking out of to avoid confrontation altogether, and then run to get help before the sloth hunts them down. They could also try getting their hands on Alpha's medication, and if they could somehow trick her into taking one, like by leaving out a trap with her favorite food, then they could end this whole thing peacefully instead. As a matter of fact, brown-throated sloths like Alpha here have to sleep for up to 18 hours a day in the wild. It's only a matter of time before she runs out of steam and needs to catch some Z's. So waiting her out could actually be a legitimate option here. Speaking of using Alpha's natural behaviors against her, back home in the rainforest, one of the sloth's greatest natural enemies is the massive harpy eagle. No, I'm not kidding. Of course, there aren't any of those flying around here in Kentucky where the girls live, but they could still go around leaving open every window of the house that they pass by in their travels. You know, if they get lucky, then Alpha might decide to just up and leave, or another large bird like an owl might fly in there and get her for you. Who knows? Now, the situation may look bad, but there's one last thing that could be working in their favor that Emily and Brianna here don't even know about yet. On her way to the hospital, Alpha got in a high-speed chase with an officer of the law. Although the officer didn't manage to see who was driving the car, the police should be on their way to the house if they linked the license plate back to Emily, which means that backup might be coming if they can survive long enough for them to get there. Whatever they choose to do next, they don't even have to actually kill the sloth at all to survive the night. They just have to make it home safely. The big problem with this is that the front door is locked shut, but Miss May here has the key. So as long as they can get to her without being murdered by Alpha, then they should be home free. The girls sneak out into the room, but the moment that she sees Alpha, Brianna slides right back into the bathroom and slams the door, leaving Emily to deal with it herself. The sloth lunges towards her, and Emily takes a huge swing with the lid, sending her flying through the window and crashing down to the lawn below. For a moment, it looks like the creature is dead, but as soon as Emily takes another look, Alpha has disappeared, proving that she won't be going down so easily. Searching for a weapon, Emily finds a pistol hidden in one of Dakota's drawers, but is horrified when she sees the girl lying dead in the corner. Meanwhile, a bunch of the sisters are performing some sort of trust ritual in the communal showers, completely oblivious to the mortal danger that they're all in. They blindfold this one girl and make her walk through the freezing cold water, but Alpha secretly changes it to boiling hot, scalding the girl's skin. Terrified, everyone begins to panic and rush over to help, but the sloth isn't done with them yet. From her perch on the ceiling, Alpha rips open an electrical wire and drops it down to the wet floor, electrocuting them all. Armed with the handgun, Emily begins creeping through the house in search of Alpha. Just then, two more of Brianna's minions come running up from the basement, but the sloth is right behind them and quickly kills them both. In the chaos, Emily drops her weapon, but as she's turning back to get it, Alpha comes for her, forcing Emily to run for her life. She manages to make it to the bedroom just in time, but Alpha here is right behind her, and just when it sounds like she might be gone, the sloth punches a hole straight through the door. Overcome with fear, Emily cowers in the corner, too terrified to fight back. As a sick joke, the sloth motions for her to come closer, before dropping in her phone with it open to the picture from moments before she killed Abby just to taunt her. Okay, this sloth is completely twisted. There's no way that Emily could have predicted what she was about to unleash on the unsuspecting world when she brought this freak of nature home in a cardboard box. But after all of this bloodshed, there's one thing that's for sure, and it's Emily, you f***ed up. This whole idea was a total disaster right from the beginning. It's not like you just walked into a pet store and came out with an apex predator in disguise. You straight up stole an exotic species that you knew absolutely nothing about from a legitimate poacher, and in the span of a few weeks, managed to let it turn into a bloodthirsty killing machine. If you would have done your research like you were supposed to, then you would have known that sloths can fall over 100 feet without injury, which means that it's gonna take a bit more than just falling out of a window to finish off Alpha here. But you did it all just for your own personal gain, and in the end, countless innocent people got killed for your mistakes, including your best friend Maddie here, who was just trying to do the right thing from the very beginning. To make matters even worse, you totally dropped the ball when you had the chance to end this nightmare. Come on, Emily! Don't go through all of the trouble getting a gun just to drop it at the worst possible time. All that you had to do was beat a sloth in a race. And this could have all been over. Now, I'll agree that this is no ordinary sloth, but that's still not a great excuse. You had a chance to rush for that gun and end this killing spree right here, but you froze up at the most crucial moment, and that's just disappointing. The only good news here is that Alpha just gave you one last chance to redeem yourself. Use that phone to call the police and get ready to fight for your life with anything that you can find in the room. Hopefully, you'll survive long enough for them to get there and some real professionals can take over. In the end, Brianna was absolutely right. This was all your fault, and it's never a good sign if I'm agreeing with your worst enemy. You may have gotten the sloth for free 99, but the rest of your friends had to pay with their lives. Emily, you f***ed up. Downstairs, Miss May wakes up from a drunken power nap and notices that the ceremony seems to be taking much longer than it should. Confused, she goes off in search of the girls, but that's when she stumbles upon the most recent murder spree. Suddenly, the sloth appears right behind her, but May can sense that something isn't quite right, and quickly realizes that Alpha has been killing the girls while she was passed out. Grabbing a nearby paddle, she starts taking wild swings in the creature's direction, until she finally lands a blow straight to the top of Alpha's head, and continues beating her down until it looks like the sloth is knocked unconscious. With Alpha down, May comes to the room where Emily is hiding, but suddenly the sloth sneaks up from behind and attacks her again. She manages to fight her off for a second time, but takes some heavy injuries in the process, and staggers into the room, slowly bleeding to death. With her dying breath, May decides to give a long-winded monologue about the importance of living your life for others instead of yourself, because that's the mark of a true leader. The speech brings a tear to Emily's eye, but it's too late to save Miss May, and she collapses to the floor, dying after finally succumbing to her wounds. Back at his room, Emily's boyfriend Tyler is scrolling through social media when he finally notices that the sloth has been posting pictures with every single girl who's recently gone missing. Realizing that Emily is in danger, he decides to go back to the house to try and save her before it's too late. Emily, meanwhile, finally comes to terms with the fact that this really is all her fault, and decides that it's time to set things right. Instead of trying to escape, she grabs the paddle and goes into the hallway, where she runs straight into Tyler, but they aren't alone. Just then, Zenny here appears at the end of the hallway, and she's gone full Mad Max in just a matter of a few hours. Together, the three of them team up and decide to go search for Brianna, remembering that she's still trapped in one of the bedrooms. Surprisingly, they manage to find Brianna without running into any trouble, but as they're making their way out of the building, that's when the sloth attacks. In the blink of an eye, Alpha takes all three of them down, and then turns its attention to Brianna. Thinking quickly, she blinds the sloth with a burst of hairspray, and actually manages to get away, but she's in such a state of panic that she immediately runs straight into a wall, knocking herself to the ground. The sloth crouches over her, about to finish her off, until Zenny here runs and punts the creature down the end of the hall. The battle is on, and Zenny starts raining down throwing knives in the sloth's direction, but misses every shot. Next, she draws her katana, and this time she doesn't miss, but neither does the sloth. Zenny manages to run Alpha clean through with her blade, but the sloth grabs her in the gut with her claws as well, badly injuring her. Once again, it looks like Alpha is dead, but by now, they know better than to take this for granted, and seconds later, it rises up from the floor armed with Zenny's katana. Suddenly, a shot rings out. It's Maddie, still alive, and she shoots Alpha several times with the pistol, dropping it with a barrage of lead, but somehow, even bullets aren't enough to completely kill this freak of nature. Determined to end this here and now, Emily takes her friend's katana and goes to finish the job, but at the last moment, she hesitates, and the sloth zips away to hide out somewhere else in the house. Okay, I knew we were dealing with something special, but Alpha here is pretty much the Michael Myers of sloths. So far, she's been knocked out of a second-story window, bludgeoned over the head with a paddle, impaled with a samurai sword, shot several times, and somehow she's still going strong. This, of course, is not good. And it looks like they're going to have to resort to some pretty drastic measures if they want to kill Alpha once and for all. Next time that they manage to get her down, overkill is probably going to be their only option. She may be able to survive insane amounts of damage, but there's just no way that she could still be kicking if they decapitate her with that sword, or shoot her straight through the head to make sure that they finish the job. Something tells me that Zenny might have a lighter on her, so combining this with Brianna's can of hairspray could make for a quick improvised flamethrower to light Alpha on fire. But even then, I still wouldn't let my guard down until I was absolutely sure that she was done for good. They need to finish the fight before Alpha kills again, but only half of them are still in fighting shape after their last encounter. Maddie and Zenny need to just get out of there since they're already injured, but they can still call for help once they're in a safe location. As for Emily and Tyler, they should both go hunting for Alpha together, with one of them taking the sword and the other one keeping the gun. That way, they'll each have someone to watch their backs. Oh, it's gonna be a tough fight, but seeing Tyler with his phone light on gives me an idea for one small way that they may be able to gain the advantage. Sloths have terrible vision in bright light, so it could be possible to shine the flashlight directly into Alpha's eyes and blind her, giving you an open shot to go in for the kill. Also, since they have a working phone, call the cops right now. That way, backup will still be coming even if the fight with Alpha goes south. Seizing the moment, the survivors make a break for the front door, but there's a problem. In the confusion, they've forgotten all about Brianna. Although she and the girl haven't exactly been the best of friends lately, Emily decides that it's her job to save her life. Armed with the pistol and katana, she heads back into the depths of the house. Emily shouts for Alpha to come out, and that's when she sees the sloth holding Brianna hostage. Before she'll let the girl go, the sloth signals to Emily that she wants a fair fight, motioning for her to drop the katana. With no other choice, Emily agrees, throwing down her sword, but the moment that she does, the sloth immediately starts choking her out. Instead of helping out, Brianna here decides to hightail it out of there, leaving Emily for dead after she just saved her life. Just when it looks like it's game over for Emily, she pulls the gun out of her jacket and fires a shot, but the sloth knocks it away. Furious, Emily reaches up, grabs the tiara from the sloth's head, and drives it down as hard as she can straight into the top of her skull. This time, she's able to get free and starts crawling for the gun just as the sloth begins to wake up. Emily manages to reach the pistol at the last second, spinning around and firing into Alpha several times. The sloth goes down, but somehow the thing is still alive. Emily stands over her, and just when she's about to pull the trigger, Alpha points to a random picture of the Panama rainforest that's hanging up on the wall, showing her that all she really wanted was to just go home. 1 year later, Emily, Maddie, and Zenna have turned the incident into an opportunity for personal advancement, starting an organization meant to raise awareness about the dangers of taking wild animals out of their natural habitat. The unbelievable bloodshed seems to have brought everyone closer together, and even Brianna has finally learned the importance of true friendship. I'm sorry, but if you have a giant killer sloth coming after you, shoot that motherfucker in the head. Don't even play around. What is all this benign plot armor, runtime? Nah. If a sloth is coming after you, kill that motherfucker. Just straight up load the pistol, back! Right in the head. It's over with, you know what I mean? But anyways, let us know what you would do down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this. As we slide into the holiday season, let me remind you that we have a Patreon, along with How to Beat shirts available for sale. Looking to give that perfect gift to your favorite How to Beat fan? Look no further. Swag them up. We got the shirt. Click the link in the video description for the merch. There has to be one more thing that I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, have a damn good day.
Hendrick's Gin, refreshingly curious.
If an evil Christmas demon was coming to kill everyone in your town, what would you do? Many years ago, these adults secretly committed a terrible crime, bringing on the wrath of a powerful ancient spirit. Now, the witch is back for revenge, and she won't stop until their entire bloodlines pay the price. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the cannibal witch in Mother Krampus. There's an uninvited guest coming to Christmas dinner, and this year, human flesh is on the menu. At a church in town, this young boy spots a trail of grandma candies leading down the aisle. His mother is too distracted to notice as he follows the trail to the end of the row, where he finds the absolute motherlode. But hold on, it's a trap. A hooded figure is watching him from the open doorway, beckoning him over with the promise of more sweet treats. But the moment that he gets too close, he's snatched away in the blink of an eye, never to be seen or heard from again. Okay, didn't this kid's parents or his gym teacher ever tell him not to go around taking candy from strangers? And I'm holding the parents equally responsible for little Timmy here, ending up in the Krampus sack. Now, it may be too late for him, but we can still learn from his mistakes so that we'll be prepared the next time that this thing shows up. First off, it's definitely not a good sign that this creeper here was willing to get so close to a church. In most cases, evil beings tend to steer clear of these kind of places. Whatever it is that we're dealing with here is extremely dangerous. The figure looks like a person who's been living inside a cardboard box behind a bowling alley. But from the way that it sounds, either it's been puffing down a pack a day for the last 30 years, or it's not a person at all. It also took the kid in the blink of an eye, and without much of a fight, so there's reason to suspect that it's inhumanly strong, and might hold some kind of mind control power over children. Overall, it's already safe to say that Christmas this year isn't looking too bright for the kids in town, unless someone can stop this thing before it strikes again. Now would be a great time to remind their kids that they need to run away screaming at the top of their lungs if some Grim Reaper-looking freak starts trying to stuff them in a potato sack. Whatever this thing is, it seems like it needs to lure the kids away from their parents before taking them into its dark realm. So the adults should make sure to always keep their little ones within arm's reach, and be ready to throw down with this ghoul on a moment's notice until the disappearances are solved. The next day, this girl Amy's mom comes to pick her up early from school, and she looks stressed. But the girl's disappointed to hear that her father won't be joining them. He's too busy with work, explains her mom, but we'll soon find out that what he's really working on is a new relationship with a younger woman. Over the river and through the woods to grandfather's house they go, but as soon as they get there, Amy rushes straight into her room without so much as a hug for Pop-Pop. The old man and Vanessa start talking about what's been going on with her husband, but he's disappointed that she hasn't told Amy the truth yet. Meanwhile, Amy decides to call her father and ask him to join them for Christmas. He's hesitant at first, but after a bit of convincing, he finally agrees that he'll be there for dinner the following night. Just then, a mysterious woman arrives at the door unannounced, and Grandpa is not happy to see her. She insists on coming in, but instead of introducing her to the family, he abruptly hustles her through the house and straight to his bedroom. It looks like Grandpa here might have what the kids call these days a sneaky link, but the truth is that she's not here for his winter sausage. This woman, Leslie, breaks out a bunch of reports about young kids who've been going missing all over town. She's convinced that the witch has returned, and came to warn him that they could all be in danger. Grandpa doesn't want to hear it, but the woman insists that it's true, finally convincing him to meet her and the other survivors at the town church tomorrow night. While alone in her bedroom, Amy notices a sinister-looking woman in a black cloak waving to her from outside. Just
mosquito repellent never felt so good. Off Clean Feel is non-sticky, fragrance-free, and DEET-free. Enjoy the outdoors with friends, not mosquitoes.
SC Johnson.
Then, an unnatural wind blows the bedroom door shut, but when Amy turns back around, the woman has disappeared. At school, Amy's friend Colum and this bully kid are left alone in detention when they hear a sharp crash coming from a camping tent in the corner of the room. Thinking that it must be an intruder, the bully here does the only logical thing and proceeds to immediately crawl directly towards it. Colum tries to warn him, but it's already too late. In an instant, the witch yanks the boy into the tent, and when Colum and the teacher go to check it out, there's no trace of him left. Okay, is it just me, or do none of these kids in this town have any sense of self-preservation? Any kid whose brain cells haven't been completely depleted by watching too much skibbity toilet should have seen the red flags here from a mile away. Clearly, the witch must have some level of mind control over them, but a trap only works if you fall for it. So you can't let the intrusive thoughts win if you want to survive. Now, I don't know what's going on with there being a whole camping tent inside of a classroom, but that's besides the point. With this being after-school detention, these kids should have known that nobody else was supposed to be in the building except for them, their teacher, and maybe a few employees from the front office. The teacher left the room, so if there's something flailing around the inside of the tent, then it's safe to assume that you have a problem. These kids should have obviously kept their distance, or immediately gone on the offensive and thrown a full-speed drop kick right into the side of that tent. The moment that they sensed any danger, they needed to start tossing their chairs across the room like this was a WWE match, and then ran to get a trustworthy adult as soon as humanly possible. Colum here was lucky enough to escape with his life, and that's only because he had his classmate to use as a meat shield. But this gives us another hint as to how this creature operates. So far, it seems like it's only going after bad kids. This kid right here was a bully, while the first kid took candy from a stranger and was interrupting his mom at church. So as long as you're good, then you should be fine, right? Maybe. But the witch is also stalking Amy, so it looks like even the well-behaved kids need to be careful. It also waited until the adult was gone again before it chose to strike, so for now, being near adults seems like a good way to stay safe. Speaking of Amy, she needs to tell her mom and grandpa about this creepy lady who's been hanging out in the backyard right away instead of trying to be friends with her. The same goes for Colum here. He should be very clear with the adults about what he's just seen so that they can act responsibly to get ahead of the next attack. And as for Vanessa, her father is acting awfully suspicious, and I'd be sure to keep a close eye on him until she figures out what's really going on here. The next day, Vanessa and Amy give Grandpa a ride over to the church so that he can meet up with the rest of his witch survivor support group. Colum's teacher is there, along with several relatives of the missing children, and everyone seems to be on the same page about the witch having returned. It turns out that a woman named Molly supposedly took the lives of several of the town's children back in the 90s. Grandpa and the other adults decided to take justice into their own hands, taking her out to the woods and killing her for what she'd done. Leslie starts passing around some blurry photos of a woman standing out in the woods as proof, and everyone is immediately convinced except for this guy Joe, who thinks that it's all a bunch of baloney. She explains that as they put her to death, the woman Molly placed a curse on the bloodlines of everyone who was involved, vowing that an ancient witch known as Frau Perchta would one day come for them and their children. Just then, Joe has to step out to take a phone call from his babysitter, but it won't be long before he finds out what they're saying is 100% true. Okay, this is some important information. Now that we have a name for this creature, we can start to figure out more about its origins, behaviors, and most importantly, how to kill it. Frau Perchta is a winter goddess from ancient European folklore, whose main goal is to punish families who haven't been properly sticking to their Christmas traditions. If you've been working over the holidays or letting your house get too dirty, then she is not going to be very happy when she finds out. She's said to appear in one of two ways, either as a beautiful woman dressed in white and surrounded by snow, or as a disheveled old hag with a wrinkled face, hook nose, and tattered black cloak, which sounds a lot like our prime suspect here. Some legends say that she also might have one awkwardly large foot, which supposedly indicates that she can shapeshift into an animal form. Over the holidays, Frau Perchta roams the countryside in search of houses where young children live. If the kids have been behaving themselves all year, then they might find a silver coin hidden in one of their shoes the next day. Sounds pretty harmless, right? Not if she finds out that you've been causing trouble. You see, that's when things take a much darker turn. If you find yourself on the naughty list, then watch out, because Frau Perchta here is gonna sneak into your room late at night, slice open your belly, take out your insides, and fill the hole with straw and rocks. She'll also do this if you've eaten anything other than her traditional meal of fish and gruel on the night of her feast. Even one gingerbread cookie is enough to get you butchered. Personally, I'd say that this sounds a bit extreme, but to each their own, I guess. Because she was so powerful, Frau Perchta actually had a cult following whose members would leave out an offering of food and drink in the hope of receiving her blessings. Kinda like Santa Claus with his milk and cookies, except with more murder. On certain days during the year, people from the Tyrol region of Central Europe host a festival in her honor, where two groups meet in the center of town to battle it out using wooden sticks. So now that we know what we're up against, how can we turn the tables on old Perchta here before more kids end up missing? They could try leaving out an offering of her traditional meal to win her over. If they'd rather go on the offensive, beating her down with a wooden stick might do the trick. They also suspect that the woman Molly was the one who put the curse on them, So making peace with her spirit might get her to call the witch off. If they're truly sorry for what they've done, then the adults of town could go back to her gravesite, apologize to Molly's spirit, and give her a proper burial, especially when that problem is the vengeful spirit of a cannibalistic witch. Back at Joe's house, the babysitter is getting ready to put his daughter Tilly to bed, but the girl is a total brat and refuses to go to sleep without being told a bedtime story. She doesn't want to hear about Winnie the Pooh or Snow White either. She wants something edgy, and the babysitter has just the tale. She's going to tell her of Frau Perchta. According to her, the witch's spirit resides in the darkest depths of hell and will come for you if you say her name 3 times while facing a mirror. That's Candyman, replies the girl, insulted. The babysitter challenges Tilly to try it if she's so brave. Lighting a candle, the 2 girls go into the bathroom and repeat Frau Perchta's name 3 times while looking at their reflections. Just then, the candle's flame mysteriously goes out. The babysitter goes to turn the lights back on, but when she does, the witch suddenly appears standing right behind Tilly. The 2 of them flee out into the hallway, only to see a very spooky pair of hands appear from around the corner, and they run for their lives into a bedroom closet, but neither of them is going to make it out of this alive. The babysitter tries to call for help, but for some reason, she can't seem to get any cell service. That's when they hear the landline ringing from downstairs, and she bravely convinces this actual child to go for the phone while she hides out in the closet. Turns out to be a bad choice though, because moments later, Frau Perchta emerges from out of the darkness right behind her, and just like that, her babysitting days are officially over. Tilly immediately leaves her for dead, while the witch ties her babysitter up with a string of Christmas lights. Terrified, she hides out in another closet and arms herself with a wire hanger, but it's no use. The witch quickly discovers her hiding spot and takes the girl away, but she isn't finished yet. Returning to the babysitter, she cuts a hole in the woman's stomach and fills it with Christmas lights. By the time that Joe finally makes it home, his daughter is nowhere to be found, and the babysitter is hung up from the balcony like some kind of demented lawn decoration. Okay, if this babysitter wasn't already dead, then she'd need to be fired immediately. Let's not forget that she was the one who dared Tilly here to go summon the witch in the first place, and then had the audacity to try using her, a literal child who she was supposed to be taking care of, as a meat shield. Before this, the witch still hadn't killed any adults yet, but it's not surprising that she decided to start with her. Now, her babysitting skills were bad enough, but their survival skills were truly some of the worst that I've ever seen. Hiding in a closet should always be an absolute last resort. Instead, they should have immediately sprinted out of the house and either tried to get help from a neighbor or jumped in a car and made a break for the town church. Tilly here must have learned from the worst, because while she could hear her babysitter being slowly murdered in the other room for what it felt like a good 5 minutes, she made the unbelievably idiotic decision to hide in a different closet instead of running for her life while she had the chance. At least she tried to fight back, unlike the babysitter, who didn't even take a swing. With the first adult victim finally meeting her end, the witch is now going after adults first instead of the kids. So any children who don't want to end up dead should stick near adults as much as possible. That way, they'll always have a good supply of meat shields on deck. There's no telling if saying her name 3 times in the mirror really summoned her, or if these 2 just happened to be up next, but if anyone else has heard of this theory, then they might be able to use it to their advantage. It's a long shot for sure, but it could be possible to use multiple mirrors to just keep constantly summoning the witch between different locations.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before she has a chance to attack. It's not the most foolproof idea, but you never know until you try. Also, if the adults are paying attention, then they should notice that the way that the babysitter was put to death matches up with the witch's symbol, and with some doodles that Amy has been drawing. it seems like they share some kind of psychic connection, and it could be possible to use this to predict where the witch might show up next or who her next targets will be. At the church, Grandpa and the remaining survivors are busy discussing what they should do next. They've noticed that the witch seems to be unable to step inside of the church. The priest also points out that she's most likely hiding somewhere in the forest, since that's where they killed her all those years ago. There's only one night left until Christmas, which means that she'll have to come for all of them soon if she's determined to get her revenge before the holiday. Meanwhile, Amy is sitting alone in the parking lot when she spots this monstrosity creepily watching her. Instead of immediately freaking out, she starts making friendly conversation, as if she's going to invite the witch over for some crumpets and a spot of tea. The creature produces more grandma candy from her pockets, and Amy here is genuinely about to take the bait. But luckily, her mother shows up just in time. After everyone else has left the church, Grandpa and his woman get another chance to talk alone. It turns out that Leslie here is much more than just a side piece. She's his ex-wife. But Vanessa has no idea and refuses to let her back into their lives. She's terrified that none of them are going to make it to Christmas morning, but he tells her to meet back at the church the next day so that they can come up with a plan to fight back. When they return to the house, the family notices the number 12 written in blood on their front door. But it isn't long before Vanessa here shows up to kill the vibe, demanding to know what's really going on, finally coming clean. He takes a seat on the bed and begins to explain. Many years ago, a total of 5 children disappeared from the town in the days leading up to Christmas, with one of them being her older sister that Vanessa here never even knew existed. Convinced that a local outcast named Molly Fletcher had taken them as a blood sacrifice to the devil, the other townsfolk decided to partake in the timeless Christmas tradition of vigilante justice. After forming an angry mob, they took the woman off to the woods and strung her up from a tree. Overall, it was a pretty chill time, except for the part when Molly put a witch curse on everyone's bloodlines, and one lady sliced her stomach open with a machete. While they're busy reminiscing about the good old days, Amy heads out by herself to start cleaning up the blood. Sure enough, Frau Perchta appears from the shadows. Amy here decides that she looks friendly enough and immediately lets her guard down. But just when the witch is about to take her in, Colum shows up on his bicycle and the woman disappears. He tries to warn Amy about the obvious stranger danger, but she isn't so sure. She argues that since the woman hasn't killed her yet, it must mean that she's actually nice, which is some foolproof logic if I've ever heard it. Colum hands Amy a bouquet of flowers and gives her a peck on the cheek before his aunt comes to take him home, but the two of them will never see each other again. Okay, I thought that the real kidnappers were supposed to bribe you with a puppy, but maybe they only had enough left in the budget to hire a cat? Anyway, these kids really don't know anything about being safe around strangers, do they? Little Amy here almost walked right up to that lady in the parking lot, and then did the same thing again when this horrific-looking abomination showed up outside of her house. What she needed to do here was immediately run back into the house screaming bloody murder and tell her mom and grandpa exactly what she saw. That way, they could take the appropriate action, put the house on lockdown, call the police, and get ready to fight like their lives depend on it, or take her somewhere else where they could be safe, like the town church or a friggin' gun store. She may have managed to escape with her life for now, but unfortunately for her friend, he isn't going to be so lucky. So Colum and his aunt are walking home down a dirt path through the woods like Ichabod Crane, when all of a sudden they hear demonic noises coming from somewhere in the darkness. Instead of immediately running for their lives, these two geniuses decide to investigate. There in the woods, they find a strange ritual site with the fire still burning, and a bunch of gingerbread men that are covered in what must either be blood or strawberry jelly. Suddenly, the witch grabs his aunt from behind and starts cutting more gingerbread men out of the skin on her back. Instead of running away or trying to fight back, Colum here runs straight towards the witch, and she stuffs him into a burlap sack without much trouble. After taking a quick break to sample one of her cookies, she carries Colum off into the forest, quickly disappearing from sight. Okay, seriously? This one seems like it should be obvious, but do not, and I repeat, do not, ever, under any circumstances, go to investigate some strange noises and Blair Witch ritual sites that you find out in the woods late at night. If you hear or see something like that, especially when kids from town have been disappearing all week, you need to run as fast as you can and as far away as possible. So they fell for the trap. That's bad enough already, but Callum, my man, pick up a stick for Pete's sake. Don't just sit there and let Mother Krampus do your auntie like that. You were supposed to be the smart one, Callum, but now your poor aunt is dead and you're off to Krampus land for the rest of eternity. Do better next time. After Amy goes off to bed, Vanessa here decides to have a look through some of her father's things. Unfortunately, the drawer is locked, but luckily the key is in the drawer literally right above it. Inside, she finds some half-empty bottles of booze and a cookie tin where the old man keeps most of his important documents. To her surprise, there's an old police badge inside the tin, as well as a picture of her as a child with the older sister that she's forgotten all about. When Vanessa wakes up the next morning, Grandpa is already putting up wooden crosses all over the house. He asks her for a ride back over to the church, but before they can leave, they're caught off guard by an unsuspected visitor. To her shock, Vanessa sees that her cheating husband, Wilden, has just arrived outside. Not only that, but he's brought his literal girlfriend over for Christmas dinner at his wife's father's house. Somehow, Wilden here did not predict that this would be a problem, and he's frustrated with her for not being open to the idea. Things are pretty awkward to say the least, but Vanessa and Grandpa still have to head off to church, leaving her husband and his girlfriend alone with Amy for now. Amy doesn't really want to hang out with her dad's girlfriend either, deciding to go off to her room instead. And this absolute psycho is actually surprised and insulted that everyone is giving her the cold shoulder. Worst Christmas ever, she thinks, but she has no idea that it's also going to be her last. Vanessa and her father arrive at the church, but Leslie is nowhere to be found. While he's going over the evidence, Vanessa finally puts the pieces together and realizes that Leslie is actually her mom. It's gonna have to wait though, because that's when Grandpa figures out that, according to the pattern of disappearances, Amy is going to be next. Okay, this is not good. With everyone else dead, the witch is officially coming after Amy. They need to get ready for a fight now. But the good news is, Old Man Winter here is already ahead of the game. The wooden crosses that he's been setting up over the doors and windows are an example of a type of protective magic. It may seem old school, but some ancient cultures would actually surround their house with homemade crosses just like these, to protect themselves from witchcraft. Besides crosses, there were many other symbols and artifacts that were believed to achieve the same effect. Gargoyles and other scary faces were originally put on sides of buildings to frighten away witches. Objects called witch balls, glass ornaments similar to the ones that we hang on a Christmas tree, were used to distract the evil spirits with their bright colors, and then trap them inside. Alternatively, witch bottles were small glass containers filled with hair from the cursed person, needles, and red wine that were carefully hidden somewhere within the house. You see, the hair attracts the witch. The needles get her stuck, the wine drowns her, and then you throw the bottle into an open flame to finish the job. An anti-witch mark was a pattern of overlapping circles that could be carved into a home's walls or doorway, and which would confuse the witch as she got stuck trying to follow the line. Many magical practices also call for the use of a magic circle, which can be any one of several different patterns that you draw on the ground with salt, and will protect you from harmful spirits as long as you remain inside. It seems like Gramps here has been studying up on counter-witch strategies. So he needs to start hanging ornaments in the windows, putting his hair into bottles, carving witch marks into the walls, putting little Amy in her own magic circle, and using any other techniques that he can to try and ward off Frau Perchta. Of course, if all else fails, then at least they always have the husband and his girlfriend to use as meat shields in a pinch. Unable to get Amy to come out of her room, Wilden and his girlfriend decide to whip up some Christmas dinner instead. When the other two return, Grandpa is busy keeping watch through the windows, while Vanessa sits down for some awkward small talk with the girl who stole her man. The conversation almost immediately turns hostile until Vanessa calls her a, quote, waste of oxygen wannabe. straight to her face, and the girl storms outside to go wait by the car. The girl stands around pouting in the driveway, never suspecting that Frau Perchta is quietly closing in. Suddenly, the freak pins her up against the car and stabs her in the neck with a candy cane before she can even react. Wilden happens to come walking out of the house at that exact moment, finding her badly injured but somehow still alive. He quickly carries her back inside while the witch returns to leave her mark on the door in the girl's blood. While the adults are distracted, Frau Perchta starts calling out to Amy, who quietly follows the voice outside, despite the fact that there is a woman literally bleeding to death from a candy cane wound that the witch just gave her. She makes it all the way to the front door, where she finds the little naked cat sitting there on the porch. Luckily, Grandpa here catches on to what's about to go down and manages to save her, just seconds before Frau Perchta would have taken the girl away. Preparing for a fight, Grandpa rushes Vanessa and Amy over to his panic room and hands them the most formidable weapons that anyone could ask for. Some tubes of wrapping paper bundled in Christmas lights, saying that they should keep the witch back. Suddenly, the witch appears directly behind them, and Grandpa takes an overhead chop at her with his axe. But she catches the weapon and throws him across the room with ease, knocking him unconscious. Instead of fighting back, Vanessa and Amy decide to cower in the corner. It looks like all hope is lost. That's when Wilden shows up out of the blue and socks Frau Perchta straight in the jaw. But it only seems to make the witch more angry. Effortlessly, she lifts Wilden here straight into the air with one hand, while burning the side of his face with the palm of the other. It looks like he's totally screwed, but the scuffle at least buys Amy a chance to escape. Okay, now we've seen that the witch can at least be physically injured, but they're going to need something that's a bit stronger than Wilden's Fists of Fury to finish the job. And it seems like the only way to get a hit in is with a sneak attack, so here's what I'm thinking. Since the witch's main goal is to take Amy, the adults could use her as a distraction and then crack the witch in the back of her head with an axe, while she's focused on the kid. It's risky, but it just might pay off if they play their cards just right. With Wilden out of the way, Emperor Palpatine here turns her attention on Vanessa instead and begins to use the Force to choke the woman within an inch of her life. At the last moment, Grandpa jumps the witch from behind, but she hits him with the old razzle-dazzle, turning the weapon on him instead. The adults are powerless to fight back, leaving the witch free to go after Amy, and that's when she does the most terrifying thing of all. After walking into the bedroom where Amy is hiding, she takes Grandpa's axe and starts going full George Washington on any random piece of furniture. As a matter of fact, she's having such a good time that she completely forgets that she's supposed to be looking for Amy, and the girl manages to sneak out of the room undetected. Meanwhile, the girlfriend gets up and starts walking around aimlessly until the witch finds her in the living room. Terrified, she moves at the speed of a snail towards the kitchen, where she finds a pot of water and throws it at the witch's face. Unfortunately for her, this isn't the Wizard of Oz, and the witch tosses her into the kitchen island, snapping her spine from the force of the throw. But she's not done with her yet. The witch proceeds to tie the woman up on the table and starts slicing into her back with this rinky-dink little electric carving knife. Taking pieces of her skin, she places them into a cooking tray and stuffs them into the oven, before setting off to find the remaining survivors. Okay, let me get this straight. There's been a woman slowly dying from a candy cane wound to the neck laying on their living room floor, and a crazy witch lady prowling around outside, but nobody in the house has called the police yet? Kind of seems like something that they should have done already. I don't know, maybe the witch cut their phone line with her magic. Now, the girlfriend here got attacked because she was a bad person, and that fits the witch's MO. But it doesn't explain why she's still coming after Amy, since the girl's been nothing but good. It must be because of what her grandpa did all those years back, and that's why he needs to do the right thing by offering to sacrifice himself, so that the witch will let the little girl go. Think of it as a "it's a me that you want" sort of deal. There's no guarantee that this will work, but this whole thing is really his fault. So it's time for Gramps to step up to the plate and take responsibility like a man before his whole family ends up paying the price. Out on the back porch, Grandpa is slowly dying of his wounds, where he sees Frau Perchta crawling towards him, but his fate is left unknown for now. Meanwhile, Vanessa is back on her feet, but doesn't make it 3 steps before she's yanked into a dark room. Luckily for her, it's only Wilden, but he's looking more like Harvey Dent these days. They have a quick heart-to-heart, all is forgiven, and she gives Two-Face here a big smooch before he heroically sets off to find their daughter. Out in the living room, he finds that his girlfriend has been brutally killed. He ends up getting distracted by what's cooking in the oven, only for Frau Perchta to jump him from behind and starts choking him out with a string of Christmas lights. "Here comes the airplane," she says, as she starts trying to feed him pieces of his dead girlfriend. And he fake vomits in a way that's somehow more disgusting than if he'd actually thrown up for real. Once she's had her fun, the witch chokes him unconscious. But this isn't the last that we'll see of him. The witch finds Amy hiding behind the Christmas tree and is about to take her when Vanessa steps in and chucks a present at her back. Annoyed, she pulls back the curtains on the window, revealing that she has Grandpa tied up in a chair. Vanessa and Amy take shelter in an upstairs bedroom, quickly slamming the door shut behind them. Meanwhile, Two-Face here actually regains consciousness and begins searching through the house with an axe, with the witch standing directly behind him. Eventually, he makes it to the bedroom where the two of them are hiding, but they think that it's the witch trying to get through the door. Instead of saying, "Hey, it's me," he readies his axe and prepares to chop that down, all while Vanessa is cowering just on the other side. Suddenly, the witch grabs Amy through the bedroom window, Vanessa screams, Two-Face swings, and we cut to black. Okay, and it looks like that's the end of that. Great job, Parents of the Year. Ruining Christmas would have been bad enough on its own, but this is disappointing on a whole other level. Vanessa and Wilden, you f***ed up! First of all, you're both terrible fighters. Wilden, this was supposed to be your moment, but you let your guard down almost immediately. And to make matters even worse, got taken out by string lights. String lights, man! Seriously, could you really not break your way out of those with your daughter's life on the line? I've heard of people being able to lift cars off of the ground to save their kid, but I guess you just don't have that dog in you after all. And Vanessa? A present? Really? That was the best weapon that you could find to save your daughter's life? Come on, lady. What was that? A box with a t-shirt in it? And if I were Amy, I'd be downright embarrassed if I wasn't too busy worrying about not getting kidnapped by a demonic witch. The two of you should have worked together to protect your kid, not given the witch a chance to pick you off one at a time. Coming together to prove that you could fix your relationship might have even gotten you all off the naughty list and redeemed you in the eyes of Frau Perchta by turning this into a feel-good, lovey-dovey Christmas story, like the kind that you see on the Hallmark Channel. But I guess that we'll never know now. At the beginning, Vanessa here said that she didn't want poor Amy to grow up with only one parent like she did. But now, both of her parents are about to die, and Amy is off to Krampus land. On the bright side, at least she'll be with the rest of her friends. Merry Christmas, Vanessa and Wilden. You guys all the way up. Blood seeps out from under the door, and Wilden realizes what he's just done. Heartbroken, he turns straight into the witch, who rips his beating heart right out of his chest with telekinesis. In the bedroom, Vanessa is actually still alive, but it's not looking good. As Amy crouches over her mother, reassuring her that she's going to be alright, the woman dies in a horrific fashion, gurgling up blood and convulsing on the floor until she finally succumbs to her injuries. With her parents dead, the witch enters the room, cornering Amy in. Placing her hands on her face, she begins giving the girl visions of the past. And that's when she finds out what really happened all those years ago. You see, it turns out that Leslie was the killer all along. Grandpa killed their own daughter to help cover up her crimes, and the two of them placed the blame on Molly, who was really completely innocent. Leslie shows up late to the party, but just when she and Grandpa are about to bounce out of there, he sees Amy come running out onto the porch. She tells him to stay back, saying that she knows the truth about what they did. Playing it off, Grandpa steps in to grab her, but that's when Amy stabs him in the gut with a kitchen knife. Furious, Leslie steps up to confront the witch. It looks like there's about to be an epic showdown, but nope. The witch slices her throat with an axe, and Leslie falls down dead too. Reaching out her hand, the witch leads Amy off to her ritual site in the forest, where she appears to literally sacrifice the girl to the devil, just as the old legend foretold. And Amy here has finally learned the hard way what I've been trying to tell her all along, which is never take candy from strangers. But what would you guys do? Let's say you've been good all year, and yet Krampus still shows the up and starts terrorizing your whole life. It's Christmas. I don't want to have to be worrying about this shit. And are my parents really to blame for all of this? Let me know down in the comments what you would do. Thanks for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this. Shout out to the team for making this possible, and have a damn good Christmas.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you'll get more than you expect. All day, every day. Like a buy one, add one for $1 deal at everyone's favorite pit stop. Or when you've got to see the playoffs, get meal deals for the tailgate. And when you've got a few minutes before the bell to save on breakfast, get deals in the app. The choice is yours, and the choice with McValue is always more. Get more than you expect with new McValue at McDonald's.
If your average night of babysitting turned into a home invasion horror story with a deadly twist, what would you do? When an uninvited guest shows up to crash the party, this silent night turns into a brutal fight for survival. And there's more to the story than first meets the eye. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the babysitter killers in Better Watch Out. These kids are definitely going to be on the naughty list. While everyone in her town is getting ready for Christmas, this girl Ashley goes to spend the night babysitting her neighbor, Luke, who's surprisingly mature for his age. Although he's 5 years younger, Luke here is secretly in love with Ashley, and with her about to go away to college, he's determined to shoot his shot no matter what. When Ashley arrives, Luke's father takes him to finish up some chores while his mom gives her the rundown for the evening. It turns out that the boy has been sleepwalking, so when Ashley puts him to bed, she'll need to place a pencil on his door. That way, his parents will know if he got up in the middle of the night. With everything all set, the parents head out to a Christmas party, leaving only the two of them alone in the house. Luke eagerly shuts the door and asks Ashley if she wants to watch a movie, but she says that she needs to call her boyfriend Ricky first, and tells him to go play some video games to keep himself busy while she's on the phone. Instead, he listens in on their conversation from out in the hallway, and that's when he decides to put his plan into action. After starting up a load of laundry, Ashley finds Luke in the living room holding a bottle of his parents' champagne. Being a good babysitter, she immediately takes it back to the kitchen, where she sees the back door sitting open. She figures that it must have been an accident and thinks nothing of it, but the truth is that there's more going on than she realizes. Okay, Ashley here has no idea what she's gotten herself into just yet. This kid Luke is a bit too old for a babysitter. Most experts agree that by the age of 10 or 11, it's time to start allowing kids to look after themselves, as long as you think that they're responsible enough. Luke here is about to turn 13, and he's clearly very mature for his age. That's not to mention that his parents are comfortable with him playing violent video games and watching horror movies that are meant for adults. With that being said, they should be willing to let him try spending the night on his own, especially when they're only a few miles away and can quickly get home in case of an emergency. Luke's recent sleepwalking could be the reason why they want him to be supervised, and although it may just be a temporary issue that he'll soon grow out of, it could also be a sign of some underlying psychological condition. Now that she's just found the back door wide open and knows that Luke here has a habit of going for unconscious adventures in the middle of the night, Ashley should immediately go around the house to make sure that every door and window is securely locked up. But apparently she's too busy talking to her boyfriend over the phone to do her one job. She's supposed to be paying attention to the kid, and if she had been, then she would have seen Luke clearly close the door behind him after he'd stepped out. Catching onto this seemingly unimportant detail would have been an early warning sign that trouble was already afoot. And at least she'd have had some time to get prepared. But she's going to be caught totally off guard by what happens next. The two of them sit down on the couch and turn on a movie, never noticing that a shadowy figure is watching them through the back window. Just then, someone calls the house phone and tells Ashley that he can see them in a creepy voice. At first, she thinks that it might be a prank from her ex-boyfriend, Jeremy. But after getting up to go look outside, Ashley starts to get more and more creeped out. Checking around the house, she notices that the kitchen door is somehow open again, and this time it sends her into a full-blown panic. After slamming it shut, she sprints back into the living room and tells Luke to toss over her cell phone, but he accidentally chucks it straight into the fish tank. She's furious, but things get even worse when they hear a loud knock at the front door. At first, it seems like no one's there, but after hearing another knock, Luke swings the door open, trying to impress her by scaring the intruder away. Suddenly, a hooded figure rushes in and tackles him to the floor, but it turns out that it's only his buddy Garrett. This solves the mystery of who was at the door, but there's a problem. Garrett insists that he never went into the backyard, and that's when they hear the sound of glass shattering from somewhere upstairs. Okay, this is not good. Just a few minutes before this all went down, they received a surprise pizza delivery, and when Ashley here answered the door, she noticed this Santa decoration had somehow gotten inside the house, although it was definitely not there when she had arrived. After putting it back on the porch, that same decoration then showed up in the backyard just a few minutes later. Clearly, someone was moving it around as a way to mess with their heads. And that's an immediate red flag that you're about to end up with a starring role in your very own slasher movie. Now, once she saw that the back door was open again, it makes sense that her natural instinct was to run over and shut it. But this is kind of pointless if you really think the situation through, because clearly, whoever opened it is already in the house. In this situation, panicking and making noises actually makes things even more dangerous, because it signals to the intruder that you know they're around. Instead, it's better to keep as quiet as possible and immediately try to escape to safety if you can. You need to remain calm and avoid confronting the intruder if possible, because engaging with them in any way dramatically increases the risk of things turning violent. Immediately leave the house if you can, or find a safe place to hide out if escaping isn't an option. And of course, contact the police as soon as possible. After hearing the sure signs of trouble coming from upstairs, they made the inexplicable decision to lock themselves in with the home invader instead of doing the smart thing and immediately running straight out the front door. They should have made a beeline for Ashley's car while they still had the chance, but they're seriously about to go investigate the noise instead? It's pretty obvious that things are only going to get worse from here. Thinking quickly, Ashley runs to grab a knife from the kitchen before she and the two boys quietly sneak upstairs to check things out. In a room at the end of the hall, they see that someone has thrown a brick through the window from the backyard, confirming that their worst fears are true. Ashley immediately grabs Garrett's phone and tries to call the police, but somehow he has no service. And whoever's out there has also cut off the landlines and even the Wi-Fi, leaving them with no way to contact help. Back downstairs, they discover that Ashley's car has a large knife stuck in its tire. That's when Garrett comes down holding the brick and shows them that someone has written a message on the other side, simply reading, "You leave, you die." Well, Garrett here decides that this is his signal to leave, and immediately proceeds to sprint straight out through the back door. Sure enough, he only makes it about 15 feet before he's suddenly shot with some kind of silenced weapon, dropping him on the spot. Okay, this definitely looks bad, and personally at this point, I'd be completely freaking out. But the good news is they aren't out of options just yet. For one, they can absolutely still drive on a flat tire, at least far enough to get them to safety. The only problem is going to be making it to Ashley's car without taking a bullet. Whoever just killed Garrett seems to have fired from the left side of the backyard, so unless there's more than one attacker to cover all of the entrances, they may still be able to get to the vehicle if they stay low and move quickly enough. If they decide that it's too risky and their only option is to stay put, then I'd try setting off the car alarm using her keys to draw as much attention from the neighbors as possible. They should also try burning something in the kitchen to set off the smoke alarms and achieve the same effect. There's a good chance that all of this sudden commotion would severely complicate the attacker's plan. But Ashley's about to find out that this is no ordinary home invasion, and what happens next is going to change everything. Horrified, Ashley quickly tackles Luke to the ground and starts to come up with a plan. With no way to escape or call for help, she figures that the only thing that they can do is go upstairs, find a room to hide out in, lock the door, and scream as loud as they can until the neighbors can hear. As they start to go, they hear what sounds like someone walking around on the second floor. It's terrifying, but staying put isn't going to work either, because that's when they notice a shadowy figure watching them through the back window, leaving them with no choice but to stick to the plan. Unfortunately, things aren't any better upstairs. Somehow, the creep has already beaten them to it, and he's armed with a shotgun. The moment that he's out of sight, they duck into the first room in the hallway and quickly decide to hide in the attic. With nowhere left to run, Ashley says that they should hide out there until the killer eventually leaves. But Luke is afraid that the man might kill his parents too, and decides that he wants to go for the gun. Suddenly, a pair of spiders drops down from the ceiling straight onto Ashley's head, scaring her so much that she falls right back down through the hole in the floor. Luckily, Luke catches her at the last second. At this point, she's too overwhelmed with fear to stop Luke from going for the gun, but he manages to make it back in one piece. Thinking that the coast is clear, the two of them quickly duck into Luke's room, but have to hide on the other side of the door when the killer walks in right behind them. Luke gets ready to start blasting, but Ashley convinces him to wait, and they're able to hide out in the bedroom closet once the killer finally arrives. For a moment, it looks like they might have lost him, but Ashley here gets startled by one of the kids' Halloween masks, and her scream ends up giving away their position. In an instant, the killer returns, but now that she's able to get a good look at him, Ashley finally notices something strange. The mask that he's wearing is the same one that Luke has on in one of his family photos out in the hall, and this guy is scratching his shoulder just like Garrett was earlier in the night. That's when Ashley realizes what's really going on here. This creep didn't kill Garrett. He is Garrett. With the cat officially out of the bag, Luke reluctantly decides that it's time to reveal the truth. This was all a twisted plan to impress Ashley by rescuing her from the masked intruder and finally win her away from that degenerate Ricky. Furious with both of them, she tells Luke that he's a spoiled brat who needs therapy and storms out of the room saying that she's going to call his parents. Chasing her out into the hallway, he slaps Ashley hard across the face and sends her crashing down to the bottom of the stairs, knocking her unconscious. Okay, this night was already going bad before she got slapped silly by a 12-year-old kid, and now that he's showing his true colors, the real nightmare is about to begin. Sorry, Ashley, but you f***ed up. Let's see, we got the doors to the house mysteriously opening when you were 100% certain that they were locked. Vaguely threatening prank phone calls coming straight out of Ghostface's playbook. And not to mention this little creep getting more than just a bit too touchy after you'd already made it clear several times that this wasn't going to be that kind of sleepover. Going upstairs in a horror movie is almost always guaranteed to be a bad idea, but doing that when you can clearly see that there is a masked man with a loaded shotgun searching the rooms is just idiotic beyond all comprehension. And to make matters worse, you didn't even grab a weapon this time. But okay, we've made it to the attic. Time to stay quiet and wait it out, right? Wrong. Instead, you chose to make as much noise as humanly possible over a few little spiders and nearly break your neck from falling through the ceiling. But when you finally figured out that this kid was completely unhinged, tell me why your first reaction was to insult him to his face and say that you're gonna call his parents. I mean, how exactly did you expect him to react to that? You should have played it off like a funny prank and then ran out of the house as soon as possible. You're lucky to still be alive after a fall like that. But if you think this is bad, then you have no idea how insane things are about to get. Ashley, you f***ed up. Ashley wakes up to find that she's been duct taped to one of the kitchen chairs, and the two boys have completely taken over the house. From their conversation, it quickly becomes clear that Luke's innocent appearance was really all just an act. Ashley immediately begins struggling to get free, but the boys come back and start messing with her once they realize that she's finally awake. After taunting her for a minute, Luke says that he's going to uncover her mouth, but warns her not to scream or else he'll shoot. As soon as she can talk, she starts trying to reason with him, saying that she's hurt and needs to go to the hospital. Luke, however, says that he wants to play a game of truth or dare instead, and agrees to make her a deal. If she wins, then he'll let her go, but if she loses, he's going to make her drink a small bottle of sedatives. The game starts, and of course, it's Ashley's turn to go first. She picks truth, and that's when Luke asks her how many guys that she's been with. He's shocked to hear that she hasn't actually been with anyone, and although at first he doesn't believe her, Ashley finally convinces him that she's telling the truth, moving them on to the next round. The game continues until Luke and Garrett get into a shoving match over who gets to do what with Ashley, and that's when she realizes that she might be able to turn them against each other. Speaking to Luke, she reminds him that he's going to be in a world of trouble when his parents see what he's done, but he explains that everything is going according to plan and nobody is ever going to find out. Now it's Ashley's turn to ask a question, and she picks Luke, who chooses truth, and asks him if he ever told Garrett that he was the one who killed his friend's pet hamster. Hearing this for the first time, Garrett is obviously confused and furious, and although Luke manages to talk his way out of it, it's clear that she's starting to drive the two of them apart just as planned. Garrett here decides that he wants out, saying that when he signed up for this, he thought that they were only going to scare Ashley, but now things have gone much too far. Not wanting to play any longer, he says that he's going home and walks out of the room, with Luke chasing after him to convince him to stay. Okay, just when it seemed like things couldn't get any worse, Ashley here has been taken hostage by two pint-sized psychopaths. She needs to get out of there yesterday, and the only good news is that she knows that Luke's parents will be home within a few hours, which means that she just needs to keep herself alive long enough for them to get there. Although he hit it pretty well, up until now, Luke here displays many traits that could indicate that he's actually a secret sociopath. He's violent, constantly lying, and shows no remorse for any of his actions. This means that Ashley can't rely on getting his sympathy, because appealing to his good nature isn't going to work here. Instead, what she needs to do is remain as calm as possible and try her best never to show that his little mind games are actually getting to her. Getting too confrontational could easily backfire, but it's important that she maintains her composure and firmly stands her ground when it's appropriate. For now, though, Ashley's best bet is to play along with his demands within reason, and only try to escape if she has a really good opportunity. To create such an opportunity, Ashley could try using what Luke wants against him. For example, she might finally agree to kiss him, but not in the kitchen or in front of Garrett here. This would hopefully split the two of them up, and then if she had to fight, it would at least be one-on-one. She might even be able to take this a step further and buy herself a chance to escape by saying that she'll only do it if she can go to the bathroom alone first, and then climbing out through the window. Earlier in the night, Luke's mom also mentioned that he's been taking sleeping pills, so if Ashley can get her hands on those, then she might be able to trick him into taking them and knock him out cold. If none of these ideas work out, then she should keep trying and subtly turn Luke and Garrett against each other, and with any luck, the boys fighting amongst themselves will open up more opportunities for her to escape. Now, let's say that no matter what Ashley tries, the two of them still won't let her out of those restraints. Well, the only good news is that it's only some duct tape secured with the strength of a 12-year-old boy to a flimsy-looking wooden chair, so she'll need the boys to be out of sight first, but if she ever gets the opportunity, then what she wants to do here is quickly thrust her elbows out and away, while moving her arms up towards her, as if she was trying to punch herself in the top of the chest. This should rip right through the duct tape, and once she's free, she can start trying to escape the house. These kids may be violent maniacs, but they are still kids. So if Ashley has to throw some hands on her way out, then it'd be better to try and take them down without severely hurting them. A well-applied sleeper hold should knock Luke out for at least a few seconds without injuring him, and if that fails, then some hard kicks to the legs should slow him down. Bottom line, don't give Luke any reason to kill you early, and sooner or later, there will be a chance to get away or call for help. While the two of them are distracted, Ashley shuffles her way closer to the countertop where she finds a flashlight sitting nearby. Grabbing it with her chin, she starts flashing the light through the kitchen window in an attempt to signal the neighbors for help, but she keeps trying for just a bit too long and ends up blowing her cover. Catching her in the act, Luke decides that this makes her a cheater and proceeds to pour the sedatives into a half-finished bottle of wine. He's gonna set things up to make it look like Ashley raided his parents' liquor cabinet and then passed out on the couch, all while he was innocently asleep upstairs. And when she wakes up, she won't remember what really happened. Holding the bottle to her lips, Luke tries to force Ashley to drink, but she headbutts the bottle out of his hands and shatters it on the kitchen floor. Luke here is furious, but before he can figure out what to do next, they hear someone at the front door. Ashley immediately starts to scream as loud as she can, but the boys quickly cover up her mouth with more duct tape. With Ashley unable to make a sound, Luke says that he's going to go see who it is, leaving Garrett with the gun to keep her under control. After turning on some loud Christmas music to cover up any sounds, Luke goes to the door and takes a look through the peephole. It's Ricky, and he's there to see his girlfriend, but this isn't as much of a surprise to Luke as you might expect. Stalling for time, Luke tells Ricky that she doesn't want to see him, but like a pesky door-to-door salesman, he's not taking no for an answer. After going back and forth with Luke for another few minutes, Ricky finally says that he's going to leave, but asks the kid if he'll at least give Ashley some flowers that he bought for her. Reluctantly, Luke agrees, but it's a trick, and as soon as he cracks open the door, Ricky immediately shoves his way inside. Confused, Ricky starts looking around for his girlfriend, but can't hear her in the next room over the loud music. Thinking quickly, Ashley tips over her chair and crashes to the ground, making a loud noise that almost gets Ricky's attention. But at the last second, Garrett intercepts him and covers it up. The boys make it seem like Ashley's upstairs in the bathroom with a severe stomach ache, and while they're busy dealing with Ricky, Ashley manages to get her hands on some broken glass from the floor. Ricky quickly heads upstairs, followed by Luke, and begins going from room to room searching for Ashley. And just when he starts to realize that something's wrong, Luke creeps up from behind and clubs him in the back of the head with an aluminum baseball bat. Ricky rises up ready for a fight. Panicking, Luke takes another chop with the bat, but Ricky deflects the hit and quickly overpowers him, slamming him into the wall and tossing him to the floor. As Ricky closes in, Luke stabs him in the cheek with the pencil from under the rug, causing him to pull back, and goes straight for the bat. Just when he's about to finish Luke off, Garrett here shows up with the shotgun and orders him to stand down. Unfortunately, he has no choice but to agree, and with his attention focused on Garrett, Luke grabs the bat and knocks him out for real. This is all way more than Garrett here ever signed up for, but Luke seems to be having the time of his life, and always, he has a plan. Okay, Ricky here absolutely blew it. He was supposed to save the day, but now he's trapped just like his girlfriend. Somehow, he didn't pick up on the story about where Ashley was changing no less than 5 times, or the fact that they were constantly putting themselves between him and the kitchen as if they had something to hide. He's clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed, but after having been all around the house calling out for her and never receiving a single response, you'd think that this guy might have realized that something was off. He did hold his own in a fight against a 12-year-old, so congratulations, I guess. But hitting the kid with a bat while he was down was going to be a terrible idea, and wouldn't look great as a case for self-defense once the police got involved. His blind rage ended up being what got him caught in the end, when what he should have done was try to duck into one of the bedrooms as soon as Luke was down, escape out a window, and immediately call for help. Also, he missed a perfect opportunity to use Luke as a meat shield when Garrett came looking for him with the shotgun. As for Garrett himself, he still hasn't really done anything unforgivable, and it seems like he's not too happy with the way things are going. He has every opportunity to just run the hell out of there and call the cops himself. After all, he's the one with the shotgun, so there's no way that Luke could stop him. Unfortunately, Garrett here still isn't willing to turn his best friend in, even after everything that the kid has already done. But if he thinks things are out of control now, just wait until he finds out what else Luke has in store. After cleaning up the mess on the second floor, the boys tape Ricky to a chair in the kitchen and start discussing what they're going to do next. Ashley tries convincing them that if they just let Ricky go, Then she'll help them clean up the house and they can all forget that this ever happened, but Luke won't go for it. Frustrated, she snaps at Ricky for coming over to the house uninvited in the first place. But that's when she realizes that Luke was the one who sent the message, and this was part of his game all along. It's another step too far for Garrett here, and he's pissed that Luke would do this without telling him. But Luke sends him to cool off in another room while he handles things for now. He starts by getting Ashley's phone out of the fish tank, and he's happy to see that it still works. It turns out that he'd covered the phone in plastic wrap before accidentally throwing it in there, which brings them to the next part of his plan. He says that he wants Ashley to invite Jeremy, her ex, and threatens to shoot her if she doesn't play along. By now, though, she's done trying to cooperate with this creep and chooses to call his bluff instead. Lucky for her, Ashley turns out to be right. But Luke isn't ready to give up just yet and decides that if she won't make the call, then he'll have to do it himself. Luke calls up Jeremy and says that Ashley wants to see him, telling him to come around through the backyard when he arrives. While he's busy talking, Ashley continues trying to cut herself free with the broken glass. Just when it looks like Luke's about to notice the blood and catch on, Ricky here makes the bold game-time decision to pee his pants, which may or may not have been meant as a distraction. Nobody really knows. It works like a charm though, and Luke is so caught off guard that he never notices a thing. After cleaning up the mess, he goes to take the trash out, which gives Ashley an opportunity to get her arm and leg free on the other side of the chair. Okay, this should go without saying, but these two need to get out of there as soon as possible. He may not have killed anyone yet, but Luke wouldn't be bringing so many wild cards into the mix if he was really planning to let any of them go. Right now, they've actually just been presented with one of the first good opportunities to escape in a while. Ashley here has an iPhone, and Luke seems to have left it out on the counter while he steps out back to throw away the evidence of Ricky's mess. As soon as he's gone, all that Ashley needs to do is tell the phone's digital assistant to call emergency services. And boom, within a few minutes, the police should be on their way. Now, I won't say exactly what phrase she needs to use since I don't want your phone accidentally calling for help while you're watching this video. But if you have an iPhone, then you should already know what I'm talking about. If, for some reason, this doesn't work, then now that she's gotten one of her hands free, she should quickly scoot over to the landline and call the police from there. Also, while Luke is out back, Ashley should get to the door and lock him out if she can. He might just shoot his way back in, but he could hesitate, knowing that the sounds of gunfire would alert the neighbors, so it's worth a try. When he comes back in, Luke decides to call Garrett over, and the two of them drag Ricky to a spot under the landing at the top of the stairs. Grabbing a paint can and rope, Luke says that he wants to try something that he saw in the movies before running up to the second floor. As usual, Garrett here has no idea what his friend has planned, but this is about to be his most insane move yet. Moments later, the full paint can comes flying down just a few inches from the side of Ricky's head, and that's when they realize what Luke is really trying to do. He wants to find out if someone can survive taking a hit to the face like Harry and Marv in Home Alone. Garrett starts freaking out, but Luke is having the absolute time of his life. Throwing down one of his dad's ties, he orders Garrett to use it to blindfold Ricky, which he reluctantly does despite the guy begging him to stop. The boys aren't the only ones who've been busy though. While they've been working on their art project, Ashley finally managed to get herself free. And at the last moment, she comes storming into the room with a pistol. Ashley shouts at Luke to drop the paint can, but this turns out to be a poor choice of words. He lets it drop right over the railing, and this time it hits its target, obliterating Ricky's head and killing him instantly. Ashley is absolutely horrified, but Luke here is eating it right up. To make things even worse, it turns out that the weapon isn't loaded, and never really was. Okay, and the award for most easily avoidable death in history goes to Ricky, for not even trying to move out of the way of that paint can. Hey Ricky, it's a little too late now, but you do realize that you could have just knocked over the chair, right? Sure, you might have ended up with some bruises, but I'd say that's better than getting your head caved in. I don't know, maybe that's just me. As for Ashley here, how about you just push your boyfriend approximately 1 foot to the left or right? Seriously, it's like you're not even trying here. At this point, Ashley has the gun and knows that the whole "you leave, you die thing was just a lie. So if it were me, I'd run right out the front door. Start swinging that chair around if the boys try to stop you. They did just kill a guy after all, so now the kid gloves can officially come off. The only things standing between her and freedom are two psychotic 12-year-olds. So it's time to get out of there by any means necessary before they figure out a way to tie her up again. With no other option, Ashley takes off running into the backyard where she ends up tripping over a hidden wire. It turns out that the boys had rigged up a paintball gun trap earlier in the night, which is what they'd used to trick her into thinking that Garrett had been shot. Speaking of Garrett, he comes running out after Ashley and starts trying to hold her down. He isn't much of a fighter though, so she manages to fend him off pretty easily, and dips out over the fence the moment that she sees her opportunity, where she can hear a group of Christmas carolers making their way up the block. She sprints down the alley to the edge of the sidewalk when suddenly, Luke chucks a brick into the back of her head, knocking her out just before she can get the carolers' attention. When she finally wakes up, Ashley finds herself right back inside of the house when he realizes that she's awake. Luke can't help but taunt her just a bit more and tell her that she's going to thank him for this later, motioning for him to come closer. She decides to thank him right now with a swift kick between the legs, dropping him to the floor. While he's recovering, Garrett starts to get more and more nervous about what they've gotten themselves into here, and Luke promises him that he'll get them both through it, just as long as his friend agrees to do whatever he says. For the next part of his plan, Luke takes out Ashley's phone and makes a fake post about how Jeremy has been bothering her. With this evidence planted online, he leaves Garrett to watch over their hostage while he goes to meet with Jeremy around the back. Okay, Luke might have just revealed a massive flaw in his plan. He just made a post from Ashley's phone saying how she didn't want Jeremy around, but had already called his number twice from their landline beforehand. Anyone who knows how police investigations work knows that this will show up on phone records, and most likely stick out as fishy. Pointing this out, Ashley might make Luke start to question his own plan, and thereby bettering her chances of survival, as this will hopefully open up more opportunities to escape while he tries to figure out how to fix it. Meanwhile, Jeremy has just arrived out front. After gassing himself up in the car, he makes his way around back looking for Ashley, but finds Luke there waiting for him instead. The kid explains that Ashley is waiting for him inside, but before he can see her, there's something that he needs to do first. She wants him to write an apology letter for the way that he's treated her in the past, and if she likes what he has to say, then she'll come out and talk to him. It's a strange request, but Jeremy here is just too dumb to ask any questions, and so he sits down on the swing to write out his apology, while Luke slips away to set up the next trick. The moment that Jeremy finishes up his letter, Luke creeps in from behind and strangles him with a rope, before using his parents' lawnmower to hoist his body up into the tree. With Luke busy outside, Ashley finally convinces Garrett to take the tape off of her mouth, promising that if he lets her go, then they can both run across the street together and call the cops. Garrett's still holding on to some misplaced loyalty to his friend, but Ashley points out that a real friend wouldn't have gotten him involved in a nightmare like this, and finally agrees to let Ashley go. Just as he begins to untie her, there is a loud explosion that sends Garrett flying into the next room. It's Luke, and he's just hit his friend with the shotgun. Horrified, Garrett starts screaming for help at the top of his lungs, leaving Luke with no choice but to finish him off with another blast. Okay, this looks like Ashley's last chance, and unfortunately, she's got no way to escape. Playing along is probably going to be her only chance at this point, but on the bright side, after so many hours have passed, Luke's parents should be coming home at any minute. If she could play things convincingly enough to keep him distracted, then with any luck, she just might make it until his parents get back. That's pretty much the only option that she's got, and unfortunately, Luke here has other plans. But things aren't going to go as smoothly as he hopes either. With no one left but Ashley, Luke pulls up a chair next to her and puts his head on her shoulder, but she refuses to speak to him anymore. Instead, she simply closes her eyes and completely shuts down, which somehow makes Luke even crazier. Unable to handle his childhood crush shutting him out, Luke stands behind her, pulls a small knife out of his pocket and fatally stabs her in the side of the throat. With his night of slayings complete, he goes around the house meticulously setting up all of the evidence to make it look like Jeremy was the real killer, while Luke himself was peacefully asleep in bed the whole time. Once everything's in place, Luke climbs into bed just as his parents enter the house and listens in as they find the horrific scene downstairs. He's completely sure that he's gotten away with it, but as he's cuddling up to his mom while the police and paramedics take care of the scene, he hears something that sends a shock through his body. Ashley is still alive, having used duct tape to seal up her neck wound until help finally arrived. Although she can't talk, she gives Luke the finger through his bedroom window as the paramedics load her into the ambulance, and all that Luke can do is quietly accept the fact that he's completely screwed. But he isn't done yet. Putting on an innocent face once again, he asks his mother if they can go visit Ashley in the hospital, hoping to finish what he started before she has a chance to tell anyone the truth. But what would you do? If you were babysitting some little kid who started to put the moves on you, would you oblige him? Or would you be like, "F you little boy," and call the police? I know what I would do. But let us know down in the comments below how you feeling about the ending of this movie. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. Oh yeah, and have a damn good day.
This 4th of July, Bob's Discount Furniture is bringing back 4 for the 4th. Spotlighting 4 must-have trendsetters for $7.99 and under, like my farmhouse chic Calvin bedroom, Playday sectional with pop-up sleeper and hidden storage, Consumer Reports recommended treasure mattress, and my 5-star Betty dining set in 4 gorgeous colors. So stop in or visit mybobs.com and celebrate 4 for the 4th.
Oh my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
If you were suddenly kidnapped by a violent criminal on the most important night of your life, what would you do? This madman is out for revenge, but his victim says that he's got the wrong guy. Is it a case of mistaken identity, or is there more to the story than he's willing to admit? There's only one way to find out, so I'm gonna break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the maniac in the red suit in Sympathy for the Devil. There's a psycho loose in Sin City, and he's about to take this unsuspecting father for one hell of a ride. Late one night in a neighborhood outside of Las Vegas, this guy David is on his way to meet his pregnant wife at the hospital. She's already in labor, about to give birth to their next child at any minute. After dropping his son off at his grandma's house, he starts to make his way over, knowing that he doesn't have long to get there before the baby is born. As he reaches the strip, he notices that his gas tank is almost empty, but decides that he doesn't have time to stop and presses on. His phone rings, and he can see that it's a call from his wife, quickly picking it up. She sounds like she's in a lot of pain, but David can't do anything other than listen and promise to get there as fast as he can. Finally, David makes it to the hospital's parking garage, and while he's waiting for a spot to open up, he notices this angry-looking guy dressed in a red jacket staring him down. Thinking that he must just be some local degenerate, David parks his car and starts gathering up his things. But no sooner does he let his guard down than the man throws open the door and jumps into his back seat, pointing a revolver straight at his back. Terrified and confused, he asks the man what he wants, ready to hand over any of his personal belongings so that he can get to his wife safely. However, instead of robbing him, he only tells David to pick a card. At first, David doesn't know what to think, but once he realizes that the man isn't messing around, he reluctantly chooses the ace of spades. Chuckling, the man pulls that exact card out of his pocket, saying that he knew David would pick it, before throwing it into his lap and ordering him to drive. David tries to reason with him, explaining that he's having a family emergency as his wife is about to give birth, but the man refuses to hear him out. Leaning forward with a crazed look in his eyes, he tells David that he's his family emergency now, and forces him to drive out of the garage, with no particular directions other than to head back towards the Vegas Strip. Okay, this is a terrifying scenario. David here was just minding his own business, trying to get to his wife in time before she gives birth to their child. And the next thing that he knows, he's being held up by a guy who dresses like the CEO of Big Red Chewing Gum. With luck like that, at least it's a good thing that he didn't make his way over to a blackjack table. But he needs to start making the right moves fast before things go horribly wrong. The truth is that the warning signs started long before the kidnapper here even got into his car. When he was pulling into the parking lot, David noticed the guy staring him down from a nearby entryway, and you could tell from just one glance that this man did not have good intentions. To be fair, if David is just a normal father who isn't involved in any shady dealings, then there's no reason why he should have guessed that the guy would want to come after him. But sometimes it helps to be paranoid even in the most mundane situations. When pulling into a crowded, low-light area where it's possible that a kidnapper or robber could attack, it's always best to keep your doors locked and the engine running while parked until the moment that you're completely ready to move on to your next destination. After parking the car, it also would have been wise for David to keep a close eye on the man, just in case he actually did have intentions to rob or otherwise harm him, and possibly even search for another parking spot somewhere else in the garage if he felt like he was really in danger. Unfortunately, David was so focused on getting to his wife that he let his guard down much too early, which brings us to the predicament that he finds himself in now. So what would you do if a dangerous person got in your car and told you to drive? Carjackings happen to thousands of people across the United States every year, and your next move in this situation could mean the difference between life and death. The most important thing is to figure out what your attacker's ultimate goal is. If it seems like they're only after your vehicle or money, then it might be best to just play along and try to avoid any further confrontation. However, in David here's case, this man hasn't shown any interest in robbing him, meaning that this most likely is an abduction, and that's where things get even worse. In general, your chances of survival are much lower if you allow a kidnapper to take you to a second location. So, if you're being robbed, comply. But if you think you're being abducted, do anything you can to fight back here and now if that's at all possible. Unfortunately for David, he's about to miss his chance and might not make it out of this alive. What David needed to do here was look for any opportunity to fight back or escape before they left the hospital parking garage. It's going to be risky, but letting the man lead him out of a public place is even more dangerous. And plus, what better place is there to get shot than when you're already at a hospital? He actually has a lot of things going for him here. There should be armed security, plenty of witnesses, and quick access to medical attention if he can escape without being fatally shot. Unfortunately, that's the tricky part, so if he's going to make a move, he'll have to choose his moment very carefully. Since David has young kids, there's always a chance that the back doors are child safety locked, meaning that the man wouldn't be able to open the door and get back out once he closed it. It's much too late to activate them now. With a revolver pointed at his back, it would have been all but impossible to open the door and bail out quickly enough to avoid getting shot. But there was a brief second where the man took his eyes off of David to drink from a flask that he potentially could have capitalized on. You see, in that moment, it's possible that he could have slipped out of the door and stayed low while using the cars for cover, making his way toward the entrance where hopefully he'd lose the man in the crowd and let the local authorities take care of the rest. He's only got 6 shots before he has to reload, if that revolver is even loaded in the first place. So it's time to bob and weave like his life depends on it, because it does. Hopefully he's already intoxicated enough that he'd miss every shot as long as there was enough distance between them, and David here would be home free. It's a long shot, but anything's better than letting this guy lead him out into the middle of the Nevada desert. Unfortunately, it looks like David is going for the ride, and he'll have to find another opportunity to escape. David continues driving aimlessly for a while as the man rummages through his belongings, finding things like his phone, his driver's license, and a brand new baby bottle. Eventually, he gets angry after seeing David look back at him one too many times, and orders him to turn off the main drive onto the highway towards the outskirts of town. That's when David's phone rings with another call from his wife. The man jokingly asks him if he should answer, but he ignores the question and keeps on driving. A little while later, the man finally notices that the gas tank is almost empty, so he tells David to take the next exit and pull into a gas station, saying that they still have a long way to go. Sliding David his card, the man keeps a lookout while he starts fueling up the car, warning him to watch his speeding when they get back on the highway. After coming over to his side of the pump, the man steps in some gum and looks down to scrape it off of the bottom of his shoe. Seeing his opportunity, David silently mouths, "Help me," to a woman nearby, but she gets nervous and decides to ignore him. Just then, the man notices him looking over there and sneaks around to the side of the woman's car, scaring her away. As the woman pulls away, he tells David that he doesn't blame him for trying, saying that it probably seemed like his best shot. The only problem is that he knows where David lives, so even if he does manage to escape, he'll only end up getting his family involved. Realizing that he's cornered for now, David finishes up and they get back in the car, with the man jumping in the passenger seat this time instead. Horror protagonists like the one we see in this video are notorious for making bad decisions. Luckily for you, we're here to steer you in the right direction, just like our friends over at Fume. You see, Fume has your back with their innovative and award-winning device. Say goodbye to the frightening consequences of going cold turkey and say hello to an exciting new way to kick bad habits to the curb. Fume gets it. Not everything about your bad habit is necessarily all bad, just those bad parts. So why not simply eliminate the spooky stuff and keep the good parts? It might not make for a very good movie, but it definitely makes for a great life. This device uses flavored air, not vapor, and offers all natural, delicious flavors instead of harmful chemicals.
My son Ian was diagnosed with a brain tumor at the age of 16 months. We had no hope until St. Jude rescued us. I mean, they saved him. To this date, we are 12 years into this journey, and from day one, we've never once seen a bill.
When you support St. Jude through your company employee giving program, you can help make cures possible for kids with cancer. To learn more, visit stjude.org/employee-giving.
It's a habit you can indulge in without any of the side effects. There's also a slew of flavor cores for you to choose from. Orange vanilla, sweet and citrusy with a ton of classic vanilla. Raspberry lemon, full-bodied lemonade with a hint of berries. Sparkling grapefruit, fresh and cooling fruity grapefruit. Crisp mint, which is a fan favorite, and more. Don't wait for the next horror movie to give you a wake-up call. Grab Fume and conquer your bad habits in a fun and hassle-free way. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head on over to tryfume.com/howtobeat or scan the QR code and use the code HOWTOBEAT to get 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. The Fume Solano is launching on no Journey Pack to the Solano to enjoy the premium walnut barrel and onyx black coated mouthpiece that has a slightly softer finish. Get started now. Okay, this might have been David's last opportunity, since now that the gas tank is full, they'll have no reason to pull over again until they reach their final destination. He needed to take any chance that he had to escape before getting back in the car, and I've got a few ideas in mind. When they first pulled up, the kidnapper here made a critical mistake that could have made all the difference. Getting out of the car and closing his door before David did. If David had played this moment correctly, then he might have been able to quickly lock the doors, turn on the car, and floor it out of there. Hopefully he'd be lucky enough not to get hit through one of the windows in the process, and just like that, this whole nightmare would be over. Sure, the guy might know where he lives now that he's seen David's license, but he can't do much while he's stranded at a gas station on the side of the highway. And David should have more than enough time to contact the police and his family to let them all know what's going on. After all, how hard could it be for the police to find a guy with dyed red hair and a matching jacket? If he could get away now, then they'd most likely be able to track the kidnapper down before he was ever able to come after David's family, making it an empty threat. Alternatively, he had another chance to confuse things when he was using his card to pay for the gas. By entering the wrong PIN number, or just making it look like his card wasn't working, they'd end up having to go inside and pay cash before they could fill the tank. And anything that David could do to make things more difficult would only buy him more time and open up more chances to escape. If the two of them went inside, then he could try to signal for the cashier to call the police, or just use the opportunity of them changing locations to run for his life or find a way to fight back against the man with any weapons that he could get his hands on. It's possible that by making enough of a public scene, he'd cause the kidnapper to panic, forcing him to make quick decisions, and with any luck, make a mistake that would create another opportunity. Since the man is armed, the best chances to make a move always come anytime that he looks away, like when he was scraping the gum off of his shoe. At that moment, he was distracted and off balance, which gave David a brief window to make a move. The simplest thing would have been to try rushing straight at him, knocking him off of his feet, and hopefully disarming him. At which point, David could scramble for the weapon and take the upper hand. By making David pump his own gas, the kidnapper unintentionally provided him with a potential weapon, the gas hose itself. By turning the hose on the kidnapper and dousing him with gasoline, with any luck, the liquid would completely render his revolver completely useless, or put him in a position where the spark from firing it would ignite the vapors and cause him to go up in flames. Since David smokes, he also has a lighter on him and could potentially use it to create an impromptu flamethrower to take the kidnapper out. Is there an almost guaranteed chance that this would backfire? Absolutely. And I'll be the first to admit that I really have no idea how it would play out. But this is Vegas, baby! So sometimes you have to roll the dice and let good old Lady Luck figure out the rest. If he's eventually going to kill me anyway, then I'd rather that the both of us go down in a blaze of glory right here than me alone getting dumped in a ditch somewhere out in the desert. Whatever he chose, doing something here would have been better than doing nothing. But it looks like David's ride from hell is only just getting started. Once they're back on the road, the man starts looking through David's glove compartment where he finds pictures of his family. David gets so distracted looking at the photos that he nearly causes a head-on collision with another car, barely managing to turn out of the way just in time. Now the man asks David where he's from, and that's when things start to get really strange. He wants to know if David's ever been to Boston, saying that he reminds him of someone that he knew there who had a bad drinking habit. Denying it, David insists that he hasn't had alcohol in years and swears that he's only been to Boston once for work. For some reason, the man doesn't buy into his story. He guesses correctly that David here stopped drinking about 15 years ago, and suddenly remarks that he wasn't expecting him to make a mistake so early in the night, looking as if he's just caught him in a lie. David changes the subject, asking how much longer it's going to be before he gets to go home, but the man says that he shouldn't assume that he'll ever be going home at all. After a tense silence, he tells David that the trip won't be much longer. They're on their way to Boulder City, where his mother is in the hospital dying from cancer. David tries to relate to him with a story about his own mother, but the man only gets annoyed at his constant interruptions, shouting at him to be quiet. That's when David gets another call from his wife, and this time he tells the man to answer it. They only have a minute to talk before the doctors make her hang up, but it's clear that she's in a lot of pain and worried that she might lose the baby. Confused, she asks David why he isn't there yet, but he only replies that he will be soon, unable to tell her the truth about what's really going on. Just then, David notices a police car on the side of the road just up ahead and subtly speeds up as they drive past, hoping to get the officer's attention. Luckily, it works, but the man quickly realizes what's happening and he is not happy. Nervous, David insists that they need to stop, with the man finally telling him to pull onto a side street up ahead. As the officer pulls up behind them, the man warns David that if he does so much as to look at him funny, then he'll kill him on the spot with no hesitation. To make matters even worse, he gets another call from his wife at the worst possible time. The officer gets to the car and knocks on the windows, going through the usual process of asking David for his license and registration. But the red-haired guy immediately starts demanding to know why they've been pulled over. They argue back and forth about the flow of traffic until the officer finally gets so frustrated that he draws his weapon and orders the man to step out of the car. But that was his biggest mistake. Furious, the man fires a shot from his revolver straight through his pocket, hitting the officer in the chest and knocking him to the ground. After taking the car keys, he steps out and pulls a second gun from behind his back, killing him before taking his handcuffs and getting back in. Okay, I thought for sure this would be David's best shot, but it looks like it turned out to be nothing but another missed opportunity, and even cost that poor police officer his life. David here was too stunned by the craziness of the whole scene, but if he had kept his composure and thought the situation through more tactfully, then this might have been the end of the road for our kidnapper. Here's what I'm thinking. Back on the road before they pulled over, there was an important detail that you might have noticed. David was the only one in the car who was wearing a seatbelt. As soon as the officer pulled out behind him, what he needed to do was slam on his brakes as hard as he could. With any luck, this would have sent the kidnapper here crashing into the dashboard and possibly caused him to drop his weapon from the surprise impact. At the same time, David could have quickly unbuckled himself and dove out of the door into the road, hopefully recovering quickly enough to make a break for his safety. If the kidnapper got his wits back and started shooting, then there's a good chance that the officer would fire back and take care of him. Or at least that the gun battle between the two would cause enough of a distraction for David to escape. Besides that opportunity, he had one more chance when the kidnapper turned his attention to the officer. To be fair, it's got to be incredibly hard to think clearly during such a high-pressure situation. But when the man was standing over the wounded officer and switching from his revolver to his second pistol, he was briefly disarmed for the first time in a while. This gave David a short window where he could have rushed in from behind and hit him with a Goldberg spear, dropping him to the ground and hopefully opening up a chance for he and the injured cop to work together and take this psycho out.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
The pressure's ramping up, and if this kidnapper's willing to do what he just did, then there's a good chance that he isn't planning on surviving the night either. Meaning that David here needs to wake the hell up and capitalize on his next opportunity before it's too late. David is sick to his stomach, knowing that the officer was only doing his job. But the man shows no remorse. He says that it's David's fault for speeding when he directly warned him against it, tossing him the keys and ordering him to get back on the road. At first, David refuses, saying that he could have just destroyed a family, but the man throws the comment back at him, as if he knows that David himself is just as guilty. Suddenly, he fires a shot a few inches away from David's head, telling him that the next one won't be a warning. With no other choice, David turns on the car and they quickly pull away, leaving the officer's body lying in the road. After a bit, the man makes a comment about David's sudden burst of courage, wondering out loud where it could have come from, as if he secretly already knows more about him than he's letting on. Once again, David here changes the subject, calling the man's bluff about the story of his mother being in the hospital and demanding to know the truth. He admits that it's a lie, but won't tell David the real reason for all this just yet, saying that he doesn't want to spoil it. That's when the man decides that he's getting hungry, telling David to pull off at the next exit for some food. Lost in thought, David doesn't respond, and the man senses that he's busy thinking about crashing into something. Leaning forward, he unbuckles David's seatbelt so that he won't try it, but David sees this as an opportunity. The instant that the man looks away, he opens the door and dives out onto the side of the road, hitting the ground rolling with textbook form. Jumping over the front seat, the man reaches for the parking brake and manages to bring the car to a stop just down the road before David has even got to his feet. With nowhere to run, all that David can do is scramble for cover behind a rise of dirt as the man comes looking for him. Just then, David hears his phone ringing, and this time the man answers instead. At first, he claims to be a gift shop worker at the hospital and comes up with a story that David is on the phone with his job, using the store's landline because it has better reception. After finding out what her room number is, he drops the act and starts making insane, vulgar comments until she finally hangs up. Realizing that his wife and child will be next if he tries to run, David makes the only decision that he can and reluctantly gives himself up. Suddenly, the man lunges forward and punches David square in the face, knocking him to the ground before forcing him back towards the car. As he's getting back in the driver's seat, he grabs onto the car's frame and uses it for leverage to pop his shoulder back into place, with the man wondering out loud how a warehouse worker came to learn all of these special skills. Okay, talk about a good idea with a bad execution. If the goal was to end up with a broken collarbone, then you knocked it out of the park with this one. But when your escape attempt only leaves you more injured and still a hostage, David, you f***ed up. You see, jumping out of the car was a great idea, but you couldn't have picked a worse time or place to do it. All the chances that you had driving through town, and you decide to make this move in the middle of nowhere with no place to run and nobody around to help you out? Come on, man! And with such a badass role too. It's a real shame. You could have done this back on the strip when the officer was behind you. Really anywhere would have been better than this back road with no traffic or cover. But it gets worse. To go from pulling off a move like that to just handing yourself back over not 30 seconds later? Figure it out, Dave. Are you making an escape attempt or not? This is no time to second guess your actions. He didn't even know where you were. You could have snuck back towards the car under the cover of darkness, jumped in the driver's seat, and sped the hell out of there while this guy was busy ranting like a lunatic in the middle of the road. Not an ideal outcome, to say the least. So let's take a look at what you achieved. You're still stuck, but now you're hurt, and now this guy not only knows your address, but the room number that your wife's staying in at the hospital. Fantastic! Why don't you just give the guy her exact coordinates while you're at it? You let him use her to lure you out, but who's to say when he's done with you that he won't still go after your family anyway? He sure does seem like that kind of guy. You've probably got exactly one chance left before he flips out and kills you, and you better make it count. Somehow you blew it at the most crucial moment and only made things worse for everyone involved. I think you're already well aware, but David, you up. A little while later, the man starts asking David about his marriage, wanting to know if he feels like he and his wife are happy together. Aggravated, David assures him that sometimes he feels like they're the only happy people that he knows, saying that they've worked out the secret. This leaves the man quiet for a minute until he chimes in that he's never been happy, which he blames on his allergies. Ever since he was a child, he'd had dreams of a mysterious figure who he calls the Mucus Man, that would find him in the middle of the night and jam his nose full of boogers. Unsure how to respond to this strange confession, David here just keeps on driving. Eventually, they end up passing by a local diner and the man orders him to pull over. As they park the car, the man hands David a rag and tells him to clean some of the blood from his face, before leading him inside while holding the gun to his back through his jacket pocket. The place is mostly empty except for a few customers, but this trucker sitting at the bar starts grilling them down from the moment that they walk in. To everyone else, it seems like just another quiet night, but they have no idea that the whole place is going to be up in flames by the time that these two leave. The man sits down and hands David a menu, getting annoyed when he sees that it says no substitutions. While they're waiting, he begins to explain more about why he's doing this in the first place. According to him, there's a very important businessman from Boston waiting for David's arrival. Originally, they were planning on bringing David all the way back to the West Coast, but the client couldn't wait and decided to fly out to a private airport in Boulder City, which is where they're going to meet him. Noticing that the waitress is on her way over, the man tells David to say that he fell down the stairs if she starts asking questions about his face. They both order a cup of coffee, but when she tells them about the current tuna melt special, the man wants to know if he can swap out the mozzarella cheese for cheddar instead. She points to the no substitutions sign, saying that it's the owner's rules, but jokes that she might be able to sneak him some cheddar anyway before leaving to get the coffees. That's when the man starts telling David a story about a bookkeeper in Boston who worked for a man named Jacob Sullivan. While there, he met a girl, they had a baby, and things seemed to be going well. After a while, the bookkeeper noticed that one of Sullivan's partners was taking an extra cut on the side. And so one night while his wife and daughter were away, he invited the associate over for some drinks. Once his guard was down, Sullivan sent over some goons to kill the man, which is exactly what he says is going to happen to David when they finally get to where they're going. The waitress comes back just as the story ends, and the man orders a tuna melt with the cheese swapped out, of course. When she gets to David, he says that he isn't hungry, but the man insists that he get something, shouting at him and causing a scene until he finally orders the same thing. Once they're alone again, the man starts picking apart David's backstory. He says that, in his experience, people always use the family excuse when they're looking for sympathy, but he's surprised that David would go that route given what he really knows about him. Pulling out a flask and pouring it into the coffee, he admits that he doesn't usually drink after dark. However, today is a special occasion, and the man wants him to ask why, but David only sits there in silence. Instead of going along with it, David still insists that he's got the wrong guy and begs to know who the man thinks that he really is. This makes him furious, and he stares at David with an insane look in his eyes until he finally manages to calm himself down. Changing the subject, the man starts going off about it being the witching hour, but David almost immediately interrupts him, causing him to fly into a psychotic rage. The trucker notices the commotion and stands up to confront him, but the man shouts at him to sit back down. With a tense silence falling over the whole restaurant, suddenly the man punches David straight in the face, slamming him down and cuffing him to the table while he's stunned. Okay, this guy's about to go on a rampage, but David here had a chance to stop it if he'd only acted more quickly. His opportunities were limited, but there was one item that stuck out to me that he might have been able to capitalize on, and it was the humble cup of coffee.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As soon as the waitress brought that out, David could have flung the burning hot liquid into the kidnapper's face, blinding him and making it much more difficult to shoot. You see, while the man was stunned, that would have been the moment to come flying across the table like a spider monkey and unleash a feral whooping that only a man who's been staring down the barrel of a gun can deliver. Unfortunately, he missed his chance once again, and now he's stunned, handcuffed, and essentially powerless to stop whatever is about to happen unless he can somehow get himself free. Hopefully, he gets another opportunity to fight back before this guy decides to finish the job. Drawing his pistol, he goes over and tells the trucker at the bar not to move or he'll shoot him, before making his way back into the kitchen where he finds the two employees. After tearing the landline out of the wall, he makes them both hand over their cell phones and throws them into the hot grease so that they won't be able to call anyone for help. The man sits back down at the booth and tells David that he wants to play a game called Stop the Phony. The rules are simple. David tells him the truth about who he really is right now, and if he doesn't, then he'll kill the waitress, the trucker, and anyone else who happens to walk in. That's when a woman and her young daughter enter the diner, and the man gets dangerously excited. He gives David one more chance to tell the truth, but he swears that he's got the wrong guy. Furious, the man tells him to get ready because he's about to start shooting, which is when David makes his move. Crossing the table, he headbutts the man as hard as he can, stunning him briefly. All at once, the waitress drops their plates and runs for cover, while the trucker makes a break for the exit. The man opens fire, but David smacks his hand down, causing him to miss. Annoyed, he strikes David in the face, before standing up and taking aim at the trucker, hitting him in the back just as he's about to reach the door. While the man reloads his weapon, David whispers for the mother and child to run, but they're too terrified to move. After making sure that the trucker is dead, the man walks over to the booth and takes aim at the innocent family. Desperate to save them, David finally gives in, admitting that he's exactly who the man is looking for. Coming back over to their table, he throws David to the ground and begins pummeling him over and over again, before leaning in close and calling him James, saying that this is all his fault. Leaving him there, the man makes his way back to the kitchen and lets the family go free without any trouble. Going out through the back door, he catches the cook running for his life and shoots him once in the back. Next, he heads into the women's bathroom where he finds the waitress hiding in one of the stalls. But after thinking it over, he decides to let her go. Meanwhile, David sees his phone lying on the ground just out of reach and manages to drag it over with his foot, immediately dialing 911. After explaining what's going on, he starts kicking the table leg as hard as he can, desperately trying to set himself free. Back in the kitchen, the man turns on the gas and lights every burner on the stove before sparking a cigarette. Grabbing a bottle of 151 rum from the shelf, he tosses it into the fire, causing the place to instantly go up in flames. David finally manages to get himself free, but it's too late, and the man comes walking out as the whole building starts to burn down. As he runs for the door, the man shoots and hits him in the leg, but he still manages to get out to the parking lot where he decides to take cover behind a car. Taking off his belt, he quickly wraps it around his leg and uses it to stop the bleeding. After a moment, the man comes out with more bottles of alcohol that he's turned into Molotov cocktails and starts chunking them at the cars, hoping to find where David is hiding. While he's distracted, David moves behind a trailer instead, staying just out of range as the man torches everything in the parking lot. Once he's out of bottles, the man decides to call David's phone, and although he quickly shuts it off, he can tell from the sound of the ringing that he's still somewhere nearby. That's when he says that he wants to finish telling him the bookkeeper's story. While searching between the trailers, he explains that, as the stealing associate was being killed, the bookkeeper's wife accidentally came home ahead of schedule and ended up witnessing the whole thing. It turns out that he was the bookkeeper all along, and now his wife had become a liability, which is where David here came into play, although at the time he was going by the name of James Levine. As David sneaks under another trailer, he's suddenly grabbed by the cook, who's badly wounded but somehow still alive. Instead of trying to help him, he only sneaks away, and the man shoots him dead just a few seconds later. Just then, David charges out from behind, knocking the gun out of his hands. The two battle it out, hand to hand, and at first it looks like David might actually win the fight. But the man distracts him by revealing that he knows what room his wife is in at the hospital, taking him by surprise and knocking him off before grabbing his gun back. Now that he has control of the situation again, the man explains that he never kills mothers, but if David keeps it up, he's going to break his rule. Alternatively, if David gets back in the car right now, then he promises that they'll stay away from his wife, giving him his word that he means what he says. With no other choice, David limps back over to his car and the two speed away, just moments before the police arrive on the scene. Okay, for a minute there, it was starting to look like David actually had the upper hand. The police were on their way, and he was even winning the fight, but he let this creep get in his head, and ended up dropping the ball at the last minute. Now he's once again right back where he started, and there were a few things that he could have done differently during the fight. This one's gonna sound crazy, but hear me out. When the kidnapper here was chasing him around the parking lot with the Molotovs, David could have waited until he had one lit and then thrown one of his shoes straight at the bottle, knocking it out of his hands and engulfing the man in flames. It's a 1 in a million shot, but this is a 1 in a million kind of night, so it couldn't hurt to take the chance. More realistically speaking, while the two were scrapping it out after David made him drop the gun, he should have gone straight for the weapon instead of getting caught up giving the guy a beatdown. As soon as the man had the opportunity, he reached for the gun himself, ending the fight, and that's because he's smart. But David, unfortunately, is not. He got distracted, and it's gonna cost him. But if David has anything going for him at all, it's that he's somehow still not dead yet. He better get it together soon though, because it looks like they're nearing the end of the line. Still acting like he doesn't know, David asks the man what ended up happening to his wife. He explains that this fixer, James Levine, told him that he needed to get his wife under control. Knowing what James was capable of, he decided that his only option was to get his family out of the city before it was too late. The man left the house to get some supplies, but by the time that he came back, his wife and daughter were already dead and their entire house was up in flames. David here says that he's accepted that he's going to die tonight, but wants the man to know that he really isn't James Levine. Furious, the man shouts at him for still keeping up the act, which causes him to go into a coughing fit. David realizes that the man is also dying from lung cancer and never intended to survive the night himself. Just then, they notice a police officer speeding up the highway behind them. The man readies himself before holding the gun to the side of David's head, but right when he's about to pull the trigger, David says that he needs to know why he didn't kill him the second that he got in the car. He explains that he wanted to hear his confession first, which is when David finally admits that it's all true and Sullivan really did order the hit on the man's wife. Suddenly, David flicks his cigarette into the man's face, causing him to miss his shot as the car crashes and flips into a ditch on the side of the road. Okay, just when I was thinking that you'd never figure it out, you pull a sick move like that and completely redeem yourself. Props, David, but it took you long enough, that's for sure. I really can't say that there's much else you could have done here, although maybe trying something like that before you had a pistol pointed directly at the side of your head might have made for better timing. It looks like you were wearing your seatbelt, so hopefully you survived the crash and he didn't, and you can finally get back to the hospital. Although it looks like now you'll be going as a patient and not a visitor. When the man wakes up, he sees two officers rushing towards them, but David shoots and kills them both, crouching down next to him. He confesses that he never meant to kill the man's daughter, but accidentally hit her in the crossfire. Overwhelmed with guilt, he turned to drinking until he finally met his wife and turned his life around. When his firstborn died, he thought of it as God settling the score, but could still see their faces when he went to sleep every night. Then, when he eventually had his son, it was like getting back the life that he wrongfully took. As crazy as it is, David feels like this whole experience finally gave him closure, and says that he wishes he could have done the same for the man. Crouching over him, he holds his forearm into his throat and presses down, choking the man to death. Standing up, David wipes off his gun and puts it into the man's hand. In the wreckage, he finds the Ace of Spades card that started it all and tucks it away in his shirt pocket. Taking out his phone, he listens to a voicemail from his wife, telling him that they had a little girl and everything is going to be fine. As backup arrives, he repeats to himself that he's David Chamberlain over and over, standing with his hands in the air as the officers close in. But what would you do if you were cruising along in your car headed to the hospital to go see your wife who's about to give birth and some random red-haired Nick Cage just hopped in the backseat of your car? Would you flip out and try to do everything you could to get him out of the backseat, or would you go along with the story in hopes that he would spare your life? Let us know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this. I think I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, have a damn good day. If the person who loved you the most was brutally taken out by an insane cult and their demonic minions, what would you do? This manipulative psycho thinks that he can take whatever he wants, but he's about to find out the hard way what happens when you mess with someone who has nothing left to lose. I'm gonna break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the Children of the New Dawn and the Black Skull Bikers in Mandy. This happy couple is about to have the worst night of their lives. Finishing up his work far out in the mountains of Southern California, this logger Red makes his way back to his secluded home where his girlfriend Mandy is working on her art. After watching her draw for a while, the two of them head off to bed, talking about their days until they both fall asleep. The next morning, Mandy takes her things and walks down the path to her job at the local gas station, as a strange, red mist fills the air. On her way there, she unknowingly crosses paths with a van owned by a deranged cult called the Children of the New Dawn, and their leader stares her down as they drive past, quickly becoming obsessed with her. The cult decides to shack up at a motel where their leader, Jeremiah Sand, becomes bedridden with heartache over not having Mandy for himself. This old lady, Mother Marilyn, tries to see if she can make him feel better, but he rudely explains that the only thing he wants is for his followers to bring him the girl, throwing her out of the room and telling her to send in this creepy guy, Brother Swan. The man asks what he can do to help, and Sand replies that he wants him to go get Mandy by using a strange instrument called the Horn of Abraxas to summon some unknown force to take her, offering up a new member of the cult as sacrifice to seal the deal. Later that day, Mother Marilyn walks into the gas station where Mandy works and strikes up some awkward conversation, clearly making the girl feel uncomfortable. She asks her if she lives nearby, and Mandy hesitantly responds that they have a house down by the lake. But that was her biggest mistake. After ringing up her things, the woman says that she'll see her later and walks out of the store. Okay, these creeps are bad news. Mandy here might just be too caught up in her fantasy books and art projects to realize it, but she's just crossed paths with a group of whacked out warlocks with seriously evil intentions. And if she doesn't catch on soon, things could get dangerous fast. By now, you've definitely realized that the Children of the New Dawn aren't just your average troop of granola-munching hippies with a van and a taste for illegal substances. They're actually something much worse. A death cult, centered around worshipping their wannabe pop star of a leader, Jeremiah Sand. In the real world, the term cult is used to describe a group of people that can range in size from half a dozen to several million members, who have given up their individual lives to worship a manipulative leader with unusual and sometimes dangerous religious beliefs. Think of them like K-pop stans, except instead of selling you concert tickets and tour merch, they're just trying to get you to drink the Kool-Aid. Cults are almost always built on totalitarian power structure, meaning that they only have one leader. And when it comes to decision making, it's their way or the highway. No one group has the power to question their authority because this person is looked at as their only hope for salvation. And without them, their entire belief system would quickly fall apart. In order to achieve this power and build their following, cult leaders and their established members seek out emotionally vulnerable people and offer them promises of acceptance and community before methodically isolating them from any outside influences and manipulating every aspect of their lives until all of their personal barriers are broken down and they become completely devoted. Once they're fully under the spell, recruits will happily do anything that the leader requests, often at the cost of their own well-being. This particular group here has their sights set on Mandy, so if she doesn't want to end up as their next victim, she should use this knowledge to look out for warning signs and come up with a plan to fight back if things start to get dangerous. Since most cults, including this one, are nothing without their leader, this means that their source of strength also happens to be their biggest weakness. By going after Sand either physically or psychologically, you could turn the tables and collapse the whole organization from the inside. Sand here is clearly delusional and very abusive toward his followers. He rips into Mother Marlene for just trying to help, and even decides to offer up their newest recruit as a sacrifice to get what he wants. Knowing this, there's a chance that it could be possible to turn his followers against him under the right conditions. For example, Marlene seems to be jealous of his newfound obsession with Mandy, probably noticing his attention and love towards her fading away in her old age, since she was psychologically vulnerable enough to fall for his tricks in the first place, and also because she's probably the last person that he'd suspect. I'd be looking at her as the best potential target to manipulate into turning on him. In fact, Sand here's so crazy that it might not be too hard to turn him against himself if you played into his delusions and narcissism. But if that fails, then there's always the option to get physical. The guy's right-hand man here looks like he's about 60 and wouldn't be much of a threat in a hand-to-hand fight. Whatever he's planning to summon with that horn is probably the real threat here. But if you could break it before he had the chance to whistle out a tune, then that problem would be solved. Now there's one last thing that needs to be mentioned before we get back to the action. Mandy, Don't be telling creepy ladies where you live, especially when it's an isolated cabin in the middle of the woods. Not every stranger is dangerous, but when you're interacting with someone that you don't know very well, there's many little things about them that you can easily observe to make sure that you stay on the safe side. One of the top behaviors that experts warn you to watch out for are sneaky questions about your personal life, thrown into the flow of a normal conversation. Marlene here complimented her shirt and asked her about the book that she was reading to get her guard down, before switching the topic to what she really wanted to know, which was where the girl lived, and successfully getting her to share this very personal information. That's bad enough. But the way Marlene reacted to her answer was the real sign that she was up to no good. People will show behaviors called micro-expressions that hint what they're really thinking. A movement of the face or eyes that doesn't fit with the vibe of the conversation is a major warning sign that the person has other things on their mind. Marlene here practically fell over backwards when she managed to talk Mandy into telling her where she lives, and then ended the conversation with a "see you later." That sounded a lot more like a threat than a friendly goodbye. For me, that's all I'd need to hear to be booby-trapping my house up like the kid from Home Alone the minute that I was off the clock. You should always trust your gut instincts when meeting someone for the first time, because it's better to be safe than sorry. That night, the cultists take their van and park it a short distance from the house, Brother Swan getting out and stepping into the headlights while the others watch. He makes two loud, drawn-out whistles that echo through the empty countryside. Swan climbs back into the van, telling the others that there's nothing left to do now but wait. For a minute, it seems like nothing is going to happen, but that's when the air all around them fills with the red mist, and they see several sets of headlights approaching them from out of the darkness. It's the Black Skulls, a demonic biker gang with an appetite for torture and human flesh, summoned from their lair by the sound of the horn. Visibly nervous, Swan gets out, followed by the others as the rider's leader approaches, offering him a drink of some nasty blood-filled concoction from a mason jar, which he immediately chugs down. His hunger is not satisfied. The biker demands more, but Swan tells him that before he gets what he wants, he'll have to fulfill his end of the bargain. Meanwhile, Red and Mandy are in their home, peacefully watching a movie on their TV and completely unaware of what's happening right outside. Later on, while they're lying in bed, Mandy here has a bad dream, possibly sensing that the cult and the Black Skulls are watching them from the tree line. Lights start to flicker as the bikers make their way into the house. Standing over the bed, they attack the couple and drag them to the floor, stomping Red unconscious and giving Mandy over to the cult while they claim this curly-haired kid for their next victim. Okay, this is not good. It looks like these freaks barely had to break a sweat to get the jump on Red and Mandy here. Now, you're probably never going to run into a crazed death cult and their pet demonic biker gang, but just in case, there's some defensive steps that you can take. Horror fans know that it's a bad idea to ever even set foot inside a cabin in the woods. But what if you were crazy enough to actually make one your home? Would you be ready for whatever might come creeping around in the middle of the night? It seems like a peaceful lifestyle, but the truth is that living out in the countryside can be just as dangerous as in the heart of a bustling city if you aren't prepared for what you might run into out there. This could mean adopting some dogs, upgrading your place with a fence along the property line, and a locked entry gate, investing in a home security system, motion-activated floodlights, and of course, some good old-fashioned firepower. Most people aren't out to get you, but it never hurts to be prepared. That way, you won't end up like Red and Mandy here. At night, when Red returned home from work, he just walked right in through the open door and scared the crap out of Mandy here. Locking the doors can only get you so far though, when your whole house is practically made of windows. I'm not saying that it's Red and Mandy's fault that a bunch of whacked out hippies decided to attack out of nowhere, but it clearly couldn't hurt to at least be prepared for the possibility, especially when your girlfriend likes to go around giving weird old ladies your house's exact coordinates. The unfortunate reality here is that they made themselves much too easy of a target for these psychos, and now they're going to have to fight for their lives if they ever want to escape. After a while, Mandy wakes up tied to a chair. The woman tells her not to be scared, and that Red will be fine as long as she doesn't try to fight back or escape. only to immediately get up and slap her hard across the face out of jealousy for their leader. Walking over to the counter, she grabs a dropper of some unknown substance, splashing it in her eye while Lucy holds it open and then finishing the rest herself. Next, she uses a pair of metal tongs to pull a massive insect out of a jar and holds it up to her neck, piercing her skin with the stinger and injecting her with its venom, the world around her blurring as she slips into a hallucinatory daze. Okay, Mandy here is in a tough spot to say the least. The cult is trying to use Red as a bargaining chip to get her to play along, but there's really no guarantee that they'll keep their word and leave him unharmed. Which is why, if I were in her position, I'd immediately start doing whatever I could to get out of there. Those creeps were smart enough to use rope here instead of duct tape, which makes our escape significantly more difficult. For starters, I'd try flexing my forearms by making a fist and then opening my hands over and over to loosen up the ropes and see if I could somehow manage to slip out. If that wasn't working, then there's always the option of throwing your weight backwards as hard as you can and hopefully breaking the chair itself. This old lady and her teenage friend don't look like much of a threat, and I'd rather take my chances battling it out with them than sticking around to see whatever the rest of the cult had planned for me next. If Mandy here could break free of those restraints and win the brawl against these two, then the kitchen should be full of weapons that she could use to defend herself. And since she's still in her own house, she should know the best route to quietly sneak away without alerting any of the others. It's not a foolproof plan, but when the alternative is staying for dinner with a psychopathic death cult, you have to take some risks if you want to survive. The women take Mandy down the hallway and seat her in the middle of the living room in front of the rest of the cult, which is when she meets Sand for the first time, and he explains in his delusional way how he became obsessed with her early that morning. Standing up, he demands that Mandy look at him and asks her what she sees, and she replies that she sees his death quickly approaching. This isn't exactly what he wanted to hear, but he keeps his cool and says that he'll win her over after they spend enough time together. Walking to the front of the room, he explains that he prefers to express his love through music, putting on a record of one of his songs and ranting about how he never received the praise and popularity as an artist that he thinks he deserves. As he leans in closer, he tells Mandy that when he was at his lowest point, he had an extreme religious breakthrough that allowed him to finally feel accepted and in control, with the permission to go into the world and take whatever he desired for himself. The creep expects her to be convinced, but instead of falling under his spell, Mandy here starts laughing in his face, treating his whole song and dance as nothing but a joke. This sends him into a full-blown mental breakdown, unable to face the fact that she sees him for the delusional failure that he is. Sand shouts at her to shut up over and over again, but Mandy keeps laughing away, so he turns his anger on his followers, demanding that they look away from the pathetic scene. Crying into the mirror, he begs his reflection to tell him what to do, and that's when he comes up with a brutal plan. Outside, Red wakes up unable to move with his hands tied above his head. Sand comes over, followed by Swan and Lucy, angry about not being able to brainwash Mandy and saying that they're going to show him what real love looks like by making Lucy here play Russian roulette to prove her loyalty. All that Red can do is watch as the girl takes the weapon and pulls the trigger, but thankfully she survives. Kneeling down, Swan pulls out a huge ceremonial dagger and tells Red to have a look. The blade flashes with green light as he hands it over to their leader, who gets right in Red's face and stabs him deep in the side of the chest. The man howls in pain, but the cult isn't done with him just yet. Sand tells him that they wasted those substances on Mandy, when what they really need is the cleansing power of fire instead. And what happens next is completely horrifying. As he watches helplessly, the cult carries Mandy out of the house wrapped up in sheets and throws her to the ground in front of him, before tying a rope around her feet and hoisting her up into the air. After covering her with gasoline, Swan strikes a match and holds it against the cloth, quickly engulfing her in flames and forcing Red to watch her burn. The fire continues until there's nothing left of her but a pile of ash. And with their business finished, the cult gets in their cars and drives away, leaving Red still alive. But that was their biggest mistake. Once they're gone, Red finally manages to slip one of his hands through the wire, untying his restraints and setting himself free. He crawls over to the smoldering pile of ashes, holding onto what's left of Mandy's head until a gust of wind blows it away. But the nightmare is only just getting started. Okay, this guy just made the worst mistake of his life. Not only is he a pathetic weirdo, but he's not very smart either, because now he's got a pissed off lumberjack ready to hunt him down. Jeremiah Sand, you have seriously f***ed up. Red and Mandy here were just a happy couple, living peacefully at their house by the lake. So innocent and harmless that they didn't even lock their doors at night, because nothing bad ever happens at a cabin in the woods. But then here you come looking like the Wish version of Bret Michaels with a couple hillbillies and someone's grandma to ruin everything. Was the fact that anyone who isn't brainwashed can tell that your music sucks too much for your fragile ego to handle? Did your parents not love you enough as a child? Poor little Jeremiah couldn't handle rejection, so he had to create a whole religion just to feel special. If being a musician was easy, then we'd all have a platinum album. This whole thing you've got going on here, it's weird, and karma is going to catch up with you eventually. Did you ever stop for a second to consider the possibility that instead of spiraling into a pit of despair, this guy might come after you on a revenge-fueled rampage? You leave a guy with nothing left to live for, and that just means that he's got nothing left to lose. Of course he's going to come after you. And you've only got yourself to blame for what's about to happen next. I wish I could say that the worst thing about you is just how cringe you are, but unfortunately, you've convinced enough people to join your delusional little group that you're actually somehow dangerous? So congratulations, I guess? Something tells me that you'll get what's coming to you one day, and I personally can't wait to see it. When you've got a whole group of devoted supporters and a gang of demonic bikers working for you, and you still can't get anything right, Jeremiah Sand, you f***ed up. Furious and heartbroken, Red stumbles back in the house and finds the shirt that she was wearing thrown carelessly across the floor, picking it up and holding it close to his chest. So he stands there in confusion as he watches a cheddar goblin mascot vomit mac and cheese all over some kids in a bizarre commercial. After a moment, a test of the emergency broadcast system comes on and snaps him out of his trance, and he shuffles over to the bed, passing out from exhaustion. When he finally wakes up, Red makes his way to the bathroom and takes out a hidden bottle of alcohol, taking several long swigs and pouring it on his wounds. As the rage, grief, pain, and vodka start to kick in all at once, polishing off the rest of the bottle as he realizes what he has to do. Red goes to this trailer out in the middle of the woods where he finds his friend, an old hermit named Carruthers, and retrieves a crossbow that the man had been holding onto for him. As he goes to leave, Carruthers asks him what he's planning to do, and when Red responds that he's going hunting, his friend gives him some specially forged bolts that should make short work of any prey, saying that they're all his as long as he promises to put them to good use. Sitting down on the guy's bed, Red finally decides to open up and tells his friend that a gang of psycho cultists and demonic bikers tied him up and lit Mandy on fire. Carruthers here immediately knows that he's talking about the Black Skulls, explaining that they've been attacking travelers and causing terror in the area for a long time. According to the legends, they used to run smuggling jobs for a supplier of highly potent illegal substances. Eventually, the supplier wanted to get rid of them, so he made them a bad batch of the stuff that turned them completely insane. He says that they've recently been seen by the Spirit River, but warns Red that they're extremely dangerous and have an obsession with pain, so if he's going to go after them, he probably won't survive. Before the battle, Red goes to his workshop and pours molten metal into a mold, forging himself this impressive-looking axe as his own custom-made demon-slaying tool. Now he's officially ready to slide for Mandy, and first he's going after the Black Skulls. Okay, it's time for revenge, and Red here is ready to dish it out, but he's going up against some pretty terrifying odds. It'd be bad enough if these bikers just had him outnumbered 4-1, but they're all hopped up on who knows what, and armed to the teeth. Plus, they aren't afraid of the pain, they actually get off on it. So if you want to survive, then it's incredibly important to go into this fight well prepared. The axe and the crossbow are some sweet weapons, but the only problem is one requires you to get in close and the other one only has 2 bolts. Simple math tells us that when we've got 4 bikers and 6 cultists to kill, 2 bolts just isn't going to cut it. But besides offensive options, it'd probably be smart to think about keeping yourself patched up as well. Maybe a quick trip to the local pharmacy to stock up on first aid supplies would also be a wise decision. Sure, bringing some Advil to an axe fight is a bit of a Boy Scout move, but if we're going to see this revenge quest all the way to the finish line, then we've got to think about long-term survivability here. And when we're going into battle against a bunch of Hellraiser Cenobite biker demons, it can't hurt to be prepared. Now, if Red here didn't want to fight them head on, then he does still have an option for a more calculated approach. Think about it this way. The bikers aren't loyal to the cult. They're hired help. So all that he'd have to do is offer them a better deal, and he could send them to kill off all the cultists and do the dirty work for him. There's gotta be someone in town he doesn't like that would make a good sacrifice. But Red here isn't looking for help. He's looking for blood. And now it's time to make these freaks pay.
Coming soon to a theater near you, How to Beat's official Patreon. All the guts, all the blood, all the screams, plus nasty extras. How to Beat's Patreon. 2 times the shock, 2 times the terror, 2 times the subscription levels. Have a damn good day, and it only gets better. Both levels bid you welcome to pre-sales for ghoulish official How to Beat merchandise and support the evil scientists behind the How to Beat videos. It only gets better. Subscribers are invited to the X-rated party. Ad-free and uncensored videos too repulsive for all audiences are available on demand. How to Beat's Patreon. In space, no one can hear you scream, but on Patreon, everyone can see you bleed. How to Beat's Patreon. Join us if you dare.
Somewhere in the woods late that night, Red posts up in the tree line and waits for the riders to approach. As the last one races by, he fires an arrow, striking him dead on and knocking him off of his bike. Jumping back in his truck, he speeds to where the man went down, smiling like a maniac as he slams into the freak at full speed and kills him. But somehow, the biker's armor sends the truck flipping off of the road, knocking Red unconscious from the impact. Sometime later, Red wakes up in the biker's hideout, with his right hand cuffed to a pipe and his left hand nailed to the floorboards. This biker hears him shouting in pain and comes over to slash his chest with a switchblade, ruining his favorite shirt. Coming back with a pair of brass knuckles, she punches Red twice across the face, but he stomps on her foot and quickly breaks the loose pipe off of the wall, slamming her across the side of the head with it and knocking her down into a pit. Grabbing onto the nail, he pries it out of his hand and gets to his feet, and walks to the next room where he arms himself with a rusty box cutter and the biker's leather vest. Red emerges from the basement into the rest of the house. He searches through the house, holding the knife out in front of him until he finally comes to the living room and sees the biker burying his face in a pile of illegal substances. Sneaking in for the kill, Red stealthily approaches the freak from behind, but notices his reflection at the last second and grabs Red's arm, throwing him over the couch and through the table. The man dives on top of him, but Red quickly stabs him in the neck. Suddenly, the TV next to him explodes, as the biker that he thought he killed in the basement fires at him with a sawed-off shotgun across the room, and he combat rolls over the couch, closing the distance and headbutting her while he rips the weapon out of her hands. The biker starts slashing at him with a kitchen knife, but Red expertly dodges the attacks, grabbing her arm and slamming her into the wall before snapping her neck with his bare hands. Okay, Red managed to clutch the 3-on-1 and pull off the W, but he cut it a little bit close here. Although he definitely got the job done, there's still one biker and a whole cult that needs to be taken out after this. So going into those fights with a little bit of strategy might have been a better idea. If it were me, I might have tried to take the bikers on by luring them into a trap, like cutting the power and ambushing whoever wanted to check out the fuse box, making some noise to lure them into a room where I was waiting for them in the shadows, or setting the house on fire and picking them off one by one as they ran outside. And then there's his choice of weapon, a little box cutter. Really? I mean, it worked, but he had to walk right through the kitchen to get there. So he could have at least looked around for a steak knife or meat cleaver. In fact, we're about to see that his custom-made axe and the crossbow with its bolts were sitting right there in the kitchen the whole time. So if he'd just taken a moment to look around, he would have had both of those to fight with. Also, I'd want to take that last one's shotgun and look around the house for some more ammo before moving on. I get that Red spent a lot of time working on that cool axe and really wants to use it, but what's more important here? Style or results? There's only one biker left before it's time to go after the cult, and things are about to get absolutely insane. Heading back to the kitchen, Red finds his axe hanging up on the wall and his crossbow tucked away in a cabinet and starts loading sharp objects into a duffel bag to use later. Sitting there on the counter is a jar of mysterious gray slime, and after dipping his finger in for a little taste, he experiences a brain-melting hallucination of a radio tower before coming back to reality, now in full-blown murder mode. Red climbs out through the window and leaps down from the deck where he sees the biker's leader standing in front of a burning car. Taking aim with his crossbow, he fires a bolt into the man's back, but the freak stands there unfazed, pulling it straight through as blood gushes from his throat without showing any signs of pain. Out of ammo, Red closes in to finish the job with his axe, but the biker dodges his swing and starts slashing back at him with his metal claws. The two trade blows until Red manages to knock the man to the ground, only for him to roll out of the way of his strikes and get back up to his feet. Finally, Red stuns him and kicks him into the burning car, engulfing him in flames. But even as he's cooking alive, the biker won't stop taunting him about Mandy's death. So Red brings the axe straight down on his neck, severing his head. Taking one of their quads, Red makes his way to the radio tower that he saw in his vision, and inside he finds the supplier who made the substances that drove the bikers insane. The man can sense his presence and turns around with his hands raised to show that he doesn't want any trouble. As the lights in the garage come on, they reveal a tiger in a cage that the man used to test his products. But after seeing Red's disapproving glare, he decides to set the animal free, and it sneaks away into the wilderness. Red here still hasn't said anything, but the man can sense what happened between him and the cult, and tells him exactly where to find them so that he can complete his quest for revenge. Riding through some old mining tunnels, he comes out in the middle of an otherworldly landscape, and keeps going until his quad gets stuck, forcing him to go the rest of the way on foot. In the morning, Red wakes up on the riverside in the middle of a defrosted area. Eventually, he comes to a cliff overlooking a deep valley where the cultists have built their church. Brother Swan here takes Lucy in the van for a drive into town, but he doesn't get far before running over a pile of caltrops that Red placed in the middle of the road and popping his tires. As soon as he gets out to see what happened, Red bursts out from hiding and blasts him with a punch straight to the jaw before stunning him with a headbutt and letting him slump to the ground in front of a tree. Even with his death about to be delivered, the delusional creep can't resist taunting him about his dead girlfriend. So as he's talking, Red jams the pointed end of the axe into his mouth. Looking at Sister Lucy, he realizes that she's just an innocent kid who was brainwashed by the creeps and makes the noble decision to spare her life. The others, however, won't be so lucky. Okay, Red might have decided to be the bigger man and not kill Sister Lucy, but I don't know if I would have made the same decision here, and there's a few reasons why. First of all, she was totally involved with what happened to Mandy, and there's no arguing that one. She helped Mother Marilyn pump her full of substances and hand her over to sand, and sat back and watched while they burned her alive. If she actually wanted to help, she could have tried to secretly untie Red or caused a distraction to buy them more time. But when push came to shove, she was fine with letting an innocent woman be killed and do nothing about it, all because her group's leader got his little feelings hurt. If your friends hurt someone and you're involved in any way, then you're considered guilty too, even if you didn't actually hurt them yourself. So if the court would hold Lucy accountable, then why shouldn't Red here? Plus, there's also the fact that she could still be loyal to Sand, and if Red leaves her alive now, then she might come back and sneak attack him later down the line. If he's not going to cross her off the board, then the only option left is to let her go and hope for the best. It's time to head for the church. But before leaving, I'd also want to search the cult's van for any useful tools, weapons, or information that could give me an advantage in the fight. If he wanted to, he could actually use the van as a way to get in close without drawing attention. Even with the flat tire, he could still make it back to their hideout, and since it's a vehicle that they know, it shouldn't raise any alarms until he's already made it through the perimeter. I hope that I'm wrong here, and letting Lucy go doesn't come back to bite him. But until the job is totally done, Red should seriously watch his back. Closing in on the church, Red spots this freak Brother Hanker polishing up his car, and before the man even knows what's coming, he flings his axe through the air, killing him instantly. Further down the path, he finds a chainsaw laying on the ground, picking it up and trying his best to get it started, as he comes around the corner to face off with a third cult member, Brother Klopek. Seeing Red and knowing that it's time for a fight, the man quickly stands up, revealing that he's got an even bigger chainsaw, and starts it on the first pull. Red keeps trying to start his own weapon, but can't get it running, and has to hold it above his head to block the man's first attack. Countering with a kick, Red manages to knock him back and create some space, finally able to get his own chainsaw running as the freak rushes at him for round 2. After dodging his next swing, he finds an opening and slices the guy across the stomach, but it's just a flesh wound, and Klopek goes back on the offensive. headbutting him and stabbing at his chest with the spinning blade. Red maneuvers away and strikes back, catching Klopek on the arm and knocking the weapon out of his hands. But when he moves in for the kill shot, the man grabs the chainsaw and knocks it away before dropping him with a punch to the face. Laughing, he picks up the smaller chainsaw and goes to finish the job. But Red rises to his feet, grabbing a nearby metal chain and swinging it above his head like a lasso. Throwing it forward, he wraps the chain around the man's neck and pulls him straight down onto the still running giant chainsaw, tearing open his chest and killing him once and for all. Finally, Red arrives at the church and notices a trapdoor full of red fog cut out of the floor, deciding to climb down there and see who's hiding in the tunnels. Okay, it looks like we're at the end of the road. The only two threats left are Mother Marilyn and Sand himself, and they should be easy pickings for Red here. But still, this close to the finish line, you can never be too careful. Instead of blindly going down into those tunnels, I might have tried staking the place out for a while and picking them off as they come up, because who knows what powerful weapons or other demonic creatures they could be hiding down there. He could even try lighting the place on fire from the surface to see if it speeds up the process a little bit. Fighting on unknown territory is always more dangerous, and a little patience goes a long way when you're so close to victory. It's time for Sand to finally get what's coming to him. Let's just hope that someone or something else doesn't stop Red before he gets the chance. Searching through the depths, he eventually comes to a chamber where Mother Marilyn is sobbing in the middle of the room. This Smeagol-looking freak begs him to spare her life, offering him anything that she can to convince him, but Red isn't interested in hearing what she has to say. The only thing that he wants is revenge, and she's the next one up on the chopping block. Further down the tunnel, Red finds the man who started it all. Red tosses the head of Mother Marilyn at his feet. Red emerges from the darkness with his axe in his hands, but this maniac still insists that he won't be able to harm him, going on and on about how he's too special to die. Unfortunately for him, Red disagrees and grabs him by the head as the man immediately switches from delusional ramblings to begging for his life, saying that he's his god now. Red squeezes Sand's head until the man's eyes erupts from its socket, pulling out his lighter and burning the corpse. Red climbs back up to the surface and walks away as the entire church burns and crumbles to the ground. Getting into a car, he sees a vision of Mandy sitting with him in the passenger seat and smiles as he drives off into the distance through the strange, otherworldly landscape. But what would you do if you and your girlfriend were attacked by an evil gang of biker hippies in the middle of the woods and you saw them kill her in front of you? Would you sit there and weep and eventually pass away? Or would you craft an axe from the finest steel and go on a hunt for revenge? Let us know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this. This is a reminder that we upload on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and we'll see you in the next video. Have a damn good day. If you were trapped in a run-down house with no way to escape and only 2 hours to live, what would you do? These unsuspecting criminals are about to end up the next victims in a madman's death game, and they're going to have to do whatever it takes if they want to make it out alive. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the return of Jigsaw in Saw 2. This detective is going to learn the hard way what happens when you try to hide from the mistakes of your past, suddenly waking up after being knocked unconscious. This guy, Michael, finds himself locked in a dingy room with nothing but some bright lights, a TV, and a mirror around him. Looking at his reflection, he realizes that his left eye seems badly damaged. But what's even more horrifying is that his head is trapped inside of a steel, mask-like contraption filled with giant metal spikes. Just then, the TV turns on, and Billy the Jigsaw puppet appears on the screen, telling Michael that he wants to play a game. Because the man makes his living spying on others, Jigsaw tells him that he'll have to sacrifice the part of his body that he relies on the most if he wants to survive. The death mask is on a timer, and if he doesn't find the key in time, then it will snap shut, brutally killing him. After showing Michael footage of him on an operating table to prove that the key is really hidden inside of his body, he gives him one final hint, flashing x-rays of the key behind his eyeball and telling him that it's right before his eyes. Terrified, Michael lunges for a toolbox across the room, accidentally pulling a pin out of the trap and activating the timer. Inside, he finds a surgeon's scalpel and starts psyching himself up to perform the operation. Although he comes close to doing it, in the end, he's too afraid, tossing the blade across the room and falling to his knees as he screams out for help. That's when the timer runs out and the trap snaps shut, killing him. That makes one victim down, with 9 more to go. Okay, talk about a splitting headache. This is an absolute nightmare scenario, but what could Michael here have done differently if he wanted to survive? The first step with any jigsaw trap is to carefully observe your surroundings. Looking around the room, we can see that the wire to activate the trap is attached to a small pulley on the wall nearby. Although he was definitely in a bad position, the danger didn't become immediate until he went for the toolbox, pulling on the wire and causing the timer to start counting down. This means that technically, as long as he avoided pulling out the pin, he'd have about 3 days to think of what to do next, or even just sit there and hope that someone would eventually come to help before he eventually started to die from dehydration. Now, instead of pulling away from the wall, what Michael actually needed to do here was go towards it and see if he could find some way to unhook or damage the pulley without ever activating the trap at all. He could search around the room for any improvised tools, like a loose pipe to break it, or a thin piece of metal to pry it off of the wall, just as long as he made sure to stay within a safe radius that didn't trigger the timer. It also might have been worth trying to stop the mask from working the way that Jigsaw had intended altogether, either by finding some way to damage the padlocks, or leather straps that are holding it onto his body, or by jamming something into the mechanism to prevent it from snapping shut like a pipe, or parts of the chair that he was first sitting on. Of course, once the trap was activated, with so little time left and guaranteed death waiting for him if he failed, the safest bet of all would have been to just complete the challenge and cut out his eye to get the key. It's going to be the hardest thing that he's ever done. But when the other option is getting his head crushed in a death mask, he has to be willing to make the sacrifice to get out alive. If he was lucky enough to survive, then he'd quickly want to find something to pack the hole and stop the bleeding, and get some medical attention as soon as possible, so that the wound wouldn't become infected. Good luck getting it done in time though. With only 1 minute on the clock, he's got less time to do all of that than you're supposed to just spend brushing your teeth in the morning. So even if he actually had the stomach to do what needed to be done, the odds of surviving this one are unfortunately slim to none. Later, Detective Eric Matthews goes to pick up his son, Daniel, who's in trouble for attempting to steal from an electronics store. Eric warns him that they're going to press charges and starts giving his son a hard time for acting out. Upset, the kid says that he'd rather go stay with his mom instead, so the detective shouts at him to just leave if that's what he wants. The next day, Eric gets a call from his sergeant asking him to come down and check out the crime scene of Michael's death. There, he meets with fellow investigator Detective Allison Carey, who tells him that the victim was identified as one of Eric's informants, but that they need him to confirm his identity. Although the man's face is completely destroyed, Eric is able to identify him from the tattoo on his ankle and notices a puzzle piece cut out of his shoulder, proving that he must have been one of Jigsaw's victims. Allison asks him if he can think of anyone who might be a suspect, adding that whoever it was must be very intelligent based on the complicated design of the trap. Unsure, he's just about to leave the room when she calls his attention to one final clue. On the ceiling above them, the killer left him a personal message. "Look closer, Detective Matthews." That night, Eric has nightmares about the crime scene and suddenly remembers noticing an important detail about the mask. The metal used to make it was manufactured at a nearby industrial plant called Wilson Steel. After calling down to the station, Eric and Allison quickly join up with a SWAT team and storm the building. The officers officers make their way inside, eventually coming to a staircase that's enclosed in a suspicious-looking metal cage. Cutting open the lock, they cautiously start moving up to the next floor, when suddenly, the lead officer activates a pressure plate trap, causing the puppet to come riding up on his tiny bike as a distraction. Just then, the door behind them slams shut, and when the officer presses forward, placing more of his weight on the stair, the next step shoots towards him and breaks his legs, sending him crashing into the two men behind him, who then fall back and are electrocuted by a current that's running through the cage. Pulling the men to safety, the rest of the team storms inside where they find Jigsaw's workshop, and sitting in a wheelchair at the end of the room is a sick-looking old man, John Kramer, the Jigsaw killer himself. The officers put the man in restraints and arrest him without incident, but just when Eric is about to leave, John tells him that he shouldn't go until he investigates a cage on the other side of the room. Searching inside, Eric pulls back a blanket and finds a set of screens that show a group of hostages, suddenly realizing that one of them is his son, Daniel. Eric rushes back over to John, demanding to know what he's doing with his son. That's when John reveals that the boy only has 2 hours to live before a poisonous gas that's pumping through the house slowly kills him. Eric wants to know where he is, but John cryptically responds that he's in a safe place. Furious, Eric goes back over to the monitors and borrows Allison's phone to call his son, only to hear Jigsaw on the kid's voicemail. Another officer notices a digital clock counting down the minutes that the victims have left to live, and calls for the bomb squad as Eric watches Daniel through the screen, trying to figure out a way to save him. Okay, it looks like this just got personal for Detective Matthews here. He's only got 2 hours to save his son's life, but has no idea where the boy even really is, so where should he start? One thing that we know about Jigsaw is that he likes for a part of his hints to be taken literally. For example, like when he told Michael that the key was right before his eyes. The detectives have the tape from Michael's death game, so if they're paying attention, then they should be aware of this trick. Knowing this, because he said that Daniel was in a safe place, I'd start by searching any place nearby that might have a safe to see if I could find the kid or some clues to his location. This could be some place like a bank or even somewhere that Eric has known criminals to use as a safe house during his police work. When they first walked in, there was actually a safe sitting right next to Jigsaw there. And it might seem too obvious, but if it were me, then that would have been the first place that I'd check. Besides that clue, they also have the security camera footage to go off of, but they might want to make sure that it's actually live first before taking it too seriously. I'd start by following the cables to see what the monitors were plugged into, and checking to see if there's anything about the setup that's suspicious in any way, since the worst thing to do right now would be to accidentally waste time focusing on a distraction. Finally, I'd want to check around Jigsaw's office for any more clues that could help me out. Remember, this is all a game to him, and the reality is that Jigsaw's too meticulous to make a convenient mistake, like leaving the location of his hideout right there on the death mask. The only reason that Eric figured out where to find him is because Jigsaw wanted him to. So there's a very good chance that there are more clues hidden around the building that could lead him to his son. At this point, Eric's best, and really his only option, is to keep playing along with the game and pay very careful attention to every detail of what the man says. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated house, the captives start to regain consciousness and begin trying to figure out what's happening. They quickly find out that the room is sealed with a huge metal door, and someone seems to be watching them through a system of closed-circuit cameras. Horrified, they realize that they've all been kidnapped and brought here for some unknown reason, and now their only option is to find a way to escape. Pressing her head against the door, this woman Addison tells the others that she can hear a strange ticking sound. Just then, another hostage named Amanda finally wakes up and immediately starts freaking out worse than anyone else. As Amanda tears the room apart, she eventually locates a few loose bricks along one of the walls and breaks them away until she finds a tape player. This guy Jonas comes to ask her what it is, and she explains that everything they need to know will be on the tape. After hitting play, everyone gathers around and listens as Jigsaw lays out the details of the trap. In 3 hours, the door to the house will open, setting them free. The only problem being that they have just 2 hours to live. There's a deadly nerve gas pumping through the building that they've been breathing in since they arrived, and the only way for any of them to survive is to find the antidote. several syringes of the cure are hidden around the house, including one in the safe right in front of them. To open the lock, they'll have to figure out the combination, and Jigsaw gives them 2 hints. The numbers are in the back of their minds, and the clue for their order can be found just over the rainbow. Also, each of them has something in common that can help them better understand exactly why they've been chosen. And Jigsaw tells them to look carefully because for this clue, X marks the spot. Grabbing a piece of paper from a pile of rubble, this ex-convict, Xavier, discovers a small key, along with a note that straight up says, "Do not try using it on the door." Amanda warns him to listen to what the note says, but he's determined to try it anyway. This guy Gus here decides to look through the peephole. As soon as Xavier turns the key, he accidentally activates a revolver trap that fires straight into Gus's eye, killing him instantly. That makes 2 victims down, with 8 more to go. As everyone begins to panic, Jonas grabs Amanda and demands that she tells them what she knows, which is exactly when she reveals that they've all been captured by Jigsaw. She knows this because she has survived one of his games before, and says that they can all make it out as long as they're careful and follow the rules. Okay, these people need to act fast. It's a scary thought, but if Jigsaw trapped you in an escape room with deadly consequences, do you think that you'd survive? These contestants have all been poisoned, and they only have 2 hours left to live. They need to find a way out, or quickly get their hands on some of the antidote before it's too late. Since there's only 1 dose of the cure here, and it's locked in a safe, their biggest priority should be getting out. The only door is made of impenetrable steel, so while some of them search for a key or combination, the others need to look for weak points, like the windows or thin sections of the walls. Although the door is too tough to get through by force, they could try creating their own exit using any improvised tools that they find, which would get them into the rest of the house and open up more options to escape. They'll still have a long way to go, but if they take their time and follow the rules, then they just might stand a chance at survival. Amanda here seems to know what's going on better than anyone else, which is why if it were me, I'd be teaming up with her and carefully listening to her advice. She says that the most important thing is to play along with the game and follow the rules, so that's exactly what the others need to do. Remember, Jigsaw's clues almost always have a literal element to them. The first clue that he gave was that the numbers to the safe are in the back of their minds.
The numbers are in the back of your mind.
So, as gross as it is, they should use the dead guy as an opportunity to check to see if he meant that literally. The second clue was that the order for the numbers is hidden over the rainbow. While it's exactly hard to put together exactly what he means by that right now, the good news is that since they're stuck in this one room, they have a very limited area to work with. The answer must be in there somewhere, so they should work together to search the place up and down for anything that resembles a rainbow. Hopefully they'll end up finding something that will help them piece together the situation. They've all been pretty unlucky so far, but if there's one thing that they have going for them, it's that they're trapped in a room that has windows. The reinforcements on them look strong, but not impossible to get through. So while they're searching for a way out, at least a few of them should attack the windows to see if they can make any progress. Even if they can't create a hole big enough for a person to fit through, they might be able to expose a section of the glass, and then use one of the loose bricks that are laying around to shatter it, creating some ventilation and circulating the air, which should, at the very least, dilute the strength of the gas and help them live a few minutes longer. Back at the factory, Eric goes back over to John for more information, and the man explains that all he wants is a little bit of the detective's time. He wants to speak with him in private, promising that if he agrees, then he'll see his son again. Instead, the detective threatens to strong-arm the answers out of him, which is when John reveals that he's been diagnosed with terminal cancer, so there's nothing that Eric can do to put him in any more pain than he's already experiencing. Eric and the other officers discuss their options, and although the SWAT team leader thinks that they should take the old school approach, Allison finally convinces him to at least try speaking to John, if only to buy them a little more time. The hostages start tearing the room apart looking for any antidote syringes or clues, when suddenly the door to the room creaks open, and they realize that it was on a timer all along. Grabbing a broomstick, Xavier carefully pulls open the door the rest of the way before taking the key and stepping out into the hallway. After finding a spiked baseball bat, he tells the others that he's taking matters into his own hands to find some antidote and a way out. In the house's front room, they find a door labeled Exit. Xavier crouches down off to the side and carefully tries the key, but it doesn't fit, so he throws it to the ground in frustration, and Jonas decides to pick it up. Meanwhile, Eric tells the others to clear the room and sits down with John to talk, which is when he reveals that he wants to play a game. The only rule is that Eric needs to stay and listen to what John has to say. If he succeeds, then he'll find his son in a safe and secure state. Back at the house, Xavier tries breaking through the wooden door with his bat, only to discover that the other side is reinforced with a heavy metal shutter. With the pressure of the situation building, the group begins to turn on each other, but Jonas manages to calm them down, mentioning that the tape said that they all have something in common, and saying that they should try to figure out what that is. Before he can finish his train of thought, this girl Laura finds an unlocked door leading down into the basement, and they decide to check it out. Xavier leads them in, with everyone else following closely behind. They see what looks like a person wearing a hood slumped over in a wheelchair and facing the corner. Xavier raises his bat, ready for a fight, but when Jonas pulls their head back, they realize that the person is already dead, and a knife pinning a note labeled Obi to their chest. Just then, one of the hostages who hasn't spoken yet says that the note must be for him. Inside, they find another cassette tape, and when they turn it on, Jigsaw tells Obi that he wants to play a game. According to the killer, there are 2 syringes of the antidote inside of the giant oven at the center of the room. That's when Jigsaw reveals that Obi helped him kidnap the others, saying that the first syringe is a gift for his work, and that it's up to him who gets the second. The only catch is that one of them will come with a price. And he adds one final hint, saying that once you're in hell, only the devil can help you out. Suddenly, Laura has a flashback, remembering that it was Obi who knocked her out and brought her there. He claims that he had no choice, but the others are completely furious at him for what he's done, with Xavier here grabbing the knife from the dead body and ordering Obi to go in the oven and get the syringes, or else he'll kill him on the spot. Cornered, he agrees to give it a try, on the condition that he gets to keep one of the needles for himself if he survives. Crawling headfirst into the oven, Obi spots the 2 syringes dangling on the other side and reaches out, safely pulling the first one down. After flipping over to get a better angle, he pulls down on the second syringe, but that's when the oven door slams shut, trapping him inside. Suddenly, the inside bursts into flames, and Obi quickly finds himself seconds away from burning to death. The others start trying to open the door while Obi desperately attempts to break out through a small window at the other end, but it's locked, and the handle is too hot for anyone to get a strong enough grip. Looking up, he sees a small valve with a drawing of the devil pointing towards it and the word twist, but the fire is already too much for him to reach. Jonas tries to use his jacket to get the door open, but it doesn't work, leaving the window as his only chance to escape. Xavier grabs the spiked bat and finally manages to shatter the glass, but it's too late, and Obi manages to make it halfway through before burning to death just inches from safety, the syringes melting in the fire along with him. That makes 3 victims down, with 7 more to go. While the others start to panic, Amanda here calmly grabs a shovel and quietly heads back upstairs. Okay. Obi here just got roasted, and he's not the only one that's feeling the heat. By now, they should all be well aware that every one of Jigsaw's puzzles is hiding some sort of deadly twist. So before trying to find a solution, the most important thing is to carefully think the challenge through. Instead of climbing straight into the death trap, Obi should have started by taking a careful look around and inside of the device. If he'd taken a minute to think about what he was getting himself into, then he might have figured out that it was some sort of oven. Logically, it's going to need gas to start a flame, so the first thing to try would be finding a way to turn off the gas from the outside. By taking a moment to peek in first, Obi would have noticed the needles dangling on the opposite end, meaning that he'd have to be completely inside to reach them. He'd also see the valve that says twist, the small window at the other side, and possibly anything suspicious about the door that he'd have to crawl through. Once he'd thoroughly checked the device out, that's when it would be time to take some action. For starters, I'd be breaking the glass window to see if I could reach through it and grab the needles from the other end without ever having to put my whole body inside of the trap. Or possibly use whatever I could to find in the room to create an improvised tool to pull the needles out that way. If that didn't work, and he had no other choice but to go in, then he could have listened to Jigsaw's hint.
Only the devil can help you out.
And tried turning the valve before reaching for the needles, which would hopefully have shut off the gas and stopped him from being burned alive. Also, it'd be smart to find something in the room that he could use to block the door from shutting, and have the others do their best to hold it open for a little extra insurance. At the very end, when he knew that he wasn't getting out, he could have at least still passed the 2 syringes through, which would have saved 2 lives and had given him the chance to die a hero. Instead, he panicked and let them both melt. So maybe this is just what he deserved after all. Back at the factory, John explains how finding out about his illness was the moment that he truly began to appreciate being alive. He'd tried to crash his car as a way to end his suffering. He ended up surviving the accident, and from that point on, decided to start testing others to teach them the value of life. Meanwhile, Laura begins to pass out as the nerve agent's hold on her becomes stronger, with Daniel doing his best to keep her awake and fighting, while Amanda searches around the room for any clues. Daniel asks her why she was chosen the first time, and she explains that it was because she was hooked on illegal substances. Although she managed to survive, she quickly fell back into bad habits, and Jigsaw must have decided that she hadn't truly learned her lesson. Although she was arrested for possession, insinuating that the officer who arrested her falsified the evidence to get a conviction. Trying to relate, Daniel almost admits that his father is a detective, but realizing that the others finding this out could put him in danger, he catches himself before he reveals too much. Just then, Jonas shows up and tells them that they found an unlocked door upstairs. Forcing it open, Xavier accidentally trips a wire, activating a digital clock that's built into a heavy metal door. The others follow him in, and while they're searching around, Jonas finds a note with Xavier's name on it, playing the tape. They listen as Jigsaw explains that the key to the door is buried somewhere in a pit of used needles in the center of the room, and if they don't find it before the timer runs out, then the door will be locked forever. With only 2 minutes remaining, Xavier panics and grabs Amanda, tossing her into the pit instead and shouting at her to find the key. Screaming in pain, she desperately digs through the pile while the needles stab her all over her body. Finally, she finds the key and throws it up to Xavier. Just as he goes for the keyhole, the timer runs out and the lock slams shut. Xavier storms out of the room, saying that he's done working with the group and is going to find a way out for himself. Okay, this guy Xavier just exposed himself as being the most dangerous one in the group, and I think that it might be time to vote him off the island, if you know what I mean. Because if anyone's going to be using people as meat shields, it's going to be me. Right from the beginning, he messed up their chances here by rushing into the room without carefully observing his surroundings. If he had just looked up, then he would have seen that the door was rigged with a wire. From there, the next thing to do would be to see if he could have reached up and deactivated the trap, or sent one of the smaller members of the group like Daniel or Laura inside to try to unscrew the little eye hook that's holding it all together without tripping the wire and activating the countdown for the lock on the other door. If they could get inside without triggering the hammer, then they'd have all the time that they needed to come up with a careful solution to find the key. Since nobody's going to want to dig around in a pit full of needles without some protection, they could have used the thick bed sheets that were originally covering up the hole to wrap around one person's legs and arms, and then lower them down slowly to avoid being jabbed. There's also some furniture and that creepy old stroller in the room, which they could have used as tools to safely dig around. Once the countdown began, with so many needles to search through, and so little time to do it, there was pretty much no chance that they'd find the key in time anyway. Still, this doesn't mean that they couldn't try making their own door. Even with the exit locked, they should use whatever tools that they have, like the spiked bat, shovel from the basement, and anything else that they can find to attack the walls, windows, floors, or even the ceiling. Anywhere that might be weak enough for them to punch through and create their own path forward. Meanwhile, the detectives start to worry that time is running out and try to come up with a plan for what to do next. That's when Allison suggests that they threaten to destroy the evidence of John's work, thereby taking away the notoriety and chance to live on through his legacy that he seems to be after. Going back over to John, Eric starts tearing up the evidence right in front of him, but John tells him that it really doesn't matter, because doing this won't save his son. Just then, John reveals that he has one more trick up his sleeve, telling the detective to search one of the drawers in the monitor room to see what he's talking about. Inside, the detectives find a folder full of the arrest records for each of the hostages in the house, revealing that Eric was the arresting officer in each case, and planted false evidence to get all of them convicted. Now, it's even more important for him to act fast, because if the others were to find out that Daniel is his son, then they might kill him before the nerve gas ever has a chance. Xavier makes his way back up to the first room with the safe, accidentally moving the coat that they were using to cover up Gus's body. That's when he remembers that, according to Jigsaw, the combination is in the back of their minds, and pulls down the man's collar, revealing the number 2. Jonas steps in the room, starting to vomit up blood, and tells Xavier that they should work together, but he says that he's going to finish this on his own. Standing up, he pulls out a knife and orders Jonas to turn around. Jonas decides that it's time to fight back, and in the struggle, they both fall to the floor, with Jonas kicking Xavier hard in the face. Although he manages to get the upper hand, the nerve agent starts to take full effect. Xavier rushes for the spiked bat, swinging it into the back of Jonas's skull. He staggers forward and collapses to the floor, dead. That makes 4 victims down, with 6 more to go. Xavier finds the number 16 tattooed on the back of his neck. As the others continue searching the house, Laura collapses from the exposure to the gas. But from her position on the floor, she notices a picture frame hung up on the wall with the glass broken in the shape of an X, saying that this must be the X marks the spot. Turning the picture around, Addison finds a hidden photo of Eric and Daniel together and realizes that the boy's father is the officer who put them all away. Just then, Laura starts to violently convulse until she finally dies in Amanda's arms. That makes 5 victims down, with 5 more to go. No longer able to trust anyone, Addison decides to go off on her own, leaving Daniel and Amanda alone in the hallway, which is when they hear Xavier searching for them somewhere else in the house. While Xavier goes down into the basement and finds the number 11 written on Opie, Amanda goes back into the safe room and discovers Jonas's dead body, realizing that Xavier must have been his killer. Upstairs, he finds Laura's body next, this time seeing that her number was 8, before discovering the photo of Daniel and his dad. As Amanda grabs the kid and they try to escape, they nearly end up crashing right into Xavier and run for their lives as he chases after them with the knife. No longer able to sit back and watch as his son is in danger, Eric grabs his weapons and attacks John, throwing him around the room and demanding to know what he's done with the kid. John only taunts him that it won't be long until his son is dead, so Eric breaks one of the man's fingers before slamming him to the ground and threatening to shoot him if he doesn't give in. Finally, John agrees to take him to the house, on the sole condition that nobody else is allowed to follow. Before the others even have a chance to notice, Eric loads John into the van and speeds off towards the house. The officers get a lock on the signal for the source of the camera feed, and the SWAT team rushes to the location. Addison here wanders into an unlocked room where she finds a syringe of antidote placed inside of a clear glass box above her head. There's another envelope with a cassette tape, but she throws it away and immediately sticks her arm into the box. Grabbing the syringe, she tries to lift it out, but only ends up pulling it apart. Sticking her other arm in, she realizes that the holes are covered up with sharp, angled metal, leaving her trapped with no way to escape. Xavier hears her screaming for help, but instead of trying to set her free, he only looks at the number 9 on the back of her neck before leaving her there to die. That makes 6 victims down, with 4 more to go. Okay, this one was just embarrassing. Addison here didn't even try listening to the tape, and if there's one thing that she should have learned by now, it's that you always listen to the tape. I get that she's in a hurry, but really, how long could it have taken to go back, find Jonas, and get the tape player? That way, she would have at least had a hint about what she was up against. As with all of these tests, the thing to do here is to carefully observe the trap first, and in this case, think outside of the box. Literally. Before just sticking her hands in there, she should have tried breaking the cage in some way first, either by shattering the glass or by busting the whole pane right out of the frame if it turned out to be shatterproof. There seems to be plenty of thick pieces of wood right here in the corner of the room that look like they'd be great for doing some smashing. If that didn't work, then she could have taken one of those same boards and pushed it through the hole first, opening up the trap and allowing her to safely slip her hand inside to carefully grab the syringe without getting cut. As Amanda and Daniel take cover in the safe room, Xavier shows up and starts trying to break his way inside. While Daniel holds him off, Amanda grabs the spiked bat and slams it into the floorboards, using it as a bar to jam the door shut. Looking back towards the safe, she realizes from the pool of Jonas's blood that there's a trap door hidden underneath it, and calls Daniel over to help her push it clear. Although they managed to move the safe, they end up finding out that the door is locked, which is when Daniel remembers that Jonas should still have the key in his pocket. Luckily, it works, and they slip down through the door just as Xavier finally breaks in. Eric arrives outside of the building, and John gives him a key, saying that he'll need it to get in. Searching the house, he finds the photo of him and Daniel. While he sweeps the upper floors, the SWAT team busts in through the front door, but Allison points out that she can't see any of them on the cameras. That's when they find a room full of monitors, and realize that not only were the cameras never live, but Jigsaw led the SWAT team to an entirely different house. Now running for their lives, Amanda and Daniel end up walking straight into the bathroom where Jigsaw played his very first game, with the bloody hacksaw lying on the floor. Xavier finally catches up with them and finds Daniel passed out with Amanda looking like she's not doing much better. He tells them that all he wants is the number on the back of their necks, but she points out that he still doesn't know his own, and he won't be able to get it if she doesn't tell him. Xavier tries looking in a nearby mirror, but it's too dirty, so he realizes that he only has one choice left. He slices the chunk of skin from the back of his neck, and moving towards the others to finally finish the job. Daniel suddenly jumps up and slashing his throat with the hacksaw. That makes 7 victims down, with 3 more to go. Following their trail, Eric comes to the bathroom and finds Xavier's dead body, but Amanda and his son are nowhere in sight. That's when he sees what looks like a body laying in a bathtub, but when he leans in to investigate, the person springs towards him and jabs a syringe into his leg. Back at the warehouse, the death timer runs out, and a safe on the other side of the room swings open, revealing Daniel trapped inside but still alive. If Eric listened to John, then he would have found his son safe and sound, but now he's about to end up the most recent victim in the next of Jigsaw's games. Okay. Jigsaw just played this guy here like a fiddle. This whole time he thought that he was the one in control, but I think by now it's safe to say, Eric, you f***ed up. They say that what goes around comes around, and boy, are you about to learn that the hard way. It wasn't even Jigsaw himself who started your downward spiral, although it looks like he's about to finish it. No, the hard truth is that the only person you have to blame for the position that you're in right now is yourself. You might have thought that you could get away with falsifying evidence to get convictions, but a badge can't protect you from karma forever. The rules were simple. All that you needed to do was listen to what Jigsaw had to say, and you would have found your son safe and sound, just like he promised. Instead, you let your hot-headed ways take over once again, and sure enough, you ended up walking right into his trap. I guess this is what you get for locking up so many innocent people. And now, it's your turn to find out what it's like to be on the other side of the bars. If Daniel wasn't disappointed with you enough already, then he sure is going to be now. Because if this is how you planned on trying to save him, then he never would have had a chance. When all that you needed to do was go 2 hours without beating up an old man and you still somehow managed to blow it, Eric, you f***ed up. Eric wakes up on the bathroom floor, finding a tape player lying there on the ground. He hears Amanda's voice talking to him, saying how she wants revenge for how he ruined her life. After surviving Jigsaw's game the first time around, she decided to take him on as a new mentor and promised to carry on his legacy after his death. She leaves Eric trapped alone in the darkness, while John smiles from his place out in the van. That makes 8 victims down, with 1 survivor and a new Jigsaw on the loose. And now, Eric's real game can finally begin. But what would you do if you found out that Jigsaw had captured your son and thrown him into another one of his house of deadly games? Would you listen to Jigsaw and just follow the rules in hopes that you'll see your son again, or take matters into your own hands like the detective? If Jigsaw had my son, I'd know what I would do, but you know, I kind of want to see him again, so let us know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this. Also, be sure to check out The Kill Plan, the new show now streaming on the channel.
If you know the Bible, you know where it's going. It goes to a good place. It ends up with our hands up in the air in victory. You don't have to be afraid of the future if you know the future. And God has given us this book so that we can be confident about what is going to happen.
All right, what's good with y'all boys, man? It's Don Coolio coming at y'all with another video. In this video, we finna be talking about the sparking community and how it's so toxic that it got people really leaving the community, bro. And not just anybody, not just any random people. Man, they even got Grandmaster Hawk leaving the community. Now, I know a lot of y'all in the comment section, when I've been mentioning Grandmaster Hawk, a lot of y'all got stuff to say. I'm gonna probably read some comments in this video too, but I'm gonna definitely just show y'all some videos and just, you know, give y'all a little insight as to why I'm sitting here telling y'all, bro, this community is super toxic and it, like, bro, it got people leaving, bro. Like, it's bad. Like, I'm telling y'all, and I made a video maybe a week ago, and I told y'all it got age restricted. I don't know if y'all remember that day I told y'all it was a video I posted that got age restricted, so it wasn't getting pushed out. So a lot of y'all that subscribed to me probably didn't see it. But guess what? I got some of the info and some of the clips from that video, and I'm finna put it in this video so y'all can see it, because that video got age restricted, not even because of the contents that was in the video. It got age restricted because of the thumbnail. So I'm like, fuck it, bet I got you. You feel me? I'm about to put y'all on this video. I'm about to show y'all exactly why people are leaving this community. People don't want to be a part of this community. It don't matter about the patch. The patch is cool. It don't matter though. It don't matter when you got people in the community that's just weird as hell and just doing too goddamn much. You know what I mean? Like, I got a few different things to show y'all, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Like, no bullshit. Y'all finna see what I be talking about, bro. Y'all finna see exactly what I be talking about. But first, before we get into any of that shit, I'm finna show y'all this clip that I got from Grandmaster Hawk's stream. About him basically explaining why he basically doesn't even really want to be a part of not just the Spartan community, goddamn English, Don, not just the Spartan community, but the Dragon Ball community in general. I'm finna put that on the screen right here, y'all.
Both of those, I would like to, but I don't think it's going to get to anything. Don't tell you I'm done with Dragon Ball. You're on the right track. I want to retire. I genuinely want to retire, and it's not because of Dragon Ball itself. Bandai's treatment of us is part of it. The other half of it is seeing what the Sparking Zero community has become. During my hiatus from Sparking Zero and Dragon Ball as a whole, over the last couple months, I've been observing the Sparking Zero community, and it's just like, why are there so many people whining and bitching about things that they don't need to be whining and bitching about? Why are these people then screaming about the changes that they're screaming for when they get their changes? And third is the worst of it, why is everyone tearing each other down? Like, I've been looking in the Twitter community and some of the Discord servers and shit, and people are just getting personal with each other and mentioning other people's families and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck has this community come to? I've dealt enough with that crap. in the Raging Blast 2 and Tenkaichi 3 communities before I left, and I'm just like, I don't want to be involved in it anymore.
Alright, so as y'all can see, even the great Grandmaster Hawk, bro, even this is somebody that's been in this community for the longest time. He probably one of the longest active members, bro, if I'm being real with y'all, bro. And even him, he's seeing this stuff that's going on and he's like, nah, this is too much, bro. This is too crazy. This is insane. You feel me? And he already said he's been a part of the BT3 and Raging Blast 2 communities when they was, you know, toxic. Because I'm pretty sure every gaming community can get a little toxic. But I don't know what it is about this one right here. But it's saying like me personally. And y'all know, like I told y'all before, bro. I told y'all what type of environment I grew up in, bro, and the type of environment I'm from. And even me seeing this stuff, it don't really faze me because, like I said, y'all, I told y'all where I'm from. But it's like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, what? You feel me? Like, bro, it's like the stuff that be going on, it still baffles me. You know what I'm saying? It still baffles me. Like, bro, this is crazy. It's like, it's just because it's over a video game, bro. You feel me? It's over a game. Y'all want to know something funny, bro? It was niggas in the comment section claiming that they actually thought I was a teacher, bro. Why would you think that? Why would you think I was? Because I think in my last video I said something about Don Coolio is really a mathematician on the side. I'm really a teacher. Like, bro, why would y'all believe that? I told y'all multiple times, nigga, I'm damn near like a pro basketball player, bro. I injured myself last year, so I'm not playing right now, you feel me? But I'm going to be playing soon, and when I do, y'all going to be the first to know. But that's besides the point. Get back to the point of this video. Like I said, man, the community is just, in my opinion, it's in shambles right now. I mean, you got to, I don't know, man. I don't know. In my opinion, it's just, like I said, I love Sparking Zero. Because it's been even times that me personally, I've even been like, yeah, bro, I think I might not even want to be a part of this shit. Not even just because of the toxicness, but because of the weirdos. Like, it's not just how toxic niggas is, bro. It's the weirdos in the community, bro. Like, it's the weird niggas. It's the niggas that's doing the weird shit and saying the weird shit, bro. Like, I don't know if y'all remember, it's a nigga in the anime gaming community, bro. This nigga literally has a fetish for little girl anime characters. And, like, think it's nothing wrong with it just because it's a cartoon. My nigga, first of all, the fact that it's a cartoon is already weird. But, nigga, the fact that it's like literally only little girl characters, basically, that take it to a whole nother level, my nigga. You feel me? And these are the people that a lot of these niggas be having platforms. Like, a lot of these niggas be having, bro, some of these niggas got like 100K on YouTube. I don't know their names. I don't keep up with the niggas. But, like, some of them are, like, on the bigger side of YouTube, at least for Dragon Ball creators. You feel me? So, like I said, man, it's not just something that's with the Spartan community. It's with just, like, a lot of anime, you know, a lot of anime communities, in my opinion. But Sparking Zero definitely got a lot of weirdos in it as well. But like I said, I got a few more clips for y'all. But first, before we get to the clips, I wanted to show y'all this right here. This is a prime example of when I tell y'all that it be like some real life weirdos in this community, bro. They be just saying weird shit, bro. And somebody sent this to me in my Discord. I'm not gonna say who. If I'm being real with y'all, I don't even remember who sent this shit. But I know somebody sent me the screenshot, so I'm finna put it on the screen right here. Alright, so if y'all have never seen this nigga, his name is Narutox, right? And he says, the first thing he says is, you just don't like little girls. And then he put the weird emoji. And then I don't know what the nigga said under here replying to him. And then Narutox replied and said, yes, who doesn't like little girls? Now, I just want y'all to sit and think about this for a second, bro. I want y'all to really sit and think about this for a second, bro. This is somebody that's like, bro, if y'all don't know, this nigga makes content on Spark. He don't got like a super big fan base or nothing yet. But this nigga makes content on Sparking Zero. This is a nigga that's actively trying to make content on Sparking Zero. This is a nigga that's in a lot of different Discords, you feel me? And he's saying things like this in the Discord. And people are like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, if nobody would have sent it to me in my shit, bro, the screenshot, I would have never known. And I'm pretty sure he's still in that same Discord where he said this shit, bro. This is what I be talking about. Like, not even just the toxicness, but it just be weird shit going on. Like, bro, that's weird. I don't care whether you playing or not, my nigga. That's weird, bro. That's weird to say. Like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, like, it's one thing to be, like I said, bro, I don't care if you joking or not. That shit weird to say. Y'all let me know down in the comments what y'all think about that, bro. Me personally, that shit definitely rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, oh nah, bro, I can't even be seen talking to no motherfucker that like saying shit like that, you feel me? And I don't even, like, personally, I don't have anything against this nigga or the next nigga I'm finna show either. I don't have nothing against none of these people, bro. Like I'm not the type of nigga that have some type of animosity towards somebody over the internet. Like, I just can't do that, bro. If I don't fuck with a nigga, I just don't fuck with him. But it's not finna be like no emotion. Like, nah, bro, that just ain't me. That just ain't me. I'm not no emotional ass nigga. But like, personally, I just don't think shit like that shit ain't cool, bro. That's just my opinion. That shit not cool. That's the same level as them niggas in the community that just be like I said, got actual fetishes for little girl anime characters, bro. Like, that's literally the same exact thing. That might be worse. I don't know, bro. Y'all let me know down in the comment section what y'all think about that, bro. Because I want to make sure I'm not going too far with it. I want to make sure I'm not taking nothing out of context, bro. So anybody that knows that situation, that conversation that was going on, say something down in the comment section, bro, because I need to know. But man, let's get into this next little clip. And this is a clip that was actually in the video I told y'all got flagged down by YouTube. Or not flagged down, but age restricted.
All you need to do is download Buff, let it run in the background as you play, and just like that you'll start earning Buff points. These can be used in the marketplace to purchase things like Riot gift cards, Steam vouchers, or even just gaming gear in general. It's a free program that works while you're playing your favorite games, and they support things like Valorant, League, as well as countless other titles. So what are you waiting for?
It's basically a video of Unzed going crazy. Like, the nigga dead ass tweaking out on some niggas, bro, on Xbox, bro. But he tweaking out on the wrong type of niggas, if I'm being real with y'all. But like, he tweaking out, bro, and he's saying some real outlandish things that he definitely shouldn't have been saying, you know. And you know, like I said, I'm just gonna put it on the screen for y'all to look at it so y'all can understand when I be telling y'all this community toxic as fuck, and they got a lot of niggas that's like, bro, this nigga Unzed is like top 1 on Xbox and like top 3 on PS5 right now, bro. You know, they finna do a rank reset, but like, I'm saying he's a prevalent name in the Sparking Zero community. He's one of the more known names in the Sparking Zero community. You feel me? Like, he actually is. He actually is. You feel me? And that's one of the problems. It's not even like I have nothing against Unzed, but like, if you gonna be one of the more known names in the community, if you gonna be a troll, fine, bro. Do your trolling. But like, when you taking shit as far as what I'm finna show y'all, that's when I gotta like draw the line. You feel me? But I'm about to put it on the screen right here, y'all.
Oh my fucking god, you come up with 1,001 excuses, bro.
You just said an excuse. I want to play you right now, and you're dodging me.
Shut up, nigga.
Fucking scared.
Shut up, nigga.
Shut your nigger ass up.
He a fucking boost.
Late bitch. Get back on the boat. Tell Big Boy Green.
Nigga, I know he's scared of us. Oh, bro, Grave, he's scared of us. I'm out dead granny. I'm out dead granny.
Alright, so as y'all can see, they having a little bit of a back and forth, you know, you feel me? I don't know what happened to cause that, but once again, they had a little bit of a back and forth. And Unzed calling them the hard R and shit. The nigga said something about get back on the boat. Like, I ain't even noticed that the first time I listened to it. I ain't even hear him say that, bro. I swear to God, I ain't even hear him say get back on the boat. And that's the shit I be talking about, y'all. That's the shit that's crazy. Like, bro, there is no, like, bro, it has to be some point where a nigga say some shit like that, and like, it has to be some type of repercussion. Like, I'm putting it out there. Like, I'm showing y'all the shit, you feel me? But it has to be some type of repercussion for him doing that. He can't, like, you shouldn't be at, like, bro, you can't say no shit like that, bro, and then, like, still be cool with motherfuckers, bro, you feel me? Like, like I said, I don't have nothing against him. Like, that shit weird as hell to me personally. Obviously, you know, I'm black, so that shit weird as hell to me, you feel me? But I gotta come at y'all from a content creator standpoint. I'm not finna be on either side right now, you feel me? Obviously, we know what's right and what the fuck is wrong. We don't have to talk about that. That's common sense. But like I said, shit like that is just unacceptable, bro. And that shit crazy to me, bro. That shit just crazy as hell, bro. Y'all let me know down in the comments section what y'all think about it. If y'all want to watch the full video of me breaking that shit down, I'm gonna put it down in the comment section below. So if y'all want to go watch that, I'm gonna put it in the comment section. But I'm finna put the second part of that video. I'm gonna put it on the screen right here so y'all can see what I'm talking about.
For free, bro. I play for sets. You think I just play for fun?
Bro, okay, we can still random set. What the fuck? Hey, guess what we do? Hey, guess what we do, bro? We get in the lobby, it's 5 of us, and we all run until we get to first. It's first of all,
party chat. I am
Would you lay a finger on me? Would you lay a finger on me?
I'll put you in the fucking kennel. Go to the fucking zoo, bitch.
Yeah, you would. You would.
Chimp ass, shut your bitch ass up.
You think so?
Put those slashes on your back. Then what? We won't hear you talking then. Good boy.
You think so?
Alright, so as y'all can see, this nigga Zed called them niggas random blacks. He said something about He said something about putting whips on niggas back, bro. All sorts of crazy shit, bro. Like, shit crazy, bro. Shit crazy. These are the people, this is what I be saying, bro. These are the people that we be playing against on Sparking Zero, though. These are the niggas that, like I said, I know he not even finna come in this comment section, because the last time, I know he watched it, the nigga didn't go in the comment section and say nothing, bro. He ain't coming, so he knew he was tripping. He knew he was bugging out, bro. He knew he was bugging out. And I heard somewhere else that he's still in being niggas Discord servers, still calling niggas the hard R. I'm like, bro, like, hell no, bro. Hell no, bro. Like, I can't even get emotionally invested in shit like that. That's why I be saying, like, I can't get emotionally invested in things online because I can't do nothing about it. I believe in the practice of stoicism, my nigga. If I can't do shit about it and I can't control it, I'm not even finna trip about it, put my emotion into it. You feel me? Y'all need to look that shit up if y'all don't know what that is. Free game, you feel me? Free game, you feel me? But nah, man, like I said, man, stuff like that just unacceptable. And it's not just him. Obviously, it's not even just Unzed, bro. It's just a lot. It's a lot of people, bro. It's a lot of people. You done had people doxing motherfuckers, bro. We done had nigga Speedy try to dox, or he did dox Almighty Pastor, bro. All sorts of shit, bro. All sorts. If y'all know, y'all know. I'm not even finna put that on the screen. But like I said, bro, it's just a lot of weirdos, a lot of niggas doing weird shit, bro. And it's like, who the fuck would even want to be a part of this shit? Like, it's one thing just to play the game, but like, why would you want to join a Discord server with Sparking Zero? Why would you want to watch a content creator with Sparking Zero? Why would you want to get in rooms with niggas that like play Sparking Zero if you know shit like this gonna happen? And me personally, I don't like that type of shit. I told y'all before, nigga, I'm introverted. I don't even like talking to niggas, bro. Like, I don't like talking to niggas, bro. Like, no, I'm dead ass introverted, bro. I know y'all can't tell because I'm on YouTube, but I'm dead ass introverted as hell, bro. But I know how to talk to people. You feel me? But that's one of the reasons why I don't even like getting associated with motherfuckers. Cause like, bro, niggas be tripping. Niggas be tripping, bro. And I'm not like the type of nigga to do I don't like all that talking shit, bro. I don't like that shit. Like, if I'd have been in that car with Zed or whatever they was in and he started saying, nigga, I'd have left the fucking car. Cause I'd have fucked around, got mad as fuck, bro. And I'm not trying to be mad yelling over a mic, you feel me? I ain't even trying to do all that, bro. Cause if I'm not in person, I ain't even gonna be able to do nothing to you. You feel me? Y'all let me know down in the comment section if you digging what I'm saying, you feel me? But yeah, man, like I said, bro, it's just crazy. You know, seeing this shit come to shambles like this, I just never would have thought, bro. I just never would have thought, man. I never would have thought, like, after seeing the trailers and, like, all the gameplays of this game when it was finna drop, I never would have thought this would have been the outcome. Because they can patch this game left and right. They can add whatever they want to add. But if niggas in the community is finna act like this, the game gonna always be a flop, bro. And niggas talking about they gonna make a Sparking Zero 2. Nigga, why the fuck would they make a Sparking Zero 2? I don't even want that shit, bro. I don't want that shit, bro. They don't need to make a Sparking Zero 2. Like, niggas already talking about this. Motherfucker, the game ain't even been out a year yet. Why are you talking about a Sparking Zero 2? What the fuck they gonna add to it? They not making a Sparking Zero 2 till Dragon Ball Super Season 2 drop and they add new fucking characters. Cause what would be the purpose in them doing that? That would be dumb as hell. That would dead ass be dead. Y'all see this nigga just quit on me. That would be dumb as hell though, y'all. That would be dumb as hell. But that's besides the point. Man, let's get into some of these comments that niggas left in my comment section and let's read them out, man. All right, so we got this is actually, I think, on one of OPEC videos. I was going through the comment section. I seen Ambassador Play say this. He said, I can't believe my eyes. Vegeta Blue actually got a inadvertent buff. God is good. Somebody said Vegeta Blue literally does not need buffs, bro. AP said, I disagree, but you entitled to your opinion. And he talking to that nigga. Now, let's get into the next comment. This shit crazy. This is how toxic the community is, bro. Look at this shit. All right, so this nigga Brink says, Gamer Burst Flash alone makes him one of the best characters in the game. AP says, again, I disagree. If someone knows the timing, they will almost never get hit by it. Also, if and when they vanish, you are vulnerable to being punished. Furthermore, he has 2 skill moves that are just basically buffs. He basically just explaining why Vegeta Blue just ain't too crazy. He not nothing crazy, and Gamer Burst Flash ain't nothing fucking crazy. All right, so Breen say, taking in consideration lag and delay, there's no 100% guarantee that you're gonna vanish. Yada yada yada. AP says, so what is your stance? Are you saying that because Gamer Burst Flash, which is not guaranteed to land, he basically is one of the best characters in the game? And Brinks immediately goes into just insulting this nigga. He says, holy, you're a moron. I'm hustling. Gonna move on from this, right? Brinks goes on to say, you think just because Gamma Burst Flash can be vanished, it makes it not good. Newsflash, buddy, every attack in the game can be vanished. It costs 2 key bars and comes out instantly and does like 10k damage. It's one of the best attacks in the entire game and only one character has it. You're a moron. He reiterates the fact that AP is a moron. Now, if y'all pay attention to that whole conversation, that was just a difference of opinion. Bro, this nigga went ahead and just started calling AP a moron for no reason. Just simply because AP had an opinion. And if I'm being real with y'all, what Ambassador Play said was a fact. This nigga Brinks even contradicted himself. This nigga said, oh, you saying just because it can be vanished, it's not a good movie. It's not just the fact that it can be vanished. Nigga, you can't even change the timing up on that. You can't do no swirls. You can't hold it for longer. You can't do none of that, bro. The only way you can use that, bro, is literally instantaneous. So if somebody has the timing, you can vanish every single time. Bro, I swear to God, bro, I can literally get a clip. Me and Ambassador Plays literally tried to hit me with that like 15, 16 times in a row. I vanish it every single time, bro. Every single time. It's too easy to vanish, bro. That's actually easiest for the vanish, bro. That's one of the easiest things to vanish in the game. That's probably the easiest because it comes out instantaneous. It's not like it from a distance, it's going to be a different time. And no, it's the same time. And no matter what distance you are, that motherfucker going to come out at the same time. And that's basically the whole logic behind it. Brinks, I ain't going to lie, you tripping. You ain't have to call my nigga AP a moron just because he gave his opinion. And that's the type of toxic shit I be talking about, bro. And something like that happened in my comments yesterday or at some point, and basically the nigga came at me disrespectfully with his opinion. So I was like, fucking nigga, you's a dick eater. And I like when I reacted to his comment on comment of the day, I called the nigga a dick eater. I didn't give a fuck what I said to him because nigga, first of all, why is you talking like that, bro? Don't be talking like that in my comment section, bro. Thinking like nigga, you like you feel me? Like niggas be in the comment section bugging out. Like nigga, I'm not finna give you a respectful comment. You just disrespected me in the comments, nigga. Fuck you. You feel me? Straight up. But I got one more comment of the day for y'all niggas, bro. And this one's probably gonna be a real controversial one because it's actually including this nigga Unzed. So let's get into it, man. Alright, so we got the racist himself, Unzed. He's an obvious elitist, still playing an old ass game and thinking that makes him good or valid to have his opinion on sparking. He didn't and couldn't adapt. If he enjoys more BT3, that's fine. But he was an A rank Don, and in sparking, he was a bad player. His word isn't law on sparking. Now I agree with some of his takes. This appealed to the casuals. The game isn't Tenkaichi no more, but he was shitting on the game from day one. It's like me saying, oh, right now, oh yeah, I'm the best at Black Ops 2. No one would care. It's an old ass game. Play what makes you happy, but don't tear down other shit because you couldn't adapt. Also, he tries to speak from an authority, but he was a garbage player at Sparking. His opinion holds weight on BT3, not on Sparking 0. Alright, so this is one of the more interesting like comments and just interesting like situations, because in my opinion, Grandmaster Hawk and Unzed are probably two polar opposite people. I actually had a conversation with Grandmaster Hawk recently. Talked to him, we had a good little conversation, but they are two completely different. Like, bro, it's crazy. Like, people have this misconception of what Grandmaster Hawk be saying and just, the whole spiel, you feel me? Like, niggas be tripping. Like, they calling him an elitist just because he giving his opinion about something. Unzed, bro, listen. Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of people that played this game and that was high ranks, all they did was just use exploits the whole fucking time. All they did was use exploits. They couldn't get on weaker characters and play. A lot of the niggas that was high ranks, they couldn't even play on a weaker character and like, maintain their rank. They couldn't get on no 3-bar. Like, niggas are in shambles now. I got a video for y'all, bro. I got a video, bro. Soon, I'll probably either post it. I either probably post that tomorrow or the next day. It's definitely gonna be before this rank reset. But like, bro, it's high rank niggas that's been playing against like other people, and I got the clips and they're getting destroyed because they can't do nothing now that they took all the cheese out of the game, and now that everybody's health is the same and damage is basically the same, bro. You feel me? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this whole situation. Y'all let me know what y'all think about Unzed and Grandmaster Hawk. In my opinion, Grandmaster Hawk, his opinion definitely holds weight. Like I said, we not finna sit here and act like this man didn't play Tenkaichi 3, not saying consistently every single day, but he's been playing that game for a long time, and he played Sparking. He did play Sparking for a little second, and he did just like the next person did that left the game because it was toxic, and it was just a lot of stuff in the game that just wasn't right. It's a lot of faults that the game has, to say the least. It's just a lot of faults that the game has, and I know coming from some like being Grandmaster Hawk, you gotta realize, bro, BT3, like he had been playing that for a while, so he knows how the game is supposed to be. He knows like how good Sparking could have been, you feel me? And he was expecting to come from BT3 and get on a game that was like actually better and that improved on that formula, but it did not. It actually regressed. So him coming to that game is just a constant reminder. Like, he's like, damn, bro, I'm playing something lesser than what I played back in like 2007. You feel me? And like, having that type of mindset, it's just gonna be difficult to play the game, and I can understand why he doesn't want to at times, bro. And not only that, Because it's not just that, it's the community. Not only that, the community as well, bro. Like I said, bro, we got Unzed sitting over here saying racial remarks to people like, bro, what are we doing? It's one thing if you just like insulting people. Like if you just insulting them because they insulting you, cool, my nigga, you throwing out racial remarks, bro. You saying shit you can't take back, bro. It's a whole group of people that will never fuck with you or your content, Unzed, just because you just said that shit, bro. Simply because you said that, bro. And that's the problem. You can't do, bro. I don't know, bro. That's the problem with the community, in my opinion, man. Y'all let me know down in the comment section what y'all think about this shit, bro. Me personally, I told y'all before, I was down there 1 foot in and 1 foot out this motherfucker. I'm in this motherfucker now, you feel me? Because, you know, I know y'all fucking with the content. I know y'all fuck with me. And y'all, the niggas need me, you feel me? Y'all need me, bro. And y'all need me. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like fucking Kobe. Now, let me chill out. I'm just fucking with y'all. But nah, like, I definitely, I do enjoy Sparking Zero, and, you know, I do want to, you know, keep being an avid part of the community, and, you know, I appreciate y'all for even fucking with my content. But yeah, like I said, this type of shit just is unacceptable, man. I want y'all to let me know down in the comment section what y'all think about it, and where y'all think Sparking Zero will be in a year. Y'all let me know down in the comment section below. But yeah, man, that's all I got for y'all this video. I hope y'all enjoyed this little shit. I appreciate y'all for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. And Don Coolio out, bruh.
But I think that I'm a pack. Shorty wanna fuck me, but I know I got some top. Shorty wanna fuck me, but I just got some top. I can fuck with ops, never stop. Pull up in that juice spot, Uber fucking everywhere. I can fuck with ops, never stop. Pull up in that juice spot, Uber fucking everywhere. Hey, yeah, Uber everywhere. 3 rolls in my cup, yeah, I Uber everywhere. 3 rolls in my cup. And I think that bitch was kinda low, I think she from the city. Yep, I Uber everywhere, 3 rolls in the drip. Hey, 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 stop.
One day, you won't have to assemble the entire creative team for every new little request. But before that happens, you need to be confident you won't mess everything up when you tweak an asset. Luckily, there's Adobe Express. Create assets that fit in with your entire campaign thanks to brand kits and branded templates made by your creative team. So you can make what you need when you need it, which was probably an hour ago. This way, your creative team can do what they do best. Be creative. Now, you can move faster while staying on brand.
If you were stranded on an uncharted island full of massive, prehistoric creatures that could kill you in the blink of an eye, what would you do? This team of soldiers and scientists have just made a discovery that could change the world as we know it. But first, they'll have to live to tell the tale, and it's not going to be easy. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to survive the prehistoric death machines in Kong Skull Island. These explorers are about to find out what it's like to be back at the bottom of the food chain. At the end of the war in Vietnam, researcher Bill Rhonda, the head of a top-secret government organization called Monarch, travels to the capital in search of funding for his next expedition. They're hoping to catch a flight to the legendary Skull Island, convinced that what they might find there could lead to incredible scientific breakthroughs. After reminding the senator that they wouldn't want opposing countries to get there first, he finally agrees to fund the trip, but that was their biggest mistake. They'll be escorted by an Army aviation unit led by Lieutenant Colonel Packard, who's been having some trouble coming to terms with the end of the war, and eagerly accepts the new assignment despite knowing the risks. While Parker prepares his men, Rhonda and his partner, geologist Houston Brooks, recruit expert tracker James Conrad, who can help them survive in the jungle in case things go wrong, and boy, are they going to. Finally, there's photographer Mason Weaver, who's joined up because she thinks that there's more to the story of Skull Island than the officials are willing to tell. The island is surrounded by a never-ending storm that makes reaching it by boat impossible, but their plan is to use the Army helicopters to break through. After dropping seismic charges to study what lies below the island, they're going to land for a ground expedition that will last for 3 days, until they finally regroup for extraction on the north shore, with anyone who misses the chopper out risking being left behind for good. The choppers manage to get through the storm by the skin of their teeth, and on the other side, they're met with one of the most breathtaking views that any of them has ever seen. But it isn't long before their Apocalypse Now moment is brought to an abrupt end. No sooner do they start dropping charges than one of the helicopters is taken down by a whole-ass flying tree. They've officially gotten Kong's attention, and he is pissed. One by one, he starts swatting down the choppers like flies, with the fire from their heavy machine guns barely leaving a scratch. The soldiers scramble to get control of the situation, but they do about as well as an army of ants going up against a battleship, with all of their aircraft destroyed and more than half of the men already dead, as Kong marches away into the valley. Okay, well, that didn't take long. Kong here just took out that entire helicopter unit without so much as breaking a sweat. It looks like Packard and his men are in just a bit over their heads with this one. They need to get things under control, and fast, before the rest of them end up listed as missing in action. But from the looks of it, that's going to be much easier said than done. Let's be real. Attack helicopters armed with heavy machine guns would pretty much make you the top banana just about anywhere on Earth. When you come to Skull Island, you have to go through the king, and he didn't get that title by accident. Packard and his men might feel equipped to hold their own in any situation, but Kong here is unlike anything known to modern science. Kong is a giant ape, most closely resembling a silverback gorilla in appearance and behavior. And when I say giant, I mean giant. Put it this way, even your average everyday gorilla is nothing to sneeze at, with some of the largest males on record having reached an impressive 6.5 feet tall and tipping the scales at nearly 600 pounds. But Kong here makes even the most swole silverback look like a minnow swimming next to a megalodon. And that comparison still hardly does him justice. Ready to be impressed? While Jason Statham's mortal enemy only reached a measly 50 feet long and 50 tons in weight, this version of Kong stands at a preposterously massive 100 feet tall and weighs nearly 350,000 pounds, putting him closest in size to an adult blue whale, the largest species of animals to have ever existed. What makes things even crazier is that the Kong we see here is only an adolescent, meaning that he's still growing up, and by the time that he reaches his full potential, he'll be able to go toe-to-toe with Godzilla himself. So, if you end up on his bad side, there's nothing much else to say besides, it's been nice knowing ya. His enormous size naturally comes with unbelievable strength, with Kong's mighty fists boasting a crushing force of up to 150 tons, which, as we've just seen, is enough to crumple a US Army helicopter like a freaking soda can. He may be a tank, but life in the mountains of Skull Island has also given him the agility of an Olympic gymnast on steroids. He can leap between mountainsides with ease, and uses this ability to hold his own in battle, even when outnumbered by insanely aggressive opponents. If you're trying to harm him, then you're really going to need to break out the heavy artillery, because he's able to withstand a concentrated barrage from the chopper's M16 machine guns without taking so much as a scratch. In fact, the only thing that did seem to hurt him was the chopper's propeller blades, and even that didn't look like much more than a paper cut. Kong's not just a brawler, but a thinker as well. Like his real-life counterparts, Kong has an impressive, almost human level of intelligence, giving him the ability to fight strategically, change plans on the fly, and even use tools by turning objects in the environment into weapons to supplement his already incredible strength. All that is to say, your best and pretty much only chance to survive a battle with Kong is to avoid ever getting into one in the first place, which is exactly what Colonel Packard and his men should have done. In reality, gorillas don't go around just looking for a fight. They typically only attack as a means of self-defense when they feel threatened, and Kong here is no different. While they're certainly capable of holding their own in a fight against pretty much anything, their intelligence makes them prefer to resolve conflicts by communication, not violence. Still, that doesn't mean that you should walk up to one and try to give it a belly rub, but if you keep a respectful distance and mind your manners, then you shouldn't really be in any danger. When Packard and his unit started dropping bombs on the island, Kong here felt like he was under attack, which is why he chose to retaliate by destroying their helicopters. They don't know it yet, but their seismic charges also awoke something even more dangerous than Kong himself. Another reason why he felt like he needed to stop the choppers as soon as he could. Instead of escalating the situation, Parker should have immediately ordered his troops to pull back and observe Kong from a safe distance to see if he really is a threat. After all, they are in helicopters and could simply have flown right out of his range. Kong could have easily killed them all after destroying their vehicles, but instead he chose to leave once he thought that the threat was managed, which should tell you everything that you need to know when it comes to his true intentions. The truth is that the best way to beat Kong isn't going to be to fight him at all, but instead to learn to coexist with him peacefully. He can easily kill you if he has the mind to, but if you can find a way to communicate that you aren't a threat, he can also be an incredibly powerful ally, and they're going to need his help to get off this island even if they don't realize it yet. Now, let's say that despite getting absolutely stomped during their first encounter, Packard and the others are still looking for a fight. If you ask me, that's a pretty damn bad idea, but there's two possible approaches that they might want to take. In the wild, gorillas build nests where they spend an average of 12 hours per day sleeping, so they could try attacking him with explosives while he's down for a snooze. Option 2 is to get him while he's eating. Wild gorilla diets mostly consist of leaves and other types of foliage. If they can find an area of the island that's rich in these types of resources, then they could try setting a trap for Kong and ambushing him when he stops for a bite. Honestly, picking a fight with this guy is only going to get you a one-way ticket to Suplex City, so I wouldn't risk it. Their best bet here is to regroup, keep a low profile, get to the North Shore ASAP, and then wait for their ride off of the island. Because Kong isn't the only threat living in the jungles, which they're about to find out the hard way. After the battle, the expedition finds themselves split into two groups, with one team of survivors led by the tracker, and the other by Packard. One of the pilots, Major Chapman, has contact with the colonel over the radio. His chopper was carrying a bulk of their heavy weapons, so Packard and his men set out to find him, determined to bring Kong down by any means necessary, as revenge for their fallen comrades. Before leaving, Packard confronts Rhonda, demanding to know the truth about what's really going on here. It turns out that he was the only survivor from a shipwreck that was attacked by an ancient species of monster from this island, but the tragedy was covered up and hidden from the public. His real goal, all along, has been to prove that these monsters really exist so that the military can take action before they escape and destroy civilization as we know it. The geologist Brooks explains that the area under the island is actually full of massive hollow chambers where these creatures live, which is how they've gone undetected for so long. As they're trekking through the valley, they encounter a massive water buffalo the size of a two-story house that emerges from the lake just yards away. The explorers are about to shoot, but Conrad tells them to hold their fire, and the beast peacefully lumbers away. It looks like not everything on the island is hostile, but where there's prey, there are predators, and it's only a matter of time before they meet the creatures at the top of the food chain. While Packard's team is creeping through a bamboo forest, one of them is suddenly impaled by a massive stick that's really the leg of an enormous wandering arachnid. and it's hunting them for food. The men immediately open fire with their machine guns, but it reaches down with these disgusting suction cup-like tentacles and begins pulling one of them up towards its jaws. Unable to get a clear shot, they instead begin hacking the creature's legs off with their machetes, and the soldier manages to cut himself free with his knife just in time. Now they open fire on the creature once again, this time bringing it down as Packard finishes it off with his sidearm. It's a terrifying encounter, and for the soldiers, reality begins to sink in that they won't all be making it out of this alive. Okay, that was crazy. Kong is impressive enough on his own, but we've just gotten our first look at 2 more species of megafauna living here on the island. One prey and the other predator. Not everything that lives here wants to eat you, but some of them definitely do. So let's take a moment to look at each encounter and see what kind of strategies that we can come up with that might increase our chances of survival going forward. The first group had it easy. They were lucky enough to come across a giant species of herbivore called a skier buffalo. Despite its size, they didn't even know it was there until they were right on top of it because of how well they've evolved to blend in with their environment, something that we'll come back to in a minute. The second team, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. They met a mother longlegs, a species of giant carnivorous arachnid that stalks the island's forest hunting for live food. These 8-legged freaks may not be as dangerous as Kong, but they can certainly do some damage, especially if they catch you by surprise. With species this huge, it's going to be tough to outrun them, and any fight, although winnable, is going to leave several men dead at best. The most important thing to notice here is what each of these creatures have in common, and that is their highly developed camouflage. Now, in the natural world, camouflage is a defense mechanism used by animals to blend in with their environment, either as a means to avoid being spotted by predators like the buffalo, or getting the jump on unsuspecting prey like the spider. Camouflage doesn't need to be purely visual either. Some species also opt to cover up their scent, since smell is one of the most highly tuned senses used by predators and prey animals alike. The survivors here should take a page out of these species books and use camouflage to make themselves more difficult to detect. They could try rolling around in some mud, which would not only help them blend in visually with their natural surroundings, but also mask their scent. For extra creativity points, they could try covering themselves in the blood and viscera of the dead mother longlegs, since smelling like a predator is a great strategy for keeping other predators away. The mother longlegs here are arachnids, and most arachnids actually have fairly poor eyesight, hunting instead by feeling their prey's movements through their heightened sense of touch. If they encounter one again, they should avoid making any sharp movements, and possibly try throwing something like a rock or grenade in the opposite direction as a way to possibly distract the creature, so that they can escape. If all else fails, you can always let the others panic first, since the creature will be attracted to their movements, and use them as a meat shield so that you can get away. The best thing that they can do for now, though, is try to remain undetected. This island is a literal death trap that time forgot, but if they move carefully and avoid drawing too much attention to themselves, then they just might make it to the North Shore in one piece. Sometime later, Conrad's party discovers these ruined stone structures with strange yellow markings all over the walls. Before they even know what's coming up, a group of local warriors appear and quickly surround them, leading to a tense standoff that could turn deadly at any moment, until suddenly, an American who looks like Tom Hanks from Castaway comes running out to calm things down. It's Lieutenant Hank Marlowe, a pilot who crash-landed on the island during a battle nearly 30 years ago, and he's been living among the warriors ever since. Overjoyed to finally reunite with people from his home country, he explains that Kong isn't the only dangerous creature on the island, and tells them to follow him to safety before nightfall unless they want to meet the others. Meanwhile, Chapman here is still waiting for a rescue, and decides to go down to the river to refill his canteen, having no idea that sudden death is lurking just below the water's surface. He's washing the blood from his face when, all of a sudden, Kong comes strolling in from behind the mountain, walking straight towards him, which forces Chapman to hide out behind a nearby rock. While getting a drink of his own, Kong senses something heading his way, and that's when he reaches into the water, pulling out a massive tentacle. It's a giant squid, big enough to take down an entire aircraft carrier, but Kong easily tears it limb from limb, and begins slurping up its arms like he's down at the Olive Garden enjoying a never-ending bowl of spaghetti. Because on Skull Island, when you're here, you're family. With Chapman looking on, Kong drags the rest of the creature away as a snack for later, leaving the man unharmed. But there are even worse things out there than a giant squid, and they're going to come for him soon enough. Okay, that was a damn close call for Chapman here. A few more seconds at the riverside and Squidward would have been having him for lunch. He's incredibly lucky that Kong showed up when he did. Otherwise, he would have been well on his way to Davy Jones's locker, which actually gives me an idea. There's a common saying that goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," and that's exactly the approach that we're going to take. By now, it's painfully obvious that the island is full of unbelievably deadly creatures, but Kong here seems like he can handle just about any of them with relative ease. Most of these creatures probably want to stay out of his way, so it might be a good idea to quietly follow him, as long as he's going in the right direction, essentially using him as a giant meat shield to keep the larger predators away. As long as you can avoid accidentally getting stepped on, you can use Kong's position as the dominant species on the island to your advantage, and make your way to the North Shore with his help, even if he isn't actually aware that he's helping you at all. It's a better plan than trying to
Things sure have changed. Not everyone believes it, but the bad guys went good. And we cannot wait for society to welcome us with open arms.
Aren't you a notorious criminal?
Yes! No! Maybe? Sorry, nerves.
It hasn't been easy with a reputation like ours.
You want to work at a bank?
Why not? Some of my best memories are at banks.
You robbed us 3 times.
Duh.
That was this bank?
How are we supposed to get a fresh start if no one will trust us?
I'm keeping my eye on you, Doc.
What was that?
I panicked, okay? I'm a panicker.
The name's Kitty, and these are my associates.
So you're like the bad girls.
We need the bad guys for the biggest heist in history.
Maybe you don't keep up with the news, but we're good now.
I'm not exactly asking. Don't tell me you guys are bad again.
No, we're being set up. We need to show the world we're good. So we're gonna sabotage them. All right, Mr. Master of Disguise, you're up.
I promise to play you respectfully.
Where's my flowers? Prego, cappuccino.
Webbs, do your thing.
I'll be your hacker today.
Snake, we're gonna need some extra muscle.
I'm late for vinyasa. Vinyasa? You think I got this body by sitting around watching TV?
And then we just have to
tear them apart, limb by limb, until all they can remember is pain.
Wow, okay. I was gonna say stop him, but sure, if there's time, we can do the limb thing. First time for everything, right? Pull us up, Snake!
Vinyasa, baby!
Come on!
Are you kidding me? Lefty-loosey, righty-tighty.
Oh, right.
You're not nervous, right? Because we know what happens when you're nervous.
Buddy, I'm sorry.
What? No. Help me. Stay with me, Buffalo. Stay with me.
to survive on your own, so if I were Chapman, I'd consider tagging along with the big guy as a sort of bodyguard to keep the nastier creatures in check. Marlowe brings them to the warrior's home, a village deep in the valley that's protected by giant wooden walls on all sides. But Kong isn't the only one who they're trying to keep out. The truth is that Kong was once just one member of an entire species of giant apes, who the warriors worshipped as gods, and protected them from the other dangerous creatures on the island. He mostly keeps to himself, and only attacked their helicopters because they were dropping bombs on his land, which woke up something that even Kong is afraid of, a terrifying species of subterranean amphibian-like creatures called skull crawlers that killed off Kong's entire family many years back. You see, Kong can handle these creatures when they're young, but there's an even larger one still lurking in the caverns. And if anything should happen to him, the monster will rise to the surface once again, killing everyone on the island. Okay, this is not good. Just one battle with Kong wiped out all of their choppers and half of their men, so if there's a species on the island that can take him in a fight, then they're going to want to avoid running into them at all costs. These hyper-aggressive, tunnel-dwelling amphibians known as skull crawlers compete with Kong for the dominant position on the island. Like most creatures here, they're absolutely massive, with the smallest ones standing over 12 feet tall, while the largest ones are as big as Kong himself. They're no lightweights either, tipping the scales at anywhere from 40 to a whopping 100 tons. Their titanic strength makes them more than a match for our buddy Kong, but they're also incredibly fast and agile, which means that outrunning one is going to be all but impossible once it's got you in its sights. Worst of all, they're highly intelligent, setting up ambushes for their prey and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The skull crawlers sometimes even employ pack hunting strategies, which means that when you see one, the other one is probably right behind you. That's a whole lot of nope running around on two legs. So I guess the most important question here is, how the hell do you fight one of these things if you aren't a 100-foot tall gorilla? Well, in a fair fight, you're not going to stand much of a chance, but there are some options if you're willing to get creative. When faced with such a powerful creature, the best bet is to focus on attacking its weak points. They use those two creepy legs to get around, so I'd suggest focusing their fire on its joints to slow it down, because if it can't chase you, then it probably can't eat you either. The skull crawlers also have a prehensile tail and tongue that they use to grapple with whatever they're fighting. Grab a sharp object to slice off its tongue, and you take out one of its primary methods of attack. Before it can eat you, it needs to find you first, so going after its senses can also be a viable strategy. If possible, I'd try attacking its eyes to blind it so that I could escape. Like some species of snake, they also use the pits on the front of their snout to sense infrared thermal radiation when hunting their prey, so damaging these pits with gunfire or explosives could make it harder for the creature to track you. The best option of all would be to take them out before the fight even starts. We know that the skull crawlers make their burrows in the tunnels under the island, so if you strategically cave in the tunnel entrances, then you might be able to trap them inside. Finally, their heightened metabolism gives them an insatiable appetite, which means that you could try setting a trap by making it look like there's an easy meal, and then ambushing them when they go in for the kill. But as ambush predators themselves, they're usually too smart to fall for something like this, as we'll soon see firsthand. Conrad explains that they're trying to reach the North Shore before the extraction team arrives, which Marlowe says would be impossible on foot, but as luck would have it, he just might be able to help them out. His old fighter may never fly again, but that doesn't mean that it can't float. When they realized that they were trapped on an island full of monsters, Marlowe and his unlikely friend, a Japanese pilot named Gunpei, decided that instead of trying to kill each other, they should work together to get the hell out of there, and began repurposing the parts from their planes into a homemade raft. He lost his friend to the skull crawlers before they could finish, but now that Conrad and his people are there, if they can help him finally get it running, then they can ride it upriver to the extraction point. While the others are busy fixing up the boat, Mason goes around taking photos of the warriors and their village, until she hears something that gets her attention. Just outside the wall, she finds one of the giant water buffalo crying out in distress after being pinned down by a crashed helicopter. Although she desperately tries to help, there's no way that she could move the heavy wreckage by herself, but lucky for the buffalo, there's someone who can. Just then, Kong appears and lifts the chopper up with ease, setting the animal free. He does not look happy to see Mason, but turns and wanders back into the jungle without doing any harm after deciding that she is not a threat. Packard, on the other hand, is still hell-bent on putting Kong down. As they're marching through the valley, he and his group notice a giant bloody handprint high up on a nearby cliff, a sure sign that Kong was wounded in their first encounter. He's excited to see that the creature can in fact be hurt, doubling down on his intentions to find the heavy weapons and finish what he started. But some of the men are starting to question whether hunting Kong is really the right thing to do. Everyone else seems to be making progress, but this poor guy Chapman here is still alone, and he's starting to feel like his time might be running out. He tries to reach the others over the radio, but isn't able to get through, leaving him stranded with no idea if he'll ever see his friends again. The man stops for a break when suddenly he realizes that the log that he's been sitting on is not a log at all. It's a giant six-legged insect, and it rears up to attack him as he opens fire on it with his rifle. The bullets don't seem to do much, but for some reason the creature abruptly retreats into the jungle. It might seem like a good thing at first, but the truth is just the opposite. Just then, he hears a gurgling sound behind him, like a giant amphibian on the hunt, and by the time that he turns around to look, it's already too late. One of the skull crawlers has found him before his unit, and it leaps forward with its jaws opened wide, devouring the soldier before he even has a chance to react. Okay, man, these things are brutal. Poor Chapman here never even saw it coming, but at least his death was quick, which is probably better than being caught by some of the other creatures lurking on this island from hell. He didn't stand much of a chance as it was, if we're being honest, but it also didn't exactly help that he made himself such an easy target. He fell for the old camouflage trick, and the noise made by him opening fire with the rifle is what ultimately led him to his death. Now, to be fair, it would have been pretty damn hard to tell that that log was actually a giant insect in disguise. But after seeing what went down with Kong and that giant squid by the river, the smart thing to do would have been to always be on your guard until you were miles away from this island, and never get caught just sitting out in the open like you're waiting for the school bus. By now, it should have been pretty damn obvious that everything on this island is trying to kill you. You might better your chances of survival by creating a hideout somewhere overlooking the crash site. That way, you'll be able to avoid any hungry creatures that might come to investigate, but still be close enough to know when the cavalry shows up. Like we mentioned before, I'd attempt to conceal myself visually and by smell if I could to give myself as many chances as possible to avoid any predators. The thing about the skull crawlers is that they also hunt you by sensing your body heat, so the hard truth is that it was probably only a matter of time before he ended up as one's lunch, especially since he was all alone. Still, doing anything that you can to make yourself more difficult to find will go a long way, not winding up like Chapman here. Sorry, soldier. Better luck next time. That night, Rhonda pulls Packard aside, urging him to focus on getting to safety instead of killing Kong for the sake of his men. But Packard refuses to give up the fight, seeing this as a chance for personal redemptions after their failures on the battlefields of Vietnam. He's too invested to quit now, and this vendetta is only going to end when he or the ape lies dead. The next morning, Conrad and his team are finally able to get the old raft started. As they fire up the engines, Marlowe waves a tearful goodbye to the warriors who saved his life so many years ago, and the group sets off upriver, one step closer to getting off this island. It turns out that Marlowe here has, or had, a wife and a newborn son back stateside before he was shot down. He's sure that they've most likely moved on, but hopeful.
Yeah, I know.
For just one chance to see them if he ever makes it home, and it looks like now he just might get his wish. Just then, they're finally able to get through to Packard's team on the radio, and he sends up a flare so that they can find a way to his location. But sure enough, all of this noise draws some unwanted attention. Suddenly, one of the researchers on the boat is grabbed by a flock of petrosaur-like creatures, lifted into the air and torn to shreds right in front of them. The others are shocked, but there's nothing that they can do, and their only choice now is to keep moving forward. When Packard and the soldiers arrive at the rendezvous point, they find Conrad and his group already waiting for them. They've taken some heavy losses, and Conrad urges that they need to get to the North Shore as soon as possible. But Packard here is still determined to find Chapman and the heavy weapons. Overhearing this, Marlowe points out that in order to reach him, they'll have to walk right into Skullcrawler territory, where they'll most likely all be killed. It's a tough choice, but since they think that Chapman could still be alive, Conrad and his team reluctantly agree with Packard's plan, on the condition that if they don't find him at the crash site, they'll give up the search and focus on getting everyone else out of there in one piece. It doesn't take long before they see why Marlowe is so opposed to the idea of going west. As they push towards Chapman's last known position, they come to a mass grave full of the giant skeletons of Kong's family and other enormous species, the work of the Skullcrawlers. Marlowe urges them to turn around, but Packard insists on pushing through, and they descend into the Valley of Death, where they will soon come face to face with the most dangerous predators on the island. Okay, Packard is officially losing it, and he's about to lead them straight into a death trap. He may be the man in charge, but they should really listen to Marlowe on this one. After all, the guy has survived on the island for decades, and they've barely made it 2 days without being completely wiped out. He's not being paranoid when he says to turn back, he just knows that crossing this valley is going to be too much of a risk. The piles of giant bones should make the danger here pretty damn obvious. I mean, one, Kong almost wiped out their entire unit, so anything that can kill an entire family of Kongs should do the same to them without so much of a challenge. There's a difference between bravery and foolishness, and they may be short on time, but saving a few minutes on travel isn't going to help if the shortcut ends with everyone being eaten by two-legged mutant amphibians. Instead of cutting through the literal graveyard, I'd suggest finding another way around, or calling it quits and turning back altogether to come up with a new plan. It's a hard choice to leave a man behind, but they need to do what's best for the majority of the team. Plus, if they don't make it off of this island, then nobody's gonna know what's out there, and this whole expedition will have been for nothing. By now, it should be pretty clear that they need to avoid danger at any chance they have. But they're about to walk straight into the Skullcrawler's lair, and it's going to go about as well as you might expect. As they're walking through the graveyard, one of the soldiers throws a lit cigarette, igniting a pocket of flammable gas that goes up in a giant fireball. Rhonda tries warning them to be more careful, but it's already too late. Just then, they hear a scary growl from something big, and Marlowe shouts for them to run as they scramble to take cover behind the giant pile of bone. The explosion got the attention of a Skullcrawler, and as it stalks around searching for them, it stops to vomit up Chapman's skull and dog tags, before disappearing just as quickly as it came. Thinking that the coast is clear, the group starts to move out again, until Rhonda sees something in the reflection of his camera, and a look of terror washes over his face. Suddenly, the Skullcrawler lunges down, swallowing the man and his equipment whole, only to disappear out of sight once again. But now they can see the flashes from his camera as it circles them in the fog. Marlowe readies himself, stepping to the side just as the creature charges towards him, and slicing its leg with his sword. The beast crashes past him and begins devouring the soldiers with its long, chameleon-like tongue. They hit it with everything that they've got, but the monster sends this guy with a flamethrower flying dozens of yards through the air, causing an explosion that activates a pack of gas grenades. Okay, well, it looks like Marlowe was right after all. Who would have guessed? This thing is going to kill them all if they don't find a way to stop it fast. But it's not going to be easy. It's faster, stronger, and more cunning than anything on this island besides Kong, with heightened predatory senses that give it a massive advantage in these low visibility conditions. And worst of all, they're fighting it on its home turf, which means that surviving this battle is going to come down to dumb luck just as much as strategy. Like we discussed before, one of the only ways that I can imagine stopping one of these things is by landing a critical hit to one of its weak points. The survivors should coordinate their fire to focus on its joints to reduce mobility, or on its eyes and thermal sensing pits to counter encounter some of its primary hunting senses. Conventional weapons don't seem to be enough to kill it without sustained heavy fire, and it's probably going to take you out before you can wear it down, but they do work to get its attention. Combine this with its ravenous hunting style, and there just might be a way to take it out quickly. They need to use what's in their environment to their advantage. It might be possible for someone brave to stand in front of one of those sharp bones like a giant rib or the spikes on a triceratops skull and attempt to get it to rush them before diving out of the way at the last moment, using its momentum to impale it and take it out. It's going to take perfect timing and no small amount of luck, but it just might work. And if all else fails, you can always just hide out and let the others fend for themselves while you sneak away when you get an opening. Drawn to the sounds of the chaos, a flock of the Petrosaur creatures swoops in, and Conrad rushes into the gas cloud armed with Marlowe's katana, cutting his way through to one of the injured men. He makes it just as the Skullcrawler charges towards them, but Mason tosses her lighter into one of the gas vents and blows it up just in time, killing the creature in the explosion. The battle is over for now, but they still have a long way to go, and this Skullcrawler was only a little one. After the fight, Conrad reveals that the man that they're searching for is dead, but Packard insists that it doesn't matter, still hell-bent on finding the weapons and killing Kong. Marlowe and the others have officially had enough, and the situation quickly gets tense. So they agree that Conrad will take the civilians back to the boat, while Packard and his men go to get the explosives. The soldiers eventually make it to the crash site and begin setting their trap as night falls over the jungle. Meanwhile, Conrad and his group are having trouble finding their way back, so he and Mason set off for higher ground to scout out the area. When they reach a high cliffside overlooking the river, Kong suddenly appears from out of the fog, standing directly at eye level with the two explorers. They're terrified at first, but after a tense moment, Mason steps forward and gently places her hand on Kong's snout, forming a bond of friendship with the enormous beast. It's clear that he never meant to hurt them. But just then, the soldiers set off several large explosions to draw him in, and Kong turns to confront them with an angry roar, while Conrad, Mason, and Marlowe race to stop the others before it's too late. The soldiers stand their ground as Kong rushes towards them, and at the last second, Packard flings a lit torch into the lake, igniting a pool of napalm that engulfs Kong in flames. For a moment, it looks like their trap might have worked, but it isn't enough to stop him yet, and Kong throws the flames back at them before collapsing from his injuries just a few yards away. With Kong down, Packard commands his men to finish him off with the explosive charges. But that's when Conrad and the others show up just in time, ordering him to stop. One by one, his men begin to turn on him, realizing that Conrad is right, and that Kong would never have been a threat if they hadn't instigated him first. But there are things on the island that they should be afraid of, and the worst one of all is about to show up. Suddenly, there's an explosion from the water, and the Alpha Skullcrawler emerges from the swamp, drawn in by the sounds of the fight. They stand no chance against this thing, and the soldiers all quickly run for their lives.
Airwick Essential Mist Diffusers perfectly portable, quick change fragrances make any space fragrant and inviting.
But Packard refuses to quit. As he turns to detonate the explosives, Kong wakes up and instantly crushes Packard with one blow from his massive fist. The insane Colonel is finally stopped, but now they've got an even more deadly foe to deal with. Okay, it looks like old Captain Ahab here finally got what he had coming to him. You can't say that nobody tried to warn him, but he was too blinded by revenge to see the bigger picture. Getting himself killed would have been one thing, but by wounding Kong, he's awakened the most dangerous predator of all. And now, they all might be screwed. Colonel Packard, you f***ed up! To be fair, I can't say that this whole disaster was entirely your fault, but you damn sure played a huge part in it. From the very beginning, you should have ordered your men to fall back when you were getting your asses handed to you by the biggest gorilla that the world has ever seen. Instead, you kept pushing the fight because you were still butthurt about taking a fat L in Vietnam. But maybe it would have been wiser to just accept your losses and quit while you were ahead. Seriously, how many people needed to tell you that Kong wasn't the real threat here before you finally came to your senses? Sure, he killed half of your men, but let's not forget that you were the one who showed up and started dropping bombs on his house. So I'd say that makes you pretty damn even if you ask me. There's a saying that goes, when you seek revenge, you dig 2 graves. But let's be real, you couldn't dig a grave big enough for Kong if you tried, while he could easily pack you up as nonchalantly as if he was swatting a fly. Sometimes you have to know when to cut your losses and move on, but you just couldn't give it up, and now there's an apocalyptic amphibian about to munch down everyone on the island. Real fine work there, guy. At least your reign of terror is finally over, but Colonel Packard, you f***ed up. The remaining survivors rush to the edge of the island, where Conrad sends Mason to reach high ground and fire a flare to signal the others on the boat, while he and the soldiers hold off the Skullcrawler. They make their way into the swamp, but that's when this soldier Cole here decides that he's done running. Staying behind, he pulls 2 hand grenades from his belt, prepared to sacrifice himself so that the others can escape. But instead of falling for the trap, the Skullcrawler strikes him with his tail, sending him flying into the side of the cliff. The monster closes in on the soldiers, but Kong shows up just in time, leaping down from the cliffs above and slamming the creature over the head with an enormous boulder so hard that it explodes into pebbles. The men run for their lives as the 2 titans square off, locked in a battle to the death. Grabbing a tree, Kong uses it as a club and breaks it over the creature's head, but it tackles him into a nearby shipwreck, trapping him as he becomes tangled in the anchor's heavy chains. Mason reaches the top of the cliff and fires her flare, alerting the survivors on the boat, who open fire on the monster with their anti-aircraft gun, drawing its attention away from Kong. Distracted by the onslaught, the Skullcrawler turns and rushes towards them, but Kong rises up from the wreckage and begins to attack it using the propeller from the ship as a massive flail. He throws the beast over his shoulder, body slamming it to the ground before tossing it into the mountainside, but the impact knocks Mason off of the cliff, and she falls unconscious into the murky water below. Seeing his new friend in danger, Kong reaches down and pulls her up from the water, but the Skullcrawler attacks again, drawing his entire fist with Mason still clenched inside directly to its jaws. Furious, Kong gathers his strength and tears his arm back out, taking the creature's insides with him as it finally dies and the battle is over. With that, Kong gently places Mason down before turning back to the jungle, having reached an uneasy truce with the humans, as long as they stop dropping bombs on his house. The survivors take their boat to the extraction point just as the choppers arrive, and Kong beats his chest, letting out a tremendous roar to show that he's still king of his island. Back in the States, Marlowe finally gets to reunite with his family. But as for Conrad and Mason, the government has other plans. They're taken to the secret Monarch facility, where Brooks reveals that Kong was only one of several titans just like him that are living below the Earth, and they need to start preparing for humanity's next encounter with whichever of these ancient gods rises next. But what do you guys think? It's pretty scary, right? If you were assigned to go to some random island out in the middle of nowhere and immediately upon landing some goes sideways and there's giant freaking monsters, would you hide or fight? Yeah, I know what I would do. Let us know down in the comments below what you would do. Thanks so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. We'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day. If you had to fight Godzilla with only a few leftover weapons and a positive attitude, what would you do? This pilot had his entire world turned upside down when Godzilla suddenly attacked his base. And after nuclear tests made the monster even more powerful, he's gonna have to find a way to stop him before he turns the entire country into a scrapyard. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat Revenge Godzilla in Godzilla -1. On an island somewhere far out in the Pacific Ocean, Japanese fighter pilot Koichi Shikishima is forced to make an emergency landing. It's the last days of the Second World War, but tonight, the enemy army isn't what they should be afraid of. Kochi here claims that he was forced to turn back because of engine trouble, but when the lead mechanic Tachibana and his boys take a look under the hood, they quickly report back that they couldn't find anything wrong. Confronting him, Tachibana suggests that the real reason why he turned around was because he wasn't ready for the kamikaze pilot final quest. Knowing that what the man's saying is true, Kochi goes down to sit by the water in shame. It isn't until after dark that Kochi risks showing his face back at the base again, but as soon as he gets there, the air raid siren starts to go off. Tachibana and his men rush outside to see what's going on, but find no other signs that they're under enemy attack, until from somewhere out there in the darkness, they hear a terrifying roar that stops them all dead in their tracks. This is no air raid, and Tachibana orders the men in the watchtower to turn the spotlight towards the source of the noise, when all of a sudden, he's completely obliterated by an enormous reptilian monster who the local legends call Godzilla. Terrified, the rest of the men instantly run for their lives, scrambling for the safety of a nearby trench and taking cover behind the piled-up sandbags. As Godzilla stalks through the camp searching for them, Tachibana comes up with a plan to have Kochi run for his plane and use the heavy weapons on board to take the monster down. Nervous, Kochi carefully sneaks around the outside of the camp and climbs into the cockpit of his fighter, with his hand gripping the trigger. He waits until Godzilla is perfectly within his sights, but he's still too afraid to take the shot. Suddenly, one of the other soldiers fires a shot straight at Godzilla's snout, and that was his biggest mistake. You see, the men's weapons hardly have any effect as the monster begins rampaging through the camp, killing one man after another with his massive jaws, and leaving them with nothing that they could possibly do to fight back. As the carnage unfolds all around him, Kochi bails out of his plane just as Godzilla lifts it into the air and tosses it back down like a toy, knocking him unconscious from the force of the explosion. Okay, this was an absolute disaster, and the soldiers' reaction to Godzilla showing up only made things even worse. Now, to be fair, I think that it would be hard to think straight if your camp was suddenly attacked in the middle of the night by a giant monstrosity, unlike anything that you've ever seen before, but the truth is that this entire massacre might have been avoided if they hadn't made a few critical mistakes. Just like always, whether we're dealing with ETs, zombies, or a massive radioactive lizard, the key to surviving the encounter is to understand what exactly we're up against. Baby Zilla here is an enormous, dinosaur-like marine reptile who most closely resembles giant theropods like T-Rex or Spinosaurus. But even that comparison hardly does him justice. Right now, he's standing at nearly 50 feet tall, making him more than twice the size of even the largest Rex or Spino. And this is only his first form. This giant size gives him incredible strength, making him able to plow through watchtowers with ease, take out entire buildings with a single whip of his tail, and lift a 6,000-pound fighter plane dozens of feet into the air like it's made out of cardboard, using his unbelievably powerful jaws. He isn't just an offensive threat either, because his borderline impenetrable natural armor makes him completely impervious to most attacks, and even allows him to withstand military-style heavy weapons, as Tachibana and his men just found out the hard way.
You need to localize assets without messing everything up. Luckily, there's Adobe Express. Now you can localize, translate, and resize your content easily, whenever you need to, so you can move faster while staying on brand.
Getting a degree is important to me because I feel like I'm setting myself up for future success. The more I can learn and grow as a person and an athlete, the better and more well-rounded I'll be in whatever field I go into next. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Even in his current form, he's already a serious threat, but remember, this is him before the exposure to nuclear radiation causes him to really go crazy, and after that, he's going to have a few more surprise tricks in store for us that somehow make him even more dangerous. Now, one of the most important questions that we need to ask whenever Godzilla shows up is why he chose to attack. In the wild, predators like Godzilla don't just attack for no reason, since any violent battle comes with the risk of them being injured too. One possible explanation could be that he was hunting them for food. But we can see that this isn't the case, since Godzilla actually had a couple of the soldiers in his mouth at different points during the attack, but only chose to throw them away instead of chomping them up like that guy on the porta potty in the first Jurassic Park. If we rule that out, then the other most likely explanation here is that Godzilla was only defending his territory. The increasing human activity in the area due to the war probably stressed the big lizard out and caused him to come investigate what was going on here on the island. He most likely saw the humans as a rival species competing for control of his territory, and Kochi, Takibana, and the others here were just the unlucky chumps who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when Godzilla finally decided to do something about it. This brings us to another critical turning point in the encounter. Although he definitely didn't come in peace, Godzilla here didn't actually go into full-blown attack mode until he was provoked. Just like any other species, it's natural that Godzilla would have become more aggressive when he perceived that he was being directly threatened. We can see this in how he demolished the tower when they shined that spotlight on him, but then just went back to wandering around and checking the place out until someone got too jumpy and opened fire. Thinking about it logically, a handful of tiny humans wouldn't be much of a threat to this beast, which means that if they'd just avoided provoking him any further, then everyone besides the unfortunate guy in the watchtower might have survived. Again, this is made clear in the moment where he looked right at Kochi in his plane, but decided to ignore him because the man clearly wasn't a threat. One look at this guy should tell you that attacking him with their rifles would have no effect, and I seriously doubt that even the heavier weapons on Kochi's fighter would have done much more than just piss him off. The truth is that firing at him was the worst mistake that they could possibly have made, and Kochi here was absolutely right not to shoot, even if he chose not to out of fear instead of understanding what was really going on. Why these guys kept firing after it obviously wasn't doing anything besides making Godzilla even more angry is anyone's guess, but if they were absolutely determined to fight it out with him here and now, then they might have stood a tiny chance if they'd taken a slightly more thought out approach. The key here would be to aim for any potential weak points instead of just randomly firing into his armored skin. That's easier said than done, of course, since it looks like the only exposed parts of his body are Godzilla's eyes. It would have taken one hell of a lucky shot, but if they'd somehow managed to land a critical hit to one of his eyeballs, then they might have damaged his vision enough for everyone to get away, or injured him enough that he decided to leave on his own. By using this strategy, they would have had about the same chances as a group of kindergartners fighting prime Mike Tyson. Not much, but any chance is better than nothing. Even the 20mm cannons on Kochi's planes probably wouldn't have done much, but we could see during the maintenance check that the plane was armed with at least 1 or 2 high-powered bombs, designed for taking out enemy warships. And those are the only weapons on the island that might have packed enough of a punch to actually do anything here if they'd used them correctly. These explosives were most likely equipped with impact fuses designed to detonate immediately after hitting their target, which means that if someone were to fire at them with one of their rifles, then they might have been able to make them go off. It looks like they removed the weapons from the plane while they were working on it, but they might have still been around there somewhere. If they could have somehow lured Godzilla into going near the bombs and then hit them with a rifle from a safe distance away, then they might have been able to cause a big enough explosion to either kill him or at least scare him away. Of course, the best bet for your own personal survival is not trying to fight Godzilla at all. Case in point, the only other 2 guys who actually lived to tell the tale are the ones who stayed the hell out of the way. The best thing for everyone to do would have been to stay right there in the trench and hope that Godzilla eventually either got bored or distracted by something else and just went back into the ocean on his own. Once the hit the fan, I would have tried making a break for the jungle to hide, and used the other guys as meat shields if it came down to it, because remember, you don't have to be faster than Godzilla to get away, you just have to be faster than the guy standing next to you. Unless he whips everyone with his tail or takes out an entire city block with his atomic breath, but you get my point. Attention, attention! Godzilla has been spotted in your area. All personnel, please report to your gaming stations, because it's time to prepare for battle. Good thing we're prepared thanks to today's sponsor, War Thunder. This free-to-play cross-platform behemoth, available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, lets you command legendary war machines across massive historical battles. From the scorching deserts to the frozen tundras, you'll decide the fate of nations. Whether you captain a ship, airplane, or tank, War Thunder boasts over 2,500 meticulously detailed vehicles from 10 major nations, each of which has unique vehicle skins to personalize your arsenal. But War Thunder isn't just about collecting cool skins for your vehicles. It lets you experience the evolution of warfare, from the biplanes to the jets and unstoppable main battle tanks of today. These stunning visuals, realistic sound effects, and incredibly detailed vehicles truly put you in the driver's seat. If your vehicle or an enemy is destroyed, War Thunder shows you exactly what happens. In X-ray view, you'll see precisely where the shell penetrated, which components were affected, and ultimately what led to the destruction of the vehicle. Join a thriving community of over 70 million players and embark on epic PvP battles. Whether you're solo or a team player, War Thunder offers a wealth of content for all skill levels. There are even 3 distinct game modes to choose from: Arcade, fast-paced matches with enhanced vehicle performance and simplified physics, perfect for a quick burst of action. Realistic, the perfect middle ground, balancing intensity and authenticity for a truly immersive experience. And Simulator, the ultimate challenge for hardcore players, with no assists and a focus on historical accuracy. Download War Thunder absolutely free today by clicking the link in the description and dive into a world of unmatched action. By joining with my link, new and returning players that haven't played for at least 6 months get a bonus pack to access multiple premium vehicles and an exclusive vehicle decorator. With endless customization options, constant upgrades, and a massive community, War Thunder is the ultimate game for military history fans and anyone who craves the ultimate combat experience. Available on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring today's video. Don't forget to click the link in the video description to join the ever-growing War Thunder community and get a bonus pack to access multiple premium vehicles and an exclusive vehicle decorator. Now let's get back to Godzilla -1. At sunrise the next morning, Kochi wakes up to find Tachibana, the only survivor of the monster's attack, doing what he can to clean up in the aftermath. But when he notices the pilot, he stops what he's doing and turns to confront him. Furious, he blames Kochi for the other men's death, shouting that it's his fault for not taking the shot when he had the chance. By December 1945, Kochi finally arrives back in Tokyo, only to discover that his family home has been completely destroyed by the Allied attacks. His next-door neighbor Sumiko rushes out to see him, but her entire attitude changes when she remembers that he was never supposed to make it home, calling him a coward for not doing his job. The woman tells him that both of his parents and her own 3 children were lost during the attacks, leaving Kochi without a family or a home to go back to, in a city full of people who blame him for everything that's happened. One morning while waiting for his rations, Kochi hears a sudden commotion and turns to see a group of men chasing a thief through the crowded streets. He steps into her path to stop her, but the angry woman hands him a baby girl before disappearing back into the crowd, with the angry merchants still in hot pursuit. Having no idea what to do with the kid, Kochi sits there in the market for a while, until he decides that she isn't coming back. But as soon as he walks away from the crowd, the woman jumps out and thanks him for taking care of the baby girl, saying that she would have come sooner if he hadn't been waiting for her in such a public place. She quickly realizes that Kochi here is a good person at heart, and when she catches on that he has a place to stay, the woman decides that she and her baby are going to tag along, with Kochi being too nice to force them away. Back at his house, Kochi learns that the woman isn't married and that the baby girl isn't even actually hers. The woman says that her name is Noriko, and she began taking care of the child Akko after the girl's mother was lost during one of the attacks. Neither her or the girl have any family left or a place for them to live, and after learning that Kochi's parents were lost as well, she realizes that the 3 of them are all in the same boat. The news hits Kochi hard, and before he can kick them out, Noriko and her baby quickly drift off to sleep, leaving him no choice but to let them stay for now. Okay, whew, man. Kochi here's life sucks ever since he made it back to Japan, He's got no family, his house is basically a shack, everyone in town hates his guts, and on top of all that, now he has 2 more mouths to feed. He could always kick Noriko and the kid out of there first thing in the morning, but he's too much of a nice guy to put them back on the streets. This means that he needs to find a way to get his act back together fast. And there might actually be a way that he can solve all of these problems at once. As we can see from what happened to Kochi's neighborhood, Japan faced widespread destruction in the months following the war due to Allied campaigns. The destruction was the worst in residential neighborhoods, industrial centers, and areas with important local infrastructure, leaving the entire country struggling for survival. In order to get things back on track, the Japanese government and companies from the private sector engaged in a massive post-war reconstruction campaign that lasted for decades after the end of the fighting, and that's exactly where Kochi here comes into the picture. The rebuilding efforts started with a focus on clearing rubble, repairing basic infrastructure such as roadways and utility services like power plants, water supply systems, sewers, and medical facilities, as well as providing emergency shelter for the countless displaced civilians whose homes had been completely destroyed. These reconstruction teams needed all of the able-bodied workers that they could find, and the laborers were paid for their work through either government contracts or wages from private companies. With that being said, Kochi here could definitely get a job on one of those reconstruction teams, and it shouldn't have been very difficult to find one since they need just about anybody who they can get. Not only would this give him a chance to earn some money to take care of the 3 of them, but it would also help him get some respect back from the people of his community, and possibly help him psychologically move on from the intense trauma that he's been experiencing since returning home. After all, nothing gets your mind off of the voices in your head like some good old-fashioned manual labor, am I right? Of course, Kochi could always just say, "F all that," pack his bags, and go out to live in shame and solitude in the middle of nowhere. And honestly, that would probably be the best call after he sees what's going to happen soon enough. The next morning, Sumiko confronts him about the woman and child, suggesting that he's only letting them stay as a way to make himself look like the good guy. But when she finds out that Noriko isn't the girl's biological mother, she immediately goes over to help them out. After making sure that the child is properly fed, she gives them her last bag of rice so that they can use it to make porridge until they're able to find a way to meet their needs. A few months pass until on one very rainy day in March, Kochi returns home with the news that he managed to find a well-paying job. They even paid him 3,000 yen in advance. But there's just one downside. He's going to be clearing mines out of the ocean, and a lot of people who take this job end up with an early retirement. On his first day, Kochi arrives at the dock to find the boat that he'll be working on looking even more dangerous than he could have imagined. One of the crew, former Navy engineer Doc Noda, welcomes Kochi aboard and introduces him to the others, Captain Akitsu and Shiru the kid. The job works by catching mines on a rope, pulled between 2 boats, and then detonating them with gunfire from a safe distance away. As they clear their first mine, Kochi impresses the others by teaching them how to aim a weapon while accounting for the drift in the waves, using the skills that he'd learned as a fighter pilot. Several months later, the United States begins conducting nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll, but what they don't realize is that they've just awakened Godzilla, and the damage from the radiation causes him to grow even more enormous proportions. Over the rest of the year, Kochi manages to set them up with a pretty nice life using the money that he earns from his new job, but he still refuses to marry Noriko, or fully embrace his role as the child's father figure, despite the other guys from work telling him that he should. Okay, damn. Just when it looked like Kochi here was finally starting to get his life back together, here comes old Godzilla about to spin the block on his ass once again. This time around, it's the Americans who just woke up the sleeping giant, and the worst part is that they're not even going to lift a finger to help when he shows up. Thanks for nothing, I guess. If you think that Godzilla here was nightmare fuel before, just wait until you get a look at him after his radioactive glow-up. Somehow, the exposure to unprecedented levels of radiation from the nuclear tests cause him to mutate into the most terrifying creature that the planet has ever seen. Alright, so He was pretty much that already, but now there's absolutely no competition. After being exposed to the radiation, Godzilla here is now standing at nearly 165 feet tall and weighing in at approximately 20,000 tons. Anyone would admit that this makes him a bit of a short king compared to some of our other modern Gojis that are out there. He's still big enough to knock over entire apartment buildings like a little kid's fort. And as a side effect of the radiation, he's just unlocked 2 overpowered new abilities that somehow make him even more terrifying: his signature atomic breath and extremely enhanced regeneration. Now, instead of having to body slam Tokyo the old-fashioned way, his atomic breath gives him a long-ranged attack option that's capable of creating a nuclear explosion so powerful that it can instantaneously convert solid iron into gas at the point of contact, and a resulting shockwave that can completely destroy everything within a 4-mile radius, except for the buildings that the main characters are hiding behind, or the boats that they're currently sailing on. As for his enhanced regeneration, he can now survive injuries that would be a death sentence for any other creature, and heal his wounds almost instantly. There's no telling when the big guy might come back for round 2, but if there's one thing that we can be sure of, it's that fighting him just became much more difficult than it already was. Just from his sheer size alone, he can level entire city blocks without any trouble. So to say that they're going to need to break out the heavy artillery for the next battle would be the understatement of the century. The worst part is that Japan's military is already virtually non-existent after the end of the war, and none of the other countries are willing to help them out at all. The next time that Godzilla shows up, they'll have to hit him from long range with everything that's left in the country. And even then, he's just going to take them out with his nuclear blast. At this point, the only way to stop Godzilla is going to be to hit him with something so powerful that it completely overwhelms his regeneration, or come up with another way to cancel out his healing factor altogether. We'll get into some ideas for that the next time that he shows up, and it isn't going to be much longer before Godzilla and Kochi meet again. In March 1947, Kochi arrives at home to find that Noriko got herself a desk job in the nearby district of Ginza, saying that Sumiko promised to take care of the girl so that she can save up enough money for them to eventually move out on their own. Noriko herself is excited to get started, but Kochi tries his best to hide the fact that he's secretly heartbroken to see the only family that he's had since the war getting ready to leave him behind. Meanwhile, Godzilla sets off on a direct course for Japan, destroying any warships that come across his path. The US warns them that the creature is headed their way, but says that it won't be able to offer any military help due to fears of escalating tensions with the Soviet Union, leaving the already crippled Japanese forces to fend for themselves. One day, Kochi and his crew are sent to investigate a destroyed ship far out at sea. The others start to wonder what could have caused so much damage, and that's when Kochi tells them about his encounter with Godzilla back during the war, saying that, from the look of things, it seems like the creature has only gotten bigger and more dangerous since he last saw it. Doc then explains that they've just been sent out there as meat shields to stall the creature however they can until a real Japanese warship is able to take over, and that they've been told to keep this a secret from the public so that they don't end up causing widespread panic. Kochi tries to tell the captain that they need to get the hell out of there while they still have the chance, but instead he gives a rousing speech about how they need to stand their ground for the people back home. All of a sudden, Godzilla surfaces and effortlessly drags their sister boat under the waves with his massive jaws, causing the captain here to immediately change his mind as he pushes up on the throttle and sends them full speed ahead back towards the safety of dry land. With Godzilla closing in behind them, the crew get ready to use the only weapons that they have, the giant mines that they were originally sent to destroy. They drop one into Godzilla's path and detonate it using a remote trigger, but the blast does nothing besides piss him off even more. That's when Doc gets an idea and drops a second mine directly into Godzilla's open mouth, but this time the detonator doesn't work. At the last moment, Kochi manages to land the shot, causing an explosion that nearly sinks their boat. The blast seems like it did the job, blowing a massive hole in Godzilla's upper jaw, but to their horror, the creature actually regenerates from the wound within seconds and goes right back on the attack like nothing happened. Just then, the battleship that they've been waiting for finally shows up, attacking Godzilla with a barrage of heavy weapons. As Godzilla redirects his attention towards the ship, they're able to knock him off with a few more close-range shots. But just when it looks like they've actually won, the ocean around them begins to glow blue as he unleashes a blast of his atomic breath, vaporizing the entire battleship before disappearing back into the sea. Okay, I think that Kochi here is gonna need a bigger boat, or maybe a fucking Megazord if we're keeping it real, but we'll work with whatever we can get. That shit was close, and they're just lucky that Godzilla went after the other crew first. But on the positive side, we did learn some important lessons that might help Kochi and his friends here out in a bit in the next fight. Now that Godzilla's had his power boosted by the atomic energy, we can see that attacking him from the outside, even with the massive weapons on a full-sized warship, is almost completely useless, and will only work to momentarily stun him at best. With that being said, we learned that attacks from the inside work to at least slow him down, so it's possible that they might actually be able to kill him this way if they do enough damage. Even with Godzilla's healing factor, a bigger boom from inside might have stopped him. Kochi's only chance is to use the mines. According to Doc here, both sides dropped something like 60k of these forbidden Kinder eggs into the waters around Japan during the war. The most common types used were known as contact mines, like the ones that they were cleaning up here. And the way that they work is pretty simple. Something hits it and it blows that thing up. We saw that just one was enough to take off half of Godzilla's face from the inside, so maybe 5 or 10 of them, used in a similar way, could multiply that effect. When Godzilla attacked the first boat, he came up from below the surface like a shark and chomped into it with his jaws. With any luck, Kochi and the others might have been able to decoy the boat out and trick him into repeating the same move. But this time, the boat is loaded up with a bunch of these mines. Then they can either use the force from Godzilla's chomp, a detonator switch, or a lucky shot from Kochi to set them off, and hopefully do enough damage to take Godzilla down for a little while longer. The biggest hole in this plan would be if he destroyed the decoy boat with his atomic breath, but it's important to remember that his use of that ability is limited because he'll need to recharge it every time. He might not use it on something that he doesn't perceive as a great enough of a threat, so one of these minesweeper boats should work just fine. Now, even that mine exploding directly inside of his head only managed to stop him for a few seconds, so if they're going to take him down for good, then they're probably going to need to find a way to cancel out his regenerative abilities. The best solution would be to collect a sample of his body if anything got blown off during the attack, study it to learn what gives Godzilla this ability, and then reverse engineer a way to defeat it. Like, I'm not a molecular scientist, but in case you couldn't tell, after doing some research, I've managed to come up with a handful of ideas that seem like they could possibly work. One solution could be to use extreme cold by finding a way to force feed Godzilla tons of liquid nitrogen, which could cause the ice crystals to form from within his cells and cancel out their ability to repair themselves. Another strategy could be for the big brains to come up with some kind of chemical compound that targets their specific cellular processes that make this rapid regeneration possible and shut them down. Finally, they might try developing a specialized virus or type of bacteria that could also produce the same effect, and using a type of aerosol to introduce it into Godzilla's bloodstream. Whatever they do, they need to stop him soon because Godzilla here is out for blood, and he's coming for the city of Tokyo next. Sometime later, Kochi wakes up in the hospital surrounded by the rest of his crew. He immediately freaks out, saying that they need to warn the public that Godzilla is coming. But Doc explains that they've been told to keep quiet about what they saw because nobody wants to be responsible for the chaos of a sudden evacuation. Later that night, Noriko pleads with Kochi to tell her what happened out there, saying that she knows that he's been hiding something from her over all of these years.
Muscle is only good if you can flex it. B.F. Goodrich, what are you building for?
Through struggling breaths, he confesses that he only managed to survive the war because he lied about his plane being damaged, and tells her about the night at the base when Godzilla attacked, but he was too afraid to fire. After failing to stop the creature for a second time, he's beginning to feel like this is his curse for not dying during the war like he was supposed to. But Noriko reassures him that just being here is proof that he was meant to survive. Kochi falls asleep, still troubled by his past, but in the morning he speaks to the spirits of his parents and says that he's finally ready to start a new life. That same day, Kochi is at home with Akiko when the air raid siren starts to sound, and an emergency broadcast over the radio announces that Godzilla has just unexpectedly made landfall in Ginza, where Noriko is currently at work. In the city, people are already scrambling for cover as Godzilla begins rampaging through the streets, destroying anything in his path. Noriko herself is peacefully riding along the train, completely unaware of any danger, when suddenly another flying rail car crashes directly into the tracks in front of them, forcing them to make an abrupt stop. Looking out the window, she's shocked to see Godzilla stomping straight towards them as the people on the ground run for their lives. As he reaches the train, the creature clamps down onto it with his jaws, hoisting the entire thing 150 feet up into the air. Noriko manages to hold on for dear life as the rest of the car that she's riding in suddenly splits away, leaving her dangling helplessly over a fall to certain death. Luckily, Godzilla turns until she realizes that she's hanging above a canal, and with no other choice, she lets herself drop down into the water below, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the rest of the train as it falls behind her. As the rampage continues, Noriko pulls herself onto dry land, only to find that she's right back in Godzilla's path of destruction. Too stunned to do anything, she's accidentally knocked over by the fleeing crowd, but that's when Kochi finds her and gets her back to her feet. At the same time, a squadron of tanks opens fire on Godzilla from a nearby government building, and he responds by hitting them with a devastating attack from his heat ray. The explosion is so powerful that it sends a shockwave through the streets like a nuclear blast, destroying everything for miles around. At the last second, Noriko shoves Kochi into an alleyway where he's protected from the blast, but the woman herself is lost in the whirlwind of dust and debris. Well, that was entirely avoidable. There's just some things in life that you just can't control, like Godzilla showing up to crash the party during your morning commute. But that doesn't mean that you just give up and let yourself get blasted back to Timbuktu. I'm sorry to say it, but Noriko and Kochi, you both f***ed up. Let's start with you, Noriko. Great job surviving that train attack, but I want to introduce you to this crazy concept called diving approximately 5 feet to your right. Like, hello, did you suddenly lose all ability to move your damn legs the minute that Godzilla started charging his laser? Why the hell did you two morons even stop running in the first place? You see this giant lizard that just destroyed half of the city start sprouting glowing spines out of his back, and you think to yourself, you know what, I better stick around to see how this plays out. No. Immediately run for your life, you absolute fool. And don't stop until you're on the other side of the country from this atomic abomination. Come to think of it, after cheating death the first time, why on Godzilla's green earth would you climb out of the canal only to walk directly back into his path? I get that he can cover ground faster than you can, but wouldn't you just make a judgment call about what direction he's going in and, oh, I don't know, maybe run in the opposite fucking direction? You've got a kid at home, lady. You gotta do better than that. And as for you, Kochi, that plot armor is somehow simultaneously your greatest blessing and biggest curse. But I guess it doesn't carry over to your situationship, huh? You knew Godzilla was out there, and yeah, you might not have been able to warn the public, but you could definitely have at least told Noriko to call out of work for the next few days, you know, with there being a giant monster on the loose and all. At least you're still alive to get some revenge. But first, you're going to have to break the poor news to Akiko that she now has 2 mothers who've been vaporized before her 5th birthday. That's rough, and I hate to kick you both while you're down, but Noriko and Kochi, you f***ed up. Back at home, things aren't looking too good for Kochi here. He can't find a way to break the news to Akiko, and he's just starting to slip back into his old thoughts of survivor's guilt even worse than before. Just when he's finally lost all hope, Doc comes and tells him about a plan being hatched by private citizens to take Godzilla down for good, and Kochi enthusiastically agrees to join, seeing this as his last chance to set things right. Kochi, Doc, the captain, and the kid arrive at the meeting the next day, where they see that almost everyone there served in the Japanese Navy. Once everyone is assembled, former Captain Tatsuo Hata takes the floor, explaining that if they're going to defeat Godzilla, then they're going to have to do it on their own. But good old Doc here has a plan. Since Godzilla's regenerative abilities cancel out even their most heavy artillery, Doc here activated all 100% of his brain to come up with a plan that uses the most powerful weapon of all, bubbles. Using a wooden model, he demonstrates how, by surrounding Godzilla with Freon bubbles, that they can force him to sink to the bottom of the ocean. He's chosen the nearby Sagami Trench as the location of their attack, hoping that a sudden drop to such an extreme depth will crush Godzilla under the pressure. A few of the men question whether Godzilla might survive the drop, and Doc admits that he can't guarantee it will work, but that's why he's come up with a plan B. After sinking Godzilla to the bottom of the trench, they'll inflate a bunch of giant balloons to send him rocketing back up to the surface. The idea is that if the increase in pressure doesn't kill him, then the rapid decompression on the way back up will essentially cause him to explode from the inside. With the plan laid out, Captain Hata gives a rousing speech to the crowd, saying that the safety of the entire country is in their hands. After a moment, one man speaks up, saying that he's tired of risking his life, and Hata gives everyone who agrees with him permission to walk out now without anyone judging them. As for those who decide to stay, they're absolutely gassed up to take the fight to Godzilla for once, and Hata solemnly thanks them all for their bravery. That night, Doc explains that they're going to use an underwater speaker playing recordings of Godzilla's roar to think them that there's another creature challenging his territory, and hopefully lure him into a position over the trench. Unsure that it will actually work, Kochi suggests that if they can find him another fighter plane, then he can aggro Godzilla into following him as a backup plan. Well, not only does Doc find him a plane, but this baby is a borderline UFO. Doc introduces Kochi to his new whip, the J-7W Shinden, a prototype short-range fighter that was developed near the end of the war with a top speed pushing almost 500 miles per hour and the agility to match. There's just one problem. The thing can't actually fly. Yet. They need a mechanic, and Kochi says that he knows just the guy. For his plan to work, Kochi must seek out the assistance of his biggest hater, the mechanic Tachibana, but tracking him down isn't easy. After hitting nothing but dead ends, he goes around handing out pamphlets that blame Tachibana for the deaths at the airbase. And sure enough, the man decides to pay him a visit, but it's less of a friendly reunion and more like a sudden attack from behind with a wooden stick. Tachibana isn't overly enthusiastic about hearing him out, that is, until he hears what Kochi has planned. He remembers from the attack on the boats that Godzilla can be damaged from the inside, and says that he wants Tachibana to load the plane with more things that go boom, so that he can DoorDash them straight into Godzilla's mouth. Okay, this is actually a pretty interesting plan, but
EasyCater is the premier tech platform for managing critical resources, like tacos.
both sides are making a few crucial mistakes. For Doc, using the rapid changes in pressure against him is a brilliant idea, but what's to stop Godzilla from just breaking their shit when they try to wrap him up? And as for Kochi, if he goes through with his plan, then poor Akiko is gonna grow up a double orphan, and that's just sad, man. At the meeting, Kochi should have spoken up about his idea for feeding Godzilla an explosive sandwich and let Doc see if he could incorporate that plan somehow. Clearly, they're looking for any ideas out there if the best plan that they could come up with was killing Godzilla with bubbles and balloons. I mean, are we throwing a Chuck E. Cheese birthday party here or trying to take out a 150-foot tall lizard anyway? They could still go with the explosive boat idea or any of the other solutions that we mentioned before, but Mr. Secret Plan over here won't be happy until he's Godzilla food, I guess. And he's putting the entire team at risk because of it. They all need to be on the same page if they're going to get this done, because otherwise they can pretty much kiss Miss Tokyo goodbye. And Godzilla isn't about to wait for them to get a head start. Tachibana gets to work on the plane, and not a moment too soon, because later that night they receive an urgent warning that Godzilla is on his way. Projecting out his current path, Doc estimates that he's headed straight for Tokyo and should reach the Sagami Trench by 11 a.m. the next day, giving them just over 12 hours to get ready. The kid here is excited for another chance at beating Godzilla, but the captain and the doc tell him that this time he's going to stay behind on shore, saying that it's for his own safety despite him begging them to let him come along. Early in the morning, Kochi quietly gets up, leaves a message for Sumiko in bed with Akiko, and goes down to the hangar fully expecting to never return home again. Meanwhile, out on the water, scouting teams pick up signs of Godzilla entering the area, and the decoy ship is sent to lure him out to Sagami Bay. At the docks, the men rush to board their boats, when all of a sudden, the front half of the decoy ship is catapulted hundreds of feet through the air and into a nearby building. To their surprise, Godzilla is already there. And now their only hope of getting this plan right lies with Kochi. The pilot sets off, soaring high above the countryside, where he spots the massive creature making his way towards the city, and circles around to open fire on him with the plane's machine guns, narrowly dodging a strike from the monster's tail. The plan works, and Godzilla turns to follow him back out to sea, where Doc and the others are waiting for the second phase to begin. They start out by launching 2 decoy ships directly into Godzilla's path, tricking him into using up a blast of his atomic breath on the empty boats. While he has to recharge, Captain Hata orders the remaining 2 boats to begin their attack, charging full speed ahead towards Godzilla as they tow the lines of Freon gas canisters behind them. The 2 ships nearby collide as they reach the apex of their turn, but they're able to narrowly pass each other and head back into the opposite direction, successfully wrapping Godzilla in the cable. The captain activates the Freon canisters just in time, and Godzilla plummets down nearly 1,600 meters to the bottom of the trench. But a violent tug on the cables shows that he isn't finished yet. Now Doc activates Plan B, irritating the ring of giant balloons and forcing Godzilla to rise back up to the surface. But suddenly, everything stops, and they realize that he's bitten straight through the flotation devices. In a last-ditch effort, Captain Hata orders both ships to pull Godzilla up using their cranes, but he's just too heavy for it to work. And for a moment, it looks like their plan is dead in the water. Just then, they hear an announcement over the radio. It's the Kid, and he's brought with him an army of tugboats from other civilians who wanted to do their part. With the added power of the tugboats, they're finally able to drag Godzilla back to the surface. But although he's clearly injured, furious, Godzilla charges up his heat ray, ready to destroy everything in sight. When, at the last possible moment, Kochi circles back for his final pass, flying his plane directly into Godzilla's mouth. Just before impact, Kochi activates his ejector seat, secretly installed for him by his arch-enemy Tachibana, who after all this time was able to forgive Kochi and decided that he deserved a second chance at life. The plane explodes, blowing Godzilla's entire skull to pieces, as the creature disintegrates from the inside out and tumbles into the sea. And Kochi parachutes down to safety, having finally redeemed himself and put an end to the monster once and for all. At the docks, the men are given a hero's welcome, but Kochi's story isn't finished just yet. From out of the crowd, Sumiko arrives with a letter that she'd just received hours after he'd left, and what it says changes everything. With Akiko in his arms, Kochi rushes to a hospital near Ginza, where they find Noriko still alive, and the 3 of them can finally be a family once again. For now, Kochi's war is finally over, but as pieces of Godzilla drift to the bottom of the sea, they slowly begin to reform, proving that one day, the monster will return. If you've made it this far, congratulations. You've just made it through the How to Beat episode of the best Godzilla movie ever made. At least I think so. Godzilla Minus One, it was fun as hell to put together. Thanks to the editors for snapping this one up quick, fast like that. If you liked this video, like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. I'll see you in the next episode, and have a damn good day. You know, I've been wondering, what's cooler than a giant gorilla with a battle axe fighting a nuclear-powered lizard for global supremacy? Well, I'm happy to report that we finally have our answer. The gorilla and the lizard becoming best friends, and teaming up to throw down with another massive monkey and his pet lizard. But if you were caught in the middle of this clash of the titans, what would you do? This is Kong's toughest battle yet, and he's going to have to get some help from his former arch-enemy to save his world, and our own. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the evil titans in Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. It's been 3 years since Godzilla and Kong put aside their differences to save the world from the rogue Mechagodzilla and formed an uneasy truce after the battle for the good of humankind. While the atomic iguana got to keep control of the surface, the big monkey made his home in the primeval mountain ranges of the Hollow Earth. But soon, everything is going to change. Somewhere deep within the Hollow Earth, we catch up with Kong as he's being chased by a huge pack of giant wolf-like creatures known as wart dogs. After leaping across a large ravine with the creatures still in hot pursuit, Kong reaches a dead end, but not for him. Picking up a heavy log, Kong releases a landslide of boulders that crushes the pack before they can even react, leaving only 3 of them alive. Somehow these mutts are still looking for a fight, but when Kong tears one of their fallen brothers in half with his bare hands, they suddenly decide that they'd better split too. It's another day, another slay for Kong. But all is not well in the kingdom. He's still looking for that long-lost family that he's never had, and to make things even worse, his tooth hurts. All of a sudden, Kong hears what sounds like one of his own kind somewhere in the distance, but when he goes to check it out, it's just some weird-looking frog thing. Dang, he says to himself. I guess I'll never find a friend, or at least a dentist. And Kong is sad. Up on the surface, Kong's old frenemy Godzilla has been keeping the world safe from Titan attacks by body slamming them all out of existence, one monstrosity at a time. And the humans have just sent up the lizard signal to get his help with the latest threat. There's an enormous spider squid called Skyla rampaging through the streets of Rome, and now it's time for these 2 gargantuan gladiators to throw the down. Okay, well, it looks like those 2 Titan boys are back at it again. You'd think by now the governments of the world would have some kind of plan in place for when these things happen, but I guess not. Anyway, we're about to see for ourselves that Godzilla doesn't need much help on this one. But as for the people caught in the middle, that's a completely different story. We need to figure out how us puny humans could possibly survive an attack by a creature like this without Godzilla's help in case the day ever comes that he decides to not show up. And that starts by understanding what we're up against. Celia here is a giant cephalopod. That's the group of alien-looking sea creatures that introduces fan favorites like octopuses and good old Squidward, which we can see from the horrifying mass of tentacles extending out of where her face should be, although her legs are more like those that you'd expect to find on a crab. In the time between Kong and Godzilla's fight with Mechagodzilla and now, she's been traveling around the world collecting sources of nuclear radiation like Dragon Balls, in an attempt to challenge Godzilla for dominance. And we're about to get a front row seat to see exactly how that plan works out for her. Spoiler alert, it goes badly. The colossal crustacean stands about 340 feet tall and weighs in at approximately 20,000 tons, which is freaking huge by any normal standard, but honestly, that ain't compared to our boy Godzilla here. He's a whole 6-story building taller and weighs nearly 5 times as much, so it's hardly a fair matchup, even if he couldn't also blast a hole through the center of the planet with his atomic breath. In a fight, Celia uses her armed shell to defend against attacks, and her massive, powerful legs to stab and slash at her opponents, whether that's a 100,000-ton lizard or just some unlucky construction worker on his lunch break. She's a formidable beast, without a doubt, but those legs are also her greatest weakness. With her weight seeming to be mostly evenly distributed between 6 legs, damaging even one of them could hinder her mobility enough to dramatically reduce her effectiveness in battle. Godzilla can probably just tear them off with his bare hands like he just ordered the king crab at a seafood restaurant. But as for us humans, we'll need to get a little more creative. We need to focus our attention on attacking the creature's weak points, like her soft underbelly, the opening of her shell where we can see her face, and the joints on those armed legs. Targeting those areas with a barrage of long-range missiles, strikes from drones, or even a traditional manned aircraft would allow us to land potentially critical strikes while avoiding the use of weapons that would cause way too much collateral damage for any civilians who might still be nearby. If we want to get really fancy with it, then we could always try using drones equipped with cables made of carbon nanotubes to wrap Skilia's legs around like an AT-AT from Star Wars, and bring her down that way. And once she's immobilized, we should be able to hit those weak points no problem. The one thing we'd need to watch out for is her ability to release huge quantities of liquid nitrogen from her body, which could interfere with our aircraft before they have a chance to strike. Countering this should be simple enough though. All that we need to do is trick her into completely expending that ability with calculated diversions, before following them up with a serious attack. The good news is that Celia here will retreat if she feels outmatched, so we don't even technically need to win the fight. We only need to damage her enough to make her go away. And that's the battle plan. But what about if you're just an average guy on the street who's caught in the crossfire? Well, some more good news is that Celia here actually isn't interested in eating people. She's after nuclear radiation. The threat is just that she doesn't care whether she crushes you or not in the process of finding some. This means that survival should be relatively easy if you're quick on your feet. Just get the hell out of there as fast as you possibly can. And in the future, remember to try and live somewhere far away from any sources of nuclear energy. Alright, now you know how to survive a giant spider squid attack. Sound good? Now it's time to get back to the action, and with Godzilla on our side, we're about to see that Celia won't be a threat for very long anyway. Calling all history buffs and military minds. Buckle up, because War Thunder is your ultimate battlefield. This free-to-play, cross-platform behemoth, available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, lets you command legendary war machines across massive historical battles. From the scorching deserts of Africa to the frozen tundra of Alaska, you'll decide the fate of nations. Become a valiant tank commander, a daring pilot soaring through the skies, or a cunning captain steering a formidable warship. War Thunder boasts over 2,500 meticulously detailed vehicles from 10 major nations, each of which has unique vehicle skins to personalize your arsenal. But War Thunder isn't just about collecting cool tanks. It lets you experience the evolution of warfare, from the rickety biplanes to the supersonic jets and unstoppable main battle tanks of today. Prepare to be blown away by stunning visuals, realistic sound effects, and incredibly detailed vehicles that truly put you in the driver's seat. War Thunder features one of the most sophisticated damage models in gaming. Every vehicle is meticulously modeled, with engines, fuel tanks, weapons, and crew all vulnerable to damage. Different types of armor, shells, and missiles behave just like their real-world counterparts. Love multiplayer? Join a thriving community of over 70 million players and embark on epic PvP battles. Whether you're a lone wolf or a team player, War Thunder offers a wealth of content for all skill levels. There are even 3 distinct game modes to choose from. Arcade, fast-paced matches with enhanced vehicle performance and simplified physics, perfect for quick bursts of action. Realistic, the perfect middle ground, balancing intensity and authenticity for a truly immersive experience. And Simulator, the ultimate challenge for hardcore players, with no assists and a focus on historical accuracy. The best part? You don't need fancy flight sticks or other racing wheels.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
War Thunder is fully playable with just your mouse and keyboard or controller, even in simulator mode. Plus, the in-house developed Dagger engine ensures a lag-free experience with impressive visuals and high frame rates even on lower-end machines. Download War Thunder absolutely free today by clicking the link in the description and dive into a world of unmatched action. And if you sign up today using my link, new players or people who haven't played in 6 months get a free bonus pack including multiple premium vehicles and an exclusive vehicle decorator. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring today's video. Don't forget to check out the link in the description for bonus content and to join the ever-growing War Thunder community. I'll see you guys on the battlefield. And now, back to the show. Skyla here is stomping through the streets, obliterating anyone who's unlucky enough to get in her way, but that's when Godzilla shows up and absolute body checks the crap out of her, grabbing the creature by one of her legs and tossing her several hundred feet through the air. As Skyla struggles to get to her feet, Godzilla leaps on top of her and fires a blast of his atomic breath straight into her face, blowing the creature into a shower of yellow slime and practically ending the fight before it even started. While in class later that same day, Gia, the last survivor of the Skull Island Iwi tribe and Kong's best human friend, slips into a daydream where she ends up drawing 3 strange black pyramids all over her desk. Back at home, Eileen notices something strange. The girl's drawings seem to match up exactly with unusual seismic readings that have recently been originating from somewhere within the Hollow Earth. Searching for answers, she travels to Miami and recruits her old friend, Titan podcaster Bernie Hayes, who agrees to help her on the sole condition that she takes him along on the next field trip to the Hollow Earth. Across the ocean on the island of Barbados, Kong suddenly emerges from the Hollow Earth for the first time since he and Godzilla fought 3 years ago. He's looking for some help with that pesky bad tooth, and with the help of some sedatives and a giant flying crane vehicle, Eileen's former situationship, Titan veterinarian Trapper Beasley, is able to yank the thing out and replace it with a custom-made carbon composite fang. Just then, Eileen receives an urgent update that Bernie has made a breakthrough. After comparing the seismic charts to those from past Titan events, he's realized that this is more than just some random pattern, and he thinks that something down in the Hollow Earth is calling for their help. Whatever's going on, they need to get to the bottom of it before the government steps in and makes the situation even worse. Gia realizes what's happening and somehow manages to convince Eileen that she should come along too. So the 4 of them climb aboard an upgraded Hollow Earth aerial vehicle, or HEAV for short, piloted by no-nonsense Monarch operative Mikhail, and prepare to follow Kong through the tunnel down into the Hollow Earth. Okay, now hold on just a damn minute. These geniuses aren't seriously about to do what it looks like they're about to do, right? Call me crazy, but I can't be the only one who sees that it's an absolutely terrible idea to bring along an actual child for this death mission, right? Then we have Bernie here, who's been right about everything so far and is arguably one of the most useful people on the planet when it comes to this kind of stuff. And Eileen was about to leave him behind because the trip would be too dangerous. But it didn't take more than a 1-minute conversation with Gia to convince her that it was perfectly fine to bring a 13-year-old kid into the land that time forgot. I'm sorry, but that's genuinely a dangerous level of stupidity right there. You know, I'm not with CPS or anything, but I'm pretty sure that bringing Gia down there qualifies as some kind of crime. Probably several kinds, actually. Besides the fact that they have to go through a full-blown gravitational inversion just to get there, which will turn her into Gia's soup if the slightest thing goes wrong, the place is also full of literally the most dangerous creatures that have ever existed, and we don't even have the slightest idea of the extent of what's actually down there. That's bad enough, but the worst part is that we've already gone through this once before. Hey, Dr. Eileen, in case I need to remind you, last time little Gia here was almost killed by a terrifying bat monster, held hostage by a team of heavily armed mercenaries, attacked by a flock of killer chickens, and then almost killed when a giant lizard used his atomic breath to bore a hole straight to the center of the Earth. The truth is that she's up there with Jonas from the Meg and Jerry from World War Z in terms of plot armor, but we can't rely on that forever. Later, we're going to find out that Gia here is actually a key component to saving the world, but they have no way of knowing it right now. At best, the one and only skill that she could possibly bring to the table is her telepathic connection to Kong. So just bring a huge iPad or something so she can translate for him while staying safely back in a bunker somewhere on the surface. They haven't been able to get in contact with the outpost down there, which is a sure sign of trouble on its own, and plus, they're going down to check out a distress call. You don't have to answer a distress call with a team of 2 untrained scientists, a podcaster, a 13-year-old kid, and 1 guy with a weapon. Of course, having a giant gorilla for a bodyguard is a good start, but send some drones down there to scope out the place first, or at least go in with more backup from people who are trained and equipped to handle whatever you run into. They should have also equipped the HEAVs with defensive countermeasures to protect them from attacks, and an autopilot system that will remember how they got there and take them out on the fastest route back to the surface if something goes wrong. You know, for some of the smartest minds on Earth, they sure know how to put themselves in harm's way, and it won't be long before they realize that they really should have planned this out a bit more. The crew plunges through the gravitational inversion as the very laws of space-time disintegrate around them into a kaleidoscope of indescribable sounds and colors, until suddenly they're jettisoned out from the opposite end and into the vast uncharted lands of the Hollow Earth. Everybody seems to be holding up alright, except for poor Bernie here, who looks like he barely made it through alive. As they follow Kong across the plains, they're quickly surrounded by a flock of large flying creatures called verticins. But by now, the researchers have learned to use these creatures to their advantage. They activate the ship's adaptive camouflage, allowing them to blend in with the group. Up on the surface, Godzilla emerges at a nuclear facility somewhere in France, where he begins to absorb the radiation as if he's charging his power for some unknown threat. As usual, the smooth brains in the government decide to send some drones after him, but he takes them all down with a powerful nuclear pulse before moving on to his next target. The research team eventually arrives at the Hollow Earth outpost, only to find that the place has already been completely destroyed with no survivors to explain what happened. Searching the wreckage, Eileen notices a giant bloody handprint on the cliffside behind them. She can immediately tell that it doesn't belong to Kong, but they decide that they better get out of there before whatever did this comes back. Meanwhile, Kong returns to his mountainside cave, where he retrieves his trusty battle axe and uses it to descend down the walls deep into a glowing blue ravine. Reaching the bottom, he finds himself in a cave full of glowing crystals and piles of bones belonging to his species. That's when he notices another exit beneath a waterfall, and after passing through it, he realizes that he's found an entire unexplored section of the Hollow Earth, stretching away into the fog for miles beyond what he can see. Suddenly, Kong readies his weapon as he sees a large figure approaching him from out of the fog, but to his surprise, it's just this little baby guy named Suko. Shocked to finally see another member of his species, Kong reaches out his hand as a gesture of friendship, but the little sucker chomps his finger and takes off. Before Kong can get a hold of him, 3 more adult apes ambush him from out of nowhere, and Kong here is forced to give these guys the business, to show them that he isn't one to be messed with, even using little Suko as an improvised weapon to slap the others around. Okay, well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. It looks like Kong here finally found some members of his own species, although this probably wasn't the welcome wagon that he was hoping for. Now,
is your phone bill eating your hard-earned dollars? Then stop whatever you're doing and hear this out. Tello Mobile comes with the most affordable phone plans from day one and beyond. Go for the unlimited plan for just $25 a month. That's the most expensive one. Embrace the savings era and go for wireless that really suits your needs with Tello Mobile. Check Tello.com and get your next phone plan.
anyone else might be in some serious trouble here, but clearly, Kong Daddy is more than a match for even 3 of these jabronis at the same time. Still though, you keep adding to their numbers, and there might come a time when he's facing a battle that even Kong can't win through brute strength alone. So let's take a look at these guys and compare them to their real-life counterparts to see how he might approach things a bit differently during the next encounter. Known to the Iwi tribe as the Great Apes, they were initially respected as the protectors of humanity until they were taken over by an evil king, who we'll be meeting for ourselves soon enough. Under this new leader, the apes clashed with Godzilla and lost. So he imprisoned them here in the Hollow Earth, where they've remained trapped for thousands of years ever since. There aren't many that are nearly as big or as strong as Kong, but what they lack in raw power, they more than make up for in terms of sheer numbers and battlefield tactics. As primates, they're naturally a highly social and intelligent species, and this intelligence gives them the ability to work as a group, and even set up ambushes for their enemies like we've just seen here. The same tricks that worked on the wart dogs won't necessarily work on these guys, and Kong can't fight them all at the same time, so he may need to take a more diplomatic approach the next time around. One thing that you might have noticed about these guys is that each of them are marked with a red stripe of war paint across their bodies. This signifies their loyalty to their leader, an evil king who we mentioned before. Just like we're seeing here, most species of real-world primates are naturally highly social animals. In the wild, the two species that Kong and the other great apes are most similar to are gorillas and chimpanzees, which also form a tightly knit community within complex social structures. The leader of these groups is typically a dominant male who maintains his position by not only being the strongest and the biggest, but also the most socially intelligent. If you're familiar with the dynamics of the TikTok Riz party, then you should already have an understanding of how this works. Primates are highly territorial, and when a solo dominant male like Kong shows up in town, you can almost guarantee that he's going to have to throw hands with whoever the current leader is. This group leader will likely see Kong as a threat, which could result in him getting a beatdown from the entire squad if he isn't careful. But there's a way that he might be able to turn the odds in his favor before the next fight even starts. In the wild, subordinate males often attempt to rally support from other members of the group before openly challenging the leader for dominance. This is done by forming mutual alliances with the females and the younger males of the group by displaying qualities that indicate the challenger would be a better leader than the male who is currently in power. With this in mind, Kong could send Zuko here back to the group first to secretly spread the word among the other apes, and start trying to rally them all against the current leader as an easy way for him to get the upper hand. As it stands, Kong can deal with these guys no problem, but we're going to see soon enough that their boss is not the type of guy who you want to take lightly. And Kong's going to need all of the help that he could get to finally set his people free. In the scuffle, one of the adults tumbles over the edge of a cliff and Kong saves him just in time. But when the dumbass tries to shank Kong instead of saying thank you, he decides that he's done playing nice, and effortlessly Spartan kicks him back into the abyss. Seeing this, the group's leader, a scraggly-looking ape called the One-Eye, flees back towards wherever they came from, but not before Kong chunks a heavy stone and hits him with a direct headshot as his way of saying see you again soon. With the other adults taken care of, that leaves just Kong and baby Zuko, and the big guy orders the little orange runt to show him where the others of his kind are hiding out. Back aboard the HEAV, the research team is suddenly hit with another pulse that nearly knocks them out of the air. They're able to trace the origin back to a nearby ridge, where they decide to land as close as possible before setting out to find the source on foot. After walking for a while, Trapper abruptly gets the feeling that they're in danger and tells the rest of the group to freeze. Mikhail orders them to keep it moving as he hasn't picked up anything on his thermal scanner, when all of a sudden, he's devoured by a sentient tree right before their very eyes, and the others take off running deeper into the forest. Okay, well, that didn't take very long. These 5 idiots here decided to go for a little nature walk through a more dangerous version of Jurassic Park with nothing but their hopes and dreams, and wouldn't you know it, the whole thing went horribly wrong. Wow. Who could have seen that one coming? You know, besides anyone who thought it through for approximately 2 seconds. But I think now that someone's just been eaten alive by an evil tree, I think it's officially safe to say that you 4 have seriously up. Excuse me, but Sam Jackson's ghost from Skull Island would like a word about that one. A whole squadron's worth of trained soldiers who were armed to the teeth with explosives and weapons couldn't survive the training wheels version of this place back in the 70s. They're just lucky that the first creature they ran into was a meat-eating tree and not something like the skull crawlers that can actually move around, or they'd have all been dead before they even knew what bit them. Then we've got the so-called animal expert over here letting himself get bit by an enormous mosquito, all to prove some kind of point about how all creatures need to coexist, or some dumb like that. You don't need to speedrun getting super malaria just to show how in touch with nature that you are. I'd go get your blood looked at by a real doctor immediately once you're back on the surface. That is, if the 4 of you are lucky enough to even make it back at all. Now, the only guy with a weapon is dead, and the guy who's supposed to have the best survival skills is out contracting new bloodborne pathogens like a human petri dish. But somehow, I've got a feeling that these clowns will probably still pull through. One thing's for sure though, they've done everything that they possibly can to put themselves in terrible danger so far. And all that I can say to that is, you up. Eventually, the 4 survivors make a shocking discovery. Deep within the jungle, they come across a cluster of stone structures that are undeniably the work of the Iwi tribe. and Gia activates a hidden button that releases a flow of water, which leads them away to a strange organic barrier in a cliff wall. Pressing against it, Gia realizes that she can actually pull the barrier open, and when they look inside, they discover a massive chamber containing 6 glowing crystal pyramids, the same ones that Gia was seeing in her dreams. This must be the source of the distress call, so they pass through the barrier to find out what's hiding on the other side. Meanwhile, Godzilla arrives at the scene of his next rumble, the Arctic lair of the Titan Tiamat. He's there with the intention of supercharging himself from the remarkable source of Tiamat's power. The Monarch team that's tracking him is nearly caught in the crossfire as Godzilla rings the doorbell by unleashing a blast of atomic breath into Tiamat's cave, and sure enough, the Titan emerges from where it was hiding, ready for a fight to the death, but that was her biggest mistake. The battle starts off with Tiamat attempting to constrict Godzilla using her serpentine body, but Godzilla chomps off a part of her flesh with his powerful jaws, before firing another blast from his laser and slicing the Titan's body into a dozen separate pieces. Godzilla swims into Tiamat's lair towards the source of her power. Back down in the Hollow Earth, the research team is suddenly surrounded by a group of Iwi warriors, but their leader recognizes Gia as being one of their own and leads them to the base of the pyramids where an entire hidden culture of their people has been living uncontacted for thousands of years. Looking up, Eileen notices that the ceiling of the cave is full of previously undiscovered portals that could lead to anywhere up on the surface. That's when the Iwi Queen steps forward and signals for Gia to come closer. The two of them communicate telepathically, and now it's clear that these are the people who sent the distress call. But Bernie wisely asks the question, if they've been able to survive in the Hollow Earth for this long, then what exactly could they be afraid of? After traveling for a while, Zuko and Kong cross over a colossal skeleton bridge into this Bowser's Castle-looking area that might as well have a big sign that says, "Bad guy this way." It isn't long before they arrive at the end of the road, a massive cave where, to Kong's dismay, he finds countless others like him being forced to work in the mines. Noticing his presence, one of the overseer apes starts getting in Kong's face, but Kong drops his ass with a single earth-shaking punch. The commotion sends a shockwave through the crowd, and now Kong officially has the attention of the group's tyrannical leader, a big orange who the Iwi call the Scar King. It's immediately clear that this cave ain't big enough for the two of them, and with Kong showing no signs of backing down, they square up to settle who's really king of the Hollow Earth. Okay, remember the evil boss that we talked about before? This is him, and boy, is he ugly. Now, the Scar King here might be the Chad Alpha, but Kong is the true Sigma, and he's about to show him how they do things back on Skull Island. It won't be easy though, so before we get into the fight, let's break down how these two match up and see if Kong can give himself the advantage. In this corner, we have our challenger, Kong. You know him, you love him, he's the big monkey. What else is there to say? Our boy's 360 feet tall and weighs close to 160,000 tons. He's agile, durable, smart, hits with the strength of a 4.2 magnitude earthquake, and even comes equipped with his massive battle axe, which he can apparently swing at about 62 miles per hour. I don't have the physics degree to tell you how much power is behind that, but he could probably cut an aircraft carrier in half if he got a clean hit. Am I right? Or am I right? Or am I wrong? And in the opposite corner, the evil Scar King. Boo! We hate him. At 318 feet tall, he's a little bit shorter than Kong, and also a lot less beefed up. It seems like Kong here should be able to wipe the floor with this guy, but don't let his looks fool you. He's every bit as durable as Kong, and powerful enough to hold his own in a fight. The Scar King's long, orangutan-like arms and legs and more slender build make him extremely mobile, giving him the ability to outmaneuver Kong as he tries to stay out of his reach. To make matters even worse, his signature weapon, the Whip Slash, allows him to deal devastating attacks from a long range away, and even has a secret use that we'll find out about very soon. Right now it looks like an even fight, but there are still a few strategies that Kong can use to swing the odds in his favor. When it comes to the Scar King's whip, it looks like the key here would be to dodge around it, and Kong should be careful to avoid getting his own weapon bound up by it, and if he can, try to catch the whip with one hand, and then quickly use the axe to slice through it, taking away the sharp crystal that's the most dangerous part. With this in mind, he should try fighting defensively until his opponent wears himself out, and then attack when he gets tired, and then go straight in for the finisher. Kong could also use the environment to his advantage by trying to throw him into lava, or turn to psychological warfare and exploit his cockiness by pretending to be defeated before sneak attacking him when he predictably stops to gloat. You see, we've thought of everything. We've thought of every option here. Bottom line, after all of the other battles that Kong's been in, he should be able to take this guy on with ease. But the Scar King doesn't fight fair. He has a secret weapon, and this time, it's going to be more than our buddy Kong can handle. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha! Star King initiates the fight by lashing out at Kong with his whip, while Kong slips his attacks and tries his best to close the distance. After knocking away Kong's axe, Star King tries to choke him out, but Kong flips him over his shoulder and body slams him to the ground. Realizing that he's met his match, the evil ape orders his minions to release his secret weapon, the colossal reptilian titan known as Shimu, who he's somehow able to control using the crystal at the end of his whip. Forced to obey the Star King's commands, Shimu fires a blast of frost breath that Kong attempts to block with his axe. But the ice forms around the blade and starts working its way up Kong's arm, badly injuring his right hand. Outmatched, Kong is forced to retreat through a tunnel out of the cave, and Star King sends some of his minions to chase after him, raising Kong's axe above his head as he celebrates his victory. Kong falls back to his hunting grounds, using traps to take out his pursuers whenever he can, until he finally reaches a dead end and prepares to make his last stand. This time, the apes notice his tripwire and carefully step over it, but suddenly, someone sets off the trap anyway, burying the attackers under a pile of boulders. It's Zuko, and he and Kong start heading towards the Iwi village where they can hopefully find some help. While observing the Iwi people going about their daily lives, Bernie and the others are startled by the sound of a loud horn. The Iwis quickly gather around a large wheel, using it to open the barrier where Kong and Zuko are waiting on the other side. The apes are relieved to get to safety, but what they don't realize is that the one eye was tailing them the whole time. And after seeing the portals leading up to the surface, he rushes back to the Star King's lair to tell his boss what he found. Upon learning about the portals, the Star King raises a war party and sets off towards the village mounted on Shimu's back, determined to finally conquer the surface world. But he's going to learn the hard way that Kong isn't humanity's only protector, and the atomic iguana just got a serious upgrade. Back on the surface, Godzilla awakens from his rest and explodes through the ice, having absorbed Tiamat's energy source to somehow become 20 times more badass and powerful than he already was before. Trapper goes down and takes a scan of Kong's injured arm, saying that he's in bad shape and wouldn't survive more than a few minutes in another fight. They need a way to get him healed up fast, and that's when Trapper comes up with an idea that's so crazy that it just might work. After the fight with Mechagodzilla, the mad scientists at Monarch decided that they needed a way to make Kong even stronger. Enter Project Powerhouse, a top-secret program that was canned.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman when you need Batman.
Stop! Whoa, cat lady! Time out!
Nice fanny bag.
Thank you. Rude.
Don't settle for just any insurance when there's State Farm.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
USAA. Grandpa was in the military. He shared membership with your mom so she could share with you. Easy.
USAA. Check if you're eligible today.
When they realized that giving Kong a weapon might actually backfire in horrific fashion. But not before they finished a prototype, and as luck would have it, that prototype happens to be hidden in a bunker back at the destroyed outpost. Trapper quickly returns to the outpost and comes back with the weapon, a massive power gauntlet called the Beast Glove that attaches itself Transformers style to Kong's injured arm, and not a moment too soon, because the Scar King and his buddies are on their way. Rising to his feet, Kong gets up and does a giant hell yeah fist pump, but he still can't do this alone. With the Scar King on the way, Gia convinces him to call up his old rival Godzilla, and Kong rushes to the surface hoping to track the big fella down before it's too late. Okay, before we see what happens next, I think it's time to quickly talk about this new threat and to go over a few ideas that might help in the next fight. The Blizzard Lizard Shimo is some kind of giant reptile much like Godzilla, and despite the fact that she's currently being controlled by the Scar King, She's actually one of the few Titans who aren't truly a threat. Something about her Titan biology results in her constantly emitting a cloud of freezing cold air that causes the ground or water around her to turn into ice. She can also harness this power into her signature Frostbite Blast, unleashing a beam of freezing ice that she uses in a way similar to Godzilla's atomic breath. It's strong enough to freeze other Titans solid, and we can already see that it did a number on Kong's arm. Shimo also has one of the strongest defensive stats out of any Titan that we've seen so far, making her able to withstand a direct shot from Godzilla's supercharged atomic breath, which would turn most other Titans into jelly. She's a bit too tough even for Kong, but with Godzilla's help, he just might be able to take on Shimu and the Scar King in a fight. Kong may have lost his axe, but now that he has his new power glove, he's literally packing an extra punch. The Beast Glove here is an impressive addition to Kong's arsenal. If his punches were strong before, then they must be insanely powerful now. It also comes with an electric stun ability and advanced armor plating that works as a shield against powerful attacks, even Shimu's Ice Breath. But how can we make it better to give Kong even more of a fighting chance? It's cool that the glove makes him punch extra hard, but he already punches harder than anyone else on the planet, so why stop there? We should give him the option to do something that he hasn't already done, and add specialized attachments to the glove made specifically to exploit the weakness of whatever creature that he's currently fighting, like a Mandalorian-style flamethrower to counter Shimu's Ice Breath. Now with that being said, the true best way to fight Shimu isn't to fight her at all, but we'll discuss Kong's other options in just a bit. While Kong is busy doing some Godzilla wrangling, the Iwis bring Jia to the top of an enormous temple where her Skull Island ancestry allows her to resurrect an ancient ally who was lost during the battle with Ghidorah several years back, Godzilla's girlfriend, the insectoid titan Mothra. At the same time, Trapper decides to take the HEAV for a quick spin, saying that he's coming back with some surprise reinforcements of his own. On the surface, Kong emerges from the vortex near the giant pyramid of Giza, and, having sensed his presence, Godzilla immediately shows up looking for a rematch. Seeing the big guy coming, Kong tries to signal that he isn't looking for a fight, but Godzilla here wants all the smoke, and wastes exactly no time truck-sticking Kong straight through the frickin' pyramid. This forces Kong to deploy some tactical pocket sand in the hopes of breaking the onslaught, but his trickery only succeeds in pissing Godzilla off even more, and he straight up suplexes Kong over his shoulders from 400 feet in the air. At this point, the big monkey is getting his ass kicked all up and down the block, but that's when he remembers his new power glove and hits Godzilla with a punch so hard that he actually manages to knock him out. The victory doesn't last long though, because as Kong is trying to drag him down through the vortex, Godzilla charges up his laser and puts him back on the run. The lizard is quickly able to gain the upper hand, but just when he's about to send Kong to meet his long-lost cousin Harambe, Mothra and Jia show up to say, "Stop the violence," and they put their differences aside once again to conquer the greater threat. Back at the Iwi village, the tribe reveals that they have one more trick up their sleeves. By forcing the two of the crystal pyramids together, they are able to create a gravity inversion that should hopefully keep the bad guys from reaching the portals to the surface, but only for a limited time. It's a good plan, but the Scar King and his boys show up just before they can put it into action, and he uses Shimo's Ice Breath to freeze the pyramids in place, stopping them in their tracks. Just then, Trapper here returns with a huge flock of electric verticins, and they're able to distract the bad guys long enough for he and the rest of the research team to start getting the hell out of there. Okay, it's time for the final showdown once again. What Kong and Godzilla should do here is play defense around the gravitational portals, since the Scar King's ultimate goal is to reach the surface, and use Godzilla's charged atomic breath to counter Shimu's powerful ice beam. I know that this hasn't exactly worked out the best in the past, but there's also a way that they could try working together with the military if they think that would help. Since we already know that one of the mystery portals leads to the pyramids, the military could evacuate the area nearby, have Kong and Godzilla try to trick the Scar King and Shimu to enter that particular portal, and then drop a nuke or an oxygen destroyer bomb on them once they reach the surface. Now, it's also important to realize that Shimu is not actually loyal to the Scar King, and this could be used to their advantage. If Kong and Godzilla target the Scar King's crystal that he uses to control her, then instead of fighting two powerful foes who are working together, they might be able to turn their enemies against each other. All of a sudden, a massive ball of energy hits the ground, and Kong and Godzilla charge into the fight just as the ice wall holding the pyramids breaks and sends them all flying through the air from the gravitational shockwave. The four of them start battling it out in 0G, with Kong taking on the Scar King and Godzilla focusing on Shimu. Suddenly, the gravitational inversion resets, and Kong, Godzilla, Shimu, and the Star King are sent tumbling through a vortex up to the surface, where they crash land on the beaches of Brazil. The Scar King quickly orders Shimu to start freezing everything in sight, but Kong and Godzilla manage to stop them before they turn the entire planet into an ice rink. Realizing that his new friend could be in trouble, Zuko leaps into the vortex with Kong's axe, hoping to help him out however he can. Using his whip, Scar King chucks the entire top half of a building at Kong, who blocks it with his glove, but it's enough of a distraction for Shimu to step in and start blasting Kong with her ice breath. That's when Godzilla gets back on his feet, and this time, he catches the Scar King's whip in his jaws, destroying the weapon with one powerful bite. He then goes back after Shimu, which gives Kong a chance to make a run for the crystal that controls her, but the Scar King holds him back before he can reach it. Just then, the little Zuko shows up and shatters the crystal with Kong's axe, setting the dragon free. The Scar King is furious, but now that he has to fight fair, he's completely outmatched, and Kong and Godzilla start juggling his ass through the air before Shimu freezes him solid with her ice breath, and Kong shatters his frozen body into a million pieces, ending his reign of terror once and for all. With the evil Star King defeated, the Iwi are able to return to their lives in peace, and they throw a big party to thank the research team for their help. Godzilla returns to his nest in the Colosseum to slumber until the day that he's needed again, and Kong goes back to the Hollow Earth, now with Zuko and Shimo at his side, where he takes his rightful place as the true king, both of them having learned a very important lesson. Sometimes the enemy of your enemies can be your friend, especially when those enemies are a giant evil orangutan and his ice-breathing pet dragon. And with that, we come to another exciting conclusion. Man, I love Godzilla vs. Kong. I love Godzilla a lot. Here's a Godzilla VHS. I like Godzilla. Did I like this movie? Hell yeah, but let me know what you guys thought about it in the comments below. How would you have survived this situation? I'm dying to find out. If you liked this video, please give a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. I'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day. Like the songs say.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Sadly, windshield chips can turn into windshield cracks. But at least you can go to safelight.com and schedule a fix in minutes. With flexible payment options, get it fixed now and pay later, only at safelight.com.
The map holds the secret to power. Every path is an IT adventure. Explore mythical places and find the way to the Wizard of Light. Play Paths to Power.
Imagine being trapped on a floating prison 300 miles above the planet with the most dangerous predator in the entire galaxy. They're perfectly adapted hunting machines with no other goal than to destroy every living thing they can find, and when you can't run, hide, or even fight, your only hope of survival is getting off this station before it's too late. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the xenomorph invasion in Alien Romulus. Somewhere deep in space, a Weyland-Yutani probe comes across the wreckage of the Nostromo, where Ripley first encountered the xenomorph 20 years before. Picking up a large cocoon, it travels back to a space station where a team of researchers decide to open it up. But that was their biggest mistake. 5 months later, Orphan Rain visits the colony office with her android brother, Andy. She's a farmer here at the Jackson Star mining colony, and she's finally earned enough time to buy her freedom. But when she tries to get permission to leave, they end up extending her contract for another 5 years. Later that night, she gets a call from her ex-boyfriend, Tyler. While working on his hauler ship, they detected an abandoned space station floating right above the colony. They're all orphans as well, so instead of waiting for the company to kill them next, they want to fly up there, take the station's cryopods, and use them to make the 9-year trip to Yavaga, where they can actually see the sun. Their only catch is that they need Andy, the android, to help them get inside. Their sketchy-ass ship barely makes it through the atmosphere, but after finally rising above the clouds, Rain gets to see the sun for the first time in her life. Off in the distance, they spot the massive Renaissance space station, and the pilot Navarro hooks them up to the dock. But there's nothing that could prepare them for what's about to happen next. Okay, I get where these kids are coming from, but they need to be careful here before they end up walking straight into a death trap. They're overlooking the fact that they found this place because of a distress beacon, and the only time you send one of those is when you're in distress. Something really bad must have happened there for the company to abandon an entire station, and now they have no way of knowing if the pods are even still intact. There's no guarantee that they're in good enough condition for intergalactic travel, so they're putting themselves in a lot of risk just to find out if they're too damaged in the first place. And if they're not damaged, that's even a bigger red flag. Those pods are definitely worth more to the company than their lives. And if they won't even let a few workers leave the planet, why would they leave such valuable equipment just floating around in space, waiting to be destroyed? The only logical reason is that there's something going on with the station that even they don't want to touch. So I'd think twice before going in there, even if it is their one and only shot off this planet. Now right now, their plan is for Tyler, Bjorn, and Andy to go inside, while Rain, Kay, and Navarro hang back on the ship. Since the station has been abandoned for so long, they have to expect critical systems like power, life support, and gravity control to be all offline. This is going to make it extremely dangerous to navigate through the station, and while they're inside, they'll have to rely on their equipment to keep them alive, meaning that if anything goes wrong, they could die just from a lack of oxygen. The structure itself is probably usable, and with only 36 hours before the whole station crashes into the planet's rings, they don't want to end up getting trapped inside. That's not to mention that there could be automated defense systems, or even the leftovers from whatever dangerous stuff they were researching, so if you ask me, the plan could use a little work. Also, 36 hours is not the longest amount of time, but it gives them enough time that they don't have to rush. Instead of going in as a group, I would send Andy in by himself to scout out the area first. As a droid, he's much better equipped to handle situations like low light, low gravity, and no oxygen, and also much easier to retrieve and repair if he gets injured. They should send Andy in first, so he can check out how dangerous it is and let them know if the pods are even salvageable in the first place. Then while he's inside, he can turn on whatever life support systems he's able to get back online, making it much safer for his friends to follow him inside. Before going in, I'd also pack some emergency air supplies in case we got stuck, and use navigation beacons to mark the path so that it'll be easy to find our way back. The boys head to the airlock while the girls stay back on the ship, bringing a thermal scanner to help them find the cryopods. Eventually, they come to a point where the tunnel opens up into a larger room, and Tyler throws a light inside to help them see. They're stuck in zero gravity until they get the power back on, but as they're floating around the room, they hear the sound of a large machine powering up. To their surprise, it's the gravity generator, and it still needs to purge itself every few minutes to stop the entire station from exploding. Suddenly, Bjorn crashes to the floor as the gravity momentarily comes back, but luckily, he lands without getting injured, and they're all able to bring the computers back online using Andy's company access codes. This turns the gravity back on for good and powers up the cryopods that they'll need for the trip. But there's a problem. The pods don't have enough fuel. Tyler isn't ready to give up yet, and he uses the thermal scanner to find another cold spot on a nearby part of the ship. Ejecting the escape pod, he tells Navarro to pick it up while they go for the cryofuel instead. By lining it up just right, they're able to delicately catch the escape pod in the cargo bay of the hauler. Kay here starts feeling nauseous, and while her friends are taking care of her, they find out that she's pregnant with Bjorn's baby, making it even more important that she survives this trip. Down one of the hallways, a motion-activated voiceover explains that the station is split into two halves, Romulus and Remus. Noticing that they're creeped out, Andy tries to lighten the mood with some dad jokes, but that's when Bjorn snaps on him. He's salty because an android left his mom to die during an explosion in the mines, and tells Andy that the system that they're traveling to doesn't even allow synthetic humans, something that Rain knew but did not have the heart to tell Andy. They only need him to pilot the ship, but once they reach Yavaga, he's going to be decommissioned. This means it's a one-way trip, but his only directive is to do what's best for Rain. So Andy promises to stick by her side no matter what. Following the signal, the boys arrive at a lab that seems to be the source of the cold, but that's when they notice something strange. The expensive equipment and machines are all still there, making it look like this station was abandoned more than intentionally retired. Bjorn picks up a shock baton, but while he's bullying Andy with it, the android actually saves him from falling down a massive hole that's melted straight through the floor. All the way at the back of a flooded chamber, Tyler finds the cryo cells with more than enough fuel to make the trip. He needs Bjorn's help getting it out, but he winds up freezing his hands with a blast of cold air, and removing it activates an alarm that locks down the room. Andy tries to get them out, but he doesn't have the clearance to open the door, meaning that they'll have to find another way. Realizing that they're in trouble, Rain and Navarro follow them to the lab, leaving Kay alone on the ship. The girl spots what's left of an android lying on the floor and realizes that she can use its module to upgrade Andy's clearance. But the droid attacks when she reaches for the chip, forcing the pilot to help her keep it down. Meanwhile, inside the room, Andy notices dozens of egg sacs stored along the back wall, and the temperature is steadily rising now that they removed the coolant. But these aren't just any egg sacs, they're face huggers. And while Andy takes several minutes to reboot, a bunch of these little abominations start dropping into the water at their feet. Okay, and this right here is exactly why I said there must be a reason why this place was abandoned. Now they're about to come face to face with one of the most disturbing extraterrestrials ever to exist, the xenomorph facehugger, and they'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. These facehuggers are the second stage in the xenomorph life cycle, like a 2 to 4 foot long crab scorpion-like thing with claw-like legs and a long tail used for latching onto a host. Their only goal is to hug your face and implant an embryo down your throat, keeping you alive until the embryo is secure and then dying off as you become the parent to something much worse. Just like the big ones, they're extremely strong and have acidic blood, making it almost impossible to injure or remove them without harming the host. The boys are trapped in here with about 24 of these things, and no way out until Andy reboots, but they can still save themselves if they act quickly. If it's not too late, the first thing they should do is put the cryo cell back where they found it. This means they won't make it to Yavaga, but it also means that no more facehuggers will get loose, and it's better than ending up as a xeno parent. I can promise you that. Otherwise, they're going to have to hold out until Andy can get the doors open. Luckily, Bjorn grabbed a shock baton, and it turned out to be a pretty effective weapon, because he can use it without exposing their acidic blood. The facehuggers are coming at them in the water, so what they need to do is group up and jump on top of some workstations. By getting to a raised surface, they'll give themselves a better vantage point where they can keep their legs, and most importantly their faces, out of the aliens' reach. Watch for the ripples that they make in the water, and use the baton to fight them off if they leap out at you. Sticking the baton into the water itself might kill a whole group of them at once, but it also might fry Andy during a reboot. So I'd save that idea for a last resort. Another option could be to open the cryo cell in short bursts, and use it to freeze them as they attack. For added protection, I'd put on their oxygen masks. This won't stop the facehuggers, but it's better to have at least some barrier than nothing at all, and will also help keep water out of their faces if they're caught in a struggle. In the meantime, Rain should go back to the lab, look for weapons or a tool to get the door open manually, or anything else that might be useful, while Navarro starts running back to the ship.
What makes a post-university person? Post people don't have time to waste. They want to move their career forward. Post people don't have money to waste. They want a good education at a great value. Are you a post person? Find out at post.edu.
Airwick Essential Mist Diffusers perfectly portable, quick change fragrances make any space fragrant and inviting.
because they'll still need to make a quick exit if they manage to survive. Before the others can even realize what's happening, one of the facehuggers slithers up to Bjorn and wraps around his ankle, causing him to crash down into the water. Another one leaps onto his head as he struggles to get to his feet, but he's able to fling it away with his shock baton. This one goes after Tyler, and it almost manages to latch onto his mouth when his friend comes over and gives it an electric shock. But this ends up stunning Tyler too, who falls down paralyzed into the water. He wakes up just as one of the aliens is jumping down towards his head, but Andy finally reboots just in time, catching the creature by the tail and flinging it into the wall. Rushing for the door, they're able to get it open and escape the room, but an army of facehuggers is still right on their ass. Andy seals the doorway, but one manages to get through, jumping onto Navarro's face and firmly latching onto her neck. They can't get it off without trying to choke her, and Andy quickly points out that it's actually keeping her alive. Confused, the others notice that Andy is speaking in a different voice, and it seems like his clearance wasn't the only thing that recently got an upgrade. Still, he doesn't have any knowledge of what the creature is or if they can save Navarro, but he has an idea for how they can figure it out. Taking the injured android off the floor, they hook him up to a power source and bring him back online. This is Rook, the station's former science officer, and according to Rook, the only ones that they can save now are themselves. He explains that the alien has planted a seed inside of their pilot, and it's only a matter of time before something even more dangerous grows out of her body. Looking up, they see the creature responsible for destroying the station, the body of a dead adult xenomorph. This is what came from the cocoon that they found in the wreckage of the Nostromo, and it went on a rampage that killed almost everyone on board. When they finally took it down, its acidic blood burned a hole straight through the entire station, until Rook here finally sealed it up. Thinking it over, Rain suggests that they try freezing the creature to pull it off Navarro's face. The plan works as they throw the facehugger down the hole in the floor, but those eggs are already in there deep, and Rook doesn't sugarcoat the fact that the odds of her survival are not looking good. Grabbing Andy's hand, he explains that he can't let their human emotions put the whole group at risk. He's willing to do whatever it takes to keep the others safe. But when Bjorn realizes what he's up to, he quickly knocks Andy out with the shock baton, taking the pilot as they run for the ship. The instant that Rain reboots him, Andy takes off after them with lightning-fast android speed, forcing the airlock doors to open with a cold, emotionless look in his eyes. But he's too late, and Bjorn manages to lock him out just in time. Their only choice is to undock the ship, leaving Rain, Tyler, and Andy back on the station. Within minutes, Navarro collapses to the floor, and as the alien starts to force its way out of her chest, she accidentally kicks the controls, sending the ship spiraling uncontrollably around the station. All of a sudden, the chest bursts out of Navarro's chest as the ship slams into a fuel tank on the side of the station, causing a massive explosion that sends everyone flying into the wall. Bjorn rushes up to help, arriving just in time to see the baby xenomorph emerge from his friend's body. That makes one down with 6 more to go. Lucky for the group, the ship manages to crash directly into an open hangar, and Bjorn falls back down the ladder, knocking himself unconscious. The collision breaks through into a pressurized part of the ship, causing the hangar doors to automatically shut. Now they're all trapped on board with the aliens, and that's not even the worst part, because the explosion actually knocked the station off course. And now they only have 47 minutes before it crashes into the planet's rings. Okay, holy shit. I don't think I've ever seen a plan go so horribly wrong so incredibly fast. The crazy part here is that no one's really even to blame. Instead, we have all 6 of you idiots working together to create a massive catastrophe. And all I can say is now that you guys all f***ed up. We can admit that this plan was doomed from the start, right? Not only were you talking about stealing extremely valuable equipment from the most powerful company in the galaxy, but you let yourself into an abandoned station without giving a single thought as to why it was abandoned. I mean, don't you think there's a reason why they left in such a hurry? But you were all so focused on getting the cryo fuel that you didn't even stop to think about what else you might find. So you walk into the obvious dangerous experiment lab and find a mangled android with a hole burned all the way through the floor, and your genuine reaction is to think, well, that's no big deal, probably just a workplace accident. Like what, they just left it there and carried on with their lives? This is screaming, we have a problem, but you didn't even bother to look around before you touched some shit you shouldn't have and unleashed the most horrifying parasite known to man. You'd think you'd smarten up after Navarro got planted with an alien egg. Rook tried to warn you all exactly what was up, and you saw what that thing was going to become when it grew out of her. So just do the whole galaxy a favor and let Andy put her out of her misery. But nope, dumbass Bjorn over here had to get all emotional and leave half the group to die on the station just to save a girl who was already as good as dead. And now look how that turned out for him. What do you know? The thing that everyone warned you was gonna happen, happened. Only it went even worse than anyone could have possibly imagined. Making a mistake under pressure is one thing, but screwing up so bad that you almost single-handedly take out your escape vehicle, everyone in your group, and an entire space station all in one move is really something else. And somehow, that's not even the worst part, because that shit that just came out of Navarro is literally your worst nightmare. Congratulations, idiots! You just saved one of the most deadly creatures to ever exist. Now it's going to hunt you down for sport, and if it somehow makes it off this station, the entire galaxy is screwed. Luckily, there's still a chance to get out of there, but they'll have to be quick now that they threw off the station's rotation. And whether they live to tell about it or not, one thing's definitely for sure. Rain and her buddies, you all have seriously f***ed up. Their only choice is to head for the hangar and try to rescue the others, but the path ahead is blocked by dozens of facehuggers lurking around in the hallway. While they're figuring out what to do next, Andy goes back to chat with his fellow android, who tells him that his upgrade came with a new set of rules. Now his only directive is the same as Rook's, but it isn't clear exactly what that means just yet. Joining back with the others, Andy explains that the facehuggers are actually blind. Instead of vision, the creatures hunt using sound and thermal signatures, which gives Rain an idea. They're going to turn up the heat until the hallway is the same as their body temp, allowing them to quietly sneak through without the creatures noticing. Before going in, Andy warns them that factors like fear and sweat will give them away, so they need to remain as calm as possible. The three of them start sneaking through as quietly as they can, but Rain almost blows their cover when she gets freaked out by all the dead bodies, and Tyler has to calm her down before the facehuggers attack. Meanwhile, back on the ship, Kay wakes up and finds a strange cocoon already forming on the wall. Something grabs her from behind, but it's only Bjorn warning her to be quiet as they watch the egg sac start to open up. Plugging his shock baton into the generator, he boosts the power and jams it into the cocoon, but the acid blood melts right through. Suddenly, a tail whips out and slashes him in the eye, causing him to fall underneath the egg sac where the blood melts straight through his chest. Horrified, he watches as his fingers melt to the bone before the acid finally reaches his heart, making 2 down with 5 more to go. Kay rushes for the exit as the fully grown alien starts to emerge, but it's jammed, and when she tries to call her friends over the radio, the sound almost gives them away to the facehuggers on their side of the ship. Luckily, she's able to find the key just at the last minute, but she's so terrified that she accidentally trips and falls right out of the ship, knocking herself out as she crashes to the ground. The others can't stay calm after hearing that she's in trouble, and now the facehuggers can tell exactly where they are. Telling them to run, Andy leads the way as they sprint for the nearest exit, with a swarm of the creatures closing in right behind them. The android makes it to the door first, and he starts sealing it up without a moment's hesitation. But Tyler manages to slide through at the last possible second. Rain shouts at Andy for almost leaving them, but he insists that he had it all worked out, promising that he knew they would make it in time. Speaking of close calls, they only have half an hour left before the entire station is destroyed, so they have to keep moving if they're going to save their friends before it's too late. Over in the hangar, Kay wakes up and starts searching for a way out, but she can hear the alien stomping around somewhere close by. Crawling under a walkway, she stops in her tracks as the creature leaps down directly above her, forcing her to stay completely still. Instead of going after her, it takes the bodies of her 2 dead friends and drags them into the air vents. But she definitely isn't safe just yet. Waiting until it looks like the coast is clear, the girl climbs down and makes a break for the nearest exit. but trying to get it open ends up setting off an alarm. Her friends show up a second later, but just when Andy is about to open the door, he spots the xenomorph watching them from on top of the containers. Sensing that it's a trap, he steps back from the controls, calculating how long it would take to open and shut the door, and realizing that they simply just don't have the time. No matter how much they beg, he refuses to budge, and there's nothing that they can do but watch as the alien pierces their friend with its tail.
I'm poppin', see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like. Hold up.
Okay, now what just happened here is actually a great demonstration of the two different approaches to survival. Bjorn here was willing to risk it all to save one of his friends, but as you can see, that didn't work out too well for him. On the flip side of that, we have Andy, who had to make the unpopular call to let Kay become alien food. Honestly, I fully support that decision, and they would too if they had any idea about the kind of shit factory that they just stumbled into. They've just had their first encounter with a stage 4 xenomorph, and as you can probably tell by now, these guys are what happens when a facehugger's baby grows up. They're called the perfect organism by Rook here, and there's a reason why they're arguably the most terrifying species of all time. These insect-like monstrosities grow quickly to about 8 feet tall and over 300 pounds. That's like getting hunted down by Shaquille O'Neal if he got bitten by a radioactive spider. They're incredibly strong with an extremely durable exoskeleton that makes them borderline impervious to all forms of damage. Razor-sharp claws and a second inner
Yo, what to do, buddy? I'm Arctic. Hope you have a good day. We got a Julie build that can pretty much do a little bit of everything. So we got 45 into proficiency. It's going to help us out with everything to do with proficiency, open up doors, turn on a valve tank, stuff like that. We got endurance, only 36 into that, but we do got our ultimate escape ability, so we could run for a long time with that. And we got toughness only at 30, but we got no cell, so that should help us out with the toughness as well. And we got bomb squad. We're going to be able to disarm any traps. And we got choose fight because we are going to be fighting the family members as well. Like if we turn on the valve tank, we're going to be distracting family members and stabbing them in the back. A little bit of everything, yo. We're just going to be all over the place. We're going to be opening up some doors, maybe use them as baits and then go for the valve or fuse escape. Who knows, yo. And of course, if you got no family members with traps, you can switch out bomb squad for like efficient locksmith or maybe even ran track. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But for now, we're just rocking with the bomb squad. Skill tree, take a right. No cell right here. Bomb squad right here. And we got choose fights up here. Let's hop into these matches. Sit back, relax. Hopefully you guys enjoy. And let's get it. Here we go, baby. We got Jules underneath Nancy's crib, bro. Going up against a Leatherface. Hands with electro zappage traps and hit you with his bone traps, bro. Fear not, we got bomb squadage. Where am I going? We're going this way. But yeah, with this build, we're going to be applying mad pressure. We're going to be able to do everything. Even fighting the family members. I'm going to go down this way. Because I think Leatherface is going to be coming this way. You know what I'm saying? Gramps, relax. Up. Where the toolbox? Not over there. Over this way. Hup. Don't snitch on me. Oh, he barely snitched on me. Survive, victims. Don't get got. But yeah, we got mad proficiency. Oh, we got our hands. Level 3ing that gen. There's a zappage on it. But mad proficiency so we can unlock doors. Do the pressure valve. And, yeah, endurance with the ability. And points. And toughness because of the no-cell. Hup. I am going to be backstabbing as well, man. A little bit of everything. Hup. Boom. We're going up this way. There we go. Up and away with. We do know that hands or someone. Hands will hit you up this way. Let's see. Oh, yep. He's going to be guarding this area for dang sure.
Oh my god. What are these things?
Come on now. Let's go up Johnny's cold room freezer. Change of plans. We got Leatherface over there. I'm going up this way. Come on. I'm gonna try and push Nancy's house. We gotta locate the valve tank and fuse box too. We got lots of things to do right here, right now. Nuggets, relax. Hup. Any traps over here? I don't see one. I do hear Leland over here. Is he getting his door open? Oh, we got hands right there. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Nugget, don't snitch on me, please. Hup. Y'all, what's good, Nuggets? It's on your side. I'm gonna try to get this crack open ASAP. Calm down. I'll give you some chicken nuggets later. Sheesh. One hungry fella. Open sesame. I'm gonna go back this way and just use it as bait type of thing. Leland, we're good. Watch out. We got hands going up the house, I think. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
Come on.
He's gonna think someone's in the house, hopefully. Oh! Honor, baby. How could you? Okay, let's go find... Oh, shoot. All 3 family members are upstairs now. Yep. I think one of them's going inside the house. It doesn't look like it, actually. I should have just kept pushing inside the house, not gonna lie. Alright, never mind. We got hands going up in there. Alright, let's go. Find a fuse box or something. It's not over here. I'm gonna grab me a valve wheel too, I think. Which should be right here. Come on, baby. Hup. Boom. Oh, I'm gonna go and try and never mind, we got Hitchy Leland getting chased by the Hitchy. What's happening right here, right now? Come on, calm down. Don't snitch on me, Grants, please. I gotta check inside that crib. Fuse box could be in here. Oh, we got Hitchy trap. Hup. Don't mind me, don't mind me. Boom. Fuse box not inside the crib. I repeat, it's not inside the crib. Bone scrap? Yes, sir. Yo, who near me? Oh! We got hand and Hitchy over here. Now would be a good time to start. Oh, gen turned off. I'm gonna go battery. Try to do some of this. I got this thing on lockdown. Hands just ripstalled it, bro. The gen. Come on, come on, come on. I'm gonna need a couple more unlock tools. I think, no, I just need one more unlock tool after this. Come on, baby. Boom. Give me unlock box. Where are you? In here. Come on. I'm gonna do this quietly. Panic mode is settling in. Let's go ahead and go for the fence first. We got to. Oh, shoot, dang. I think Leland's doing a nice distraction for the Hitchy right now. Boom. Who is that? Who is it? It's a Hitchy. He might be placing a bone trap there. Or he's just chilling in the grass? Nope. Leland, what's good? If you fight him, we can get him. Come on, fight him, Leland. You gotta fight the Hitchy. Come on, come on, come on. Almost there, almost there. Boom. That's how we do that, baby.
Shit.
Nice. We gotta hurry up before the hands ripstalls it, though. That's a GG's, brother. Good job, Leland. Woo. Oh, Sonny, buddy. Welcome to the family building, y'all. Come on. Look at him, Grandpa. We got Hitchy, Johnny, and Cook. This might be kind of tough to escape from, not gonna lie. Leland, buddy, right there. Let's go, Sonny. I'm gonna crack a different door open. I'm actually gonna crack this back door to my left. Hup. Take that sharp quick. Oh, on a baby. Well, good. Never mind. I'll do this one then. We got 3 out of the 4 basement doors. That's good enough for me. Boom. Alright. It's gonna be kind of hard to unlock these doors. Especially with security pins. But I'm gonna try anyways. Yo, that's a hitchy right there. Oh, someone just got caught in a cop.
I think something's happening to us.
Listen to what you're saying.
The pull, the thirst in your bones.
Ow!
Wait, I'm stuck.
I'm sorry.
I can't explain it. We're sick.
Whiskey for the pain. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't believe you before you were ready.
Just go!
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. And for me, that's trust. What sets Advance apart is the people. They don't just hand me parts. They help me get back on the road. They've always got the right parts at the right price, right when I need them. Whether you just need your battery tested or you've got years of experience. Advance Auto Parts is right around the corner and ready to help.
This is how we advance.
I'm caught in a trap. I'm gonna go ahead and just do some of that real quick. Oh, I gotta unlatch it. You gonna eat my no cells. Go, Drew, go. We should be good. Wait, is the fuse box in that room? Nope, I don't see it. What did hit you right there. Alright. I actually think Hitchy got me trapped up here. Because I think he just went ahead and placed his trap at the bottom of the stairs still. Oh. Oh. The mauve lamp. I was shutting off the lamp. What the freak? There's a fuse box. I don't know. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm whiffing. I'm part of my ability. That's been activated. We got one gap. Ah, my no cells. Should I just break this right now, bro? Nah, I'm going this way, somewhere this way. Cracking open. I'm about to get smacked again from the hitchy, aren't I? Boom. Let's roll. I don't know what's happening right now. Oh, he's over here. I think. We're going this way. Gotta make some plays right here.
Can I fit?
I'm actually gonna go down the stairs. Oh, we got Johnny right there. Disable. He don't see me though. He sees me. He don't see me. Where did he go? What the? Don't. Oh my Gramps. She's in right now. Give me some of that. Let's go ahead and door slam him. Up. That did not work. We're chilling though. Oh, there's no padlock at the back. Oh. Oh. Chilling. He oblivious. All right. Give me this. Is there a valve wheel right here? There sure is. Where the tankage at? I'm looking for the tankage. Backyard, maybe? I don't know. I'm just gonna go out this way. Oh, of course. Perfect timing, Johnny. Ah! Ah! Only one hit. Tank is right there. I see it. Oh, he's not coming for me? Alright. Let's go ahead and attach this. I need some bone scraps, though. Come on! Bone. Bone scraps, bone scraps. I'm gonna go inside the crib and get some. Someone's breaking down the... Oh. Yo, Johnny. Relax, Johnny. I did not door slam him. I need some of this. Yo, no one's at the valve, Johnny. Yo, what is he doing? I'm gonna try and stab him. He might be able to turn it off right here. Oh, yeah, he's gonna turn it off. Come on, come on, come on. Boom! I'm on! I'm getting going. Let's go through here. I need to heal up. He's shutting it off right now. Oh! I think I'm GG's. Up. Get me gone, coach. Get me gone, brother. I don't know where he is. I'm healing up. Where'd he go? He right here. Up. Close that. Is this open? It is. We should be safe. We're good, baby. Come on. Got cook busy garden gin. Nice. Alright, let's drink up. So what's the plan? I'm just gonna grab one of these and one bone scrap.
This is good.
Where did I drop that fuse item? Oh, it's empty, dang it. Let's go ahead and go up this way, I think.
I can't get seen again.
Oh, gen turned off. Relax that. Bone scrap? Nope. I'm just gonna go upstairs to try to get a bone scrap from up there somewhere.
I have to watch myself.
Yo, Hitchy. Relax, buddy. Where's that fuse item I dropped? I need it. Right here.
Hey, what's this?
Go ahead and do some of this. Boom.
Are they gone?
I'm going for the fuse right now.
Are they really gone?
Come on, come on, come on. Okay, so we got cook, I think, at battery. Quick maths. Holy yellow. 4, 1, 9, 6. Boom.
That's done.
Alright, that's the GG's, I think. Hopefully we can actually
How do we get out of here?
survive this. Ah! I'm cooked. I gotta go this way. Don't film me now, bomb squad. Come on, bomb! Please, please, please. We got John right here. Don't know what's happening. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it. Am I the last victim? I think I am. Please. Please. Come on. Come on, baby. Oh, we did it. The mill. Hey, yo, this time we ain't got no trapper, so I just went ahead and switched out bomb squad for slippery. We gonna be zooming. Hup. Boom. Yo, Leland, buddy, you my bodyguard? Hup. We are going up against, I think it was like a cook, Johnny, and Sissy. Something like that. Boom. I'm gonna go ahead and just go up this way. We're rushing. You know what? I'm actually gonna do more Valve plays. I need to stab more family members in the back. I'm gonna open up gates towards battery and then do the valve after that. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm popping away with fellow victims. Follow me if you want to live. Oh, I should have probably. You know what? I'm grabbing another one. Just in case I run into the fuse box, I'll crack that open too. Why not, bro? There we go. Up in the way time. Come on now. Freedom. Freedom. See, I once again cook Johnny Sissy. Oh, we got cook right there, brother. And we got Johnny who sees me right here. I'm getting out of here. Let's go ahead and go this way. Yo, they might trap me. Should I put my ability right here right now? Nope, we're going this way. Nuggets, we're good, brother. Oh, we got cook right there. Alright. I don't think they see me. But we definitely got cook padlocks over here. Let's see if he got security pins.
I don't like this.
Oh, we got Johnny coming this way.
Somebody help me.
I might get slapped a couple times. Let me get this. And there we go. He's not coming this way. I'll take it. I hear cook. He's yapping. Boom. Who the? Oh, you scared me. Damn, we got 3 victims right here. Cook, your hands are full. He don't see me though. Nice distraction. One more time for the one time. Please, please, please. Boom. Seems like someone else is gonna be doing the valve. Is that an unlock tool I see? Don't mind me.
What's this?
This could be pushing to battery. I'm running, bro. Activating my ability. Alright. Let's go to the fence first. And then battery next. Same mode, same mode. They have no idea we're back here. Crazy, yo. Hup. Oh. Cook knows I'm back here. Hup. Oh! Swing and a miss, Cook. He might place a padlock at that fence. Yo, he knows his map like the back of his hand, bro. He knows when something gets picked. He can hear it all. Hold on now. Hold on now. Let me see if I can do one more of these. Come on. Up. Swing and a miss. Ah! He bonked me for the one time. Out of stamina. He's for sure going to place the padlock at that fence I just cracked open. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, he's going for the battery. Hold on. Let's see if I can do something here. Oh, actually, I think I just heard someone pull off the valve. So, let's just go this way. I gotta go this way, actually. Yo, he actually didn't see me. He's gonna be back here for 24/7. Now we can do the fuse or something. Come on. And someone is doing the valve, like I said, so... let's just go for gen or fuse.
They're everywhere.
We just gotta find the fuse box. Johnny right here. Wait a second. No one's turning off the valve. Go freak. It's about to get cracked open. Not that tough. Johnny. Go to the valve. We got peeps escaping at the valve. Yo, what's going on right here right now? Alright, let's just run. We got slippery. You can't catch this. Hold on, Leland. I'm trying. Wait, hold on. Boom! You win these. Oh! Slapped in the face. Yo, Johnny, what's good, brother? Oh! Ankles. I'm gone. Yo. We got slide a building. Julie, baby. Same rules apply. We got some comms in the lobby. Let's go. Who we got? I think we do got a hitchy, so bomb squad. Gonna be useful. Leatherface and Johnny, I think. The rope. No, wait. Leatherface, hitchy, bones. That's what it is. Hopefully I don't get slam dunked by trying to open up this door. Oh, he just stabbed Leatherface. Let's go. Come on. I'm pushing the valve, brothers. Let's go. Come on. I'm popping away with. Hopefully we got the wheel right here. I love when it spawns right here. Just quick, easy access, bro. Come on. Wheel. Yes, we got it. Oh, baby. What a tankage. Not over there. It's not over here. It's over there to the right. Hold on. We got Leatherface, though. Leatherface upstairs. Give me some of this. Give me some of this. Yo, he right there, bro. Hold on now. I'm gonna need a bone scrappage. Or actually... now, let's just go ahead and turn this on right here, right now. Come on. Oh! Oh! We're good, what? You know what? We're doing a fuse, too. A bit of everything you ought to know. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, we're distracting. I'm gonna try to crack this building right here. Come on, baby. I'm chilling. I'm jogging. Ghost is clear. Come on. I might have to pop my ability right here after I get this cracked open. Someone's gonna be chasing me. I would feel it. Yep, here comes Leatherface, I think. Open! I'm popping this bad boy, bro. Wait, did he not see me? Oh, wait. Oh! Oh, we just snapped his ankles, brother. That was crazy right there. I'm getting out of here. What am I doing, bro? I'm flopping. That's what I'm doing. Where are you at, Bones? I thought I had enough time to sneak behind the Bones and not get hit. Oh, we got Madcons, bro. Nah, brother. Bones, where you was? I'm gonna turn this back on. Only got one more except for the Leatherface slam dunk. I ain't got a bone scrap though. Oh my goodness. Oh. Hold on. Let me get some of this. I'm gonna stab the Leatherface. Oh wait, third Phantom Mirror DC, I think? I don't even know. I'm chilling right here. Chilling. Yo, they ain't doing nothing. I'm going. Boom. Where the fuse box at though? Yo, Bone, she's just collecting blood over there.
I gotta stay away.
Yo, freak. I'm gone. Oh, we gotta hit you behind me too. Alright. There's a GG's, yo. I'm gone. See ya, Hitchy.
The best way to turn mealtime into playtime? It's always been Tyson Mega Dino and Dino Nuggets with 13 grams of protein per serving. Get yours in the freezer aisle. Always been Tyson.
Sits, you're fired. Mighty Patch Pimple Patches reveal clear-looking skin overnight. Pimple, meet your Mighty Patch.
Yo, what do you do, everybody? I'm Archie. Hope you're having a good day. Today, the only way for us to escape and survive is by completing every objective first. This is one crazy challenge, but since this is our first time attempting this, we're gonna go ahead and use the boy Wyatt because he can help us out and instantly shut off the battery and generator. It's a little cheat code for now, but hey, maybe down the line we can go ahead and reattempt this challenge with a different victim. Also, if another victim helps us out by turning off an objective, that will count towards our checklist of shutting off every objective in the match. Because I just can't tell victims to not play the game and let me turn off all the objectives, so they can help us out. But enough yapping, here's the build we are rocking for today. We got no cell, jump starts, what does it kill? You know, one of my favorite builds for the boy. We got 35 toughness, 37 endurance, and 45 proficiency. Also with Wyatt's level 3 ability of instantly shutting off the battery and generator. Skill tree right here, you go up, jump start right there, no cell right there, and then you get what does it kill you right here. Let's hop into these matches, sit back, relax, hopefully you guys enjoy, and let's get it. Challenge accepted, y'all. Let's see if we can pull this off. Turning off every objective first before we can escape. We're all playing as Wyatt. He is the best candidate for this because he can instantly shut off gens and batteries. You already know. All right. We do got Leatherface in the building. He's chilling right there. Oh, 3 Leatherface. Hold up. I'm sorry, Leatherface. I was not stealing your tools. Yo, Leland sneaky with it? Go, Leland, go. All right, I'm going to go this way. All right, and of course, the other victims can help us out. If they turn off the battery, that will check the battery off our checklist, and then we just gotta do the others. Fuse, valve, and gen, stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Leatherface coming in this way? Nope, he's just breaking that down. All right, just give me some tools, bro. Get on, get. Gramps has awoken. Slaughterhouse map, Stormy variant. Oh, shoot! Yo, Leatherface right there. I did not hear him. I was making too much noise with the tools. Not that tough. All right, we gotta make a game plan. What are we attacking first? Fuse, valve. Get some doors open. We'll see. Yo, Leatherface, leave me alone, you bum. You ain't getting this. At least not for now. Oh, that door's cracked open. I think I'm gonna do the fuse box or something and just use it as distraction. You know what I'm saying? I'm going upstairs at that time. Hopefully he didn't see me. Oh, we got Johnny right here. This ain't good, brothers. Oh, get me gone, coach. Yo, Johnny and Leatherface both over there. I got jump start for Ridge. I'm gonna keep on zooming. Barricade right here. That's gonna save me a little bit. Hopefully Johnny doesn't come flanking around right here. All right, he is indeed nuts. I like all that, bro. I want to get out of this basement. I only got 2 more no cells left. That's not good. This door cracked open. Let's go. All right, I'm coming to help out victims. I'm slacking down here. Let's go ahead and locate all the goods. Yo, this is gonna be a sketchy challenge, bro. Not being able to leave unless everything is completed. I don't think we're gonna complete this challenge, to be honest. But I'm gonna keep on trying. We're gonna do a few games of it. No valve wheel over there. Is it valve tank right here? Nope, it is indeed not. But we got Leatherface. I'm climbing up this. Get away from me, Leatherface. Yo, I think he sees me 100% guaranteed. Boom. Oh, someone's doing genocide? Yo, huge plays. We gotta look at the valve tank. It's actually all the way over there. Wait, where's the fuse box? Is it over here? We got old man Gramps right here. Fuse box. Oh, fuse box in that corner. Probably get spotted. Let's go down. Let's go down. I might snag me a fuse item on the way to the valve, if there is one. There should be one at that... Oh, we got Johnny right there, bro. Look at him. Shirtless Johnny standing in the wing. Yo, where'd he go?
I gotta hide.
Run, Lily. He's sniffing your footprints. I'm going this way. Oh, we got Leatherface back over here in the building. He's coming back this way. Yo, Johnny. Yo, he camping. Oh, shoot, dang. Hold on now. Hold on now. Yo, why is that Johnny just chilling right there? I think he's trying to see the footprints. Leading his footprints, but he can't. Leatherface coming back this way. There's the Johnny. Alright, he's not going to see me, I don't think. I'm skedaddling. I'm skedaddling. I'm going for it.
Stay strong.
You got my back, little buddy? We got to turn this on. Oh. I need some bone scraps. Wait a second. While that's getting turned on, I'm going over here to open up this. Nugget has been eliminated. I repeat, Nugget has been eliminated. Wait, I think we got Danny as a teammate. He can temper that. Oh, man. They seeing? This was just getting started. Give me go, coach. Open sesame. Yo, Danny, did you temper that? What's happening right there? Baby Johnny. Wait, I don't think it's Baby Johnny. I think Danny just tempered it. All right, let's go turn off the battery. It's unfortunate that one family member DC'd. Probably the Leatherface. I don't hear him ripping no more. I'm gonna save this fuse item for the fuse box. Come on, Danny.
Oh my God.
Unlock this door for me, buddy. I'll very much appreciate it. Dreamwork makes the teamwork. I think it's teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, Danny. He's getting smacked around over there. Looks like we're gonna have to find an unlock tool. Let's go back this way. Oh, fuse box open. Let's go. We don't gotta do that no more. Bro, give me an unlock tool. I think there's one over here. So we just gotta turn off the gen unless someone does that for us. And the battery. And then we go then. I just saw Johnny leave the building. That man just left the building. And a family member just left the game. We got one left. No! Well, looks like we're going to complete the challenge first game if this family member does not leave. Let's go ahead and turn off the battery really quick. Hup, hup, hup. Oh, daddy buddy. He gave me the baggage. Alright. Let's go ahead and locate the battery, which is over here. Keep following me, bro. Out the way, daddy. I got this. Sharpshooter in the building. Hup. What'd I tell you? To the generator we go. Come on, baby. Yo, I actually think the last family member is over at the generator. It's the hitchhiker. Well, let's go have some fun, shall we? I'm gonna bring a couple unlock tools with me because them doors still might be closed over there. On my way to the gen. Stamina gotta recover a little bit. I think valve's about to get shut off. Oh yeah. Alright, gen we go. Open sesame. Yo, we got Anna right here. I got your back, baby. Oh, he chilling. I'm out of stamina. Fight him on a backstabber. Oh, that's crazy work. Yo, it's GG's, not gonna lie. Hup. Open sesame. Hopefully Anna has choose fight. That'd be huge. Let's go, baby. I think Hitchy's gonna come straight for me.
I've been down before.
Never mind. Anna's doing a very nice job at distracting. Hup. One more time. One more time. We got it. Ah. Door slam. I missed the door slam. All right, GG's. Yo. Next up, family house map. Going up against a Bones, Sissy, and a Hands. Come on. Yo, that first game, it didn't really count because the family members started DCing, so it was way easier. But I just kept it in because why not? Come on, this is where the challenge really starts. Hopefully the family members don't DC. We need a full, clean game. You hear me? Gramps gets it. Come on, Gramps. He the only reasonable one around here, not gonna lie. Hup. Let's go ahead and crack this door open and keep it pushing. Which one are we targeting first? Fuse box first?
These are dad pants. They stretch in every direction. They're comfortable, even when you're not. And when this happens, nothing happens. Hell yeah, they're dad pants. Dockers, always a fit.
Ever spot something great online, like the perfect light jacket, then forget where you found it? With Recall currently in preview on Copilot Plus PCs, those moments are easy to recover. Recall is an AI-powered feature that works like your PC's memory. It captures snapshots of your screen activity so you can search and find anything you've seen before, and then reopen to pick up where you left off. Just type a simple phrase like green light jacket, and Recall shows matching snapshots from your browsing history. No need to remember exact words or file names. Privacy is built in. You choose whether to turn Recall on, and you can check its status anytime from the taskbar or system tray. With Recall, your Copilot Plus PC helps you find and re-engage with what matters, right when you need it.
Valve? Oh shoot, I just realized Family House map. Insanely hard to pull off the valve. Oh shoot, especially with the hands, dude. He's gonna be able to whipsaw everything. Nah, it's gonna be a GG's. Yo, what? He collecting blood. He sees me. Ah, my nose else. That's not a door, Sam. All right, I'm gonna look for fuse items. We gotta get that out of here too. Yo, he knew about the games. I'm getting snitched on by Grandpa right here. Oh, everyone come down. I'm going upstairs. Woo. I need a barricade. Please, barricade, where are you? There's actually no barricades. Fuse box not in this room. He chasing me. I think he got wireframe, bro. That old man fast. I gotta crack this open. Go. Wait, is he coming? He's not coming this way. Where the fuse box? It's not in this room. Oh! I got one unlocked tool, so that's good. I'm gonna try and drop. I'm gonna try and lose the. Oh wait, barricade right here. We're safe, baby. Never mind, there's a wall gap right there with his name on it. I think I'm gonna be chilling right here. He's gonna come in here. Maybe he's not coming in here. All right, yo. Even though Hans rip stalls it, it still counts as me completing the objective, right? Like if I turn it off, if I turn it on.
I don't see him.
I think it does. So if he rip stalls it, it don't matter. I'm making rules as I go on. All right, 3 + 2, 21. Okay. Fuse box done. Ooh, that's one checked off our list. Now we just need. Yo, Bones is right there. He didn't see me. He probably did, but he's just gonna try and turn it off. I got the valve. This one's gonna be actually the hard one to pull off because. Yo, Bones right there. Because Hans can rip all the wheel. No valve wheel in here. Whoa! There's a big old nuke right there. And I got no stamina. Help me. We got another wheel right here. Let's go ahead and grab that. We're grabbing 2 wheels for the rip stallage. I need some heals too. Oh! Yo, he didn't see me? That's crazy. Oh, he sees me. We're going back this way. I'm gonna get that second wheel. Where'd this old man go? No idea. Gimme. We're going back. I gotta find the valve. Let's go ahead and look out this back window real quick. Is it back there? I do not think it is. Front door open? Oh, it is. Oh, that's crazy. Let me go ahead and turn off the gen. Close this. Don't mind me. Don't want to open the door. You're gonna door slam me. I see Jen over there. Come on. No, we got Sissy on me. Where is the valve? I think it's at the backyard. She's blowing that. The wall gap is wide open for me. So I'm gonna try and loop her. I don't got the quick draw ability. But that's fine. Is it really though? I don't know. She's gonna be chilling right there. Going back over here. I'm gonna try to make her. Oh, battery turned off. Let's go. Let's go back this way. There's Leland. Help me out, Leland, brother. Yo, I'm gonna let Leland turn off the gen. We gotta play it smart, and then I'm gonna go for the valve.
Hey, man, over here.
Come on, baby. Holy. Give me going, give me going, give me going. I think the tank is at the side house over here. Yo, Sissy, she's actually chasing me. All right, I'm gonna go back this way to the gen then. I'm going. Oh, Leon's got it. He's got it. Is this door cracked open? Yo, I gotta go for the valve. That's the last one. It's the last one, bro. Yo, I'm getting calm. He's telling me to escape, but I can't, bro. Rules are rules. There goes the sissy. Anyone else coming out this way? I don't think so. Come on, I hear Bones yapping in the building.
I can do this.
I'm booking it. All right, we gotta defend this with our life. We got to. And I got 2 valve wheels for the hands. Oh! You serious, Bones? Yo, this is GG's. This is GG's. I'm not gonna be able to pull it off. Yo. I'm holding still. We're going this way. This is not good, bro. Swing and a miss. I'm gonna have to try and lose him or something. I'm gonna go turn the fuse box back on as a distraction. We got to. Unless Hans rips all it. I don't know if he did. It's electrocuted, bro. He did rip solid. Get me gone! Swing and a miss. We like that. We're going down this way. He's gonna think I went out the front door, hopefully. Nah, he knows I'm going back to the valve, 100%. Come on, turn this. Yo, Grandpa, now's not the time, brother. Hup. Is there a bone scrap pile in there? I don't see one. Battery turned on by Sissy or someone. This is the last objective we gotta do, yo. And then we're gonna try and escape. Come on! I need a valve wheel. Oh, Bones is killing someone. The Connie. Boy, this is gonna be GG's for me. I need a bone scrap pile. Should be one right here, please. There is. Oh wait, Leland's still alive. He didn't escape yet. I gotta defend this. Hold it still. Maximum. Grandpa, that's crazy. I'm gonna pretend I'm going up here. Come on, the valve just gotta turn on, then we're good. Yo, no one knows about the valve. That's crazy. Holy nukage! Yo, if the valve can turn, come on. I'm counting on you, Valve.
Oh, those bastards.
No, Hands is ripstalling it. I gotta go back. Holy nuke! Ah! I think it's GG's. I got no stamina as well. Ah! Holy! They cooked me alive over here, folks. No. No. No! Close that. I need a healing bottle. Hopefully there's one in here. I just closed the door in my face. That's crazy. There's a healing bottle right there. I seen it. Wait, did he not see me? Heal up, heal up, heal up. I'm going back for the valve. Oh my. Come on, Bones. You for real? I did lose him for a second. I'm chilling right here. Watch this. He's going back around. I'm going downstairs. I think Bones should just get... Oh, we got Hands over there. Give me this. Come on, I gotta hurry up. Sissy! Why are you over here? Yo, she might be out of stamina. Attach it, please. SGG's, yo. SGG's. I'm gonna heal up. She's going the other way. Ah! Ah! No! We were so close. We just needed the valve.
Ever seen a miracle?
What was his lap time?
Wow. It's starting. Okay, impressive.
F1 the movie, rated PG-13, now playing.
Check the internet and check you're on the right bus.
If only Hands didn't ripstall it. Look at that bum. Hey, it's fair though because we all playing as Wyatt. We can instantly turn off the gen and stuff, you know. GG's though. Next up, the G Station. Let's go. This time we are gonna beat this challenge. Hopefully. Who we're going up against? Hopefully no hands, bro. He makes the challenge 10 times harder. But then again, Wyatt makes it 10 times easier. I am going to probably revisit this challenge with the normal victim. Who doesn't have a busted ability. But hey, let's see if we can even beat it with the Wyatt. You know what I'm saying? Alright, we do got Leatherface. Other two family members don't know. Let's go ahead and try and get this door cracked open. Oh, boom. Cracked open. Let's go ahead and locate all the goods. Fuse that. Oh, shoot. I think that was just Leatherface underneath me, the yellow screen. Fuse box right here, actually. Let's go. We got Hitchy behind me. He about to smack me. Oh. Oh. Yo, this man overheated. So we got Hitchy placing a trap at that fuse box. And not good, not good. Only got one more no cell. Oy, oy, oy. We about to get some heals back. Feels good. Okay, let's go up the basement from the house. And let's see if the valve tank is over here. Oh! Open sesame! Oh. Man, why people keep DCing me? They're crazy. It's gonna be the domino effect, man. No fuse item over here.
I gotta do something.
Let's go ahead and bust inside this room. Never mind, no tools in there either. Oh. Where we going? No idea. Oh, we got Hitchy right here. Yo, he in patrolling mode. Look at him. He sees me. Oh, there's a trap right there. Almost stepped on that. Go ahead and go in here. Yo, there's 2 traps. This man's got 2 traps everywhere. Better eat all my no cells. Oh. Swing and miss. Nice. We got down here safely. Let's go. Cracking the code with the boys. Yo, I think Anna got. She sure did. It's a 3v2 situation. Oh wait, Julie got. My bad, yo.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and push Gen's side. Yo, they got this map on lockdown mode. I'm going. Wait. He feeding. Going for the fence crack open, please. Come on. Yo, someone else got. This ain't good, brother. Level 1 G-pop. Can I get this open? Try to take a hit. Yo. He actually missed me? I'm gonna turn you off. I turned it off. Let's go. Ah. Bro, now we just need the battery. The valve. Oh, we're not gonna survive this, dude. This is crazy work. We just got me and on the left. Alright, I'm gonna go up this way. Ooh, heals, don't mind me. And see if there's a valve wheel up here. We're gonna have to put some pressure for the valve wheel. Wait, I don't think no valve wheel even spawns over here. I'm tripping. Oh, he's turning on the gen. Get me out of here, coach. Try and turn on the Yo, no trap. Oh wait, there's a trap there. I don't want to throw a knife at it. I feel like I have to save the knife. Valve!
I can use that.
Hup. Boom. Hold on. Hitchy might be over at battery. Let's go ahead and crack this open. Let's go. Oh, shoot. Boom. Open sesame. Oh, you got comms. Hitchhiker's camping battery. Alright. So, I'm going to go ahead and attach the wheel. Which is over here. Bro, level 2 Jeepo? Come down over there. And then let's go ahead and, after we turn this on, I'm going to go for the fuse. Try to, at least. I just got to disable that trap that's at the fuse box. Come on! Oh! I need this. For the trap. Now I need 1 unlock tool. For the box. Which I can get right here. Hurry up, Wyatt. I'm spamming too. Making mad noise.
Something useful.
Yo. He knows I'm in here. I'm going. I'm going through here. Oh, we got Hitchy over here now. This ain't good, yo. Where's everyone? No idea. Did you see me? Disable this. Oh, shoot. Everyone's coming over here. Break this open. Not distraction. Is she dying? Oh! Alright. We got that cracked open. We need some mad heals, bro.
I have to make it.
Gimme. This is sketch game, sketch game. Hold on, hold on. Someone's coming down here. Boom! Door slam, yes, ma'am. Gotta go this way. This ain't good. Someone save me. I'm chilling right here. Going. Yo, did he see me? He saw me. I got a well. We well it. Oh, swing and a miss. Let's go. Woo! Intense game. What was the checklist? How's the checklist looking? The gen is done. I think the gen is the only one that's done. I'm gonna try to make my way to the battery. Let's go ahead and find some heals and get an unlock tool. We're going battery. Come on, baby. Before I get my unlock tool,
I can do this.
I'm going to Valve. Come on. I think Leatherface is coming to Valve right now. I don't know. But we did have, I think Hitchy was actually down in the basement. Not too sure. Come on, we gotta get this cracked open. Oh. Let me go ahead and turn off the battery. Come on, baby, come on, baby, come on, baby. Where's the battery? Right here. Is there a trap on it? There is not. Go ahead and turn this. Boom! That's off the checklist. Oh, I could escape right now if I want to. Bro, the rules are rules, bro. I could escape, but I'm going for the valve. Yo, this guy talking, he's like, the doors are already open, go escape. No! I want to. But I'm cracking this open! And we can't leave without the honor. I'm going for the fuse. This is our chance to get it cracked open while Hitchy's waiting for the battery. Oh no, I think Anna's dying. Come on, Valve, get turned on for me. Get turned on for me, Valve. I need you to work with me. Disable this. Boom. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hitchy turned it on. He's coming back over here. Yo, once again, it's just the valve that we need to get cracked open. 7, 7, 8. Fuse on. Holy. We just need the valve. Come on, Anna, turn on the valve for me. This is not good. This is not good. Yo, I'm sure this guy spectating is like, what is going on? Go, Anna.
Be close. We can make it. Come on.
Live. Bro. I ain't going for it. It's turned off. I'm sure they're mad confused right now. Like, you know what? I'm just gonna make my last dance right here. I'm gonna try and get 2 bone scraps. Defend the tank. And it is gonna be what it is, you know? I know I'm gonna die, but it is what it is. Come on, I'm defending it. I'm gonna go ahead and try and find some heals, but I don't think there are heals nearby. Oh yeah, boy, you're taking mad long.
Got it.
Come on, come on, come on. Is there a healing bottle in here? There's not. Yo, we actually got Leatherface over here. Why are you over here, Leatherface? They don't know where I'm at. But they're about to know where I'm at. Come on, baby. At that time. Is there a healing bottle in here, please? There is. Big ups, big ups. I'm gonna get this valve open no matter what. Oh! Yo, time dilation. I door slammed him? Yo, it's lagging bad. Time dilation could get me killed.
Gotta keep going.
Hold on, there's 2 of them.
Shit. This is bad.
I'm gonna stab him in the back. Time dilation. Come on. Yo, is it gonna get cracked open? Ain't no way it is. Oh my goodness. I think Leatherface is gonna turn it off. Please. Yes. Yo. Ain't no way, brother. Woo. That is crazy. Challenge completed, although there were only 2 family members. Oh yeah, this challenge is hard.
EasyCater is the premier tech platform for managing critical resources, like tacos.
Pet Libro, designed better for your lives together.
Yo, what to do, buddy? I'm Martik. Hope you're having a good day. Today we are going to be using one of Wyatt's S-tier builds, baby, and that's this right here. We got no cell, 80% less damage for 3 hits, jumpstart, stamina consumption is reduced by 50% while dashing, and we got what doesn't kill you, regain 100% of your health that you just lost after waiting 15 seconds. Attribute points, we don't need too much into toughness. We already got 35 into that, plus with these 2 toughness perks, we got a decent amount of health. Endurance, 37, with jumpstart, goated. Now 45 into proficiency, yo. This build ain't no stranger. We used it before. It's just a really good one. And of course, we got Wyatt's level 3 Thorn Knife ability, instantly turn off objectives. Here's a skill tree, jumpstart right here, no cell right there. Keep going up.